One of the Heavenly Terror Country's captains reassured Sun Pa. Lord Sun Pa can rest assured. After stepping into the mighty god Heavenly Country, there is no way he could have come out again. Although there hasn't been news for the past few days, that kid has certainly died at the hands of the mighty god ruler. A Heavenly Terror Country's general chimed in. That kid killed Shan Tianhao and Hu Jin, and captured the mighty god prince. The mighty god ruler couldn't have let him off that easily. That kid is probably deader than dead and reduced to dregs. Brother Sun Pa need not worry too much about it. He understood why Sun Pa was worried. At the Heaven Valley's marketplace, Huang Xiaolong had said that he would head to the Heavenly Terror Country and hang Sun Pa's head on the roof of the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace. Sun Pa nodded. Perhaps his worry was superfluous. Since that kid had dared to step into the mighty god Heavenly Country, there was absolutely no chance of him coming out again. Have you found out that kid's background? Sun Pa asked the guard captain. Although there was no hope of Huang Xiaolong leaving the mighty god Heavenly Country alive, he was still curious about Huang Xiaolong's origins. After all, in Sun Pa's opinion, the strength Huang Xiaolong had displayed earlier rivaled the mid-7th Order Sovereign Realm giant Kuan Prince. Thus he had surmised that Huang Xiaolong was not an unknown character. The guard captain shook his head. We have not found anything yet despite our effort during this time. No matter how we are tempted, those Heavenly Saint Country's guards wouldn't spit a word about that kid's origins. Even the Heavenly Saint Country's General Qinbo is just as tight-lipped. It's as if the whole Heavenly Saint Country's people, from top to bottom, revere that kid. Sun Pa's brows scrunched together as he repeated, They revere that kid? It looks like that kid's relationship with the Heavenly Saint Country really runs deep. From what he had learned, Zhu Sini had claimed that Huang Xiaolong was the Heavenly Saint Country's esteemed guest in front of the mighty god prince. Suddenly, one of the Heavenly Terror Country's general's face changed, as if he had thought of something important. That kid, could he be someone from the 33 Heavens race? The 33 Heavens race. Faces ashened hearing that, including Sun Pa's. In the Heavens Path, the 33 Heavens race and Giant Kuan Heavenly Country were definitely taboo existences. In the vicinity of the 33 Heavenly Gates lived a very old race, and there were many legends circulating about this race. Some said that this race was the side branch of a big clan in the heavenly world that was sent to the lower realm for unknown reasons. Others said that this race was sent down by the heavenly world to guard the 33 Heavenly Gates. Some also said that 33 Heavenly Gates was actually a saint artifact, and the 33 Heavens race's patriarch was the saint artifact's spirit. Regardless of whether these rumors were true or false, one point was certain that the 33 Heavens race was very strong. They were stronger than the giant Kuan Heavenly Country. However, disciples of the 33 Heavens race rarely stepped out from the 33 Heavenly Gates. But every 100 million years, there would be someone who claimed to be a disciple of the 33 Heavens race and appeared in the Heavens Path. Every time the disciple appeared, he possessed incredible battle strength. Roughly calculating, the last time the 33 Heavens race's disciple appeared was almost 100 million years ago. The general added. His words turned the atmosphere heavy as several people exchanged silent glances. If that kid is really a disciple of the 33 Heavens race and dies in the mighty god Heavenly Country, the mighty god Heavenly County has poked the hornet's nest, the general exclaimed. 10 days passed. After staying at the mighty god Divine Palace for 10 days, Huang Xiaolong finally received news from the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor Hong Ming. Huang Xiaolong smiled brightly as he looked at the transmission symbol in his palm. In his message, Hong Ming had mentioned that the Black Dragon ruler wanted to meet him. He intended to sell the Great Treasure Dragon Pill. However, he wanted to negotiate the price face-to-face. Huang Xiaolong relaxed upon getting the message. As long as the Black Dragon ruler intended to sell that Great Treasure Dragon Pill, all was fine. The price was not a problem at all. What Huang Xiaolong did not lack most were spirit stones. After hearing that Huang Xiaolong wanted to go to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country, the Heavenly Saint ruler and Mighty God ruler both expressed their willingness to accompany Huang Xiaolong on the trip. Huang Xiaolong smilingly shook his head as he said, I'm just going to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country to buy the Black Dragon Ruler's Great Treasure Dragon Pill. I am not going to fight, so the two of you don't need to come along." If these two were to accompany him, it could stir a small storm among the Heaven's Path's many heavenly countries. At the moment, Huang Xiaolong did not want to let the Heavenly Terror Ruler, Heavenly Master Tianchen Wanshi, and the others know that he was there. The Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler exchanged a glance and nodded their heads in agreement. Huang Xiaolong set off from the Mighty God Heavenly Country on that day itself. However, before leaving, Huang Xiaolong exhorted the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler to find a few kinds of origin treasures. Huang Xiaolong planned to refine the Buddha Devil Divine Pill, which was a low-grade, high-rank origin pill. This origin pill was better than the Great Treasure Dragon Pill. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had already bought a lot of origin treasures while he was at the Heaven Valley's marketplace. Still, those materials were far from complete to refine the Buddha Devil Divine Pills. "Rest assured, Lord, we will surely find these few origin treasures," the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler guaranteed sonorously. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "As long as these origin treasures are found, I won't mistreat you. We thank the Lord." Before the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler's respectful send-off, Huang Xiaolong left the Mighty God Heavenly Country and disappeared on the horizon. After leaving the Mighty God Heavenly Country, Huang Xiaolong headed straight to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country, but in an unhurried manner. He traveled during the day, stopping to rest at night. Roughly estimating, it would take him half a month to reach his destination. As Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his movements at all, the news of Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts soon reached many forces' ears, bewildering them. "What? That kid is not dead yet." The Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Po's expression changed for the worst when he heard the news. "Why is that kid still alive?" The guard captain spoke. "I heard that the Heavenly Saint Ruler led a large group of experts to the Mighty God Heavenly Country. I guess the Heavenly Saint Ruler might have pleaded for that kid and promised the Mighty God Ruler some conditions. Hence the Mighty God Ruler was willing to spare that kid." "I'm afraid so," a general of the Heavenly Terror Country, Zhou Haoyan, agreed. "It seems like that kid got an invitation from Senior Battle Emperor. So he is heading to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country. The Black Dragon Ruler might sell the Great Treasure Dragon Pill to him." Sun Po's voice trailed off as a sinister light gleamed in his eyes. "Don't worry too much about it, Brother Sun Po. Frankly speaking, this might even be an opportunity for us." Zhou Haoyan went on. "I've heard that the giant Kuan Prince once wanted to buy the Great Treasure Dragon Pill from the Black Dragon Ruler. But because of the price, the transaction fell apart." Sun Po's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Zhou Haoyan smiled meaningfully. "If that kid successfully buys the Great Treasure Dragon Pill from the Black Dragon Ruler, what do you think will happen when the giant Kuan Prince learns about it?" Sun Po laughed heartily. "After listening to you, I hope that kid quickly gets that Great Treasure Dragon Pill faster." Others also laughed in anticipation. Half a month later, according to the route the Heavenly Saint Ruler had mentioned, Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the Black Dragon Heavenly Country. Upon arriving at the destination, Huang Xiaolong heard Battle Emperor Hongming's sonorous laughter from afar. "Younger brother, you're finally here. I've been gazing at the sun and moon, counting the days of your arrival." Huang Xiaolong saw Battle Emperor Hongming whistling towards him from the horizon. "Senior Hongming," Huang Xiaolong greeted with cupped fists. Battle Emperor Hongming waved his hand casually, smiling at Huang Xiaolong. "Senior and whatnot. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Hongmong." Huang Xiaolong was genuinely caught off guard for a moment. "What? This old man isn't qualified to be your big brother?" Battle Emperor Hong Ming teased half-seriously. "Big Brother Hong Ming is making fun of me." Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate and called out loudly. "That's the right attitude." Battle Emperor Hong Ming chuckled happily and added, "Let's go. Shao Qing. That kid is waiting for you at the Black Dragon Divine Palace. I'll take you to him." With that said, Huang Xiaolong was not given a chance to respond before he was pulled towards the Black Dragon Divine Palace by Hong Ming. Huang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, wasn't Hong Ming being a bit too enthusiastic? Was it because of those 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? I heard that you had a conflict with the mighty God Prince. Has it been resolved? Along the way, Hong Ming asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner and added, "How about Big Brother communicate with the mighty God ruler and help you settle this matter?" Huang Xiaolong understood that Hong Ming was testing his depth, but he didn't mind it at all. He responded, "I appreciate Big Brother Hong Ming's kind intention, but the matter between the mighty God Heavenly Country and me has already been resolved." Hong Ming nodded. "That's good then." Then his tone changed. "There are many people in the Heavens Path saying you're a disciple of the 33 Heavens race." Huang Xiaolong blanked hearing the words. The 33 Heavens race? A helpless smile hung on the corners of Huang Xiaolong's mouth. How could I be someone from the 33 Heavens race? I've heard that people of the 33 Heavens race are born with an innate lightning physique. For the same reason, the 33 Heavens race was able to withstand the lightning power from the restrictions placed around the 33 heavenly gates. That's true, said Hong Ming. Following that, Hong Ming and Huang Xiaolong conversed about various things as they traveled onwards, feeling quite enjoyable. A little over an hour later, Hong Ming and Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Black Dragon Divine Palace. Hong Ming walked straight into the palace without requiring anyone to notify. Clearly, Hong Ming had a very high status in the Black Dragon Heavenly Country. Upon entering the Black Dragon Divine Palace, Huang Xiaolong saw a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite black brocade robe, sitting on the big throne. The middle-aged man had thick brows and big, spirited eyes that could see straight into one's soul. Faint wisps of dragon chi swirled around him. His whole person exuded a majestic dragon might. Without asking, Huang Xiaolong knew this middle-aged man was the Black Dragon ruler. The Black Dragon ruler was a Grand Mist Archdevil, and his true body was a black dragon. There were many species of dragons, from the white dragon, azure dragon, yellow dragon, ice dragon, Buddha dragon to sky dragon, and so on. The black dragon stood in the top hierarchy, comparable to the golden dragon. While Huang Xiaolong was sizing up the Black Dragon ruler, he was also inwardly sizing up Huang Xiaolong. His eyebrow raised slightly in surprise as Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his aura. The Black Dragon ruler could see that Huang Xiaolong had yet to advance to 7th Order Sovereign Realm. The news that Huang Xiaolong had broken the mighty god Heavenly Country's falling star formation with one strike and similarly killed the mighty god Heavenly Country's general Hu Jin with one strike had reached his ears. Possessing such shocking battle prowess without advancing to 7th Order Sovereign Realm was, admittedly, rare. Nowadays, in the Heavens Path, many experts were comparing Huang Xiaolong with the giant Kuan Prince. Who was the giant Kuan Prince? He was the number 1 person amongst the Heavens Path's younger generation, and one of the top 10 young masters. To be put on the same pedestal as the giant Kuan Prince was a lifetime's honor. Kiddo Shaoqing, the guest is here. Why aren't you welcoming properly? Battle Emperor Hong Ming spoke, and his sonorous voice rumbled through the hall. A wry smile tugged at the corner of the Black Dragon ruler's mouth as he rose from his throne and walked towards Huang Xiaolong and Hong Ming. Black Dragon ruler, Huang Xiaolong greeted. The Black Dragon ruler faintly nodded his head, and there was a polite smile on his face when he spoke. Younger brother's feat of killing the mighty god Heavenly Country's general Hu Jin, breaking the falling star formation, and taking away the mighty god prince has reached all corners of the Heavens Path. I have long heard of your name. He then invited Huang Xiaolong to take a seat in the hall. After all 3 people were seated, the Black Dragon ruler, Battle Emperor Hong Ming, and Huang Xiaolong began dancing around their negotiation. The Black Dragon ruler did not mention the great treasure dragon pill, and Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry. A few minutes later, the Black Dragon ruler finally broached the subject. I heard from Senior Hong Ming that you want to buy the great treasure dragon pill for me. Is that correct? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. That's right. The Black Dragon ruler sounded serious as he went on. Although the great treasure dragon pill does not have much effect on me now, it is still a low-grade, high-rank origin pill. As you know, this quality of origin pill is very rare. The giant Kuan prince once offered me 10,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones to buy my great treasure dragon pill. But I did not agree. Huang Xiaolong was surprised by the revelation. 10,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones were not a low price. Generally speaking, this was a reasonable price for a low-grade, high-rank origin pill. The Black Dragon ruler seemed to see through Huang Xiaolong's thought and said, "My great treasure dragon pill is not your average low-grade, high-rank origin pill." Oh! That piqued Huang Xiaolong's interest. Even among the same type of origin pill, there were distinctions of high and low quality due to various reasons. For example, the difference in age of the ingredients used. This affected the quality of the final quality of origin pills. There were different grades of the same great treasure dragon pill, like low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, and above high-grade was top-grade. Origin pills available in the Heaven's Path were generally low-grade origin pills. Naturally, there was a price difference between low-grade and mid-grade origin pills, and high-grade origin pills fetches another level of price. Battle Emperor Hong Ming joined in. According to our assessment, the remaining great treasure dragon pill is a high-grade origin pill that was refined using the best ingredients. Therefore, it is more effective compared to the common low-grade great treasure dragon pill by 50%. It dawned on Huang Xiaolong why the Black Dragon ruler would not sell the great treasure dragon pill to the great Kuan prince for 10,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. Honestly speaking, the price I set for this great treasure dragon pill for the great Kuan prince is 20,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. The Black Dragon ruler stated. Huang Xiaolong frowned. 20,000? Although the Black Dragon ruler claimed that the great treasure dragon pill was a high-grade origin pill, 20,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones was considered expensive. After all, 20,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones could buy 2 common great treasure dragon pills. If you are really interested, the price cannot be lower than 20,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. The Black Dragon ruler emphasized. Can I take a look at that pill? Huang Xiaolong made a request. Of course you can. The Black Dragon ruler agreed crisply and took out the great treasure dragon pill. The pill was placed inside a jade case. When the cover was lifted, a resplendent ray of light, thick as an arm, shone brightly. A small dragon hovered around the jade case, and dragon roars resounded in Huang Xiaolong's ears. Inside the jade case was a thumb-sized golden-colored pill. That golden pill emitted an eternal and immortal pill qi, tantalizing and making one's soul drunk on its fragrance. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up in an instant, and he praised generously, "This is a good pill." This was really a top-grade great treasure dragon pill. With this pill, his chances of breaking through to the 7th Order Sovereign Realm would increase further. The Black Dragon ruler laughed happily, hearing Huang Xiaolong praised his great treasure dragon pill and said, "This great treasure dragon pill should be the only one in Heaven's Path. I wouldn't have sold it any if I didn't need high-grade chaos spirit stones." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement with his words. Then again, the Black Dragon ruler was mainly selling the great treasure dragon pill because it was not going to have much effect on him anymore. Otherwise, he would have swallowed it himself long ago. In the end, Huang Xiaolong didn't even bargain with the Black Dragon ruler and bought the great treasure dragon pill at the price of 20,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong was beaming as he looked at the great treasure dragon pill in his palm, with extreme satisfaction. Before his body evolved to a saint physique, he possessed the true dragon physique. Still, the rich dragon chi within this great treasure dragon pill was very useful to him. With the great treasure dragon pill's dragon chi to temper his body, his saint physique's defenses and power would rise to another level. After the deal was successfully completed, the Black Dragon ruler was smiling from ear to ear as well. Though this great treasure dragon pill was precious, it wasn't of much use to him, and he had long wanted to sell off this pill for high-grade chaos spirit stones. He was reluctant to sell for too low a price, but 20,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones was a good price to refuse to sell it. The Black Dragon ruler was in a good mood and ordered a banquet to entertain Huang Xiaolong. The banquet went on till late into the night. The Black Dragon ruler also warmly invited Huang Xiaolong to stay at the Black Dragon Heavenly Country for a few days to spend some time discussing alchemy and maybe exchange some moves. Huang Xiaolong naturally agreed. It was not going to make much difference even if he entered seclusion a few days later. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the Black Dragon Divine Palace, spending days sparring and discussing cultivation with the Black Dragon ruler. At this time, news that Huang Xiaolong had bought the Great Treasure Dragon Pill from the Black Dragon ruler with 20,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones spread faster than wildfire and caused quite a ruckus. 20,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were a huge wealth to the top 10 heavenly countries. Everyone was astonished by Huang Xiaolong's wealth, making them even more curious about his identity and background. A young man in a blue robe was meditating on top of a mountain peak not far away from the Black Dragon heavenly country. As the young man inhaled through his mouth, the surrounding origin energy within a 10 billion li radius roiled towards him, entering his body in a rush. The phantom of a divine beast rose into the air behind the young man. The divine beast's phantom was enormous, over thousands of zhang tall. Its wingspan left the land in darkness. As the young man continued to inhale and exhale through his mouth, the divine beast phantom also opened its mouth. The surrounding origin energy converged even faster towards them. The divine beast phantom's mouth looked like it could swallow heaven and earth. Several hours later, the young man stopped absorbing the surroundings' origin energy, and the enormous divine beast phantom behind him dissipated away. The young man stood up. The light in his eyes seemed like solid entities that pierced through layers of clouds and mist. Everything within 100 million miles could not escape his sight. "Speak, what matter do you have?" the young man questioned. The moment his question sounded, the space behind him rippled as several figures appeared. One of them was none other than the heavenly terror country's General Sun Pa. "Greetings, young lord." The others stopped some distance from the young man and saluted respectfully. Sun Pa also greeted, "Greetings, giant Kuan Prince." This young man was one of the top 10 young masters, the great Kuan Prince. He was the strongest person among the Heaven's Path's younger generation. "Young lord, someone bought the Black Dragon ruler's Great Treasure Dragon Pill," one of them reported. "The Great Treasure Dragon Pill." The giant Kuan Prince turned around sharply hearing that, and the look in his eyes was like knives that slashed through the void. The Black Dragon ruler really sold the Great Treasure Dragon Pill to someone else? For 20,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Giant Kuan Prince questioned. "It is so, young lord." The subordinate replied and added, "That person bought the Great Treasure Dragon Pill from the Black Dragon ruler with 20,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones." The giant Kuan Prince demanded hoarsely, "Who was it?" "For the time being, we have not found his exact identity," the subordinate answered and went on. "But we know he has a deep connection with the heavenly saint country. Previously, he offended the mighty god prince at the Heaven Valley." "Oh, he offended the mighty god prince." The giant Kuan Prince's eyes gleamed with interest. Based on the mighty god prince's personality, it's impossible for the matter to end there. It is as young lord has said. Later on, when that person was leaving the Heaven Valley, the mighty god prince blocked his path. The subordinate then recounted how Huang Xiaolong killed Chun Tianhao, Hu Jin broke the falling star formation, and captured the mighty god prince. The giant Kuan Prince was astonished hearing that. "That kid is arrogant as they come." Sun Pa took a step forward and chimed in. "He captured the mighty god prince. It shows that he doesn't respect the mighty god heavenly country. He even said that the Heaven's Path's top 10 young masters are only SOSO, and that all 10 young masters together would probably fail to withstand one strike from him." The giant Prince Kuan looked at Sun Pa fixedly. He said with a wave of his hand, "Enough, Sun Pa. There is no need to furnish unnecessary details to instigate me. I know your intention. Aren't you trying to use me to deal with that kid? You have a grudge with that kid." Sun Pa looked embarrassed standing there. The giant Kuan Prince's face sank. "If it weren't for junior sister Zhan Ting's face, I would have abolished you right now for attempting to instigate and use me." Sun Pa fell to his knees in panic and pleaded, "Please spare me, your highness." The giant Kuan Prince harumphed coldly. "Stand up." He then turned back towards them and said, "He killed the mighty god heavenly country's General Chun Tianhao and Hu Jin with one strike? That is interesting. On top of that, despite knowing that I wanted that great treasure dragon pill, he still dared to buy it from the Black Dragon ruler. I really would like to meet such a person. Sun Po's heart jumped with joy hearing that. That kid is at the Black Dragon heavenly country? He asked. Yes, young lord, the subordinate replied. The Black Dragon ruler invited him to stay several days at the Black Dragon heavenly country. It'll probably be a few days before he leaves. Come. You all come with me to meet that expert that broke the falling star formation. The giant Kuan prince spoke nonchalantly. Although Huang Xiaolong had killed Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin, and even broke the falling star formation in one strike, he did not hold Huang Xiaolong in high regards. Among the younger generation, there had yet to be anyone who could enter his eyes. Those that could enter his eyes were only the older generation experts of the heavens path. Yes, young lord. The giant Kuan prince disappeared on the horizon, flying towards the Black Dragon heavenly country. On the other side, after staying at the Black Dragon heavenly country for 4 days, Huang Xiaolong bid farewell to the Black Dragon ruler and battle Emperor Hongming, and set off to return to the heavenly saint country. Huang Xiaolong had gained a lot in these 4 days from sparring and discussing with the Black Dragon ruler. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong was flying over a mountain range when he suddenly stopped in midair. Why don't you guys come out? Or are you all planning on continuing to follow me? Huang Xiaolong said tepidly. Only the surrounding silence answered Huang Xiaolong. Seconds later, space rippled, and several people appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. This group consisted of giant Kuan Prince, Sun Po, and others. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the faces, finally stopping on the giant Kuan Prince as he spoke. Giant Kuan Prince. Although he had never seen the giant Kuan Prince, the heavenly saint ruler had described the giant Kuan Prince's features. Those were easily recognizable points for Huang Xiaolong. The giant Kuan Prince's blue hair fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands clasped behind him. Not bad that you actually noticed us. Recently, many people in Heaven's Path have been comparing you and me, but I don't know if you have this ability to be compared with me. Clearly, the giant Kuan Prince meant Huang Xiaolong was not qualified to be spoken of in the same sentence as him. Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly, shaking his head as he listened to his words. Perhaps the giant Kuan Prince's talent was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hailed as the #1 person amongst the younger generation in Heaven's Path. However, a mid-7th order sovereign giant Kuan Prince was no different than a grasshopper in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The giant Kuan Prince's face sank, seeing Huang Xiaolong shake his head with a perplexing faint smile, and an icy killing intent flitted across his eyes. Sun Po seized the right timing, stepping out and pointing a finger at Huang Xiaolong. Punk! What are you smiling about? Who do you think you are? Someone like you is not even qualified to be spoken about in the same sentence as the giant Kuan Prince. Do you really think that after killing Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin, you have the qualifications to be compared to the giant Kuan Prince? That's just some idle people putting you on a pedestal. You're not even worthy of carrying the giant Kuan Prince's shoes. Sun Po barely finished his words when Huang Xiaolong raised a finger and tapped in Sun Po's direction. In the next second, Sun Po's blood-curdling cry reverberated in the air. A red patch bloomed over the chest of his robe as his body was sent flying back, crashing into the distant mountain. Loud rumbles came from the mountain as boulders rolled to the ground. The others were dumbfounded. The giant Kuan heavenly country's experts stared at the mountain Sun Po crashed into in astonishment. Never could they have imagined that Huang Xiaolong would dare to attack first. You actually dared to attack my people in front of me? The giant Kuan Prince's was extremely gloomy as killing intent sparked in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong's attention was on Sun Po in the distant mountain instead of the giant Kuan Prince. Didn't I tell you before that I would go to the Heavenly Terror Country and hang your head on the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace's roof? So I won't kill you yet. I will leave your dog life till the day I go to the Heavenly Terror Country. Lying amidst the half-crumbled mountain, Sun Po looked at Huang Xiaolong with fury and fear, and his depression made him vomit a mouthful of blood. The giant Kuan Prince's anger rose to the peak, seeing that Huang Xiaolong was ignoring him for the second time. The phantom of a great beast emerged behind him, and the sky above them darkened in an instant as if twilight had descended. However, just as the giant Kuan prince was about to attack, a giant Kuan heavenly country's general behind him spoke. "Young lord, let me do it. Young lord doesn't have to take action personally with your noble status." This giant Kuan heavenly country's general was called Zhou He. He was a peak early 7th order sovereign. Among the giant Kuan heavenly country's generals, his strength ranked within the top 10. Though his strength couldn't be compared to giant Kuan prince, he was far stronger than the mighty god heavenly country's general Hu Jin. After seeing it was Zhou He who had volunteered, the giant Kuan prince hesitated for a second but then nodded his head, giving his permission. "All right, I'll trouble General Zhou He to act, but this kid is not weak. General Zhou He should take care." Zhou He nodded and replied, "Please rest assured, young lord." He went on full of confidence. "This subordinate will capture him for young lord's punishment." Although Huang Xiaolong was no weakling, he was still a merely late 6th order sovereign. In comparison, Zhou He was already a peak early 7th order sovereign. Zhou He believed that he could handle Huang Xiaolong with his strength. Although the difference between the late 6th order sovereign and the peak early 7th order sovereign was only 2 small orders, the gap was akin to heaven and earth in terms of actual strength. Once one entered into the 7th order sovereign, his strength would rise exponentially. Zhou He turned to face Huang Xiaolong, speaking in an icy tone. "Punk, you're acting overconfident. You shouldn't have angered giant Kuan prince, and you definitely shouldn't have disregarded our giant Kuan heavenly country. Even though Sun Per is not from our giant Kuan heavenly country, he is a relative of our Miss Zhan Ting. So he's considered as half a giant Kuan heavenly country's people. I've heard that your relationship with the heavenly saint country is not bad. Didn't any of them tell you that you can offend anyone but the giant Kuan heavenly country in heaven's path? In this heaven's path, you can offend anyone but the giant Kuan heavenly country. It was an ironclad rule in heaven's path. Every person had to adhere to this ironclad rule. Even existences like the heavenly saint country and heavenly terror country adhered to this ironclad rule." Huang Xiaolong once again shook his head and smiled. "Among my ironclad rules, anyone who provokes me must die." He then looked at the giant Kuan prince and went on. "I know what you came for. You want the great treasure dragon pill, right? You can still make it alive if you take these dog slaves of yours and leave now." Huang Xiaolong's words instantly enraged Zhou He, giant Kuan prince, and the others. When Zhou He and the others heard Huang Xiaolong calling them dog slaves, they almost could not rein in their fury. No one had the guts to call them such names. "Punk, you're dead!" Zhou He bellowed, and killing intent erupted in his eyes. In a flicker, he crossed the distance in between them and reached Huang Xiaolong. God-breaking sword river. 10,000 sword chi exploded out from his body with a wave of his hand. It turned into a river of sword chi, piercing towards Huang Xiaolong. The river of sword chi was endless, with the momentum of submerging heaven and earth and drowning gods and devils in its path. Under this sword river's rush, Huang Xiaolong resembled a grain of sand that would get submerged any time. As the terrifying river of sword chi was about to perforate Huang Xiaolong, he raised a finger and tapped forward. It was merely a light tap in the air, but the shocking currents of sword chi exploded and scattered in the air, except for one ray of sword chi. This sword chi sped back towards Zhou He. Zhou He still had not reacted when his body was pierced by the sword chi and knocked backward by the impact. He was still spurting blood as his body crashed next to Sun Per. Shattered rocks were bombarded into the air. Sun Per was just struggling to get up on his feet but was hit by the flying rocks and was once again buried under. "What?" Giant Kuan Prince and the giant Kuan Heavenly Country were shocked looking at where Zhou He fell. Initially, Giant Kuan Prince had thought that even though Huang Xiaolong's strength was amazing, with Zhou He's strength at the peak early 7th Order Sovereign, he would have no problem suppressing Huang Xiaolong. Even if Zhou He failed to suppress Huang Xiaolong, they would at least fight for several hundred moves. Yes, the two sides fought, but there were no several hundred moves exchanged but just one. He was defeated in one strike. Giant Kuan Prince's face was extremely gloomy. His icy cold glare was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Who are you really? Giant Kuan Prince questioned coldly. Huang Xiaolong responded, Who am I is not important, so you can scram now. If you don't, I don't mind making you scram, or I might kill you directly. Punk you! The several Giant Kuan Heavenly Countries experts shouted in anger. Giant Kuan Prince raised a hand, stopping them. Fine, I'll take today as my loss. Giant Kuan Prince was making an effort to suppress the killing intent in his chest as he added. But, don't think because you're a little bit stronger, you can disregard other experts in the heavens path. We will meet again. With that said, he led the Giant Kuan Heavenly Countries experts away. Before leaving, they picked up Zhou He and Sun Pa. Watching the Giant Kuan Prince leave decisively, Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. It had crossed his mind that Giant Kuan Prince and his group might refuse to leave. He didn't mind sending them off with a few strikes. After the Giant Kuan Prince's group left, Huang Xiaolong continued onwards to the Heavenly Saint Country. On the other hand, Giant Kuan Prince's group did not return to the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country but headed to the Heaven Valley instead. Young Lord, that kid is too arrogant. We all can suppress him together with one order from you. On the way, one of the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's mid-7th Order sovereign generals gripped angrily. Although Huang Xiaolong had shown battle strength above everyone's estimation, Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's generals had an opinion that Huang Xiaolong had the battle strength equivalent to an early 8th Order sovereign at most. He believed that they could kill Huang Xiaolong without much difficulty if all of them joined hands. Even though their young lord, Giant Kuan Prince, was only a mid-7th Order sovereign, he had a record of killing early 8th Order sovereign realm experts. The Giant Kuan Prince shook his head. That kid is not as simple as he seemed on the surface. He is arrogant because he has the strength to back himself. He went on seriously. It's better to find out his identity first. It won't be too late to make our move then. Moreover, his connection with the Heavenly Saint Country also doesn't look simple. So what if his connection with the Heavenly Saint Country is not simple? The Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's general insisted. Would the Heavenly Saint Country dare to stop us if we want to kill him? If the Heavenly Saint ruler really doesn't know what's good for him, we'll uproot the Heavenly Saint Country altogether. That's right. It's not like we haven't destroyed any heavenly countries in the past. Another Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's general supported. Several 100 million years ago, they had razed a heavenly country to the ground. That heavenly country was called Vajra Heavenly Country. They had offended the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country, due to which the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country had destroyed them. The Vajra Heavenly Country was comparable to the current Heavenly Saint Country in terms of force. In truth, the Vajra Heavenly Country was slightly stronger than the Heavenly Saint Country. This was the strongest deterrence. In the Heaven's Path, no Heavenly Country's descendants wanted to offend the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country, as they did not want to end up like the Vajra Heavenly Country. The Giant Kuan Prince spoke. In a few years, the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions would weaken. We must get that lightning origin divine tree at that time. The lightning origin divine tree was born from the accumulation of lightning energy from the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions in billions of years. It was hailed as the number 1 divine tree under the heavens. The lightning origin divine tree bore the lightning divine fruit lightning chi that was useful even to high-level sovereign experts, strengthening their bodies including the foundation, the godhead, the sovereign physique, and even archdevil bloodline. All these aspects would improve exponentially. To a certain extent, it might even trigger transformation. Young Lord is mighty and possesses heaven-defying fortune. With the restrictions around the 33 Heavenly Gates weakening, the lightning origin divine tree will belong to Young Lord and our Giant Kuan Heavenly Country. The general lauded. The Giant Kuan Prince nodded his head as the general's words pleased himself. This time, he was rushing to the Heaven Valley because he had heard that someone wanted to sell the lightning manipulating bead. The lightning origin divine tree was enshrouded by terrifying lightning that could easily injure any 10th Order sovereign realm expert approaching it. But with the lightning manipulating bead, it could shield off a large portion of the lightning origin divine tree's lightning chi. While the Giant Kuan Prince's group headed to the Heaven Valley, the news of Huang Xiaolong defeating the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's General Zhou He and forcing the Giant Kuan Prince to withdraw spread through the Heaven's Path somehow. What? That kid actually defeated the giant Kuan heavenly country's General Zhou He in one strike. Even the giant Kuan prince was forced to retreat. You are not bluffing, are you? What is that kid's strength? But he's really seeking death by offending the giant Kuan prince. That's like indirectly offending the whole giant Kuan heavenly country. The heavenly saint country can't protect him this time. He's dead for sure. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong was back in the heavenly saint country. He entered seclusion the moment he reached the heavenly saint celestial palace. This time around, he planned to advance all the way to 7th Order Sovereign Realm in one go. As long as he broke through to 7th Order Sovereign Realm while he was at the heavenly saint country, he could borrow the heavenly saint country's origin energy. At that time, he wouldn't need to fear even a late 8th Order Sovereign expert. Huang Xiaolong took out one Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. The Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill hovered in front of Huang Xiaolong. Rich dragon qi permeated the air, interlaced with fragrant pill qi that seemed to gather into the shape of a dragon. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and swallowed the pill into his mouth. The pill instantly melted in his mouth, turning into an ocean of vigorous origin energy. Waves of dragon qi within the origin energy rushed to every corner of Huang Xiaolong's body. The pores on Huang Xiaolong's body relaxed, spewing out wisps of resplendent lights. 3 months later, Huang Xiaolong finished absorbing the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill and took out the second pill. While Huang Xiaolong was absorbing his second Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill at the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace, Giant Kuan Prince was shocked after listening to his subordinate's report at the Heaven Valley. What did you say? That kid is Huang Xiaolong who defeated the Heavenly Master. Yes, it is so, young lord. According to our investigation, he's very likely that Huang Xiaolong. The subordinate nodded his head in affirmation and went on. On top of that, his connection with the Heavenly Saint country is indeed not simple. It is said that the Heavenly Saint ruler yielded his palace to Huang Xiaolong, so Huang Xiaolong could use it during seclusion. He yielded his palace to Huang Xiaolong for his seclusion? The giant Kuan prince was astonished. Other giant Kuan heavenly countries experts also exchanged shocked glances amongst themselves. Previously at the marketplace, Zhu Sini had said that he is their heavenly saint country's esteemed guest. It looks like he wasn't lying. The subordinate went on. He must be related to the heavenly saint ruler. As for what kind of relationship they have, we still have not found out at the moment. If there was no deep relationship, the heavenly saint ruler wouldn't yield his palace to Huang Xiaolong to enter seclusion. The giant Kuan prince's eyes gleamed. A moment later, he said, "It looks like I was right to think that that kid is really not simple. I think that people are overestimating that kid. I've heard that Huang Xiaolong comes from outside of the heavens path. Moreover, the outside world doesn't even have one high-level sovereign realm expert. How could he defeat the heavenly master?" A giant Kuan heavenly country's general stated. The giant Kuan prince shook his head. It doesn't matter whether he really defeated the heavenly master or not. It is a fact that the heavenly master fled the heavenly world. He then looked at his subordinate and said, "It is said that the heavenly master is at the heavenly terror country, trying to complete his great purity secret art. Once he completes it, he is going to look for Huang Xiaolong to settle the grudge between them." "Yes, young lord." The subordinate went on. "Moreover, the heavenly master would be able to achieve success. Young lord wants to?" A ray of light glinted in giant Kuan prince's eyes as he spoke. "Leak out that Huang Xiaolong is in the heavenly saint country, and make sure the heavenly master hears about it." "Yes, young lord." The subordinate complied as immediately understood the giant Kuan prince's intention. He laughed and said, "Rest assured, young lord, this subordinate will make sure this news spreads out. And go now." On the next day, a piece of news was spreading through the heavens path, stirring the various heavenly countries. Huang Xiaolong is the person who killed the mighty god heavenly countries Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin, broke the falling star formation with one palm strike, defeated giant Kuan heavenly countries General Zhou He, and forced giant Kuan prince to retreat. The same Huang Xiaolong who defeated the heavenly master. It's actually him. No wonder. but I remember hearing that Huang Xiaolong hasn't advanced to the 7th Order Sovereign. In that case, his strength is too terrifying. The 7th Order Sovereign? He could already defeat the Heavenly Master. Impossible, right? Absolutely impossible. Everyone in the Heaven's Path was talking about Huang Xiaolong. Half a year later, from a certain palace within the Heavenly Terror Country, resplendent lights glimmered. Gray light soared to the sky as a terrifying death aura swept the land, exuding despair. The sudden change alerted the Heavenly Terror Country's experts. That's Senior Heavenly Master? It looks like Senior Heavenly Master's great purity secret art has reached major completion. The Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Po was thrilled. 3 stalwart figures flew out from the ground of the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace. The Heavenly Terror Country's experts respectfully saluted on their knees as they saw these 3 figures. "We greet your Majesty, Lord Marshal and Lord Chief General." These 3 were naturally the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler, marshal, and chief general, respectively. The Heavenly Terror Country ruler Dongcheng observed the roiling dead qi in the distance and smiled faintly as he nodded his head a few times. "Looks like Big Brother Heavenly Master's great purity secret art is completed." Just as the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng's voice fell, the violent roiling dead qi suddenly scattered with a loud boom, and a figure was seen soaring to the sky, exuding a momentum that eclipsed the land. The figure was none other than the Heavenly Master who had just exited seclusion. "Elder Brother, Senior Heavenly Master, Lord Father." Tianchen, Wan Shi, Wan Xiaorong, and Tianyu, who had been waiting in the vicinity, called out happily, seeing the Heavenly Master appear. "Your Majesty!" The Heavenly World's experts also rushed forward and saluted, and their sonorous voices reverberated in the air. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng said to the country's marshal and chief general beside him, "Come, let's go over." He flew towards the Heavenly Master's group with the marshal and chief general. "Congratulations, Big Brother Heavenly Master, for reaching the major completion in the great purity secret art." The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng cupped his fists at the Heavenly Master, laughing heartily. The Heavenly Terror Country's marshal and chief general also cupped their fists and congratulated the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master also laughed sonorously as he replied, "It is all thanks to younger brother's support that I could achieve success so fast this time around. I will forever remember this grace." He could achieve major completion so smoothly in the great purity secret art because he had consumed an origin treasure fruit given by the Heavenly Terror Country. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng waved his hand casually and said smilingly, "You and I are brothers, so why be so polite? I've always kept Big Brother's saving grace from the past in my heart. If it weren't for Big Brother, I wouldn't have existed today." The 2 conversed harmoniously. The Heavenly Master's tone turned icy as he changed the subject. "Now that my great purity secret art is completed, it's time I return the favor to that dog Huang Xiaolong." He turned to ask Tianchen and Wan Shi, "Any recent news of Huang Xiaolong?" Tianchen and Wan Shi looked at each other, and both of them hesitated. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng interjected, "During the time Big Brother was in seclusion, that Huang Xiaolong's antics did not stop for a second. His reputation grew louder by the day in the Heaven's Path." He went on to recount Huang Xiaolong's recent escapades, including killing the mighty god Heavenly Country's General Chen Tianhao and General Hu Jin, breaking the Falling Star Formation with one strike, and even capturing the mighty god Prince. At the same time, Dongcheng also highlighted Huang Xiaolong's conflict with Giant Kuan Prince. The Heavenly Master was genuinely shocked. He had not expected Huang Xiaolong to actually cause a series of big ruckus during the short time he was in seclusion. However, how is Huang Xiaolong still fine after killing the mighty god Heavenly Country's General Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin and capturing the mighty god Prince? The mighty god ruler did not kill Huang Xiaolong? The Heavenly Master asked as a deep frown formed between his brows. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng spoke solemnly. The mighty god ruler did not announce anything publicly about Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, I think the mighty god ruler failed to do anything to Huang Xiaolong, and he could only come to a truce. The heavenly master's eyes narrowed. Even the mighty god ruler could do nothing to Huang Xiaolong within the mighty god heavenly country? It seems Huang Xiaolong's strength has increased significantly during this time. Then a sneer escaped his lips. However, now that I have successfully reached the major completion in my great purity secret art, he's dead for sure this time as long as he has not broken through to 7th Order Sovereign Realm. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng nodded his head and explained. According to our investigation, Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation is at late 6th Order Sovereign Realm. The heavenly master was astounded. Huang Xiaolong is already a late 6th Order Sovereign? That little pup rose so fast? In the past, his battle strength already rivaled an early 6th Order Sovereign without relying on the lightning bead. Now, it seems like he has the battle power comparable to a mid-9th Order Sovereign even without the lightning bead. A mid-9th Order Sovereign? Several people exclaimed in shock. The Heavenly Terror country's Marshal and Chief General exchanged a look, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. A late 6th Order Sovereign actually has the battle power of a mid-9th Order Sovereign. This greatly exceeded their scope of imagination and literally shattered the foundation of their knowledge. Although in the Heaven's Path's history, there were late 6th Order Sovereigns who had battle power rivaling a mid-7th Order, or even late 7th Order Sovereigns, it was extremely rare. But a late 6th Order Sovereign having the battle power of a mid-9th Order Sovereign had never happened before. Forget rivaling the battle power of mid-9th Order Sovereign, even a late 6th Order Sovereign with the battle power of an early 8th Order Sovereign had never appeared. The Heavenly Terror ruler's eyes glimmered in contemplation. Adding the power of the lightning bead that Huang Xiaolong, he probably has the battle power of a late 9th Order Sovereign? Maybe even the battle power of a peak late 9th Order Sovereign. In all honesty, Dongcheng was inwardly disconcerted. Huang Xiaolong's talent was too staggering. The heavenly master nodded and added, "Therefore, I want to borrow that treasure artifact from younger brother. As long as Huang Xiaolong loses his lightning bead, I'm confident that I can take his life with my current strength and the god-burying coffin." The heavenly terror ruler shook his head and stressed, "Big brother, you don't know. Huang Xiaolong is currently in seclusion at the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace." The Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace? The heavenly master's elated expression diminished slightly. "You mean, although we still don't know what is the relationship between Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Saint ruler at the moment, judging from his willingness to yield the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace to Huang Xiaolong for his secluded cultivation already speaks volume of their deep relationship," the Heavenly Terror ruler answered. Shock was written all over the Heavenly Master's eyes. "How about this?" the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng suggested. "I'll accompany Big Brother on this trip to the Heavenly Saint country." Hearing that, the Heavenly Master was delighted. He agreed promptly. "With younger brother accompanying me, it will be better." With the Heavenly Terror ruler Chang Dong's cultivation and strength, Huang Xiaolong's absolutely dead. Even the Heavenly Saint ruler would be unable to protect Huang Xiaolong. "Let us not dally and make the necessary preparations and set off soon," the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng ordered. "Fine, we'll do as younger brother says." The Heavenly Master laughed happily. Immediately, orders were passed down. The Heavenly Terror country and Heavenly World's experts got ready to depart. An hour later, the Heavenly Terror ruler and Heavenly Master led the two forces experts out of the Heavenly Terror country, heading to the Heavenly Saint country with great momentum. This time, the Heavenly Master Tianchen, Wanshi, Wanxiarong, Tianyu, and other Heavenly World's experts moved out in full force. The Heavenly Terror countryside consisted of both the Heavenly Terror ruler and Marshal, as well as half of the Heavenly country's generals. The Heavenly Master has achieved success in the Great Purity Secret Art, and he's currently heading to the Heavenly Saint country with the Heavenly Terror ruler to kill Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Terror ruler is actually going in person? There's a rumor that the Heavenly Terror ruler has already advanced to early 10th Order Sovereign Realm. I wonder if it's true. While the Heavenly Terror country and Heavenly World's experts' movements sent a wave of shock through Heaven's path, Giant Kuan Prince was thrilled when he heard the news. The Heavenly Terror ruler actually went with the Heavenly Master. Is he going to take action? One must know that existences like the Heavenly Terror Ruler rarely made any move themselves. The last time the Heavenly Terror Ruler took action personally was 600 million years ago. Excellent, really good news. Giant Kuan Prince laughed sardonically. Originally, I had planned to have our marshal deal with Huang Xiaolong, but it seems my plan is redundant now. Originally, Giant Kuan Prince had planned to invite the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's marshal to deal with Huang Xiaolong if the Heavenly Master failed to kill Huang Xiaolong after coming out from seclusion. Now that the Heavenly Terror Ruler was personally taking action, he didn't need to worry. With the Heavenly Terror Ruler going in person, that Huang Xiaolong won't be able to escape. A Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's general snickered. But it is unexpected that the Heavenly Terror Ruler came out personally to support the Heavenly Master. Giant Kuan Prince nodded his head in agreement. Then again, it's not strange. Long ago, the Heavenly Master once saved the Heavenly Terror Ruler, and the two became sworn brothers since that time. The Heavenly Terror Ruler has always treated the Heavenly Master as his elder brother. Therefore, it's nothing out of the ordinary that he would show up for the Heavenly Master's sake. The Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's general voiced his opinion. However, if the Heavenly Saint Ruler insists on protecting Huang Xiaolong, it's not going to be easy for the Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master to kill Huang Xiaolong. After all, the Heavenly Saint Ruler was an expert ranked 5th in the Heaven's Path. He is definitely not a walkover. Giant Kuan Prince chuckled nonchalantly and said, even if the Heavenly Saint Ruler insists on shielding Huang Xiaolong, the Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master can still kill Huang Xiaolong with their joint strength. The result will be the same. Moreover, that's even better. The best result will be that the Heavenly Saint Country and Heavenly Terror Country both suffer damages. A sharp gleam flickered across his eyes as he went on. In recent years, the Heavenly Terror Ruler's strength has been rising too fast. In fact, the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country had long wanted to suppress the Heavenly Terror Country's momentum, but they had not found an opportunity to do so. If the Heavenly Saint Country and Heavenly Terror Country both ended up the worst from this incident, that would be a heaven-sent opportunity for the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country. The Heavenly Terror Country's general's eyes lit up, hearing that. Young Lord is right. If the Heavenly Saint Country and Heavenly Terror Country both come out on the worst end, it is the right opportunity for us to make a move and swallow these two heavenly countries at lightning speed. At that time, our Giant Kuan Heavenly Country would truly be invincible. The Giant Kuan Prince laughed as well. That's right. When the time comes, even the 33 Heavens race would have to circle around, seeing us. Other Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's experts joined in the laughter. While the large group of experts led by the Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongchang and Heavenly Master were on their way to the Heavenly Saint Country, Huang Xiaolong was still in secluded cultivation inside the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. By this point, he had already finished absorbing 3 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills and was currently absorbing the Great Treasure Dragon Pill. The Great Treasure Dragon Pill truly deserved its reputation as a low-grade, high-level origin pill. The origin energy contained within the pill was way higher than the low-grade, mid-level Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. With the Great Treasure Dragon Pill's high-purity dragon chi and origin energy's constant nourishment and tempering, Huang Xiaolong's Saint Physique or complete Tao Saint Godheads grew increasingly stronger with every passing day. Finally, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose to the peak late 6th Order Sovereign Realm. After advancing to the peak late 6th Order Sovereign Realm, Huang Xiaolong's 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads were devouring the Great Treasure Dragon Pill's origin energy at startling speed. The entire time, his cultivation grew closer to the 7th Order Sovereign Realm. Inside a palace not far away from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace, the Heavenly Saint Ruler had a deep frown on his face as he looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace where Huang Xiaolong was in seclusion. 6 days at most, the Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master would arrive, but the Lord is still in seclusion. The Heavenly Saint Country's Marshal Lan Shifan approached the Heavenly Saint Ruler from behind and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured. The Lord has already said that his seclusion this time won't be for long. Calculating the time, the Lord should be out in 6 days or so." The Heavenly Saint Ruler nodded his head at Lan Shifan's words. I hope the Lord can come out before the heavenly terror ruler and heavenly master arrive. His heart sank, thinking of the heavenly terror ruler's strength. Although he ranked 5th and the heavenly terror ruler ranked 3rd, he understood that the gap between them was wider than the difference between the two places. Any news from the mighty god heavenly country's side? The heavenly saint ruler asked. Marshal Lan Shirfan answered. The mighty god ruler is rushing over with a group of experts covertly, but judging from their speed, they might need 7 days before they arrive. In short, the mighty god heavenly country's experts wouldn't arrive ahead of the heavenly terror ruler's group. The news made the heavenly saint ruler's heart sink further. Your Majesty need not worry so much, Lan Shirfan persuaded. As long as the Lord exits seclusion, the heavenly terror ruler won't be his opponent. The heavenly saint ruler shook his head, sighing. The heavenly terror ruler is stronger than you think. Frankly speaking, the heavenly saint ruler was not certain Huang Xiaolong could defeat the heavenly terror ruler after he exited seclusion. Lan Shirfan was surprised by the heavenly saint ruler's comment. He exclaimed, the heavenly terror ruler's cultivation is at the early 8th order sovereign at most. Hence, based on the Lord's strength, I believe there is a fighting chance. The heavenly saint ruler looked at the sky and sighed heavily. Although the heavenly terror ruler's cultivation realm is at the early 8th order sovereign, his battle power is much higher than that. The 9-palace ruler once said that in the heavens path, there are 3 people that make him wary. One is the 33 heavens races patriarch, another one is the giant Kuan heavenly country's ruler, and the 3rd person is the heavenly terror ruler. How is that possible? Lan Shirfan was astounded. The 9-palace ruler was the 9-palace heavenly country's ruler, and he was widely acknowledged as the 2nd strongest expert in the heavens path. Even the 9-palace ruler is wary of the heavenly terror ruler. It was said that the 9-palace ruler was already a mid-10th order sovereign expert. After one advanced to the 10th order sovereign realm, even if it was merely a small order, there was a significant gap in strength. Logical speaking, a mid-10th order sovereign could absolutely suppress the heavenly terror ruler. The heavenly saint ruler shook his head again and went on. Though I also feel it's unbelievable, there must be a reason for it if the 9-palace ruler said that. He then looked at Lan Shirfan. Pass my order down to activate the heavenly saint grand formation. All disciples prepare for war. Yes, your majesty. Oh. 5 days later, the heavenly terror ruler Dongchang and heavenly master stood in high air, looking at the thin light barrier ahead of them. The heavenly terror ruler Dongchun smiled nonchalantly. The heavenly saint grand formation? It seems they do not welcome us here. Your majesty, let us attack and break this heavenly saint grand formation. A heavenly terror country's general took a step forward and requested. The heavenly terror ruler Dongchang waved his hand, smiling calmly as he said, there is no rush. We're here as guests. We must understand the courtesy of being a guest, or others will laugh at us. He paused briefly before adding, Dongchang and brother heavenly master are here to pay a visit. Can the heavenly saint ruler come out to meet us? Although his voice wasn't loud, it passed through the heavenly saint grand formation just fine and reached the ears of all the experts in the heavenly saint country. Dongchang, the heavenly terror ruler. Upon hearing that voice, the heavenly saint country's experts were shocked and filled with apprehension. The heavenly saint ruler exclaimed, the heavenly terror ruler? They actually arrived so fast. He had initially estimated the heavenly terror ruler's group to arrive the next day, but they were already knocking on his door 1 day earlier. A dozen seconds of silence later, the heavenly saint ruler stood up and said to the heavenly saint country's experts, let's go and meet the heavenly terror ruler and heavenly master with me. At this point, they could only take things 1 step at a time. Without delay, the heavenly saint ruler led a group of experts out from the palace hall. He opened a door through the heavenly saint grand formation and stepped outside. Brother Dongchang. After stepping out from the barrier, the heavenly saint ruler greeted as his gaze fell on the heavenly terror ruler. He had met the heavenly terror ruler once, and his impression about him could be considered as a good one. The heavenly terror ruler Dongchang nodded with a faint smile. Heavenly saint ruler, I am someone who dislikes beating around the bush. I'm sure you already know why we are here. Hand out Huang Xiaolong, the king of Grand Mist, Azure Cow Ancestor, and the rest. I don't like repeating myself. Hand out Huang Xiaolong. Hand out the king of Grand Mist, Azure Cow Ancestor, and the rest. I don't like repeating myself. Despite the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's calm and nonchalant tone, his voice contained an inviolable dominance. It was as if no one would dare to doubt his meaning and definitely not defy his orders. In truth, in the heavens path, there were less than a handful of people who dared to question or defy the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. Heavenly terror ruler, we will not hand out anyone. The heavenly saint country's general Zhu Hong couldn't stop himself from making a stand. Zhu Hong's words had just left his lips when the heavenly terror ruler simply waved a finger in the air. A cold glint flashed across space, almost instantaneously piercing through Zhu Hong's forehead. In the next second, an arrow of black blood spurted out from Zhu Hong's forehead. Generally speaking, Sovereign Realm expert's blood was slightly golden in color, but the blood from Zhu Hong's forehead was black as ink. Moreover, his blood was curdled. Before long, Zhu Hong's eyes turned bleak, and he plummeted to the ground. Second brother! Zhu Xini shouted in grief and rushed towards Zhu Hong's corpse after seeing this. Don't touch him! The heavenly saint ruler waved his hand. An invisible power bound Zhu Xini and prevented him from rushing to catch Zhu Hong's corpse. Zhu Hong's corpse that was still falling had completely turned ink black. He was clearly poisoned with something highly toxic. Moreover, this poison can easily corrode the physique of an overlord. The heavenly saint country's experts were taken aback, inwardly gasping in shock. Then their gazes shifted to the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. Apart from wariness, there was dread in their eyes. This was the strength of the Heavens Path's third-ranked expert, Dongcheng. The heavenly terror ruler was hailed as the terror demon. Zhu Hong was put to death for uttering one sentence. The heavenly saint ruler's face had turned sullen as he faced the heavenly terror ruler. He had not expected Dongcheng to attack so abruptly, and his action was too fast for him to stop. Heavenly saint ruler, your people are too unruly. Heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng smiled coldly as he went on. I am talking with you. Is it his place to interject? I helped you to teach an unruly subordinate a lesson. You won't blame me, right? The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng spoke so casually as if killing the heavenly saint country's general Zhu Hong was a miscellaneous matter. It was as if killing a person was merely a lesson. Obviously, this lesson was too heavy. Also, I dislike hearing shrimps butting in. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's stern gaze swept over other experts of the heavenly saint country. The next time, it won't be as simple as a lesson. His gaze swept over the heavenly saint country's Marshal Lan Shifan, and his look clearly said that Lan Shifan was also a shrimp in his eyes. Lan Shifan raged inwardly. Although he was not amongst the Heavens Path's top 10 experts, his strength was not far off from the heavenly saint ruler. In terms of ranking, he was within the top 20 experts, yet in the heavenly terror ruler's eyes, he was a measly shrimp. Just as Lan Shifan was about to refute in anger, he stopped, seeing the heavenly saint ruler's hand blocking him. The heavenly saint ruler shook his head at Lan Shifan, telling him to not be impulsive. The heavenly saint ruler once again looked at the heavenly terror ruler. The friendliness on his face that he had, in the beginning, disappeared as he said, Dongcheng, others might be afraid of you, but that does not include me. I won't hand over the people you mentioned. I dislike repeating my words twice. Won't hand them out. I dislike repeating myself twice. The atmosphere froze the moment the heavenly saint ruler's words were spoken. It had never occurred to anyone on the heavenly terror country's side that the heavenly saint ruler would refuse their ruler. Moreover, he would refuse so straightforwardly. Not to mention, his words and tone were barely differed from the heavenly terror ruler. Then again, as the fifth-ranked expert in the Heavens Path, the heavenly saint ruler was qualified to say those words. The faint smile on the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's face gradually diminished and his eyes narrowed dangerously as the words slowly came out of his mouth. Heavenly saint ruler, do you realize the consequences of your words? Why bet the entire heavenly saint country for a few unrelated strangers? A violent aura surged from his body by the end of his words. The heavenly terror ruler had built his reputation on countless cruel slaughters. His hands were stained with numerous experts' blood, and he had obliterated many heavenly countries. Amongst the Heaven's Path's top 10 experts, the youngest one was the heavenly terror ruler. However, the person who had killed the most number of people was also the heavenly terror ruler. Thus, people in the Heaven's Path trembled at the mention of the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. His reputation terrorized people more than the second-ranked Nine-Palace ruler. The violent aura from the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's body transformed into ferocious evil spirits that rose thousands of miles high, howling around him. In an instant, that piece of heavens and earth fell into a bottomless purgatory. Sensing the heavenly terror ruler Dongchen's killing intent, the heavenly saint country's experts all paled. The heavenly saint ruler's face was solemn to the extreme as he responded, "Of course, I know what the consequences are. My stance remains the same. I won't hand those people to you." His tone was resolute. He and Huang Xiaolong had both sworn oaths. Hence, there was no question about retreating. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng let out a whoop of laughter as devilish runes crawled out to the surface of his face, making him look grotesque. "Very good. In that case, I'll raze the heavenly saint country to the ground today and slaughter you. Frankly speaking, I still haven't killed a Heaven's Path's top 10 expert yet. Hence, I shall kill you today to further enhance my name as the Terror Demon." His eyes had turned crimson by this point, as he smacked his lips in a devilish manner. If he killed the heavenly saint ruler today, then his reputation would surely overcast the Nine-Palace ruler. "Kill!" The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's voice thundered, reaching every corner of the heavenly saint country. The 100 millions of heavenly saint countries' several 100 million disciples felt a frigid coldness straight into their souls. The heavenly terror ruler attacked in a split second. His right palm slapped out, and a frigid gleam accompanied Dongcheng's palm strike that shot straight towards the heavenly saint ruler's forehead. In his eyes, the heavenly saint ruler was the only person who was worthy of exchanging one or two moves with him. Therefore, his full attention was on the heavenly saint ruler. Honestly, on the way over to the heavenly saint country, he had considered the probability of this result. As long as the heavenly saint ruler refused to hand out those people, he could kill the heavenly saint ruler without hesitation to consolidate his name as the Terror Demon. The heavenly saint ruler raised his hand and brilliant golden rays burst out from his hand, resembling a golden burning sun. These rays shook the layers of Heaven's Path space. Simultaneously, two streaks of golden lights shot up to meet the heavenly terror ruler's attack. Rumble! Opposing palm forces collided. An explosion thundered and dust bloomed in the air. The two golden streaks of light also collided with a frigid gleam and sparks ricocheted everywhere. At this time, everyone finally got a good look at the frigid gleam that had killed Zhu Hong earlier. It was a living creature that was ink black from head to toe, merely the size of a pinky, and half a meter long. Its entire body was covered with scales, except for the two blood-red pupils. The heavenly saint ruler staggered back after parrying off that attack, crossing several 100,000 miles in a few breaths of time. Everyone was astounded. Even Lan Shifan was shocked. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng is this strong. While most of the heavenly saint country's experts were still in shock, a giant coffin enshrouded in surging dead qi smashed towards them. The heavenly master had begun his attack. Subsequently, a chain of blade qi transformed into an ocean of blade qi that crashed onto the heavenly saint country's experts. Tian Chun, too, started attacking with his blade. Lan Shifan bellowed and leaped forward into the air. His flaming wing halberd birthed several fire tornadoes as it was being swung out, smashing onto the god-burying coffin. Boom! 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 The flaming wind halberd's fire tornadoes were dispersed in an instant against the god-burying coffin. Roiling death qi slammed down, knocking Lan Shifan and sending him tumbling backward. Lan Shifan staggered backward, and the force pushed him for several 100,000 miles away before he regained his balance. blood roiled in his chest, and the divine armor on his body turned bleak and lifeless, tainted by degrading gray dead chi. The fire tornadoes shot out by his flaming wind halberd lost their powers and shrank rapidly, corroded by the god-burying coffin's dead chi. Then, a sudden scream broke the atmosphere. A heavenly saint country's general tried to fight Tian Chen's blade chi head-on, but Tian Chen instantly killed him. Blood and flesh splattered, leaving only an eerie white skeleton. Cheng Yang, other heavenly saint country's generals bawled with grief. However, the tragic screams did not stop there as a heavenly saint country's general exploded to his death after being struck by Wan Shi's myriad worlds bamboo. Wan Xiaorong's butterfly swords slashed around in a mysterious rhythm. Two sharp sword chi crisscrossing in the air like fluttering butterflies was a mesmerizing sight. But in the next second, the butterfly swords separated two heavenly saint country's experts' heads from their shoulders. The heavenly terror ruler Dong Chang laughed ecstatically, seemingly enjoying himself as he shouted, "Heavenly saint ruler," again, and he rushed towards the heavenly saint ruler, swinging his fists. In sync with his actions, the ink-black toxic creature targeted the heavenly saint ruler as well. Up until this point, this ink-black creature remained a nameless ancient poisonous creature. The scales on its body were extremely hard. Even though the heavenly saint ruler struck it, it was not hurt or affected in the slightest. Golden light surged from the heavenly saint ruler's body, enshrouding him as he bellowed. A golden scarlet great blade appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, his blade clashed with the heavenly terror ruler. At the same time, he hollered, "Retreat!" Although this was only the beginning of the scuffle between both sides, the heavenly saint ruler had to admit that the heavenly terror ruler Dong Cheng's strength was overpowering. Hence, the heavenly saint ruler ordered everyone to retreat to the heavenly saint country without any hesitation. Once they were back under the heavenly saint grand formation, the formation could perhaps fend off the enemies for some time. Clang! The piercing sound of clashing metals rang when the heavenly terror ruler Dong Cheng's fists hit onto the golden scarlet blade. The impact felt like a mountain had slammed onto him. On the other hand, the heavenly saint ruler's entire arm went numb, almost losing all feeling. The heavenly saint ruler's face was graver than ever. The heavenly terror ruler's physical body had reached such a terrifying degree of toughness. The heavenly saint ruler had experienced how strong Huang Xiaolong's physical body was, but the heavenly terror ruler's physical body might not lose out to Huang Xiaolong. In the meantime, following the heavenly saint ruler's order, Marshal Lan Shifan had ushered the others to return to the heavenly saint country. Even so, more than a few experts died under Tianchen, Wan Shi, and the others' relentless attacks during the retreat. When Lan Shifan and the rest made it back into the heavenly saint country's land, the heavenly saint ruler struck out with full force, forcing the heavenly terror ruler back for a moment while he seized the chance to return into the heavenly saint country's territory. Immediately, the heavenly saint ruler reactivated the heavenly saint grand formation, and walls of light barriers rose from the ground and enclosed the entire heavenly saint country faster than the blink of an eye. A colossal golden phantom appeared above the formation. Feudal resistance. The heavenly terror ruler Dong Chang sneered maliciously, and the devilish runes on his face bulged slightly under his skin. "The time I break this formation is the destruction of the heavenly saint country. Form the great terror formation. Attack at full force and break this heavenly saint grand formation," the heavenly saint ruler coldly ordered the heavenly terror country's experts. "Once this heavenly saint grand formation breaks, enter and kill all women and children. Destroy everything down to the roots. Show no mercy and kill all of the disciples, guards, and generals who resist. All the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and spiritual beasts within the heavenly saint country would belong to whoever finds them." The heavenly terror ruler Dong Cheng's sonorous voice reached every corner of the heavenly saint country. "Yes, your majesty," before the heavenly saint country's experts' dreaded expressions. The heavenly terror country's experts complied in undisguised excited voices and began attacking the light barrier with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly saint grand formation quivered and swayed non-stop, and the outermost barrier dimmed considerably. The heavenly saint ruler's face tightened, and his nerves strung high. He hadn't expected the first wave of attack from the heavenly terror country's experts to exhaust the power of the first layer of the barrier. Despite the heavenly saint grand formation having 100 layers of protective barriers, it wouldn't take long for the heavenly terror country to completely destroy the whole heavenly saint grand formation based on this rate of destruction. Use top-grade chaos spirit stones. The heavenly saint ruler gritted his teeth and barked an order. Lan Shirfan stiffened for a split second but soon reacted and swiftly complied. In a short while, the heavenly saint grand formation spirit stones were changed to top-grade chaos spirit stones. Under the heavenly saint ruler and the heavenly saint country's experts' joint effort, the light from each barrier rose glaringly. On top of that, the barriers seemed twice as solid than before. And the heavenly terror ruler Dong Chun, heavenly master, and the others were surprised by the sudden strengthening of the defensive formation. This heavenly saint grand formation, why did it suddenly become stronger? The heavenly master frowned as he stated the obvious. The heavenly terror Dong Chang sneered. It doesn't matter. It'll only take us 1 day at most to shatter it. At his words, the heavenly terror country's experts expedited their attacks. The heavenly master also ordered the heavenly world's experts to speed up their attacks. Boom! 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 As experts of the heavenly terror country and heavenly world continued to bombard the heavenly saint grand formation, the grand formation rumbled and shook endlessly. Every boom was like a hammer hitting the heavenly saint ruler and everyone's chests. Bang! Before long, the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts shattered the outermost barrier. How could they break it so fast? The heavenly saint Marshal Lan Shirfan exclaimed in a fluster. At this rate, we won't even last a day. The furrows between the heavenly saint ruler's forehead deepened with every passing second. He stared fixedly at the grand formation's protective barrier's light while inwardly praying that Huang Xiaolong came out faster. Huang Xiaolong might fall short of being the heavenly terror ruler's opponent. However, if the heavenly saint ruler were to join hands with him, they still had a chance against the heavenly terror ruler using the origin energy's boost. Perhaps there was a slim hope of saving the heavenly saint country with Huang Xiaolong and him delaying the heavenly terror ruler while waiting for the arrival of the mighty god ruler's group. As time ticked away, another shattering bang sounded. The second layer of the protective barrier crashed to the ground. Subsequently, it was the third, the fourth, the fifth barrier, and so on. Watching the barriers being broken one after another, the heavenly saint ruler and the others clenched their fists tensely. The atmosphere under the heavenly saint grand formation grew tenser. When the 90th barrier gave out, everyone in the heavenly saint country felt like they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Bang! The 91st barrier broke. Despair wound around the heavenly saint ruler and the others' hearts. Soon, the 96th barrier fell. The heavenly saint ruler cast a glance in the direction of the heavenly saint celestial palace that remained quiet, and he couldn't help despairing. Your grandma's cow. That kid. He won't wait till the heavenly terror ruler comes before he's willing to come out. Would he? The little cow mumbled nervously. The king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, king of darkness, and the others had long come out from their seclusions. Another 2 hours passed. Boom! Suddenly, the entire heavenly saint country quaked violently. Air currents became turbulent, and blasts thundered as the last standing protective barrier of the heavenly saint grand formation fell. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's maniac laughter rang, while the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts stormed into the heavenly saint country like tidal waves. Kill! The heavenly terror and heavenly world's experts were akin to wolves diving into a flock of sheep as they rushed towards the heavenly saint country's experts. Watching the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts coming at them, the faces of heavenly saint country's experts inevitably paled. Into positions, the grand heavenly venerable array. The heavenly saint ruler roared at the top of his lungs. Batches of heavenly saint country's disciples and guards scurried into positions, forming rows after rows of grand heavenly venerable array. But the heavenly terror country's experts simply outnumbered them. Not to mention, their strength was slightly higher than the disciples and experts of heavenly saint country. On top of that, there were the heavenly world's experts joining the fray. Despite the grand heavenly venerable arrays arranged by the heavenly saint country's disciples and guards, they were unable to stand against all of the two forces' experts. The grand heavenly venerable arrays formed by the heavenly saint country's disciples and guards were crushed in a short moment. Bloody bodies plummeted to the ground. Some of their heads were cut off or exploded with a punch. On the other hand, some of the disciples were incinerated entirely. After the heavenly terror countries and heavenly world's experts broke past the line of the heavenly saint country's defenses, they began slaughtering the women and children hiding in the mountain ranges. Soon, heart-wrenching screams came from various corners of the heavenly saint country. The thick scent of blood permeated choked air. The heavenly saint ruler's eyes were red with fury. He wanted to stop the massacre, but the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng entangled him. Dongcheng, one of these days, I will kill you. The heavenly saint ruler spat angrily. But his words drew hearty laughter from the heavenly terror ruler. The devilish runes on his face wriggled in excitement. Those who want to kill me are too many to count. But each of them died at my hands, and you're no exception today. We'll see if you can survive. A black light flashed from his palm as he said so, and a thick black bone spur appeared in his hand. As soon as the black bone spur appeared, rolling black fog emerged out of nowhere, spreading to the four corners of the land. Massive white bone archdevils flickered in and out in the roiling black fog. Bone spur of the crow. Seeing the black bone spur in the heavenly terror ruler's hands, the heavenly saint ruler turned deathly pale. The bone spur of the crow was an extremely nefarious item the heavenly terror ruler had obtained from the 33 heaven space. Its power was comparable to a supreme spiritual artifact. Ever since the heavenly terror ruler had obtained the bone spur of the crow, a countless number of heaven's path experts had died under it. Once the bone spur of the crow pierced into the opponent's soul, killing the opponent, the soul would become another white bone archdevils. There were at least 1 billion white bone archdevils within the roiling black fog at a rough glance. The heavenly terror ruler smiled, revealing 2 rows of his teeth. That's right, the bone spur of the crow. Heavenly Saint Ruler, you should know that once I take out my bone spur of the crow, I won't put it away if it doesn't taste blood. The power of my bone spur of the crow would grow significantly stronger when I suck away your soul after killing you. Go die! He thrust the black bone spur in his hand straight at the Heavenly Saint Ruler. Even before the bone spur of the crow arrived, howls of evil spirits echoed in everyone's ears. Black fog roiled, and the white bone archdevils within stretched their bony claws at the Heavenly Saint Ruler. The Heavenly Saint Ruler's godhead spun at its fastest, filling his entire body with vigorous sovereign god force. A golden scarlet glow shone from his body, akin to an ancient scarlet god of war, gripping a golden scarlet blade in his hand as he met the Heavenly Terror Ruler's black bone spur and white bone archdevils. In the meantime, the Heavenly Master, Tianchen, Wanshi, and Wanxiaorong each had their own opponents. Tianchen found the King of Grand Mist, the Little Cow, Song Mutyan, and Flying Devil Python, while the opponent Wanxiaorong locked on the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness looked at the woman in front of him. She was just as alluring as she was in the past, and his heart fell to the bottom with bitterness. He had given up a lot for this woman in the past. Although this woman had not reciprocated his feelings in the end, it was undeniable that there was some kind of feeling between them. Yet, this woman was actually choosing to kill him. Xiaorong, the King of Darkness, called out. Wanxiaorong's gazes got frostier in an instant. The current you are not qualified to call me Xiaorong. King of Darkness, your biggest mistake is choosing to follow Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong will not only die today, but you will follow him to hell as well. All of you will die here today. The butterfly swords in her hand hummed at her words. The King of Darkness laughed exaggeratedly for a while. When he stopped, his tone had hardened. Fine, Wanxiaorong. Even if I'm no match against you, I'll have you die with me if nothing else. Darkness energy spread out rapidly around him. The King of Darkness knew very well that his current strength was not enough to fight Wanxiaorong. So he did not hesitate and used a taboo method to temporarily increase his strength. Wan Xiaorong saw through his actions and sneered coldly. Even if you resort to increasing your strength with a taboo method, do you think you can pull me down with you? The butterfly swords in her hand slashed forward without waiting for any reply. Sword chi flew out with the momentum of obliterating everything in its path, heading straight at the King of Darkness. In a split second, blasts and explosions came from various corners of the heavenly Saint country. Roars shook the heavens. Terrifying destructive power shattered the surroundings as the mountains crumbled and palaces razed to the ground. As seconds and minutes passed, the heavenly Saint country's casualties increased. Even though the King of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, the Little Cow, and Flying Devil Python were fighting against Tianchun, the gap between them was simply devastating. It didn't take long before the Flying Devil Python was reduced to blood mist, killed instantly by Tianchun. If it wasn't for the timely assistance from several Heavenly Saint countries' generals and Shumi Old Man, the King of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, and the Little Cow would have also died at Tianchun's hands. Even so, Shumi Old Man and the several generals were soon laden with injuries. Although the Shumi Old Man was also a seventh-order sovereign, he could barely block the lethal attacks from Tianchun's blade. After all, Tianchun's blade was a supreme spiritual artifact. Tianchun's smug laughter rang in their ears. Little old guy Grand Mist, I advise you to stop your futile resistance and kneel to beg me for mercy. Perhaps I might feel soft-hearted and let you die a quick, comfortable death. The King of Grand Mist harumphed coldly in response. Wait till Xiaolong comes out. You will die when that happens. Tianchun laughed even harder. At this point, you're still betting on Huang Xiaolong saving you? With the Lord Heavenly Terror Ruler here, who is Huang Xiaolong? I've heard that he's cultivating inside the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. Just wait and see. After the Lord Heavenly Terror Ruler kills the Heavenly Saint Ruler, he will pinch Huang Xiaolong to death. The blade in his hand slashed at the King of Grand Mist. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace and hit onto Tianchun's blade with a loud zhong. Tianchun was startled, and a scream escaped his lips as he was knocked flying back, smashing through several mountains. The blade in his hand was long knocked out of his grip. Wan Xiaorong's butterfly swords were inches from piercing through the King of Darkness's flesh when they were knocked out of her hands, leaving her dazed in surprise. Another streak of light shot out from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace and pierced through Wan Xiaorong's forehead before anyone reacted. Her body stiffened in midair, and her spirited eyes slowly lost focus as she fell to the ground. Younger sister! Wan Shi turned and yelled loudly as he saw this. Wan Shi slashed out angrily at the Heavenly Saint country's general entangling him, then leaped towards Wan Xiaorong to catch her. Another sharp streak of sword chi arrived. Upon sensing the incredible energy behind him, Wan Shi turned around in shock. The myriad worlds bamboo in his hand swung out in an attempt to parry the streak of light. But in the next second, Wan Shi saw the streak of light shake off his myriad worlds bamboo before piercing through his head, similar to Wan Xiaorong. This is impossible. This was Wan Shi's last thought. Wan Shi didn't believe that he would die like this. He was the Lord of the City of All Heavens, hailed as the strongest person in the myriad worlds. How could he die like this? But no matter how strongly he denied what was happening, the vitality in his body was scattering away. When Wan Shi fell from the air, he managed to glance in the direction of the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. Huang Xiaolong. He wanted to scream the name, but he no longer had the energy to do so. As they saw Wan Shi's corpse falling from high in the air, the King of Grand Mist, King of Darkness, Song Mutian, and Shumi Old Man blanked for a moment. Wan Shi died just like that? The turn of events happened so fast that the Heavenly Master, Heavenly Terror Marshal, and the others couldn't stop any attacks or rescue Wan Shi in time. They saw Tianchun smash through the mountains, then Wan Xiaorong and Wan Shi were killed one after another. Second brother, the Heavenly Master reacted and cried out. He immediately gave up on killing the Heavenly Saint country's generals and rushed to Tianchun's side in a flicker. While the Heavenly Master went to rescue his brother Tianchun, streaks after streaks of light flew out from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. With every passing streak of light was the corpse of Heavenly Terror Country's general plummeting from the air. On top of that, most of these generals were overlords of Fourth Order Sovereign Realm and above. It's Huang Xiaolong. When the Heavenly Terror Marshal saw the generals on his side die, he bellowed in shock and anger. In the next moment, his hands held two enormous tomahawks as he bellowed, "Kill!" He raised the two enormous tomahawks in his hand and threw them into the air. The tomahawks transformed into two great mountains, spinning with great force towards the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. The Heavenly Terror Marshal was a mid-Ninth Order Sovereign Realm expert. Although his cultivation realm was the same as Heavenly Saint Country's Marshal Lan Shifan, his battle prowess was much higher than Lan Shifan. He threw the tomahawks with his full force, and they gathered a greater force as they spun onwards. Even the Heavenly Saint Ruler would not dare to take them on carelessly. As the two tomahawks that were about to split the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace, boundless radiance suddenly erupted from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. This radiance seemed so sacred, vigorous, boundless, awe-inspiring. Between heaven and earth, there was only this radiance, and all darkness was swept away. This vigorous and boundless energy was like a tsunami falling from the sky, and it impeded the tomahawks. The tomahawks' attacks fell on an empty void, and they were pinned in the air silently. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Terror Marshal's face turned ugly as he quickly employed every shred of energy in his body to control the tomahawks, trying to break free from constraint. But he discovered his two tomahawks were stuck dead, unable to move an inch. He subsequently realized when he tried to retrieve the tomahawks that they were actually out of his control. Neither of the tomahawks moved according to his thoughts. On the Heavenly Terror Marshal's face, rage was intertwined with apprehension. With a roar, power erupted from his body, condensing around his fists as he punched the air in the direction of the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. 1,000 evil fists. As his fists punched out, two colossal fist imprints, resembling two fallen dusty gray suns, slammed down on the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. Streams of nefarious energy roiled endlessly around the two colossal fists, and they grew increasingly thicker. Boom! The 1,000 evil fists slammed into the boundless radiance, successfully dispersing the boundless radiance rays with pure power. Yet, the radiance rays were continuously purifying the nefarious energy from the 1,000 evil fists simultaneously. The colossal fists shrunk and finally disappeared. The 1,000 evil fists, with world-destroying momentum, failed to crush the radiance around Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace in the end. Then, two streaks of light shot out from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace, knocking the tomahawks back towards the Heavenly Terror Marshal and other Heavenly Terror Country's generals at a horrifying speed. The Heavenly Terror Marshal and Heavenly Terror Country's generals panicked for a moment. Sky-raising hand. The Heavenly Terror Marshal roared as his palms struck in the front. Two giant palm prints appeared high in the air, trying to prop up the tomahawks as if they were lifting up the sky. But the Heavenly Terror Marshal and generals saw the two tomahawks went straight through the sky-raising hand and continued to fly towards them. The Heavenly Terror Marshal truly paled this time, but he took out another giant sword and swung at the incoming tomahawks. NGGG. The tomahawk collided with the giant sword. The Heavenly Terror Marshal felt a great impact hammering onto his chest. His body quivered, and he was thrown very far away as he violently coughed up blood. There was horror on this face for the first time. The next thing he heard was undulating screams, for the other tomahawk fell on the group of Heavenly Terror Country's generals. Several generals dodged half a step too slow and got pounded into meat paste. The Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongchang, who had cornered the Heavenly Saint Ruler, became sullen in an instant. The black bone spur in his hand changed direction and went piercing towards the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace instead of the Heavenly Saint Ruler. All the white bone archdevils within the black fog changed their targets and swarmed towards the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. However, before these white bone archdevils reached the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace, a hand emerged from the palace, enshrouded with sacred radiance. The hand lightly pressed down in the air, easily sweeping the white bone archdevils and burying them deep into the earth. The white bone archdevils exploded into streams of devil chi. The devil flames that were burning high from the bone spur of the crow in the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's hand instantly diminished by half. While the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng was still dazed in surprise, the hand enshrouded in radiance light turned and came swatting down on him. Humph! Insignificant tricks! The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng harumphed disdainfully. Devilish light surged from his body as he raised his right palm and struck towards the radiance palm. A rumble. Terrifying turbulent airflow exploded, shattering mountain peaks and causing violent earthquakes. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng grunted as an overpowering impact knocked him back. He staggered for several thousand miles. What? The heavenly terror country's generals and disciples exclaimed in shock, watching this scene. Dongcheng regained his balance, but his expression was extremely ugly. There was a shock, surprise, and a degree of denial in his eyes. How is this possible? A figure flew out from the heavenly saint's celestial palace while everyone was still immersed in their shock. This figure did not exude any majestic aura, nor was he enshrouded in resplendent lights. Still, when he appeared, the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts' hearts palpitate. There was an inexplicable and overwhelming pressure squeezing them till it was hard to breathe. Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's eyes narrowed. The person who had flown out of the heavenly saint's celestial palace was none other than Huang Xiaolong, who was in seclusion, refining the chaos heavenly dragon soul pills and great treasure dragon pill. Huang Xiaolong didn't respond to Dongcheng's reaction. His gaze swept over the battlefield. He saw the corpses of women and children in every corner of the heavenly saint country. His gaze then fell on the heavenly saint country's disciples and guards' corpses. The air around Huang Xiaolong fell sharply. Lastly, he fixed his gaze on the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng and uttered each word with conviction. Today you, everyone from the heavenly terror country and heavenly world, have to die. Huang Xiaolong's stern and cold voice was like a frigid tempest blowing over the hearts of the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts. Dongcheng didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to say that. He was stunned for a second. Then he burst out laughing. His laughter was wanton and arrogant, but his face was distorted. When he stopped laughing, he mocked, "Kill me? Huang Xiaolong, you want to kill me based on your peak late sixth order sovereign strength? That's ludicrous. Do you think that you're the giant Kuan ruler? If you were the giant Kuan ruler, you could qualify, but too bad you're not." Although the strength Huang Xiaolong had shown surprised him, he didn't put it in his eyes because he still had a lot of trump cards he had not used. He was merely being careless just now. How strong would a mere peak late sixth order sovereign be? Is that so? Huang Xiaolong watched the happily laughing heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. A peak late sixth order sovereign realm is sufficient to kill you. Although Huang Xiaolong had not broken through to 7th Order Sovereign Realm after refining the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills and Great Treasure Dragon Pill, his cultivation had reached the limit of peak late 6th Order Sovereign Realm. Huang Xiaolong had absolute certainty that he could kill the Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongcheng within the boundary of the Heavenly Saint Country. Huang Xiaolong, stop farting here. There is no need for younger brother Dongcheng to take action. I am enough to kill you on my own. The Heavenly Master's harsh voice interjected coldly. The Heavenly Master was flying over rapidly from the distant mountain. In his arms was Tianchen, who was already fed with a healing pill. Thus his injuries were under control at the moment. Despite that, the Heavenly Master could see that it would take 100,000 years, maybe more, for Tianchen to heal completely. Even so, his injuries would leave some hidden sequels that would hinder his future cultivation. This intensified the Heavenly Master's desire to kill Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Master passed Tianchen to a Heavenly World's expert and then came to the Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongcheng's side. Brother Dongcheng, let me do it. I want to chop this dog into pieces with my own hands. In his opinion, as long as Huang Xiaolong had not stepped into high-level sovereign realm, he could easily suppress him since his great purity secret art had advanced to major completion. He wanted Huang Xiaolong to die at his hands and use Huang Xiaolong's blood to appease his killing intent. After hearing that the Heavenly Master wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong personally, The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng hesitated for a while, then nodded. All right, I shall guard the sides for Big Brother Heavenly Master to prevent Huang Xiaolong from escaping. Great! My thanks to younger brother Dongcheng. The Heavenly Master responded. The two conversed, ignoring Huang Xiaolong as if he was nothing but a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be killed. Lord, how about we join hands? The Heavenly Saint ruler approached Huang Xiaolong and asked. Lord. Upon hearing the Heavenly Saint ruler call Huang Xiaolong as Lord, the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng and Heavenly Master were clearly wide-eyed with astonishment. There is no need. You can retreat. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, declining in a flat tone. The Heavenly Saint ruler complied respectfully and retreated to the distance. The Heavenly Master's cold voice was filled with mockery. Heavenly Saint ruler, you are still one of the top 10 experts in Heaven's path no matter what. Despite that, and being a late 9th Order Sovereign Realm expert, you actually recognize a 6th Order Sovereign Junior as your lord? You really stomped on the faces of all Heaven's path's experts. Huang Xiaolong strode forward leisurely, approaching the Heavenly Master step by step as he spoke. You have too many last words, but are you done? Since you want to die first, I shall kill you before the Heavenly Terror ruler. With every step Huang Xiaolong took, the radiance behind him became hotter and glaring. Layers of sacred light rose behind Huang Xiaolong like a chain of radiant suns. Huang Xiaolong was looking like the god of radiance who had created and brought radiance to the world. Under Huang Xiaolong's radiant rays, the Heavenly Saint country's injured disciples discovered the injuries on their bodies had begun healing at shocking speed. Their wounds closed up in the blink of an eye, and even their internal injuries recovered immediately. Not only that, but all disciples of the Heavenly Saint country also felt like they were brimming with vitality. There was an endless energy filling every inch of their bodies. The Heavenly Master sneered when he noticed this phenomenon. Merely a small radiance energy trick. Your radiance energy came from the radiance ancestors' inheritance, but it is only capable of saving a handful of people. Look how my great purity secret art is going to bury all your radiance. He took out the God-burying coffin. The God-burying coffin rose into the air and grew bigger, becoming a giant coffin. The coffin cover slowly opened, spewing abundant dead chi. The living plants in the Heavenly Saint country withered rapidly as their vitality was sucked out once again. The God-burying coffin's dead chi soared to the sky, condensing into phantoms of death gods. Go! The Heavenly Master barked with a wave of his hand. The God-burying coffin whistled forward, slamming down on Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Saint country's disciples felt extremely uncomfortable, as if their souls were being emptied out. Under the devouring power of the God-burying coffin, Huang Xiaolong's layers of radiance light were being sucked into the God-burying coffin in a frenzy. The God-burying coffin plunders everything as it targeted Huang Xiaolong. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the distance of several thousand miles, reaching Huang Xiaolong. Covering a distance of several hundred miles was merely a matter of a split second for the God-burying coffin. Watching Huang Xiaolong's radiance disappear into the God-burying coffin, the Heavenly Master laughed sonorously. Huang Xiaolong, my God-burying coffin will bury all your radiance. It's your turn now. Be buried inside. With that said, gloomy gray light burst from his body as he spurred the God-burying coffin to the limit. The coffin cover flipped open, wanting to swallow Huang Xiaolong into its belly. In an instant, all vitality within 100 million miles was sucked into the coffin. A vortex of death formed at the mouth of the God-burying coffin. It was a gray death vortex that exuded despair. Everyone had an illusion that they were trapped inside a bottomless death abyss, with no hope of living. Even the Heavenly Saint country's experts outside 100 million radius were extremely discomfited. Xiaolong, Lord! The little cow, King of Grand Mist, Heavenly Saint ruler Marshal Lan Shirfan, and the others cried out anxiously. Huang Xiaolong looked at the God-burying coffin swooping down on him from above with a faint, nonchalant smile as he spoke. My turn? Not necessarily. Then, the radiance from his body that was seemingly swallowed by the God-burying coffin surged out once again. Moreover, it was like a tsunami at the end of the world, 100 times stronger than before. The entire heavenly saint country's people in every corner could see this radiance. Everyone was enveloped by hope, filled with vitality and the desire to survive. Moreover, the radiance light that the god-burying coffin had swallowed previously shone brightly from the coffin's belly, and the boundless dead qi from the coffin was actually suppressed. Huang Xiaolong roared and punched out with his fist. A burst of radiance. It was like the explosion of 10,000 suns. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's fist landed accurately on the god-burying coffin. The mountain-sized god-burying coffin was almost knocked to outer space with one punch from Huang Xiaolong. Then it came smashing down above the heavenly master's head. The 100 million dead gods circulating around the god-burying coffin were shrieking in pain, shattered by Huang Xiaolong's punch. The heavenly master was out of his mind, looking at the god-burying coffin right above his head. He raised his hands and turned his wrists in sync, qi swallowing cosmos. Startling sea of qi flooded out from his hands to catch the god-burying coffin. Watch out! The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng shouted a warning as he prepared to interfere. However, the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's warning was still half a step late. At this time, Huang Xiaolong punched across space, and the fist force reached the heavenly master in an instant. The heavenly master panicked for a second, but before he could react, his chest exploded from Huang Xiaolong's fist force hitting him. His body smashed to the ground like a broken kite, crushing several mountains in between. The ground trembled when the god-burying coffin crashed. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? Dongcheng roared in anger. The bone spur of the crow thrust at Huang Xiaolong. A blinding cold gleam pierced the sky through layers of space, reaching Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong didn't have the time to dodge, and the cold gleam successfully struck Huang Xiaolong's chest. A triumphant smile rose to Dongcheng's face. Pierced by heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's black bone spur, Huang Xiaolong staggered back uncontrollably from the impact and finally regained his balance several hundred miles away. A layer of white bone spread rapidly over Huang Xiaolong's body, where the black bone spur stabbed his chest. This white bone was like a parasite stuck on Huang Xiaolong as it spread and became harder. Dongcheng laughed triumphantly and explained in detail. Huang Xiaolong, you got pierced by my bone spur of the crow's frigid qi. I'll let you know that my black bone spur's frigid qi is the world's most toxic cold poison. Even a 10th order sovereign realm can't detoxify it. The frigid cold attacks and devours the soul, making you feel the most excruciating pain. How do you feel now? Not very good, right? But Dongcheng's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Radiant rays of light burst out of Huang Xiaolong's entire body. These radiant rays actually shone through his black bone spur's white bones, melting away the frigid qi. In a few breaths, the frigid qi white bone spreading over Huang Xiaolong's chest was completely dispersed. This? No, it's impossible. Dongcheng's eyeballs protruded in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong patted his chest, dusting away the white bone particles off his robe, and said indifferently, "The world's most toxic cold poison? Ain't that amazing?" Although Huang Xiaolong had not advanced to the 7th order sovereign realm during the seclusion this time, his saint physique had grown stronger once again under the tempering of chaos heavenly dragon soul pills and great treasure dragon pills energy. Whether it was the black bone spur's frigid qi, or even a more terrifying poison, it wouldn't break past his saint physique's defenses. Dongcheng's face was darker than murky water, hearing Huang Xiaolong's ironic words. At this time, the heavenly master, who was buried under rubbles, broke out and flew into the air. The armor on him was already chipped and cracked, and there was a bloody fist-sized hole that went through his chest. Destructive force continuously ground his flesh, disrupting his injuries from healing. Upon seeing the heavenly master's tragic condition, the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng and heavenly world's experts were filled with dread. The heavenly master was one of the Heaven's Path's top 10 experts. Even though the heavenly master ranked 10th, he was still one of the top 10 experts. Not to mention the armor on him was a supreme spiritual artifact. Although it was only a low-grade supreme spiritual artifact, It was still unbelievable that Huang Xiaolong almost shattered it with just one punch. What monstrous strength was this? The heavenly master was shocked and furious, his deathly gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, blood came spurting out. "Your Majesty, Senior Heavenly Master." The Heavenly World and Heavenly Terror County's experts cried out anxiously. The Heavenly Master waved his hand. His voice had turned hoarse. "I'm fine." Then he took out a divine pill. The divine pill was enshrouded in colorful flowing lights, and its inside seemed like it was impregnated with life. Origin Boundary Pill. Whether it was the Heavenly Saint Ruler or the Heavenly Terror Ruler, both of them were astonished. The legendary Origin Boundary Pill was said to be refined from 49 kinds of origin treasures. Every kind of origin pill contained shocking vitality and recovery ability. This pill could heal a sovereign realm expert's life that was hanging by a thread rapidly. However, the Origin Boundary Pill had not appeared for a long time. God knows where the Heavenly Master got his hands on one. Before many shocked gazes, the Heavenly Master opened his mouth and swallowed the Origin Boundary Pill. The bloody hole in his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Heavenly Master's God force and injuries swiftly recovered, and his momentum rose. He raised his palm and the suction force pulled the God-burying coffin back to his side. Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Master held the God-burying coffin with his hand, resembling a death monarch rising from hell's abyss of death. As he looked at Huang Xiaolong, his killing intent reached the highest point, surging wildly as he mocked. "You didn't expect for me to have the Origin Boundary Pill, did you?" Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed. "Indeed, I didn't expect that. Then again, how many Origin Boundary Pills do you have? You can recover one time, can you do it for a second time? The third time? Or the fourth time?" Huang Xiaolong didn't believe that the Heavenly Master had an endless supply of Origin Boundary Pill. The Heavenly Master choked on his own smugness by Huang Xiaolong's series of questions. "Brother Dongcheng, let's join hands and kill Huang Xiaolong." The Heavenly Master turned to the side and said to the Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongcheng. Obscuring lights flickered across the Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongcheng's eyes. "All right, we, brothers, have killed countless lightning beasts from outside together. Today, we will kill this child." With that said, his sovereign's God force flooded into the black bone spur in his hands. The black bone spur emitted a dangerous aura as its length increased. At the same time, a blue shield appeared in Dongcheng's other hand. This blue shield had numerous ancient runes flowing around, forming interlinking barriers. Could that be the unbreakable divine shield? Upon seeing the blue shield that appeared in the Heavenly Terror Ruler's hand, the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Marshal Lan Shifan's expressions seemed to turn bad. "That's right. This is the unbreakable divine shield." Dongcheng snickered smugly in affirmation. The unbreakable divine shield was hailed as the shield against all things. It was said to be unbreakable, and the #1 defensive treasure ever known. After hearing Dongcheng admit that the blue shield was the unbreakable divine shield, the Heavenly Saint Ruler and the others couldn't hide their shock. With the unbreakable divine shield in Dongcheng's hands, who could defeat him? Probably even the giant Kuan Heavenly Country and the 33 Heavens Races Patriarch wouldn't have 100% confidence to defeat the current Heavenly Terror Ruler Dongcheng. Huang Xiaolong was frowning. It was unexpected that Dongcheng had the unbreakable divine shield in his hand. He knew a little about the unbreakable divine shield from Wan Yu's memories. Thus he was aware of the heaven-defying attributes of the unbreakable divine shield. Noticing the deepening frown on Huang Xiaolong's face, Dongcheng broke out in laughter. "Huang Xiaolong, from the time I got this unbreakable divine shield, I haven't used it once. You can die under this unbreakable divine shield today. It will be your life's greatest honor. The winner is yet to be determined." Huang Xiaolong responded coldly. His momentum erupted. Radiance light shone glaring from his body and soared to the 9th heavens as streams of origin energy from various corners of the Heavenly Saint Country entered his body. Huang Xiaolong's peak late 6th Order Sovereign Realm cultivation broke through to 7th Order Sovereign Realm at this time. That was not all. After Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose to 7th Order Sovereign Realm, his momentum continued to soar, and finally stopped at the peak early 7th Order Sovereign Realm. But Dong Cheng snickered in contempt and said, Huang Xiaolong, even if you advance to the peak early 7th Order Sovereign Realm by borrowing the Heavenly Saint Country's origin energy, so what? My unbreakable divine shield cannot be broken by anything. Even if you're an 8th Order Sovereign Realm, you still have to die today. Kill! Dong Cheng bellowed, and the bone spur of the crow in his hand thrusted towards Huang Xiaolong, while the Heavenly Master threw out his god-burying coffin to smash him. Huang Xiaolong snorted and leaped forward instead of retreating. In a flicker, he avoided Dong Cheng's attack, and his palm shot out at the Heavenly Master's god-burying coffin. Loud cracking noises came from the god-burying coffin as it flew back towards the Heavenly Master. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's other palm was printed onto the Heavenly Master's chest and exited from the back. The Heavenly Master screamed in pain as Huang Xiaolong landed another palm strike on his body and sent him flying. Before Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had risen to the 7th Order Sovereign, he could already punch a hole through the Heavenly Master's chest without difficulty. But now that Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached the 7th Order Sovereign Realm, how could the Heavenly Master withstand his attacks? While Huang Xiaolong sent the Heavenly Master flying with one palm strike, a terrifying energy targeted him from behind. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng had arrived with the black bone spur in his hand. The black bone spur arrived in a split second. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong turned around and clenched his right fist firmly, punching out in the front without looking. Wang! The black bone spur collided head-on with Huang Xiaolong's right fist. It was like a collision between two thick walls. Shocking sparks from the friction flew everywhere. The black bone spur let out a harsh hum that sounded like shrieks of pain as parts of its body exploded from the impact. Piercing pain blazed up Dong Cheng's arm, and this result shocked him. Huang Xiaolong seized the chance, and his palm struck towards Dong Cheng. By reflex action, Dong Cheng blocked the attack with the unbreakable divine shield. As Huang Xiaolong's palm reached the shield, rings of dazzling blue light burst out from the shield. Huang Xiaolong's left palm ended up hitting the rings on dazzling blue light, and he discovered that the blue light contained boundless energy and also many layers of space. His palm strike broke through the layers of space, but it still wasn't enough. His attack failed to land on the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng seized the chance to escape while grinning triumphantly, taunting Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I told you early on that this unbreakable divine shield is true to its name. It's unbreakable. If you can't break my divine shield, then I will be undefeatable. Let's see how long you can last. As he leaped back, a bright light flashed around him as 10 long swords appeared in a semicircle behind him. These 10 long swords were identical to the hilt other than the rune carved on the sword's body. Every rune represented different powers. Once these 10 kinds of powers were linked together, it could change into an attack array or a defensive array. "N," Huang Xiaolong uttered in surprise. Each of these 10 long swords was supreme spiritual artifacts, exuding a dangerous aura. These 10 long swords could also form sword formation, reaping lives 360 degrees. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dong Cheng actually possessed so many supreme spiritual artifacts. First, it was the bone spur of the crow, then the unbreakable divine shield, and now this 10 swords formation. Blinding rays transformed into 10 giant gods. Each of them gripped a sword in his hand. Every giant god controlled one kind of origin energy, namely water, fire, earth, metal, wood, wind, lightning, time, space, and darkness. Only radiance was missing from the combination. "Kill!" Dongcheng roared. With a wave of his hand, the 10 long swords whistled towards Huang Xiaolong with murderous air. The long swords formed a circle, and the lights enshrouding the 10 giant gods shone brightly as the 10 elements of water, fire, earth, metal, wood, and the others linked together seamlessly. When these different powers combined together, the chaos aura and grand mist aura in the void roiled turbulently as if it was stimulated. In an instant, The entire heavenly country's spiritual energy and origin energy seemed to be sucked away. Before the longsword's formation, Huang Xiaolong was akin to a fish out of water. Simultaneously, the black bone spur in heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's hand pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. It arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong with world-cleaving momentum. "Huang Xiaolong, go die!" Dongcheng yelled hoarsely. Huang Xiaolong remained coldly indifferent as a lightning bead flew out from his head, hovering in the sky. Frightening streaks of lightning crackled around the lightning bead. Every streak of lightning sizzled across the dark clouds like an ancient lightning dragon. The dark lightning clouds grew bigger rapidly. Ancient lightning dragons weaved in and out among the lightning clouds and flashing lightning. The heavenly terror country's experts felt their scalps tingle just looking at the flashes of lightning. A tiny streak of lightning could reduce a high-level sovereign expert into ashes in a split second. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng was looking at the lightning bead with ecstasy, and did not hide his delight at all. "Ha! Huang Xiaolong, you finally brought out this lightning bead. I've been waiting for this." Something flew out from his body as he spoke. This item was entirely golden and shiny all over like the purest of gold. It looked like a piglet and it gave off a cute feeling. When this golden pig appeared, it immediately targeted Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead. Huang Xiaolong was astonished as the lightning bead above his head flew towards the golden pig. It was seemingly attracted by some kind of mysterious power. When Huang Xiaolong tried to retrieve the lightning bead, he discovered that his connection with the lightning bead was blocked by some kind of energy. He failed to recall the lightning bead. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded at this moment. "Golden pig treasure." The heavenly saint ruler's exclamation sounded from afar. "What? The golden pig treasure?" Several shocked voices echoed the heavenly saint ruler's surprise, including Huang Xiaolong's. "That's right. It's the golden pig treasure." The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng laughed in excitement and looked more than a little smug. "Huang Xiaolong, watch how my golden pig treasure takes away your lightning bead. After you lose the lightning bead, you can clean your neck and wait for death." By this point, the streaks of lightning around the lightning bead had disappeared, and it had entered the golden pig treasure's mouth. The golden pig treasure actually flashed a piggy smile at Huang Xiaolong before turning around and returning to the heavenly terror ruler. Even more vexing was the golden pig's manner of shaking its pigtail at the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. Everyone watching felt a little speechless. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help thinking that the golden pig was funny, but this was not the time for him to be thinking this. Watching the 10 gods sword formation and black bone spur coming at him, the 4 divine fires within his body flew out: azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger. Huang Xiaolong had not tested the 4 divine fires' powers since they had devoured the mighty god ruler's red meat lump. This time was a good opportunity to test how powerful these 4 divine fires were. Although the mighty god ruler's red meat lump was not any high-grade supreme spiritual artifact, that red meat lump was more powerful than many high-grade supreme spiritual artifacts. Still, that red meat lump was devoured by the 4 divine fires. Therefore, there was no need to doubt the 4 divine fires' fighting force. When the 4 divine fires flew out, they first collided with the 10 gods sword formation. Boom! The 10 gods sword formation was burned by the 4 divine fires' flames, and they exploded to nothing. The 10 giant gods all turned into flames. The 4 divine fires then went on to face the black bone spur. Without suspense, the black bone spur's frigid chi melted by the 4 divine fires. The white bone's archdevils were reduced to gray dust. The black bone spur shrieked sharply and turned pitch black, incinerated to charcoal. What? Everyone was stupefied by this turn of events, especially the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. His hand was reaching out to catch the golden pig treasure when he saw this sight, causing his hand to stop in midair out of shock. Huang Xiaolong flew forward while controlling the 4 divine fires. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng swayed to the side while putting the unbreakable divine shield in defense. Although the golden pig treasure was said to be able to collect all kinds of treasures, it had one weakness: that it can collect only one thing at a time. The 4 divine fires collided with the unbreakable divine shield. the unbreakable divine shield that was hailed as the strongest defensive supreme spiritual artifact, lost its blue light upon colliding with the 4 divine fires. The 4 divine fires flew past the unbreakable divine shield straight towards Dongcheng. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng was beyond shock. Even so, it did not delay his counterattack. He punched out repeatedly at the 4 divine fires, almost in a frenzied manner. His punches that could kill Ninth-order sovereigns merely raised little sparks upon falling on the 4 divine fires. Not to mention, his attacks did not even impede the 4 divine fires. In the next second, the 4 divine fires slammed onto his body. The instant the 4 divine fires came in contact with the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng, a divine armor appeared on the surface of his body. However, Dongcheng was still sent flying by the 4 divine fires. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief seeing the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng sent flying by the 4 divine fires. When he crashed to the ground, the armor on his body was burning with 4 different colors of fire. The heavenly terror ruler screamed and yelled in panic. A bright light surged from his body as he circulated his god force to the extreme to extinguish the 4 fires, yet the 4 colors of fires were stuck on him like parasites. He couldn't shake them off at all. In the end, Dongcheng could only abandon the armor on his body, while Huang Xiaolong directed the 4 divine fires to continue attacking Dongcheng. After seeing the 4 divine fires once again fall on him, there was horror on Dongcheng's face, and he dodged in a fluster. But he soon noticed that the 4 divine fires were chasing him under Huang Xiaolong's control. No matter what he did or how hard he tried to outrun the 4 divine fires with the law of space, the 4 divine fires always caught up to him. Heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's unbreakable divine shield blocked in front of him once again. When the 4 divine fires slammed onto the shield again, for obvious dents appeared on the dimmed blue shield. The unbreakable divine shield's remaining dim glow vanished completely, leaving a dull black shield that was no better than scrap metal. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng's expression was ugly and fearful at the same time. What exactly are these fires? Fuck! What fires are these? Huang Xiaolong, let's make peace. Make peace. Experts of the heavenly terror country and heavenly world exchanged bewildered gazes. Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly and continued to spur the 4 divine fires to attack the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. A few minutes later, the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng had exhausted 4 more divine armors and 3 defensive supreme spiritual artifacts before fleeing with his tail between his legs. He ripped the heavenly saint country's space and escaped out of sight. Upon witnessing the entire process of their heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng being chased all around to the point of being forced to flee in desperation, all the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts despaired. The impact of the sudden turn of events was too big. When heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng had summoned the golden pig treasure and taken away Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead, all the heavenly terror country's experts had thought that Huang Xiaolong's defeat was written in stone. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong would have those 4 weird divine fires, turning the entire situation to his advantage? Until heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng escaped out of sight, most of the heavenly terror country and heavenly world's experts were still in a daze. A few breaths later, they finally reacted and started escaping in various directions. Without needing Huang Xiaolong to issue any order, the heavenly saint ruler had already led the heavenly saint country's experts, disciples, and guards in a mad retaliation against the 2 forces' experts. Because the heavenly terror ruler was desperate to flee from the 4 divine fires' pursuit, he forgot to retrieve the golden pig treasure. When the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng escaped, the golden pig treasure turned into a streak of golden light, preparing to escape. However, how could Huang Xiaolong let the golden pig treasure run away? In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong blocked the golden pig treasure's path. Little guy, you still have something in your mouth that belongs to me. Huang Xiaolong smiled amiably as he spoke, referring to the lightning bead inside the golden pig treasure. As if it could understand Huang Xiaolong's words, the golden pig treasure opened its mouth and spit out the lightning bead to Huang Xiaolong. Its innocent and pitiful eyes stared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's smile deepened as he asked, "Are saying that this matter is not related to you, and you want me to let you go?" The golden pig smiled, nodding its head. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head in the next second. That doesn't work. The golden pig's smile froze on its face. I can spare you since your master has fled. But you will follow me from now on. Huang Xiaolong blinked at the golden pig. Huang Xiaolong had just finished stating his term when the golden pig turned into a streak of light, attempting to escape by tearing through space. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong reached out as if he had expected that the golden pig would try to make a run for it. Almost instantly, the suction force from his hand pulled the golden pig back towards him. He added a few restrictions on the golden pig to prevent it from running away before throwing it into the heavenly hall. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from the spot in a flicker. When he appeared again, he was right in front of the Heavenly Master. At this point, the Heavenly Master and several Heavenly Worlds experts had reached the edge of the Heavenly Saint country's boundary. They were about to escape when a shadow flickered in front of them. To their horror, Huang Xiaolong was blocking their path. My advice is not to do any futile resistance, Huang Xiaolong stated matter-of-factly. The several Heavenly Worlds experts suddenly rushed towards Huang Xiaolong as violent energy surged from their bodies. These people had actually decided to explode themselves and kill Huang Xiaolong on the spot. Your Majesty, leave quickly, the few of them shouted. Unfortunately, before they could reach Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead flew out, emitting roiling lightning chi that submerged all of them. In this split second, the Heavenly Master tore the Heavenly Saint country's boundary barrier and escaped from the Heavenly Saint country. Huang Xiaolong let out a contemptuous harumph and chased after him in a flash. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong's palm strike had left a gaping hole in the Heavenly Master's chest. But the Heavenly Master's injuries had healed completely once again. Most likely the Heavenly Master had swallowed another origin boundary pill. Despite the Heavenly Master's speedy and completely healed injuries, it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to catch up to him. Huang Xiaolong successfully blocked in front of the Heavenly Master, standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. It looks like you have quite a few origin boundary pill on you. The Heavenly Master looked warily at Huang Xiaolong and his nerves strung high. Huang Xiaolong, as long as you let me go today, I will give you all my origin boundary pill. Huang Xiaolong smiled, shaking his head. Heavenly Master, it looks like you still haven't understood your situation. The Heavenly Master must die today. Just as Huang Xiaolong finished speaking, the Heavenly Master roared. The God-burying coffin appeared in his hand again. He pushed the God-burying coffin towards Huang Xiaolong with a murderous aura. Huang Xiaolong directly punched at the God-burying coffin with his full force, smashing the God-burying coffin into the air. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong moved, closing in the distance between him and the Heavenly Master, and struck out another punch. His fist punched a hole through the Heavenly Master's body. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong picked up the half-dead Heavenly Master and restrained his god force. After that, he flew back to the Heavenly Saint country. He was carrying the Heavenly Master in one hand and the God-burying coffin in the other. The Heavenly Terror countries and Heavenly Worlds experts were still resisting with all their might when Huang Xiaolong returned to the Heavenly Saint country. His figure blurred, flickering amongst these two forces experts. He left behind a trail of falling experts from the other party. When all the Heavenly Terror country and Heavenly Worlds experts had lost the strength to battle, Huang Xiaolong stopped and said to Heavenly Saint country's experts, "Accept those who surrender and kill those who resist." "Yes, Lord." Huang Xiaolong made his way to the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace with the Heavenly Master, and he hadn't immediately killed the Heavenly Master just to obtain his memories. The Heavenly Master struggled fiercely, shrieking sharply, "Huang Xiaolong, even if I die and turn into a ghost, I won't forgive you. I will hunt you down." Huang Xiaolong ignored him and continued going through his memories. Soon, Huang Xiaolong found out how the Heavenly Master had got the God-burying coffin. Not only that, but he also learned a lot of information related to the Heavenly Terror country and the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng's secrets. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong also got a lot of information about the heaven beyond heaven space. The Heavenly Master and Heavenly Terror ruler had ventured to heaven beyond heaven's space several times. The lightning origin divine tree. Huang Xiaolong was tempted immediately. The lightning origin divine tree was hailed as the number 1 divine tree, located in the center region beyond the 33 heavenly gates. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with excitement. If he could obtain the lightning origin divine tree, not only would his strength improve significantly, but his saint bloodlines, saint physiques, and complete Tao saint godheads would improve from their cores. Moreover, if he planted the lightning origin divine tree in the lightning bead space, it could continuously nurture the lightning bead. This would repair the lightning bead, and it would return to its peak condition. Not to mention, there was also a chance for the lightning bead to become more powerful. Soon, Huang Xiaolong removed his hand from the Heavenly Master's head. The Heavenly Master recovered his senses and immediately sensed the strong killing intent coming from Huang Xiaolong. Just as he opened his mouth to negotiate a way out, he was incinerated by the 4 divine fires Huang Xiaolong summoned in a split second. Under the 4 divine fires' powers, the Heavenly Master was reduced to wisps of gray smoke, and he dissipated without a trace. With a wave of his palm, Huang Xiaolong collected the space artifact the Heavenly Master left behind and opened the space within. Numerous treasures lay inside, such as immature level 1, level 2, and level 3 origin treasures. There were also piles of low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade chaos spirit stones. However, Huang Xiaolong's attention was on 2 jade bottles sitting in a corner of the space. He took out the 2 bottles and uncorked them. Immediately, fragrant pill qi flowed out and permeated the air. Inside one of the bottles was the origin boundary pill that the Heavenly Master had consumed before. Even though the Heavenly Master had taken 2 pills earlier, there were still 2 pills left inside the bottle. A smile spread over Huang Xiaolong's face, looking at the 2 pills inside the bottle. This was equivalent to having 2 more lives. These 2 origin boundary pills were precious insurance when he would go to the space behind the 33 heavenly gates. Inside the other jade bottle lay a resplendent golden-colored pill. This golden pill shone like it encapsulated a great radiance world within. Huang Xiaolong could see numerous angels and radiance battle gods inside the golden pill, as well as radiance divine beasts. Pill of Radiance Origin. A low-grade, high-rank origin pill. The pill of Radiance Origin was as good as the Great Treasure Dragon pill. After obtaining the pill of Radiance Origin, the Heavenly Master had not consumed it because the Great Purity secret art he was cultivating conflicted with the pill of Radiance Origin's attributes. Therefore, he had been keeping it until now. Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation had reached the limit of the peak late 6th Order Sovereign Realm, and with this pill of Radiance Origin, it was enough for him to truly step into high-level Sovereign Realm. And after entering the high-level Sovereign Realm, he would refine the Golden Pig Treasure and God-Burying Coffin. When these were done, he would make a trip to the Heavenly Terror Country and exterminate the Heavenly Terror ruler's entire clan. While Huang Xiaolong prepared to refine the pill of Radiance Origin and break through to high-level Sovereign Realm, the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongchang was still fleeing at his fastest speed. At the same time, Sun Po and others had been waiting for news within the Heavenly Terror Country. They were looking forward to the Heavenly Terror ruler and Heavenly Master's victorious return. Although Heavenly Terror ruler Dongchang and Heavenly Terror Marshal had led a group of experts and an army to the Heavenly Saint Country, a number of generals were left behind to guard the Heavenly Terror Country, and Sun Po was one of those remaining in the Heavenly Terror Country. I wonder how things are progressing for His Majesty and Lord Heavenly Master in the Heavenly Saint Country? Sun Po wondered out loud as he looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saint Country. How else could it go? A general responded, chuckling happily as he went on. That Huang Xiaolong must have died at the hands of His Majesty and Lord Heavenly Master. If the Heavenly Saint ruler dared to protect Huang Xiaolong, he was probably eliminated as well. If the Heavenly Saint Country is obliterated, and the Heavenly Saint Country's treasury falls into our side, His Majesty would surely reward us when he returns. They laughed, just picturing it in their minds. Seconds after these words were spoken, several of their talisman symbols shook. When they took out to check, the broad smiles on their faces stiffened as if they had seen something terrible. Blood drained from their faces, and their bodies shook slightly. Seeing this, Sun Pa asked in confusion. What happened? The several generals stiffly raised their heads. Even though His Majesty and Lord Heavenly Master joined hands, is Huang Xiaolong still alive? Sun Pa asked, his brows scrunched together. The few of them nodded but then shook their heads again. His Majesty and the others, they... One of the generals stuttered, not knowing how to phrase his words. Did Huang Xiaolong escape? Sun Pa took another guess. He couldn't understand why these guys couldn't finish their sentences when speaking. So, he grabbed the talisman symbol of the general closest to him. His hand froze in midair. His eyes stared at the talisman symbol in his hand as if he could bore a hole through it. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This can't be true. His Majesty and Lord Heavenly Master joined hands. Then how can Huang Xiaolong defeat them? How is it possible? Sun Pa shouted over and over again as if he had fallen into insanity. At the same time, he remembered that Huang Xiaolong had once said that he would come to the Heavenly Terror Country and hang his head on the roof of the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace. But now, even the Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master weren't Huang Xiaolong's opponents. If Huang Xiaolong really appears in the Heavenly Terror Country, then, not long after the Heavenly Terror Country's generals began to believe the message in their talisman symbols, the news of the Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master's failure to capture and kill Huang Xiaolong, and their defeat at his hands exploded in the heavens path like a massive bomb. When the various Heavenly Countries' rulers heard the news, their surroundings were unsettlingly silent. Looking at the report inside their talisman symbols, these rulers were dazed for a long time. What? What the fuck did you say? The Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master lost. The giant Kuan Prince was jumping in anger when he got the news. There was horror on his face. He himself didn't notice it as he stared at the subordinate who brought the news. You repeated again. The Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master joined hands. Yet they were no match against Huang Xiaolong. In the main hall, the giant Kuan Heavenly Country's generals too were shocked, feeling the news was incredulous. The subordinate fell to his knees and repeated fearfully, "Why yes, young lord, it is said that is how things went. The news is that none of the heavenly world's experts escaped. Even the Heavenly Master was caught by Huang Xiaolong. Tian Chen, Wan Shi, and Wan Xiaorong were all killed by Huang Xiaolong. Only the Heavenly Terror Ruler managed to escape. Only the Heavenly Terror Ruler escaped? The giant Kuan Prince and generals were aghast. Why yes, it is also said that the Heavenly Terror Marshal was heavily injured by Huang Xiaolong, and killed by the Heavenly Saint Ruler when he was escaping." The subordinate went on nervously. Most Heavenly Terror Country's generals that set off to the Heavenly Saint Country failed to escape. They were either killed or surrendered. Only a small number of the Heavenly Terror Countries and Heavenly World's army managed to run. The giant Kuan Prince was crestfallen. He slumped lifelessly back to his chair while mumbling, "Why? Why did it end up like this? That Huang Xiaolong, he still has not stepped into high-level sovereign, has he? How could he possess this level of strength? I don't believe it." Not only the giant Kuan Prince, but even other super heavenly countries' rulers that got the news could not believe it. Can someone who has yet to enter the high-level sovereign realm defeat the Ninth Order sovereign realm, Heavenly Master and Heavenly Terror Ruler? How could a person's battle strength be so terrifying? Young Lord, then what should we do now? A long time later, one of the giant Kuan heavenly countries' generals stammered, "Do you think that Huang Xiaolong would come looking for us?" After all, they were the first ones to provoke Huang Xiaolong and expose his identity. Huang Xiaolong would find out about this sooner or later. The giant Kuan Prince's face was ugly to the extreme as chill spread through his 4 limbs. "He will come looking for us?" One of the giant Kuan heavenly country's generals sneered. "I don't believe Huang Xiaolong would dare to come at us. Even if he defeated the Heavenly Terror Ruler and Heavenly Master, so what? If he dares to show up, His Majesty will squash him to death with one finger." The slightly flustered experts settled down as they thought of the giant Kuan ruler. "That's right. Huang Xiaolong's nothing but a far in front of His Majesty." A general spat angrily. The giant Kuan Prince raised his hand, and everyone quieted. Huang Xiaolong's strength really exceeded our estimation, the giant Kuan prince went on, but Huang Xiaolong could defeat the heavenly terror ruler and heavenly master only because of the heavenly saint country's origin energy. If he leaves the heavenly saint country, he will absolutely be no match against the heavenly terror ruler. We'll return to the giant Kuan heavenly country, the giant Kuan prince said as he stood up. The heaven beyond heaven space is about to open. We'll return to make preparations. As for Huang Xiaolong, he would definitely go when the space opens. We'll join hands with the heavenly terror ruler and completely eradicate that scourge Huang Xiaolong once and for all at that time. Yes, young lord. Several days later, while many rulers were still in shock from the news, the heavenly terror ruler finally made it back to the heavenly terror country, albeit in a sorry state. He escaped all the way back to the heavenly terror country without stopping to breathe for a second until the moment he crossed the boundary into the heavenly terror country. Huang Xiaolong. Upon remembering how he was defeated and forced to flee by Huang Xiaolong like a dog, the heavenly terror ruler Dongchang could barely restrain the killing intent surging in his chest. This time, not only he had failed to kill Huang Xiaolong, but the heavenly terror country had lost countless experts as well. On top of that, he had even lost the golden pig treasure, unbreakable divine shield, bone spur of the crow, and many other powerful artifacts. Thinking of the golden pig treasure, unbreakable divine shield, and those treasures, along with the fact that he had turned into a laughingstock in the heaven's path, Dongchang felt like vomiting 3 liters of blood. Huang Xiaolong, you dog. I swear I'm going to trample you to death. Trample on you miserably before letting you die. My name's not Dongchang if I don't trample you into the ground like dog shit. Dongchang threw his head back and roared to the sky. His words echoed throughout the heavenly terror country, sending the experts of heavenly terror country shuddering in fear. Regardless of how astounded and ludicrous others in the heaven's path felt as they talked about the matter, Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged inside the heavenly saint's celestial palace, entirely enshrouded in a cocoon of radiance light. Huang Xiaolong had already consumed the pill of radiance origin. As expected, the pill of radiance origin truly befitted its low-grade, high-rank status as the great treasure dragon pill. After he swallowed the pill into his mouth, vigorous waves origin energy from the pill rushed to every corner of his body, repeatedly filling his body with energy. Tiny bubbles of pure radiance energy flowed out from Huang Xiaolong's pores, hovering around him, resembling a giant radiance volcano crater. Soon, dazzling radiance spewed out from the entire heavenly saint celestial palace. This phenomenon quickly alerted many heavenly saint countries' experts. Rays of radiant lights soared to the sky from the heavenly saint celestial palace, forming a dazzling sea of light. Not even the defensive formations around the heavenly saint celestial palace could block the radiant rays. Gradually, as the radiant light grew brighter, supreme gods of radiance emerged above the sea. A comfortable feeling spread over the people below bathed under radiant rays. Their mind and soul felt clearer and brimming with robust vitality. The days came and went. The sea of radiance above the heavenly saint celestial palace had expanded. By the time a year had passed, the sea of radiance had reached several 100 million miles radius. On this day, all the heavenly saint country's experts felt the heavenly country's space suddenly tremble as if it was struck by a great impact. Then, the brilliant radiance rays burst out from the heavenly saint celestial palace. The radiance was so bright, dazzling, and mesmerizing that all of them would never forget this sight for the rest of their lives. It was as if the radiant sight before them was deeply imprinted into their souls. Accompanying this sudden burst of radiance were numerous dragons, thousands of archdevils eclipsing the sky, and golden Buddhas immobile as great mountains. An overwhelming aura spread and enveloped everyone, and the pressure made it hard to breathe even for the heavenly saint ruler. That is? Boom! Before the heavenly saint ruler, Marshal Lan Shirfan, Shumi Old Man, the little cow, and the others' astonished gazes, a solid light pillar rose high into the sky. It easily pierced through the heavenly saint country's boundary barrier and rose higher, stirring the void outside the heavenly saint country. A human silhouette slowly strode out from the heavenly saint celestial palace. Even more bewildering was that there seemed to be numerous Buddhas and gods following behind him. Hearts trembled in awe. Xiaolong! Lord! This person was naturally Huang Xiaolong. Joy rose the little cow, king of grand mist, heavenly saint ruler, and the others' faces as they hurried forward. Seeing everyone present, Huang Xiaolong converged his aura, and all the radiance, dragons, archdevils, and golden Buddhas in the sky vanished in an instant. Xiaolong, you've already? The king of Grand Mist spoke first as he arrived by Huang Xiaolong's side. One could hear the elation in his voice. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He knew what his master, the king of Grand Mist, wanted to ask. In the cultivation seclusion this time, he had successfully stepped into high-level sovereign realm, advancing to the early 7th Order sovereign realm. After feeling the brimming and vigorous energy inside his body, Huang Xiaolong felt confident that in his current state, he could easily defeat the Heavenly Terror Ruler without borrowing the Heavenly Saint country's origin energy or using 4 divine fires. Although the difference between a peak late 6th Order sovereign and early 7th Order sovereign was of just 1 level, once one crossed over, the strength multiplied by several folds. As they saw Huang Xiaolong nodding his head, everyone's joy was even more obvious. High-level sovereign. In the heavens path, only those who had stepped into high-level sovereign were acknowledged as experts. Moreover, everyone knew that Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary high-level sovereign expert. Before Huang Xiaolong had advanced to the 7th Order sovereign realm, he was capable of defeating the Heavenly Terror ruler Dongcheng. Now that Huang Xiaolong had advanced to the 7th Order sovereign realm, how terrifying was his strength presently. After talking about the usual daily lives with the little cow, king of Grand Mist, and the others, Huang Xiaolong asked the Heavenly Saint ruler about the latest situation in the Heavens Path and news related to the Heavenly Terror ruler. According to the Heavenly Saint ruler, the Heavenly Terror ruler had escaped back to the Heavenly Terror country and had activated the Heavenly Terror Grand Formation. Huang Xiaolong snickered in disdain. So what if the Heavenly Terror Grand Formation is activated? It is nothing more than the matter of one punch to break it. But now, he was in no hurry to kill the Heavenly Terror ruler. It was more urgent to refine the Golden Pig Treasure, God-Burying Coffin, and Unbreakable Divine Shield. In the next several months, Huang Xiaolong spent his time refining the Golden Pig Treasure, God-Burying Coffin, and Unbreakable Divine Shield. However, just as Huang Xiaolong left seclusion once again to head to the Heavenly Terror country to deal with the Heavenly Terror ruler, the Heavenly Saint ruler came to him and informed, "Lord, we have received news that the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions are beginning to weaken." What? Huang Xiaolong's voice slightly raised in surprise. The 33 Heavens Gates restrictions are weakening. Doesn't that mean? The Heavenly Saint ruler went on to report that the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country, 9 Palace Heavenly Country, Heavenly Terror Country, Black Dragon Heavenly Country, and other heavenly countries' experts had set off to the heaven beyond heaven space. Huang Xiaolong immediately had the Heavenly Saint ruler assemble the Heavenly Saint country's experts. He also had him pass the message to the mighty God ruler before rushing to the 33 heavenly gates themselves. Heaven beyond heavens. He needed to find the spatial domain lightning pool and obtain the lightning origin divine tree, as well as purple grand mist aura. On the day itself, Huang Xiaolong and Heavenly Saint country's experts flew towards the 33 heavenly gates. Upon considering this trip's high risks, the little cow, king of Grand Mist, Shumi Old Man, and the others did not follow Huang Xiaolong. Apart from the Heavenly Saint ruler, the ones following Huang Xiaolong to the 33 heavenly gates were Marshal Lan Shifan and more than a dozen overlord sovereigns. Ironically, most of these overlord sovereigns were experts from the Heavenly Terror country and Heavenly World who had surrendered. Huang Xiaolong had branded their souls with his grand mist worms. Hence Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid they would have any thoughts of betrayal. Huang Xiaolong's group was sent off by the little cow, king of Grand Mist, and the others staying behind. Leaving the Heavenly Saint country, the Heavenly Saint ruler tore the fabric of space and disappeared into the void. Do you think Xiaolong would be able to get the spatial domain lightning pool this time? The little cow asked no one in particular. Still looking in the direction Huang Xiaolong had disappeared. There was worry in the king of Grand Mist's eyes as he spoke. I heard that the giant Kuan ruler is going to heaven beyond heaven space, and the 33 Heavens race experts are also heading there. I hope Xiaolong won't have any conflict with them. Since they understood the risks of going to the 33 heavenly gates, the king of Grand Mist, the little cow, and the others had nipped the desire of following Huang Xiaolong to the 33 heavenly gates in the bud. The giant Kuan ruler, Shumi old man exclaimed with a solemn expression. I wonder if the 33 heavens race's patriarch would appear there. Everyone was silent as no one knew the answer. The giant Kuan ruler and 33 heavens race's patriarch were akin to two heavy mountains pressing down on their chests. At this time, Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly saint ruler, and the others were riding on a massive golden pig. The golden pig zoomed forward while carrying Huang Xiaolong and the others through the chaotic void, heading straight towards the 33 heavenly gates. This massive golden pig was none other than the golden pig treasure. The golden pig treasure could forcefully take away others' treasure, and it could also be used as a flying artifact. Huang Xiaolong discovered that the golden pig's speed was quite fast, many times faster than the ancient heavenly court. With the golden pig treasure's speed, it would take them 2 weeks, at most, to reach the 33 heavenly gates from the heavenly saint country. If they had taken the ancient heavenly court instead, it would have probably taken as much as half a year to travel the same distance. Moreover, the deeper they were in the heaven's path, the chaos chi was ever more turbulent, which hampered their speed. The golden pig treasure had also put up several layers of golden light barriers. Under these golden light barriers, no matter how turbulent the chaos chi around them was, it couldn't affect the people inside it. Originally, the golden pig treasure was merely the size of an average pig. But now it had grown over more than 10 meters in length. It was spacious and comfortable enough for Huang Xiaolong's group of a dozen-plus people riding on it. One thing that made Huang Xiaolong slightly uncomfortable was the fact that there were a dozen people riding on a pig, which seemed strange when he pictured it in his head. It was fortunate that one seldom came across others in the heavens path's void. After some time of flying, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the golden pig treasure's golden light barrier had started to weaken. Hence, he threw a top-grade chaos spirit stone into its mouth. The golden pig treasure's golden light barrier returned at full force after swallowing it. Little guy, you're quite the glutton. Huang Xiaolong laughed. The golden pig shook its head in protest. Huang Xiaolong ignored the golden pig's protest and asked the heavenly saint ruler information related to the heavenly terror ruler and giant Kuan ruler. Replying to Lord, from the information we've gathered, the heavenly terror ruler and giant Kuan ruler are actually traveling together. The heavenly saint ruler went on. The two heavenly countries are in a temporary alliance, and their transport was a giant Kuan which has astonishing speed. It would only take them 12 days to reach the destination. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The giant Kuan heavenly country had an ancient giant Kuan that was known for its speed. Therefore, it was not out of the ordinary for them to reach the destination in 12 days. Then again, it was also because the giant Kuan heavenly country was closer to the 33 heavenly gates that they could reach in 12 days. According to Huang Xiaolong's estimation, the golden pig treasure speed was no less than the ancient giant Kuan. Although the heavenly terror ruler and giant Kuan ruler would arrive at the destination in 12 days, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried at all. Though 33 heavenly gates restrictions were beginning to weaken, according to previous records, it would take half a month for the restrictions' power to stabilize. Therefore, they could only pass through half a month later. Despite arriving early, the heavenly terror ruler and giant Kuan ruler could only wait outside. The heavenly terror ruler and giant Kuan ruler formed an alliance? Huang Xiaolong's smile was full of sarcasm. Of course he knew why the heavenly terror ruler and giant Kuan ruler had formed a temporary alliance. Yes. The heavenly saint ruler hesitated before adding, the heavenly terror ruler let out the word that if Lord dares to show up at heaven beyond heaven's space, he would personally trample you to death. Huang Xiaolong laughed nonchalantly. Hearing that, it looks like that Dong Chung is brimming with confidence this time. I heard that the heavenly terror ruler specifically took out the Ice Earth's 6 divine artifacts from the heavenly terror country's treasury to restrain Lord's 4 divine fires. Oh! Ice Earth's 6 divine artifacts. An obscured light flitted across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. From the heavenly master's memories, Huang Xiaolong had found out some information about the Ice Earth's 6 divine artifacts. The Ice-Earth 6 Divine Artifacts was a set of 6 pieces of Earth Divine Artifacts consisting of the Ice-Earth Divine Spear, Ice-Earth Divine Armor, Ice-Earth Cloak, Ice-Earth Helmet, Ice-Earth Boots, and Ice-Earth Shield. Each piece of artifact was a mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact, but once all 6 parts combined, its overall power was higher than any high-grade supreme spiritual artifacts. The complete set of Ice-Earth 6 Divine Artifacts was specifically forged to restrain creatures of fire elements. It was said when the Ice-Earth 6 Divine Artifacts' powers were pushed to the extreme, it could seal a whole heavenly country in ice in one attack. This set of Ice-Earth 6 Divine Artifacts was not something the Heavenly Terra Ruler had obtained from heaven beyond heaven's space. It was something he got after annihilating an entire ancient race at the depths of heaven's path. At this time, Heavenly Terra Ruler Dongcheng II was inquiring about Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Saint Ruler's movements. When he heard Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Saint Ruler's group was making their way to the 33 heavenly gates, palpitating killing intent roiled in his eyes. That dog Huang Xiaolong. I'll have you come but never return. When Huang Xiaolong had entered seclusion, the Heavenly Terra Ruler Dongcheng's injuries had healed completely. Moreover, he had made a lot of preparations for going to the heaven beyond heaven space. He needed to kill Huang Xiaolong. Beside Dongcheng was a tall middle-aged man who gave a feeling of burliness. His arms, legs, and waist was twice the size of the average adult. He exuded an overwhelming pressure just standing there, like there was endless energy inside him. This middle-aged man was the giant Kuan heavenly country's ruler. He was the heaven's path's strongest person. Younger brother Dongcheng, don't worry. Huang Xiaolong absolutely won't escape this time. The giant Kuan ruler's deep voice rumbled like thunder. A faint smile spread over Dongcheng's face as he said, "That is certain with brother giant Kuan around. That Huang Xiaolong won't even have the chance to escape." The giant Kuan ruler nodded. "However, our main enemy this time is not Huang Xiaolong, but the 33 Heavens race. I have news that the 33 Heavens race has sent a large group of experts out this time. They are aiming for the lightning origin divine tree as well." The giant Kuan ruler, who was the strongest person in the heaven's path, actually showed a solemn expression as he spoke of the 33 Heavens race. Dongcheng responded, "Rest assured, brother giant Kuan. Although the 33 Heavens race is also aiming for the lightning origin divine tree, the lightning origin divine tree is destined to belong to us." Dongcheng and the giant Kuan ruler had the lightning manipulating bead. They had also prepared many treasures to suppress the lightning origin divine tree's lightning chi. "Let's hope so." The giant Kuan ruler nodded his head and went on. "Though we have made ample preparations for the lightning origin divine tree, the 33 Heavens race would also be prepared. There's no harm in being a little more vigilant." This time, their main aim was to get the lightning origin divine tree. Other things were of secondary importance. By the way, I heard that the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor seems to value Huang Xiaolong quite highly. The Heavenly Terra Ruler Dongcheng thought of something and mentioned it to the giant Kuan ruler. The giant Kuan ruler chuckled, unperturbed by the information. "It's merely a Black Dragon Heavenly Country. If Battle Emperor does not know what's good for him, I don't mind letting him be buried in the heaven beyond heaven's space." 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group converged with the mighty god ruler's group. From there, everyone rushed towards the 33 heavenly gates without stopping. Counting the mighty god heavenly country's experts, there were 20+ people in Huang Xiaolong's group. All of them fit nicely on the back of the golden pig, and it was not at all crowded. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong was not idle at all. He closed his eyes to comprehend his Tao and the universe's profound esoterics. With the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler helping to control the Golden Pig treasure, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about any issue. Their journey progressed smoothly. Several days later, as they got closer to the 33 heavenly gates, other Heaven's Paths experts became a common sight. Clearly, these Heaven's Paths experts had also received news that the 33 heavenly gates restrictions were weakening, and they too were rushing over. These experts showed surprise when they saw the golden pig treasure. They really had not seen anyone using a pig as a flying artifact until today. However, When these experts saw the faces of Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler, they avoided the golden pig in a panic, hiding as far away as they could. Then again, only some people recognized the two rulers. Look at that golden pig. So funny. I've seen all kinds of flying mounts and flying ships, but I have never seen anyone using a pig as a flying artifact. A young woman about 17 to 18 years old said, as she pointed at the golden pig Huang Xiaolong's group was sitting on. She giggled loudly and said again, "It's so funny." There were more than 10 female disciples accompanying the young woman. All of them were uniformly clad in pure white brocade robes, and each held identical black longswords in their hands. "Miss, the other side seems to be the Heavenly Saint Ruler, Mighty God Ruler, and their people." A female attendant behind the young woman spoke. "Oh, the Heavenly Saint Country? Mighty God Heavenly Country." The young woman was only a little surprised, then resumed giggling. "The Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country's people are actually riding on a pig? So comedic." Despite knowing that the two of the people on the golden pig were the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler, the young woman continued taking jabs at them. Obviously, she did not put the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country in her eyes. There was a flicker of surprise in the Heavenly Saint Ruler's and Mighty God Ruler's eyes as their gazes swept over the group of women. "Lord, it looks like these people are from the sword race," the Heavenly Saint Ruler reported to Huang Xiaolong through voice transmission. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and looked at the young woman. In the heavens path, other than the many heavenly countries, there were also many ancient races. The 33 Heavens race was one of the ancient races, and the 33 Heavens race was the leader among the ancient races. Whereas the sword race was the second most powerful ancient race after the 33 Heavens race. The sword race's strength couldn't be compared to the 33 Heavens race, but they were not that far below either. It was said that the disciples born to the sword race possessed innate sword bone and the heart of sword. Every disciple of the sword race was a sword expert. While Huang Xiaolong was scrutinizing the young woman was also scrutinizing him. However, Huang Xiaolong's gaze displeased the young woman. Huang Xiaolong's gaze seemed to see through everything about her. She pointed at Huang Xiaolong and fumed. "Hey you, who are you? If you dare to stare at me like that, I will dig out your eyeballs." Truly tyrannical. Huang Xiaolong laughed hearing her words. "What? Because you're born ugly, you don't allow others to look at you?" The young woman trembled in anger at Huang Xiaolong's retort. She was the sword race's most beautiful young woman, an absolute great beauty wooed by the majority male disciples of the sword race. No one had the guts to call her ugly. "You! Take one sword from me." The young woman slashed out with her long sword. Sword chi roiled forward like tidal waves, sweeping away the surrounding turbulent chaos chi, straight at Huang Xiaolong. The startling sword chi would make the average high-level sovereign realm expert think twice before facing the attack head-on. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong lightly flicked his fingers and easily scattered the frightening sword chi. "You probably haven't eaten, right? Your power too weak that even your sword chi is squishy soft," Huang Xiaolong commented. The young woman was so infuriated that her face turned green. "Form the eye sword array." She barked an order and got into position in a flicker. The female attendants with her also moved into positions. With the young woman as the core, the sword array was completed in less than a second. All the young women swung the long swords in their hands in sync. Sword chi soared high, emitting glaring rays of light. Next, the young woman once again slashed her sword at Huang Xiaolong. The young woman turned into a long sword. Between heaven and earth, there was only the light from the sword. The Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country's experts were unnerved seeing this shocking sword chi. The eye sword array was one of the sword race's most powerful sword arrays. There were rumors that even the 33 Heavens race's patriarch was apprehensive of this sword array. However, right when the streak of sword chi was about to fall on Huang Xiaolong, he raised two fingers and turned them. The glaring sword chi vanished in an instant, revealing the young woman's figure. At this moment, the young woman looked flustered. She had killed many sky beasts and experts with the eye sword array. Even amongst the older generation experts, not many of them could have withstood it. Who would have known that this young man could do it? Huang Xiaolong turned his fingers again, and the young woman's long sword broke into several pieces. At the same time, the young woman was struck with heavy impact, and she was sent flying back. "Miss!" The female attendants cried out anxiously and rushed to her side. "I sword array. Your reputation precedes you," Huang Xiaolong stated in an indifferent voice. The young woman opened her mouth to retort, but puffed, she vomited a mouthful of blood instead. Only she knew if she vomited from her injuries or because she was enraged by Huang Xiaolong. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said to the heavenly saint ruler and mighty god ruler, then closed his eyes and entered cultivation state. Both of them complied respectfully and controlled the golden pig treasure, speeding away happily. "Chase them!" the young woman screamed as she watched Huang Xiaolong's leave. However, the female attendants behind her hesitated. "Miss, it's not good to provoke that person. Let's just forget it," a female attendant advised. Recently, a dazzling genius called Huang Xiaolong appeared in the heaven's path. Even the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng is not this person's opponent. On top of that, the heavenly saint ruler and mighty god ruler recognized him as Lord. That Huang Xiaolong is likely to be that young man. What? The young woman was shocked. She had been in seclusion to cultivate her sword techniques until recently. Furthermore, she had never been concerned with things going on outside. Therefore, she really does not know the storms Huang Xiaolong had stirred in the heaven's path. Although she wasn't concerned with the outside matters, she still knew who the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng was. Even the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng was defeated by that Huang Xiaolong? The young woman exclaimed, "It's not a false rumor?" "It's probably not a false rumor. And this matter has already spread all over heaven's path. All the super heavenly countries have learned about this," the female attendant added. The young woman glared in the direction Huang Xiaolong had left. Even though she was unwilling to give up, she hesitated to chase after them. Another 10 days went by. After rushing for almost half a month, Huang Xiaolong finally saw the legendary heaven beyond heavens. Amidst the turbulent chaos Qi up ahead was a boundless independent space, completely enshrouded by lightning. Streaks of lightning were sizzling across space like ancient fierce beasts. The terrifying destructive power was enough to make anyone turn around and leave. There was already a crowd of experts waiting to enter 1,000 miles from the heaven beyond heaven space. At a quick glance, Huang Xiaolong spotted the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. "It's the heavenly saint ruler and mighty god ruler." The arrival of Huang Xiaolong's group immediately attracted the crowd's attention. How did the heavenly saint ruler and mighty god ruler come together? Did they also form an alliance? That golden pig under them, could it be the golden pig treasure? Many guesses ran through the crowd's mind. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng and the others turned to look. When he saw that Huang Xiaolong was sitting on the golden pig treasure, killing intent erupted in his eyes. The heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng strode towards Huang Xiaolong in slow strides. The giant Kuan ruler frowned faintly, watching Dongcheng's action, but he did not stop Dongcheng. Honestly speaking, he too wanted to see if this Huang Xiaolong's battle strength was as amazing as the rumors claimed to be. Anyone who had not witnessed the battle with their own eyes would have a hard time believing a late 6th Order sovereign had defeated an early 10th Order sovereign expert. The giant Kuan prince by the giant Kuan ruler's side fixed a deathly glare at Huang Xiaolong and said to the giant Kuan ruler, "Father, it seems the mighty god ruler has also joined Huang Xiaolong. Other than that reason, it was impossible for the mighty god ruler and the mighty god heavenly country's experts to travel with Huang Xiaolong." The giant Kuan ruler did not respond to his son, and there were no changes to his expression, making it hard for others to guess what he was thinking. At the same time, several million miles away, was a group of experts clad in lightning robes. They, too, were staring at Huang Xiaolong, heavenly saint ruler, and the rest. "That young man is Huang Xiaolong? Is he really that strong?" A middle-aged man clad in a lightning robe asked. His tone fully displayed his doubt. He was one of the people who did not believe Huang Xiaolong was capable of defeating the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. Another middle-aged man scoffed. Who cares about his battle strength? It's fine as long as he doesn't hinder us. If he dares to hinder the 33 Heavens race, I won't give a shit if he's Huang Xiaolong or not. Even if he's Huang Dalong, I'll kill him just the same. Kill. A chilling air surged around the middle-aged man, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The nearby experts quickly moved away from them under the overwhelming pressure from this middle-aged man. The fluctuations over here even attracted a few looks from the giant Kuan Heavenly Country's experts. In the meantime, the Heavenly Terra ruler Dongchang and a group of the Heavenly Terra Country's experts were already standing still in front of Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Terra ruler Dongchang stared at Huang Xiaolong like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Huang Xiaolong, return the golden pig treasure and unbreakable divine shield to me. Then kneel and beg, and I might leave your corpse intact, Dongchang demanded icily. His words enraged the Heavenly Saint Countries and Mighty God Heavenly Countries experts. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to calm them down as he responded. You can still save some face if you scram now, or you might not have the chance to do even that. The Heavenly Terra ruler Dongchang's fuse lit up in an instant. Suddenly, whistling sounds came from the horizon as a group of people clad in white robes arrived on an enormous sword. Although the group was still 100 million miles away, they could feel the sharp sword chi coming at them, as if they were being cut all over. The crowd stirred seeing this group of people. It's the sword race. The sword race has closed off from the outside world for 3 billion years, but they actually came out this time. The one with the war fan seems to be the sword race's patriarch. A long time ago, I witnessed him killing a 9th Order sovereign expert with one slash. After that 9th Order sovereign got slashed, his body burst into numerous pieces. It was so tragic, I tell you. The person standing in front of the enormous sword carried a strange-looking sword on his back. The sword was shaped like an open fan. Swords were used as bones of the fan. There were exactly 100 swords that were used as bones supporting the shape of the fan. On the surface of each sword were inscriptions of ancient sword runes that formed a supreme sword array. Upon seeing the sword race patriarch, whether it was the 33 Heavens race's experts, or the giant Kuan Heavenly Country's experts, their expressions became solemn. When the sword race patriarch used to sweep over the heavens path in the past, no one was his opponent. Even the current Black Dragon ruler had admitted that he was not the sword race patriarch's opponent. Father, it's that kid who injured me. The young woman standing behind the sword race patriarch yelled when she spotted Huang Xiaolong, pointing angrily at him. The young woman's voice was not low. Thus her words made everyone look at Huang Xiaolong in bewilderment. The Heavenly Terra ruler Dongchang sneered hearing what the young woman said. He didn't know that Huang Xiaolong wanted to die so badly that he had even dared to injure the sword race patriarch's daughter. The sword race patriarch was known for his protective nature over his own people. One time, a disciple of his was injured by a super Heavenly Country's expert. Later on, the sword race patriarch had gone in person to kill that expert and razed the sect the expert belonged to the ground. That matter had shocked the heavens path. That super Heavenly Country at that time was an existence that ranked in the top 20. As expected, the sword race patriarch Jian Qintian looked at Huang Xiaolong with faint creases between his brows. Kid, you are the one who injured my daughter? His gaze was sharp as swords, exuding overwhelming pressure on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong replied calmly, That's right, it was me. The sword race patriarch Jian Qintian's eyes narrowed. I heard that you're capable of defeating the Heavenly Terra ruler Dongchang. How about this? I won't bully a junior like you. You can make the first move. If you can take one sword slash from me, I won't kill you. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said, There is no need. Make your move. The crowd immediately held their breaths in anticipation, opening their eyes wide in case they missed something. Fine. The sword race patriarch Jian Qintian harumphed. Nobody saw how or when he made his move, yet the war fan hanging on his back suddenly shot out. Piercing sword chi lit up 1,000 miles of space, and the stabbing pain in everyone's eyes made them close their eyes. For a second, there was only this sword chi in the entire universe. Wang! The war fan exploded as its many sword bones separated. All 100 sword bones turned into 100 war fans, slashing towards Huang Xiaolong at unpredictable speed. Even the Heavenly Saint ruler failed to react in time. Seeing this, the Heavenly Terror ruler quickly ushered the experts with him to dodge far away. Looking the storm of war fans coming at him, Huang Xiaolong snickered softly. He didn't make any big movements, but everyone saw a small chaos axe suddenly appear, chopping down mightily. The crowd was absolutely shocked. But, exactly at this point, the hundreds of war fans turned into thousands of sword chi resembling thousands of agile snakes. They twisted around and continued falling down on Huang Xiaolong. The sudden change did not make Huang Xiaolong dodge or retreat. Bright rays burst out of his body, repelling the thousands of sword chi falling on him. The sword chi that was repelled reverted back to its original shape and returned to the sword race patriarch Jian Qingtian's back. The result astounded everyone that no one dared to make any noise. The war fan hummed incessantly on the sword race patriarch's back, whereas Jian Qingtian's face sank. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong's strength had greatly exceeded his estimation. That attack just now could have killed any average early 10th Order sovereign, yet Huang Xiaolong parried it easily. Not only the sword race patriarch Jian Qingtian, but also the giant Kuan ruler, and 33 Heavens races experts were looking at Huang Xiaolong in surprise. The heaven beyond heaven's lightning chi has stabilized. Someone suddenly shouted, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The heaven beyond heaven's space that was originally filled with angry lightning had dispersed by half. Go! The giant Kuan ruler ordered. Upon seeing this, he swiftly tore the barrier towards the heaven beyond heaven space and led a group of experts in. The heavenly terror ruler Dongchang sneered at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, consider yourself lucky this time. If you run into me again, I'll definitely kill you. After throwing a few harsh words at Huang Xiaolong, Dongchang also led the Heavenly Terror country's experts into the heaven beyond heaven space. The 33 Heavens race, sword race, and other forces also rushed in as fast as they could. Lord! The rulers of the Heavenly Saint country and Mighty God Heavenly country stared at Huang Xiaolong. Enter. Locate the spatial domain lightning pool. Huang Xiaolong stared at Dongchang, the Heavenly Terror ruler, and he ordered coldly. The most important thing he had to do was to obtain the spatial domain lightning pool to gather all 9 great lightning pools. As long as he gathered all of them, his senior brother Jianghong would be able to come back to life. Moreover, he would be able to form the Grand Mist Lightning Pool. By controlling the Grand Mist Lightning, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the heavens path. No one would be able to stop him. Also, he would no longer need to fear the lightning restrictions protecting the gates leading out of the 33 heavens. He would be able to stay in the outside world for as long as he wanted. Huang Xiaolong quickly brought the experts from the Heavenly Saint country and Mighty God Heavenly country to the lightning space. The lightning energy in the heaven beyond heaven space was much calmer than before, and it was no longer raging like it was in the past. Even so, this space was filled with terrifying bolts of lightning that could fry even the late 10th Order emperors. Every single individual who had come over were at the very least peak late 10th Order emperors. As for Huang Xiaolong's party, all of them were existences who were in the sovereign realm. The weakest one out of them all were overlords, and the lightning energy did nothing more than tickle them. Riding on the back of the golden pig treasure, Huang Xiaolong activated the 8 great lightning pools to locate the spatial domain lightning pool. As the 8 chaos lightning pools gathered, they swallowed the lightning energy around Huang Xiaolong endlessly. Huang Xiaolong's goal was as simple as it could get. All he had to do was to locate the spatial domain lightning pool before anyone else. Without the slightest delay, he rushed straight towards the depths of the space outside the 33 heavens. From the investigations done by the Heavenly Saint ruler, the spatial domain lightning pool was located in the depths of the space outside the 33 heavens. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the lightning space, they were assaulted by a group of lightning beasts. There were 2 great dangers the space outside the 33 heavens posed. One was the lightning restrictions, and the other was the lightning beasts. These lightning beasts had an innate lightning body, and they devoured the lightning energy contained in the space outside the 33 heavens since they were born. They had a horrifyingly strong defense, and they were virtually unkillable. A single lightning beast wasn't too much of a threat, as stronger experts could just run away. But the headache-inducing fact was that the lightning beasts traveled in groups of hundreds. Larger groups were counted in the thousands and even tens of thousands. The moment anyone ran into a herd of lightning beasts, even existences like the ruler of the heavenly saint country and the mighty god heavenly country would be in trouble. One had to know that the weakest of the lightning beasts were at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Most of them were sovereigns, and several tens of thousands of them would mean a terrifying force. Luckily, the group of the lightning beasts Huang Xiaolong ran into had dozens of these beasts at best. There wasn't a need for Huang Xiaolong to make a move, as the rulers of both heavenly countries along with the various experts around them took care of the beasts in an instant. With the combined might of so many overlord-level experts, the lightning beasts were turned into a mist of blood in an instant. Lightning chi filled the area, and the 8 great lightning pools in Huang Xiaolong's body devoured them in an instant. Without slowing down, they sped towards the deeper regions of the space. It's a heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruit. Someone pointed towards one of the mountain ranges along the way and yelled. As everyone turned to look at the peak of the mountain range, they saw a lightning-attributed tree. Several deep blue fruits were growing on it. Heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruit. Origin treasure. Even though it was a mid-grade level 1 origin treasure, it was considered a priceless treasure in the outside world. Moreover, there were more than 20 fruits growing on the tree, and they seemed to have just ripened. Everyone from the 2 heavenly countries turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong agreed to whatever they were thinking of. Even though level 1 origin treasures were useless to him, they were precious treasures for the various experts from the 2 heavenly countries. Upon seeing that Huang Xiaolong had agreed to allow them to do as they wished, everyone shot towards the mountain peak to snatch the heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruits. It went without saying that it wouldn't be easy for anyone to obtain origin treasures. The heaven longevity lightning spiritual tree spat out dense lightning chi that stopped all the experts in their tracks. Seeing as the tree was slowing him down, Huang Xiaolong's sovereigns will turned into a tiny chaos axe that slammed into the lightning chi protecting the heaven longevity lightning spiritual tree. A path was cleaved out in an instant. All of a sudden, a scream came from afar. Everyone, hurry up and make your move. It's the heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruit. A huge net formed with lightning energy appeared in the air as it covered the heaven longevity lightning spiritual tree. It was clear that the other party wanted to grab all 20 heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruits. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he waved his right hand. The god-burying coffin shot outwards, and miserable shrieks filled the air. The simple act of throwing out the god-burying coffin killed more than half of the strength from the other side. As he flicked his finger, the lightning net changed its trajectory as it flew towards him. You, Huang Xiaolong, you, how dare you kill so many experts from my massacring god, heavenly country? The other party pointed at Huang Xiaolong and raged. A trace of surprise was mixed with a tinge of hatred as this person glared at Huang Xiaolong. The massacring god heavenly country was ranked in the top 10, and even though they weren't as strong as the heavenly saint country, they were ranked higher than the mighty god heavenly country. In fact, they were ranked 6th among all the heavenly countries. The person who had screamed was precisely the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country. He wanted to snatch all the heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruits the moment Huang Xiaolong broke through its defense before escaping. If he succeeded, there was nothing Huang Xiaolong and the others could do. He had never expected Huang Xiaolong's reactions to be so quick. As soon as he had made a move, Huang Xiaolong had killed more than half of the experts he had brought with him. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that Huang Xiaolong was such a ruthless character. After all, in his mind, Huang Xiaolong had already offended the heavenly terror country, and he wouldn't dare to offend another superpower in the heavens path. Too bad Huang Xiaolong was never one to restrain himself. If he wanted to kill someone, there was no stopping him. A frosty glare landed on the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country. You should be prepared to give up your life if you plan on stealing from me. If you don't get lost right now, I'll exterminate your massacring god, heavenly country." The expression on the face of the massacring god, heavenly country's ruler sank, and it became extremely ugly. After shooting a final glare at Huang Xiaolong, he turned to leave. "Lord, the massacring god ruler won't let this pass." The heavenly saint ruler turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, "Whatever." Huang Xiaolong snorted. The most important thing was to locate the spatial domain lightning pool. The killings would only truly start after he obtained it. "Keep going." Huang Xiaolong led the experts of the two heavenly countries deeper into the space after they grabbed the heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruits. Along the way, they were attacked by tons of lightning beasts. Of course, misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. They saw many precious treasures along the way. The space outside the 33 heavens had treasures growing all around, and there were some items that moved Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad for him that obtaining all of them was impossible. There were some treasures that were too difficult to obtain, and Huang Xiaolong could only give up on them in order to quicken his search for the spatial domain lightning pool. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the space outside the 33 heavens. The 8 great lightning pools started to fluctuate, and they seemed to be rejoicing about being reunited. The spatial domain lightning pool. He had finally located it. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Xiaolong led everyone towards the final lightning pool. Just as they were about to start their search, Huang Xiaolong and the others bumped into a group of men wearing robes made from lightning defending the area. There were others searching for something with some sort of secret method. Members of the 33 Heavens race. The experts of the 33 Heavens race were searching for the spatial domain lightning pool with some sort of secret method. When they heard whistling in the air, they turned their heads to stare at the newcomers. The moment they laid eyes on Huang Xiaolong, a stunned expression filled their faces. It was extremely difficult to travel through space outside the 33 heavens, and they only managed to do so with a secret technique. When they had finally arrived, they had managed to learn that the spatial domain lightning pool was located around them. Are they here for the spatial domain lightning pool? How would they know where the spatial domain lightning pool is? Did they follow our tracks? The expression on the faces of the experts of the 33 heavens race sank. Several experts flew towards Huang Xiaolong and blocked his way. "This is a forbidden area marked out by our 33 heavens race. Please leave this place." They didn't bother speaking nicely to Huang Xiaolong and the others as they tried to chase everyone away. They weren't rude to Huang Xiaolong alone. Even if they were to meet the members of the giant Kuan heavenly country, they would behave the same way. After all, they had the ability to do so. "What if I refuse?" A look of indifference appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. The members of the 33 heavens race looked at each other and a frown formed on their faces. "Huang Xiaolong, I know that you aren't weak. However, you better not offend our 33 heavens race. Even the giant Kuan heavenly country cannot afford to go against us." One of the experts from the 33 heavens race growled. According to him, he had shown Huang Xiaolong the respect he deserved. If they weren't talking to Huang Xiaolong, they would have already made a move to kill every single person present. This time, the goal of the 33 heavens race was to obtain the lightning origin divine tree. Other than the divine tree, they also wanted to obtain the spatial domain lightning pool. In the space outside the 33 heavens, the experts of the 33 heavens race had split into 2 groups. Half of them were led by the deputy patriarch of the 33 heavens race to locate the lightning origin divine tree, and the other half was led by their grand elder to look for the spatial domain lightning pool. The person who was speaking to Huang Xiaolong was precisely Hao Wei, the grand elder of the 33 heavens race. Staring at Hao Wei, a chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips. The giant Kuan heavenly country can do what they want. I'm Huang Xiaolong and I do what I want. With the spatial domain lightning pool right in front of him, there was no way he would leave now. It didn't matter if the 33 heavens race was trying to stop him. Even if the giant Kuan heavenly country were to gather the forces of all the heavenly countries in the heavens path, they wouldn't be able to stop Huang Xiaolong. Hearing what Huang Xiaolong said, the grand elder's face sank. He stared at Huang Xiaolong and the rest of the members in his party. All of a sudden, every single member of the 33 Heavens race who were searching for the spatial domain lightning pool stopped as they gathered behind the Grand Elder. Huang Xiaolong, going against the 33 Heavens race can only mean one thing, and that means death. A lightning blade appeared in one of the elder's hands as he pointed the tip at Huang Xiaolong. The elder who spoke was called Li Haifeng, and his strength was only second to the Grand Elder, Hao Wei. Even though he wasn't a 10th Order sovereign, his cultivation had reached the peak of the late 9th Order sovereign realm. He was also ranked in the top 10 among the experts of the 33 Heavens race. Without giving a response, the god-burying coffin appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Slapping its surface, the coffin started to grow bigger as it smashed towards Li Haifeng. Li Haifeng's expression finally changed as he felt the destructive force flying towards him. A grunt left his lips as he slashed towards the massive coffin. Lighting in the form of dragons shot out from his blade the moment he swung it. Before the eyes of everyone present, the lightning dragons dissipated the moment it came into contact with the coffin. It didn't even slow the coffin down for a fraction of a second, and it continued on its trajectory towards Li Haifeng. Hao Wei snorted when he saw the scene before him as lightning gathered in his palms. Sending both palms forward, he slapped at the god-burying coffin. Boom! Two massive palms formed from lightning clashed with the gigantic coffin in mid-air. The death chi around the coffin quickly dissipated under the terrifying might of the lightning energy coming from Hao Wei's attack, and the members of the 33 Heavens race rejoiced. Before they could start celebrating, the coffin started emitting copious amounts of death chi once again and sucked away the vitality of any living creatures billions of miles around them. Restoring the strength it had lost, the god-burying coffin smashed through Hao Wei's lightning palms as it continued to shoot towards Li Haifeng. Everyone, attack! Hao Wei's expression changed and he roared with rage. All the members of the 33 Heavens race moved in unison as lightning bolts filled the area. As bolts of divine lightning flashed about around them, a world of lightning was formed as it surged towards the god-burying coffin. The combined strength of everyone from the 33 Heavens race finally managed to stop the god-burying coffin. As it stopped in the space within the world of lightning, the boundless death chi it emitted was slowly suppressed by the energy contained in the lightning world. Even though they managed to barely stop Huang Xiaolong's god-burying coffin, Hao Wei and Li Haifeng realized that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Before they could gain a second of reprieve, a tiny chaos axe appeared in the space above the lightning world. As it slammed downwards, the world of lightning formed from the combined strength of all the members of the 33 Heavens race present started to fluctuate. The world trembled non-stop under the impact of the tiny chaos axe. As though the axe slammed into them, everyone felt their bodies shaking from the blow. Wearing an expression of indifference, Huang Xiaolong activated his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads at the same time as the tiny chaos axe rose into the air once again. He showed no mercy as the tiny chaos axe fell towards the world of lightning once again. Boom! An ear-shattering explosion resounded through the air. The world of lightning started to crack as a massive valley appeared where Huang Xiaolong's axe landed. Everyone from the 33 Heavens race spat out mouthfuls after mouthfuls of blood. All of a sudden, the tiny chaos axe rose into the air once again. With his final attack, the world of lightning was smashed into smithereens as everyone from the 33 Heavens race was sent flying. Kill! Huang Xiaolong's frosty voice rang through the space around him. The moment his order left his lips, the well-prepared heavenly saint ruler and mighty god ruler led everyone towards the members of the 33 Heavens race. Miserable cries filled the skies in an instant. After half an hour, the corpses of the members of the 33 Heavens race lined the mountain range around them. Huang Xiaolong swept a cold gaze over their corpses before laying down another order. Clean up the battlefield. Sounds of acknowledgements could be heard as the experts of both heavenly countries started to raid the battlefield. There was only a single survivor out of the 40 experts the 33 Heavens race had sent to the depths of the space outside the 33 Heavens, and he was Hao Wei. Everyone else was killed, including Li Haifeng. He was killed by a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. even though Hao Wei escaped with the help of a secret treasure the 33 Heavens race possessed. He wasn't exactly in the best of state when he left. His injuries were serious and he was close to death. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother chasing down Hao Wei as he had more important matters to take care of. Using all 8 great lightning pools in his body, he located the general location of the spatial domain lightning pool. Setting up countless restrictions around him, Huang Xiaolong prevented the lightning pool from escaping. As he prepared to hunt down the final lightning pool, the news of Huang Xiaolong killing several dozen experts from the 33 Heavens race started to spread. The news shocked many experts from the world outside the 33 Heavens. What? There were 44 experts from the 33 Heavens race and only the Grand Elder managed to escape. Hao Wei is a peak early 10th Order sovereign. He's stronger than the heavenly terror ruler Dongcheng. How can he lose to Huang Xiaolong? Very quickly, the news reached the ears of the experts from the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country and the Heavenly Terror Country. Dongcheng's eyes widened and his jaws dropped when he heard the news. He sank into silence for a long time. When the Giant Kuan ruler stared at dazed Dongcheng, he couldn't help but ask, "Dongcheng, are you alright?" Dongcheng finally snapped back to attention when he heard the Giant Kuan ruler's voice. He sucked in a cold breath before shaking his head. "I'm fine." Is he really fine? Light flashed in the eyes of the Giant Kuan ruler's eyes as he asked one of the generals beside him, "Did Huang Xiaolong appear in the Golden Lightning Mountain Range?" "Yes, Your Majesty." According to the reports, Li Haifeng and the other members of the 33 Heavens race were killed by Huang Xiaolong in the Golden Lightning Mountain Range. "Brother Giant Kuan, are we going to surround Huang Xiaolong to hunt him down?" Dongcheng asked. "Huang Xiaolong is a malignant tumor we have to get rid of, with Brother Giant Kuan's strength. Killing Huang Xiaolong is nothing more than flipping your wrist. If you allow him to grow any further, no one will be able to suppress him." The Giant Kuan ruler shook his hand. "There is no rush. We came out of the 33 Heavens after much difficulty, so the most important thing is to locate the Lightning Origin Divine Tree. It won't be too late to take care of Huang Xiaolong after obtaining the tree. We need to kill Huang Xiaolong, but there is no need to do it immediately. We can even work with the 33 Heavens race to deal with Huang Xiaolong after we obtain the Lightning Origin Divine Tree. Huang Xiaolong has killed too many experts from the 33 Heavens race, and none of them were weaklings. All of them were renowned experts. The 33 Heavens race should have formed a bone-deep hatred against Huang Xiaolong, and there is no doubt that they want nothing more than to tear his flesh from his bones. If we contact the Deputy Patriarch of the 33 Heavens race, it will go without saying that Huang Xiaolong is as good as dead." Dongcheng finally revealed a smile when he heard what the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country's ruler said. Brother Giant Kuan is thorough in his considerations. "I was too hasty," the Giant Kuan ruler said, sweeping his gaze around. "According to the intelligence we gathered, the Lightning Origin Divine Tree should be right up ahead. We should see it after half a day. Pass down my order to move ahead at full speed." "Yes, Your Majesty." The experts from the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country and the Heavenly Terror Country increased their speed as they shot forward. When the experts of the Sword Race heard about Huang Xiaolong's actions, they suffered from no small amount of shock. "Huang Xiaolong is seeking death. I've heard that he killed a ton of people from the massacring god Heavenly Country when he tried to obtain the Heaven Longevity Lightning Spiritual Fruit. Now, he offended the 33 Heavens race." The daughter of the Sword Race's patriarch, Jian Xiaofu, sneered, "He's definitely going to die soon." The patriarch of the Sword Race, Jian Qintian, frowned in response. Huang Xiaolong's strength cannot be underestimated. Even the Grand Elder of the 33 Heavens race, Hao Wei, nearly died at his hands. If that is really the case, Huang Xiaolong's strength should be comparable to mine. Jian Xiaofu chuckled coldly. The only reason he managed to defeat Hao Wei was because he joined hands with the Heavenly Saint Ruler. How can he be compared to you? The only reason he didn't die in the past was because, Father, you didn't use your full strength when fighting him. If you had gone all out, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to take a single strike from you. Jian Qintian shook his head in response. Even if his combat ability cannot match up to me, it wouldn't be too far away. If anyone runs into Huang Xiaolong, no one is to offend him unless you have no choice. He could see that his daughter held a deep hatred for Huang Xiaolong in her heart. Came as no surprise to him. His daughter was the princess of the sword race, and her suitors numbered in the millions. She had never experienced a setback in her life other than the time Huang Xiaolong injured her. It was normal for her to hate the first man who hurt her. Jian Xiaofu didn't respond to her father's order, and she stared silently at him. After seeing that there was no way to persuade her, Jian Qingtian continued, "Our main goal is to locate the purple grand mist aura. I've received news that there is a deep valley surrounded by purple aura all year round. There should be purple grand mist aura located deep in the valley, and there should be more than a single strand. As long as we obtain the purple grand mist aura, I will be able to cultivate to the highest realm of our sword code. When that happens, even someone like the leader of the 33 Heavens race wouldn't be able to do a thing to me." "Father, is the leader of the 33 Heavens race really so strong?" Jian Xiaofu asked. "Is he really the embodiment of the artifact spirit of the 33 Heavenly Gate?" Jian Qingtian shook his head. "I don't know if he is the embodiment of the artifact spirit of the 33 Heavenly Gate. The only thing I can be sure of is his strength. His power is unfathomable, and even if I reach the highest level of our sword code, I can only ensure that I won't be defeated. Escaping shouldn't be a problem, but winning is impossible. Enough. We need to locate the valley before anything else." Jian Qingtian didn't hesitate as he led the members of the sword race in search of the deep valley. He had no idea where it was, and the only thing he knew was the general location of the place. There was only one way to locate it, and it was to physically search for it. As the members of the sword race raced to look for the valley filled with purple aura, Huang Xiaolong had already set up countless restrictions around the Golden Lightning mountain range. He had sealed off the space 1,000,000,000,000 miles around the mountain range, and after confirming that he hadn't missed a spot, Huang Xiaolong summoned the 8 chaos lightning pools. One by one, they flew out from the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. As they hovered in the air above Huang Xiaolong, they filled up the space spanning several billion miles. Lightning spirits howled as they swam around the 8 lightning pools as flashes of lightning illuminated the world. Under the terrified gazes of the 2 rulers and countless experts, the spatial domain lightning pool that was hiding in the cracks in the void was drawn out by the 8 chaos lightning pools. When the lightning chi of the 8 great lightning pools met, they formed pillars of lightning that trapped the spatial domain lightning pool. The lightning spirit of the spatial domain lightning pool was a creature that couldn't be considered a beast or a human. Its body was transparent, and the roar it emitted from the middle of the spatial lightning pool shook the heavens. It was seemingly trying to escape from the entrapment of the 8 chaos lightning pools. It tossed and turned as it tried to break through the space around it. Too bad that Huang Xiaolong had already set countless restrictions all around. With the assistance of the 8 chaos lightning pools, it was impossible for the spatial domain lightning pool to escape. After ordering the members of the 2 heavenly countries to stand guard around him, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he appeared in the space above the spatial domain lightning pool. Without a second thought, he started the refinement process. In an instant, terrifying waves of lightning energy surged out from the lightning pool as it poured into Huang Xiaolong's body. All of a sudden, all 8 chaos lightning pools appeared beside Huang Xiaolong, and pillars of light emerged. It covered the lightning spirit of the spatial domain lightning pool, and the restless spirit finally started to calm down. Huang Xiaolong's Saint Physique and complete Dao Saint Godheads underwent a terrifying ascension phase. He also realized that the 3 saint bloodlines in his body were slowly improving as he refined the lightning energy contained in the spatial domain lightning pool. The lightning energy contained in the spatial domain lightning pool was too strong, and it was like a towering wave that slammed into Huang Xiaolong. Surprisingly, Huang Xiaolong nearly failed to withstand the bombardment of lightning energy coming from the spatial domain lightning pool. Facing the insane amounts of lightning energy coming from the spatial domain lightning pool, Huang Xiaolong pushed his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads to the limit to devour the incoming energy. As he crazily sucked in the lightning energy coming from the lightning pools, Huang Xiaolong's strength started to increase at an insane rate. 2 hours barely passed when the aura around Huang Xiaolong strengthened once again. Along with his unending refinement of the lightning energy around him, the spatial domain lightning pool slowly floated towards Huang Xiaolong. Revolving around Huang Xiaolong like the other 8 chaos lightning pools, it started to devour the lightning energy present in the space outside the 33 heavens. Half a day passed. With the spatial domain lightning pool as the center, the other 8 pools started to revolve around it. All 8 lightning spirits seemed to be a part of the lightning beast born from the spatial domain lightning pool as they gathered together. The 8 lightning spirits started to disappear as they slowly fused. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had failed to fuse all 8 lightning pools even though he had gained complete control over them. It seemed like there was some sort of repulsion among them, but the moment the spatial domain lightning pool appeared, the repulsion disappeared. With nothing left to stop them, all the lightning pools started to fuse. Every time a lightning spirit was absorbed by the lightning spirit born from the spatial domain lightning pool, it would turn a little brighter as the lightning that illuminated it would increase in intensity. As the lightning spirit swallowed all the other 8 spirits, the spatial domain lightning pool started to transform. Huang Xiaolong discovered that another type of lightning energy flowed into his body. It was completely different from the lightning energy he had absorbed from the first 8 lightning pools he had obtained. It was several times stronger than any type of lightning energy produced by the 8 chaos lightning pools. In the distance, the rulers of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country stared at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of shock. The aura around Huang Xiaolong was increasing without any signs of stopping. The Lord, isn't this a little too exaggerated? The Heavenly Saint ruler stuttered as he stared at Huang Xiaolong incredulously. No matter how hard he tried, he failed to calm himself down. In less than a day, Huang Xiaolong broke through to the peak of the early 7th Order sovereign realm. The mighty god ruler felt his throat going dry as he stammered. If this keeps up, wouldn't the Lord enter the mid-7th Order sovereign realm in another day? As though confirming his guess, Huang Xiaolong's body started to shake violently after 3 hours. Without the slightest bit of obstruction, Huang Xiaolong entered the mid-7th Order sovereign realm. That wasn't all. Only 6 lightning pools had fused into the spatial domain lightning pool, and there were still the lightning spirits of the Blue Wood Lightning Pool and Black Sea Lightning Pool remaining. After absorbing 6 lightning spirits, the lightning spirit of the spatial domain lightning pool was stronger than ever. Bolts of lightning that shot out from its body pierced through the void as it illuminated God knew how many miles of space. From afar, it was as though the bolts of lightning were formed during the creation of a world. The lightning spirit of the spatial domain lightning pool had already turned twice its size as the bolts of lightning it emitted shone with 7 different colors. Another half a day passed. It finally swallowed the final 2 lightning spirits, and in that instant, the 9 lightning spirits were fused permanently. A pillar formed with lightning piercing through the space outside the 33 heavens. In the instant the lightning pools fused together, and it parted the ever-present chaos chi in the space around it. All the lightning chi in the space outside the 33 heavens seemed to be attracted to it as the pools started to fluctuate non-stop. No matter which heavenly country it was and no matter where they were on the heavens path, flashes of lightning lit up the entire world. Every single person from every single heavenly country, ancient race, or hidden sect stared towards the Golden Lightning Mountain Range. The members of the Giant Kuan Heavenly Country and Heavenly Terror Country, who were trying to destroy the barrier of lightning around the Lightning Origin Divine Tree, stopped. What's going on? Dong Chung exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the strength of the restrictions around the gates of the 33 heavens have become stronger? The giant Kuan ruler looked at the fluctuating lightning chi around him, and a frown slowly formed on his face. That shouldn't be related to the restrictions around the gates of the 33 heavens. What else could it be? The giant Kuan prince asked. Could it be that an absolute treasure of the lightning element has born in the space outside the 33 heavens? Only a saint artifact would be able to cause such a huge disturbance. The giant Kuan ruler shook his head as the look in his eyes deepened. It seemed as though his gaze could pierce through everything between them, but the only thing he saw was a sea of lightning chi raging through the lands. Ignore the fluctuations of the lightning chi outside the 33 heavens. Focus and break through the lightning barrier formed by the Lightning Origin Divine Tree. The giant Kuan ruler turned his gaze away and directed it towards the tree as he instructed. "Yes, your majesty." The experts under him quickly snapped back to attention as they focused on destroying the barrier before them. Soon, the giant Kuan ruler felt a headache coming. The barrier was much more difficult to break than he could have imagined. Even with their specialized treasures to fend off lightning energy, they couldn't shatter the barrier around the divine tree. If this keeps up, we'll be in trouble when the members of the 33 Heavens race show up. With no choice, they could only continue to chip away at the barrier. There was nothing else they could do. In the Golden Lightning Mountain Range, the 8 great lightning pools Huang Xiaolong had gathered in the past had already disappeared, and the only thing left in the air above him was the spatial domain lightning pool. It had already completed its transformation after absorbing the lightning spirits of the other 8 lightning pools, and the lightning above it shone with 9 different colors. 9 colored lightning revolved elegantly around the entire pool. In the past, no matter how strong the lightning chi was contained by the lightning pools, it was chaos lightning chi at best. The same could be said for the spatial domain lightning pool when Huang Xiaolong had found it. However, now that it had undergone a type of transformation, the lightning chi it emitted had already transcended chaos lightning chi. The spatial domain lightning pool had also undergone a special transformation. Strands of gray lightning slowly emerged from the pool. Huang Xiaolong's soul shook when he saw the change, and with a single thought, the lightning pool started to shrink. It turned into a bolt of lightning that entered the space between his eyebrows. The lightning pool was still undergoing its transformation right now, and it wasn't ready for use. As soon as it was done, Huang Xiaolong would be able to resurrect his senior brother, Zhang Hong. Now that I have already gathered all 9 chaos lightning pools, the transformation process has started. There is no need to bother with it, and I should look for the lightning origin divine tree and the purple grand mist aura. His ability to detect lightning chi was much stronger than it was before. Along with the experience of refining the purple grand mist aura in the past, any purple grand mist aura around him wouldn't be able to escape detection. If the lightning origin divine tree or purple grand mist aura appeared around him, he would be able to sense it. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong shot into the air to ride on the golden pig treasure. He ordered everyone to continue onwards on their journey to locate more treasures. It went without a doubt that treasures like the lightning origin divine tree would be located in the place where lightning chi was the most concentrated. After flying for quite some time, a terrifying wave of energy appeared nearby. "What is this terrifying lightning energy?" the heavenly saint ruler gasped in shock. Could it be the members of the 33 Heavens race? Members of the 33 Heavens race. Huang Xiaolong's heart shook as he thought of a certain possibility. "Let's head over there." Huang Xiaolong changed directions as he headed towards the source of the disturbance. Before long, he saw the members of the 33 Heavens race clashing with the members of the giant Kuan heavenly country. Other than the members of the 33 Heavens race and the giant Kuan heavenly country, the members of the Heavenly Terror Country, Massacring God Heavenly Country, the Sword Race, and several other superpowers were present. The Heavenly Terror ruler Dong Cheng, the Massacring God ruler, and even the Patriarch of the Sword Race, Jian Qintian, were present. Huang Xiaolong also noticed Jian Xiaofu, standing behind her father. The moment he appeared, everyone's gaze landed on him. A stunned expression filled their faces, including the experts of the 33 Heavens race. The faces of the members of the 33 Heavens race changed as a look of fear took over the stunned expression they initially had. It was especially so for Hao Wei. It was true fear he was feeling. After all, he was the only person who had experienced how terrifying Huang Xiaolong was after he had entered the 7th Order Sovereign Realm. Everyone who was exchanging blows stopped. Huang Xiaolong, the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country, glared at him. Huang Xiaolong ignored him altogether as his gaze landed on the massive divine tree standing at the peak of a mountain peak near them. Lightning chi rolled off the humongous tree and covered the entire mountain peak. Even 10th Order sovereigns wouldn't be able to approach the tree with the lightning chi protecting it. When looking at the tree branches, 3 fruits were growing on it, glowing with mesmerizing radiance. The fruits were dark blue in color, and their fragrance filled the air. The terrifying barrier formed from lightning chi was unable to prevent the scent of the fruits from leaking out. Lightning origin divine tree. A look of pleasant surprise appeared in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The divine tree actually bore 3 lightning origin divine fruits. When the giant Kuan ruler saw Huang Xiaolong ignoring him to look at the lightning origin divine tree, he couldn't help but feel a trace of rage bubbling in his heart. He glanced at the deputy patriarch of the 33 Heavens race, Yang Tianqin, from the corner of his eye. When he had joined hands with the heavenly terror country, they had nearly destroyed the barrier of lightning chi shrouding the lightning origin divine tree. Right before they had succeeded, Yang Tianqin of the 33 Heavens race had brought his men over to carry out a sneak attack, wasting everyone's efforts. When the members of both heavenly countries turned around to battle against the experts of the 33 Heavens race, more and more people were attracted over. "You're Huang Xiaolong?" A frosty voice rang through the air, and it contained no small amounts of killing intent. The person who spoke was precisely the deputy patriarch of the 33 Heavens race, Yang Tianqin. When Huang Xiaolong heard what he said, he finally retracted his gaze from the lightning origin divine tree. He shifted his gaze to look at Yang Tianqin and the others. Hao Wei quickly flew over to Yang Tianqin and reported, "Deputy Patriarch, that is indeed Huang Xiaolong." The killing intent in Yang Tianqin's eyes grew even stronger as he glared at the young man who had just arrived. In the Heavens Path, the 33 Heavens race was the peak of all superpowers. No one had ever dared to challenge their authority, and even the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country wouldn't dare to kill their members indiscriminately. Huang Xiaolong not only had decided to kill the members of the 33 Heavens race, but he had killed a bunch of elite experts from their race. Out of the 44 experts he had sent to look for the spatial domain lightning pool, only Hao Wei had managed to escape. Lightning flashed about Yang Tianqin's body as murderous intent raged in his heart. In the distance, the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country couldn't help but feel a trace of joy blossoming in his heart when he saw what was happening. "Your Majesty, Huang Xiaolong is basically seeking to die. No one would have thought that he would barge in here on his own. Now that the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country and deputy patriarch of the 33 Heavens race are present, there will be no way for Huang Xiaolong to escape." One of the generals beside the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country laughed. The ruler nodded his head in response. When the members of the giant Kuan heavenly country and 33 Heavens race surround Huang Xiaolong, we shall lend them a hand from the side and fuck Huang Xiaolong up. Even though he couldn't do a thing to Huang Xiaolong alone after he had killed a ton of experts from his massacring god heavenly country, he could still work with the giant Kuan heavenly country and 33 Heavens race to inconvenience Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, it's time for you to pay. I bet you never thought that your retribution would come so early." Looking at the tense situation before her, Jian Xiaofu sneered, "Bastard! Now you're dead for sure." Yang Tianqin turned to the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country and said, "Brother Giant Kuan, let's deal with the matter of the lightning origin divine tree after we deal with this. I believe Brother Giant Kuan and Brother Dongchang would like to kill Huang Xiaolong. Why don't we work together? We'll discuss the matter with the lightning origin divine tree after we kill him. What do you think?" The two rulers looked at each other and reached a conclusion quickly. "Sure," the giant Kuan ruler replied for the both of them. He was already planning to kill Huang Xiaolong after obtaining the lightning origin divine tree. Now that Yang Tianqin was here with the experts of the 33 Heavens race, it was their best shot at killing the annoying little brat. The hatred Dongchang had for Huang Xiaolong had already reached a state where there was no going back. There was no way he would refuse to work with them to get rid of him. In an instant, the giant Kuan ruler, Dongchang, and Yang Tianqin shot towards Huang Xiaolong. As they formed a triangular formation, they surrounded Huang Xiaolong. The moment their leaders moved, the various experts of the three factions moved out to surround Huang Xiaolong's party. Seeing the encirclement, the faces of everyone in Huang Xiaolong's group changed. They were only 20 strong men, and they were about to face the combined might of the strongest experts the giant Kuan heavenly country, heavenly terror country, and 33 Heavens race had to offer. There were more than 100 of them on the opposing side. How were they going to fight? It was a one-sided beatdown no matter how they looked at it. The rulers of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country felt their hearts sinking, and so did the experts on their side. After looking at the bleak situation Huang Xiaolong was in, Dongcheng sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, I've said it before. The moment you step out of the 33 heavens, there will no longer be a need for you to return. You shall be buried here today." A divine armor appeared on his body the moment he spoke. The divine armor was silvery white in color, and there were traces of icy light flashing on it. It was none other than the Ice-Earth Divine Armor, a part of the 6 divine artifacts in the Ice-Earth series. The Ice-Earth Divine Spear appeared in Dongcheng's arm as the Snow-Earth Cape appeared behind him. The Ice-Earth Helmet and boots made their appearance, and as the final item, the Ice-Earth Shield appeared in his other hand. The instant all Ice-Earth 6 divine artifacts appeared, terrifying amounts of frigid qi emerged from Dongcheng's body. In contrast to Dongcheng, a jade-green light flashed behind the ruler of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country. A massive divine beast started to congeal, and it was none other than the divine beast, the giant Kuan. The giant Kuan that appeared behind the ruler of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country was thousands of times larger than the one created by the prince of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country in the past. The moment it appeared, it was as though a genuine giant Kuan had transcended time and space to take over the phantom. The instant it was fully formed, it covered the sky with its massive wings and the earth turned dark. As for the deputy patriarch of the 33 heavens race, a lightning whip appeared in his hand. The instant it appeared, the lightning chi in the space outside the 33 heavens stopped moving altogether. Everyone stared at the whip in shock. All-extinguishing lightning whip. All-extinguishing lightning whip. The faces of everyone changed to one of endless shock mixed with traces of fear. That's right. This is the all-extinguishing lightning whip. A smile appeared on Yang Tianqian's face as he confirmed their guesses. The all-extinguishing lightning whip was one of the greatest treasures of the 33 heavens race. In order to obtain the lightning origin divine tree, the leader of the race had allowed him to bring the all-extinguishing lightning whip over to the space outside the 33 heavens. Kill! Dongcheng's yell broke the stunned atmosphere as his spear pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. Frosty light filled the space in front of him in an instant. Following behind Dongcheng, the giant Kuan ruler harumphed as he sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong. His fist pierced through the void, and space around it started to crumble as the lightning chi in the surroundings transformed into nothingness. A single fist caused the heavens to shake and the earth to tremble. In that instant, everyone felt the space outside the 33 heavens shaking violently. Jian Qintian's pupils shrank. If the giant Kuan Heavenly Country's ruler were to send that punch flying towards me, would I be able to receive it? He didn't have the luxury of time to think about the answer as Yang Tianqian had already made his move. The all-extinguishing lightning whip in his hands danced as he sent a terrifying strike at Huang Xiaolong. Lightning chi seemed to form a massive river as it charged towards Huang Xiaolong. When they felt the energy pulsating in the river of lightning, everyone felt their hearts palpitating. The river of lightning was unstoppable as it swallowed everything in its path. It could destroy everyone, and it contained the ability to exterminate the world. Huang Xiaolong watched as the 3 of them attacked at the same time. A look of indifference remained on his face as he raised a single fist. With one punch, he shattered Dongcheng's icy attack. The shockingly powerful wave of energy coming from Dongcheng scattered like it wasn't there. To begin with, after taking care of that, Huang Xiaolong's fist didn't stop. It slammed into Dongcheng's defenses and shattered them all. As a miserable shriek left Dongcheng's lips, he was sent flying away. At the same time, a light blue shield emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. It was the unbreakable divine shield that welcomed the giant Kuan ruler's attack. That wasn't the end as Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth to swallow the lightning energy in the lightning river formed by Yang Tianqian's all-extinguishing lightning whip. Boom! When the punch landed on Huang Xiaolong's unbreakable divine shield, it didn't manage to shatter the barrier of light in front of it. It was blocked in an instant, stopping all the attacks flying towards him. Huang Xiaolong raised his other hand and pulled Dongcheng over. By the time everyone noticed what had happened, Huang Xiaolong was already grabbing Dong Chang by the neck. Flabbergasted looks formed on the faces of everyone who were present to witness the scene. Even Jian Qintian couldn't believe his eyes. Jian Xiaofu's little lips parted as she stared at the scene before her in disbelief. The ruler of the massacring god Heavenly Country, who was about to lead the experts under him to cause some trouble for Huang Xiaolong, stopped dead in his tracks. An incredulous look appeared on his face. As for the experts of the various factions who were about to help their leaders, they felt their bodies turning stiff. The combined might of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country Yang Tianqian and Dongchang was blocked by Huang Xiaolong with such ease. He didn't even break a sweat. With a single punch, he stopped Dongchang, and he didn't even need to do anything to stop the giant Kuan ruler. He even managed to capture Dongchang before they could react. The ruler of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country and Yang Tianqian didn't believe their eyes. Dongchang, who was held by the neck, stared at Huang Xiaolong with a look of fear in his eyes. Despite his best efforts, Dongchang felt as though his body was filled with some sort of restriction, stopping him from circulating his energy. Huang Xiaolong, you? The blood drained from Dongchang's face. Huang Xiaolong, release him immediately. The giant Kuan ruler felt his expression turning sullen as he growled at Huang Xiaolong. The giant Kuan behind him started to unfurl its wings. As its wings slowly opened up, a storm was swept up in the surroundings. Dark blue chi poured out from the void above the Kuan as it formed a massive sea under the feet of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country's ruler. With the storm behind him and the sea of blue chi under him, the ruler of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country seemed like a supreme existence who lorded over the seas. With endless might, the aura he emitted strengthened by many folds. His current strength was many times stronger than earlier. As for Yang Tianqian, he wasn't planning to hold back either. Lightning started to swirl around his body as destructive might emerged from his palms to form a terrifying code of energy that surrounded him. A type of inexhaustible power started to emerge from the lightning whip in his hand. The two of them locked onto Huang Xiaolong in an instant. If Huang Xiaolong refused to hand Dongchang over, the two of them would attack him without hesitation. They were merely caught by surprise previously. This time, they wouldn't make the same mistake. Upon seeing that his comrades were about to save him, Dongchang yelled, "Huang Xiaolong, why are you still not letting go? What are you talking about?" Huang Xiaolong completely ignored the ruler of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country and Yang Tianqian. A sinister smile broke out on his face as he chuckled. "Didn't you encounter some fortuitous encounter in the past? Didn't that allow you to obtain a complete Tao Saint Godhead, a saint physique, and a saint bloodline?" When Dongchang looked at the nefarious smile on Huang Xiaolong's face, his heart went cold. How could he not understand what Huang Xiaolong was after? What do you want from me? You'll learn about it soon." Huang Xiaolong didn't bother explaining as the smile on his face became a million watts brighter. Devouring force started to emerge from his palms as it surged into Dongchang's body. A terrified look appeared on Dongchang's face as his body started to shake in fear. "No, you can't do this. Save me. Brother Giant Kuan, Brother Yang. Please save me." It was too late as everything in Dongchang's body was devoured by Huang Xiaolong. His blood essence, saint bloodline, complete Tao Saint Godhead, and even his sovereign's will was sucked dry by Huang Xiaolong. It only took a second before Dongchang's body started to shrink. "Kill him!" The ruler of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country yelled as murderous intent filled his eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, eat my fist!" He punched both fists out towards Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Boom! The moment his punch was sent out, two massive Kuan heads appeared and the space around them started to buzz. As though they had rehearsed this, Yang Tianqian struck out at the exact same time. He waved the all-extinguishing lightning whip in his hand as bolts of lightning started to fall from the sky. They were several times stronger than the attack he had unleashed previously. A cold harumph left Huang Xiaolong's lips as he punched out with his right fist. In an instant, the two Kuan heads were smashed into smithereens. He didn't move a single muscle as he stood with his back ramrod straight. The space between his eyebrows started to light up as Yang Tianqin's attack fell on him, and everyone was treated to a scene they would never forget as long as they lived. The lightning summoned by Yang Tianqin poured into Huang Xiaolong's body without the slightest trace of hurting him. With his left hand, he continued to refine the gains he obtained from Dongcheng. After refining Dongcheng's complete Tao Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique, Huang Xiaolong would be able to upgrade his own. Once again, Dongcheng's body started to shrivel up. "Brother Giant Kuan, please hurry up and save me." Dongcheng's cries of help became more and more urgent as fear overwhelmed him. The giant Kuan ruler raised his head and roared to the heavens. His yell filled the skies for 1,000,000,000,000 miles as his body started to swell. The gale behind him raged on as the sea of dark blue energy below his feet started to expand. "Huang Xiaolong, take my oscillating heaven's fist. When the giant Kuan descends, every creature under the heavens will submit." As soon as the words left his lips, 2 massive fists came crashing down towards Huang Xiaolong. Terrifying winds coupled with mighty blue qi revolved around his fists as they shot through the void to arrive before Huang Xiaolong. 2 massive kuns materialized and charged towards their target. Those 2 kuns were no projections. They were the real things. Yang Tianqin didn't remain idle as he started to rise above before throwing the all-extinguishing lightning whip into the air. As the tip of the whip latched onto the tail of the whip, a giant circle was formed in the air. As soon as the all-extinguishing lightning whip formed a complete circle, boundless lightning energy poured out from within it. Gigantic divine lightning bolts slammed into the ground and struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Even 10th-order sovereigns would fail to take on a single bolt of lightning. With the numerous bolts of lightning crashing down to the earth, who would be able to stand against them? As he watched the bolts of lightning fall, Huang Xiaolong wore a face of indifference. He raised his fist and sent a punch towards Yang Tianqin. Boom! The heavens shook as the earth beneath them shattered. A buzzing sound rang out in the heads of everyone present, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, a brilliant streak of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. It was none other than the golden pig treasure. As soon as it appeared, Yang Tianqin's expression changed. He was about to retrieve the all-extinguishing lightning whip, but it was too late. The golden pig treasure shot towards the whip the instant it appeared, and it attracted all the divine lightning in the air. As the bolts of lightning that were capable of destroying 10th-order sovereigns landed on the back of the golden pig treasure, a golden glow appeared around its body. The divine lightning couldn't stop the pig for even a second as it charged straight towards the whip. It opened its mouth, and a frightening suction force pulled the whip towards the golden pig treasure. No matter how hard Yang Tianqin tried, he couldn't retrieve the all-extinguishing lightning whip. Seeing as it was about to enter the pig's mouth, he roared in rage, "Damn pig! Fuck off!" A massive blade appeared in his other hand. Flashes of lightning covered the blade as it emitted an eerily black glow. Dark lightning blade. Many experts couldn't help but exclaim when they laid eyes on the blade. The dark lightning blade was the divine artifact that had risen to fame along with Yang Tianqin. In the past, Yang Tianqin had used the dark lightning blade to kill 2 early 10th-order sovereigns who had joined hands to kill him. Even though the dark lightning blade couldn't be compared to the all-extinguishing lightning whip, it was still a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact. Die! Golden Treasure's pig Yang Tianqin slashed at the golden pig treasure, who was about to swallow the whip. Waves of blade qi swept through the lands as the lightning qi in the space outside the 33 heavens started churning. Lightning qi gathered to congeal a giant blade in the air as it chopped at the golden pig treasure. It was clear that Yang Tianqin planned to kill the pig with a single strike. Even though the golden pig treasure was able to subdue any type of treasure, it wasn't omnipotent. There were ways of killing it. Despite its horrifyingly strong defense, its head was one of its weak points. As long as Yang Tianqin's blade landed on the correct spot, he could decapitate the pig with a single slash. As he saw the blade formed from lightning qi was about to land on the pig, Huang Xiaolong finally made his move. The lightning bead emerged from his body and appeared in the space beside the golden pig treasure. The moment it appeared, Resplendent rays of light emerged to block the blade qi from Yang Tianxin's dark lightning blade. The instant Huang Xiaolong's lightning beads stopped Yang Tianxin's blade qi, the all-extinguishing lightning whip entered the golden pig treasure's mouth. Biting down onto it without hesitation, the golden pig treasure shook its little pigtail as it returned triumphantly to Huang Xiaolong. Rage boiled in Yang Tianxin's heart when he saw the little pig wagging its tail. A loud roar left his lips as the dark lightning blade in his hand shot out once again. Go to hell! The giant Kuan ruler didn't remain idle either. His fists flew towards Huang Xiaolong, and the only difference this time was that he managed to summon 4 kuns instead of 2. The 4 kuns split up and covered all 4 directions. When they formed a complete formation surrounding Huang Xiaolong, the aura they emitted increased by several times. Huang Xiaolong grunted as light poured out of his body. The heart of hell thumped loudly as a pillar of black light pierced through the skies. 16 wings unfurled behind him as he stood against the attack. Break! Huang Xiaolong shattered Yang Tianxin's blade qi once again with another punch as 4 divine flames welcomed the 4 kuns flying towards him. Explosions sounded in the air when the 4 kuns slammed into the 4 divine flames. The 4 divine flames shrunk to a fraction of their original size as they weakened by more than half. As for the 4 kuns, they had long since turned into ashes. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the scene in shock. The giant Kuan ruler was a late 10th order sovereign. Yang Tianxin might not be as strong as him, but he was still a peak mid-10th order sovereign. The 2 of them were peak existences in the heavens path. Despite that, they were easily stopped by Huang Xiaolong even after unleashing their strongest moves. He was taking them both on alone. How impressive was that? Even Jian Qintian stared at Huang Xiaolong with a dumbfounded expression. He could duel with Yang Tianxin if he gave it his all. But there was no way he could stand against the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country. If Yang Tianxin were to join hands with the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country, even a super expert like him couldn't do anything but escape. Despite it being impossible for him to challenge the 2 of them, Huang Xiaolong completed the task with ease. Wouldn't that mean? Jian Xiaofu's tiny little hands started to tremble as her gaze was fixed onto Huang Xiaolong. Dong Chang, who was screaming and yelling for the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country to save him, felt the words getting caught in his throat. His breaths were becoming shallower and his body had already shrank by half. His eyes were sunken, and the majestic aura he emitted in the past had ceased to exist. His body was slowly withering as his skin started to sag. Huang Xiaolong, return my all-extinguishing lightning whip. Yang Tianxin glared at Huang Xiaolong enraged. If you refuse, you shall become the eternal enemy of my 33 heavens race. No matter who it is, as long as they are related to you, they won't be able to show their faces in the heavens path. By this time, the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country had already stopped his offensive as the storm around his body had started to shrink. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yang Tianxin as though he was looking at a retard. If I return the all-extinguishing lightning whip back to you, are you going to overlook everything that happened? He had killed more than 40 experts of the 33 heavens race. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Yang Tianxin couldn't help but blank when faced with Huang Xiaolong's question. You got one thing wrong. The ones who won't be able to live in the heavens path won't be me. Your 33 heavens race should watch yourselves. Yang Tianxin could no longer hold back his rage after Huang Xiaolong's blatant disrespect. No one has ever threatened my 33 heavens race. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you can take on my entire race by yourself? Everyone watching the battle shook their head in silence. Huang Xiaolong's strength was indeed terrifying. He could take on both Yang Tianxin and the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country by himself. However, he was far too lacking if he wanted to challenge the 33 heavens race. The heavens path had existed since time immemorial. No matter which race went extinct, the heavens path remained unaffected. As for the 33 heavens race, they have been in existence since the appearance of the heavens path. Their race was unshakable, and now, Huang Xiaolong was threatening to kick the members of the 33 heavens race off the heavens path. How was that possible? Even though no one dared to openly mock Huang Xiaolong, they felt that he was being a little too arrogant. Whatever the case, a smile slowly appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. He swept his gaze across the battlefield and continued, "So what if you're from the giant Kuan heavenly country? Who cares if you're from the 33 heavens race?" By this time, Dong Chang had already turned into a corpse as Huang Xiaolong had devoured him whole. Shaking his left hand, Huang Xiaolong sent a stream of energy into the dried-up corpse and turned him into a pile of dust. Soaring into the skies, he sent a punch towards the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country and Yang Tianqian, respectively. Huang Xiaolong no longer held back. He activated all 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads and his 3 saint bloodlines. 2 giant fists appeared in the air as it emitted a brilliant golden glow. Devil Chi rushed through the space around him as phantoms of Buddha appeared. The giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqian were taken by surprise, and they hastily met Huang Xiaolong's attack. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion ripped through the skies. The giant Kuan ruler was pushed back, and he only managed to regain his footing only after retreating for several tens of thousands of miles. As for Yang Tianqian, he felt the world spinning round and round before vomiting several mouthfuls of blood. What? Everyone felt their throats going dry when they saw what happened. This? The massacring god ruler stuttered, and he felt his mind going blank. A single attack was enough to force the giant Kuan ruler to retreat and the deputy patriarch of the 33 heavens race to vomit blood. Jian Qintian and the others couldn't believe their eyes as well. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong wasn't using his full strength when he stopped their attacks before? Was this his true strength? The giant Kuan ruler stabilized himself as he felt the blood in his body churning. Shock flashed through his heart. The terrifying strength behind Huang Xiaolong's attack seemed extremely familiar, and he had only experienced this once before. It was when he had exchanged blows with the leader of the 33 heavens race. Yang Tianqian stared at Huang Xiaolong with a pale face as he screamed, "You!" He wasn't able to complete his sentence as Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred before appearing in front of him. Another punch flew towards Yang Tianqian's face, and he didn't have time to react. The only thing he could do was to slash out with his dark lightning blade. Clang! Huang Xiaolong's fists slammed into the blade, and flashes of lightning emerged from the divine blade. A loud whimper came from the blade as though it was experiencing immense pain. The horrifyingly powerful force went past the blade and crashed into Yang Tianqian's body. As he flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was clear that his injuries were several times more severe than compared to before. Everyone who witnessed the scene was so shocked that they forgot to breathe. Giant Kuan overturns the sea. A loud roar echoed through the air as 2 massive fists shot towards Huang Xiaolong. 8 Kuns emerged from the void and roared towards the heavens as they charged towards Huang Xiaolong. They twisted their bodies and swept their tails, forming terrifying storms in the air. The space around them started to tear, and they arrived before Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother turning his head. He simply punched backwards into the eye of the storm, shattering their formation instantly. Miserable wails rang through the air as all 8 Kuns exploded into a mist of blood. Huang Xiaolong didn't stop there. With his fist piercing through the remnants of the storm, it came crashing towards the giant Kuan ruler. A look of terror formed on the ruler's face as he failed to react in time. Light surrounded his body as Kuan scales formed around his body and fists. Unable to unleash any other attacks, he raised his arms to meet Huang Xiaolong's punch with his fists. Bang! Under the bated breaths of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong clashed with the giant Kuan ruler. Sounds of cracking filled the air as the scales on the ruler's body split apart. His arms were turned into a mangled mess as he stepped backwards in retreat. The experts from the giant Kuan country couldn't help but suck in a cold breath full of disbelief. Their ruler was injured by the young man they were about to surround and kill. For as long as they could remember, their ruler had never been injured by anyone before. It was as though his body was immortal and his flesh was indestructible. No one had expected that there would be anyone in the world who could injure their ruler. The experts of the sword race and the massacring god heavenly country were equally as shocked. They stared at the piece of flesh that used to be the ruler's arms. The undying legend of the heavenly road, the giant Kuan ruler, was injured. Attack. Everyone, kill him. Form the 33 heavens lightning-altering formation. Kill Huang Xiaolong right now. An enraged Yang Tianqian roared in the distance. When they heard his furious howls, the experts of the 33 heavens race finally snapped back to attention. They started to move as they began the setup of the 33 heavens lightning-altering formation. Lightning started to gather in the space above them and divine lightning started to rumble. Bolts of lightning that contained the power to annihilate any living being started to gather high above their heads. The giant Kuan heavenly ruler turned around and roared at the experts under him. Divine Kuan formation! Kill Huang Xiaolong right this instant. Everyone seemed to return to reality as they hastily formed the formation. A massive Kuan formed in the space above them, right under the divine lightning gathered by the members of the 33 heavens race. With the combined strength of all the experts from the giant Kuan heavenly country, the Kuan they summoned was larger than the Kuan summoned by their ruler. The members of the heavenly terror country also made their move. Kill Huang Xiaolong. Avenge his majesty. If we work together, there is no way for Huang Xiaolong to escape alive. The heavenly saint ruler, mighty god ruler, and the other experts were about to charge forward to engage in battle when they were stopped by Huang Xiaolong. There is no need for you to make a move. Stay there and watch the show. Stay back and watch the show. When the experts of the various factions saw how Huang Xiaolong was refusing the help of the experts on his side, they couldn't help but feel a bomb going off in their heads. Is he going to take on everyone himself? After the experts of the various factions completed their formations, Huang Xiaolong raised his head and roared at the heavens. His body started to fade as he turned into a primordial blue divine dragon. Streaks of light flashed through his body and lightning swirled around him. Can Huang Xiaolong be of the primordial dragon race? Are there blue dragons in the world? When everyone was still feeling shocked about the fact that Huang Xiaolong had transformed into a primordial blue divine dragon, the members of the giant Kuan heavenly country and 33 heavens race made their move. Countless bolts of divine lightning and an unstoppable gale swept towards Huang Xiaolong. Staring at everything coming his way, Huang Xiaolong didn't bat an eyelid as he raised a single claw to slap at the divine lightning formation formed by the members of the 33 heavens race. One of the elders exploded into a mist of blood before he could scream. Soon, Huang Xiaolong swept his claws across and sent several dozen experts of the 33 heavens race flying. How can this happen? Yang Tianqian stared at the majestic blue dragon and yelled. That was the 33 heavens lightning-altering formation created by several dozen super experts of the 33 heavens race. It was enough to destroy most heavenly countries on the heavens path, but Huang Xiaolong had shattered it in an instant. Of course, it didn't end there. Huang Xiaolong turned around and swept his tail at the giant Kuan summoned by the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country. With a single swipe, the giant Kuan was slapped away. With his other claw, he grabbed two generals of the heavenly country and squeezed. They popped like a bubble as they turned into a cloud of blood and flesh. Those generals Huang Xiaolong killed weren't the strongest, but they weren't weak either. The scene shocked everyone standing around. Go to hell! The giant Kuan ruler yelled and appeared above Huang Xiaolong. Two weird weapons that resembled fish hooks appeared and pierced downwards. That was the weakest part of Huang Xiaolong's defense. Clang! The moment the fish hooks came into contact with Huang Xiaolong, a look of joy appeared on the faces of the surviving members of the 33 heavens race. Too bad for them, sparks flew off Huang Xiaolong's scales. The giant Kuan ruler had failed to pierce through the thinnest point of Huang Xiaolong's defense, and the blood that everyone was expecting to see failed to appear. With an incredulous look in his eyes, the giant Kuan ruler stared at Huang Xiaolong. A sneer slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips as he swung his claws towards the giant Kuan ruler, piercing towards his chest. Since they weren't too far apart, Huang Xiaolong's claw arrived in the giant Kuan ruler's face before he could react. Circulating all the energy in his body to the limit, the giant Kuan ruler formed another layer of scales around his body. Despite the increased defense it provided, Huang Xiaolong shattered it in an instant. His claw pierced into the ruler's chest. With nothing to stop him, Huang Xiaolong's claw emerged from the back of the ruler's body. As a spurt of blood emerged from his wound, it dyed the mountain range red. Time seemed to come to a standstill as everyone stared at the scene before them with their jaws agape. Huang Xiaolong's claw went straight through the giant Kuan ruler's body. Roar! Like an injured beast, the giant Kuan heavenly country's ruler raised his head and roared at the heavens. Killing intent surged out of his eyes as he sent another punch towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you're going to turn into a blind dragon. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong's eyes were strong enough to defend against his desperate counterattack. Regardless of how strong one was, the eyes were one of the weakest points of the body. Watching the desperate struggle of the ruler in front of his eyes, Huang Xiaolong raised his head and opened his mouth before the punch could land on his eyes. A heaven-shaking roar left his lips, and it turned into a shockingly powerful sound wave that crashed into the ruler's attack. Boom! The dragon roar not only managed to stop the ruler's attack, it even managed to send him flying. As he drew a beautiful arc through the sky, he vomited mouthfuls of fresh blood. There was a gaping hole in his chest as blood streamed out from within. Everyone experienced no small amount of shock when they stared at the bloody wound. With no exceptions, everyone present sucked in a cold breath. Was this the undefeated legend they knew? How could the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Heaven's Path be dripping in blood? Your Majesty! The experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country couldn't help but scream when they saw the serious injury Huang Xiaolong inflicted on their ruler. The giant Kuan ruler was the pillar of their faction. If anything happened to him, the entire heavenly country would crumble. I'm fine, the giant Kuan ruler growled. Kill Huang Xiaolong right now. Use the forbidden art to slay this monster. The forbidden art. Even if he had to destroy the foundations of the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country, the ruler no longer cared. The only thing that mattered was to kill Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong left this place alive, there would be nowhere left in the Heaven's Path for his giant Kuan heavenly country. Yes, all of the experts from the giant Kuan heavenly country acknowledged as traces of blood-red light emerged from their bodies. Their strength started to rise as the blood-red glow intensified. Of course, the experts of the heavenly Terra country wouldn't remain idle now that Huang Xiaolong had killed their ruler. They charged towards him as they unleashed their valiant counterattack. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he waved his claws at the annoying pests from the heavenly Terra country. In an instant, 2 of their generals exploded into a mist of blood. He didn't stop there. With a shake of his body, Huang Xiaolong appeared beside Hao Wei, the Grand Elder of the 33 Heavens race, as he swiped his claw downwards. Hao Wei could only stare at Huang Xiaolong in terror as he felt himself creeping closer and closer to the gates of hell. This was the first time he had felt such fear and despair. Seeing as the Grand Elder of the race was about to meet his end, Yang Tianqin couldn't care about his injuries any longer. The dark lightning blade in his hand pierced towards Huang Xiaolong as he screamed at the top of his lungs, Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? Kill him! Yang Tianqin's cries caused the experts of the 33 Heavens race to snap back to reality as they started their desperate counterattack. Ignoring everyone, Huang Xiaolong's claw continued to descend. Rip! Like the sound of a watermelon popping, Huang Xiaolong's claw went straight through Hao Wei's skull. Without the slightest resistance, Huang Xiaolong sliced him into 2. The only thing Hao Wei could do was to release a blood-curdling screech. At the same time, the various attacks from the experts of the 33 Heavens race landed on Huang Xiaolong's body. Clang! 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 A brilliant glow surrounded Huang Xiaolong as tiny white scratches appeared on his scales when their attacks landed on him. In the blink of an eye, whatever damage they had done disappeared and Huang Xiaolong's scales regained their previous grandeur. When they saw how they failed to break through Huang Xiaolong's defense, a look of defeat appeared on their faces. Yang Tianqin and the other experts of the 33 Heavens race felt their world spinning. No one could believe that the giant Kuan ruler failed to penetrate Huang Xiaolong's defense. However, they finally had a taste of Huang Xiaolong's terrifying defense. How could someone possess such a horrifyingly strong defense? Wasn't he stronger than a high-grade supreme spiritual treasure? The primordial divine dragon race was scary, but were they actually strong enough to withstand the attacks of so many experts with their fleshy body? Die! Everyone desperately rushed at Huang Xiaolong once again. The battle between Huang Xiaolong and the others reached the peak in an instant. The heavens shook and the earth crumbled as mountain peaks after mountain peaks turned to dust. Ancient forests were razed to the ground and even the space around them shattered like glass. Massive holes were punched in the void by formidable secret techniques. As the battle raged on, the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country fell one by one. Corpses of the experts of the 33 heavens race filled the land. As for the members of the heavenly terror country, they were turned into mist of blood after Huang Xiaolong crushed them with his claws. The 4 divine flames danced around the battlefield and incinerated countless experts. More than an hour passed, and the strong force of slightly over 110 men belonging to the 3 superpowers was left with 30 men only. The heavenly terror country was doing the worst as they only had 4 experts left standing. When they realized that their strength was reduced by more than half, they finally understood how terrifying Huang Xiaolong was. Fear and desperation filled their hearts. The experts, who were surrounding Huang Xiaolong, felt cold sweat drenching their backs. Is he still a human? One of the elders from the sword race stared at the primordial blue divine dragon floating in the air as a look of terror flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the giant Kuan heavenly country, 33 heavens race, or the heavenly terror country, they were all superpowers no one there could hope to match. They were hegemons of the heavens path, but right now, even with more than 110 experts from 3 factions working together, they failed to suppress Huang Xiaolong. The giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqin were both forced back and Dongchang was dead. Looking at the dire situation before them, they were afraid that Huang Xiaolong would really be able to kill everyone. "We're finished." The massacring god ruler stared at Huang Xiaolong as his eyes lost focus. He started muttering ominously to himself. What did he mean? Everyone immediately realized the meaning behind his words. The giant Kuan heavenly country and the heavenly terror country were doomed. Even if they could still hold on for a period of time, they would be close to extinction the moment Huang Xiaolong returned to the heavens path. Nearly all the experts of both heavenly countries were sent out to provide assistance to their rulers, and nearly all of them were wiped out by Huang Xiaolong. Ignoring the look of fear on their faces, Huang Xiaolong swiped his claw across the face of one of the giant Kuan heavenly country's generals. His head and godhead turned into a bloody mess when Huang Xiaolong was done. When Jian Xiaofu, who was standing beside Jian Qintian, heard the miserable shriek that came from the general, she felt the blood draining from her face. She thanked her lucky stars that Huang Xiaolong had only sent her flying the last time he had made a move. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her if she angered Huang Xiaolong. "Your Majesty, the giant Kuan heavenly country is doomed. Should we leave?" The marshal of the sword race approached Jian Qintian and suggested. Everyone was clear that the combined strength of the giant Kuan heavenly country, heavenly terror country, and the 33 heavens race wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. After dealing with the experts of the 3 factions, wouldn't Huang Xiaolong set his sights on them next? The ruler of the massacring god heavenly country had grudges with Huang Xiaolong in the past, and no one could be sure that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't deal with them after he was done with the giant Kuan heavenly country. "Leave." A light lit up in the massacring god ruler's eyes. Leaving was the best way he could put it. In better terms, he was escaping from the devil that was Huang Xiaolong. When the giant Kuan heavenly country had first launched the attack on Huang Xiaolong, the last thing the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country had thought of was running. He was still reveling in Huang Xiaolong's misfortune. When he had thought about all the miserable ways Huang Xiaolong would die, traces of joy had flashed through his heart. He had even thought that he would be able to see the humiliating ends of the rulers of the heavenly saint ruler and the mighty god heavenly ruler as they begged for mercy after they were defeated. "Yes, your Majesty. Should we take our leave?" One of the generals quickly backed up the suggestion and persuaded the massacring god ruler. The moment the words left his lips, an ear-shattering roar broke through the skies. The giant Kuan heavenly ruler was sent tumbling towards the high heavens. The wound in his chest worsened as blood poured from his wound. The blood drained from the faces of everyone who saw the scene. Go! Even Yang Tianqin couldn't contain the fear in his heart when he saw how Huang Xiaolong sent the giant Kuan ruler flying. His mind shook as he roared at the experts behind him. At that instant, he was sure that Huang Xiaolong had the ability to slay every single person present on the battlefield. He swore in his heart that he had never been afraid of anyone. Even when he had exchanged blows with the leader of the 33 Heavens race, he had never felt so much fear in his heart. Initially, there was a trace of hope in his heart that they would be able to end Huang Xiaolong's life. After all, they had more than 110 super experts with them. How could there be a possibility for them to fail? Everyone was sure that it would be Huang Xiaolong's death anniversary on the same day the next year. They couldn't be more wrong. As one expert after another perished at Huang Xiaolong's hand, the hope that they would be able to kill Huang Xiaolong quickly died out. When there were less than 40 of them left, Yang Tianqin finally realized that Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary expert. He was a freak who had popped out from God knew which stone in the universe. Hearing Yang Tianqin's cry to retreat, the members of the 33 Heavens race felt a wave of shock washing through their hearts. In the next instant, they felt as though they were pardoned from the most heinous crimes as they were given permission to escape from the devil's grasp. Turning into streaks of lightning, everyone followed behind Yang Tianqin as they pushed their bodies to the limit to escape. When the giant Kuan ruler saw his allies retreating, he became even paler than before. Run! Upon seeing that Yang Tianqin and the others had already started running, the giant Kuan heavenly ruler couldn't contain himself. Despite the rage and hatred in his heart, he could only order his troops to retreat. The wings on the back of the giant Kuan flapped once and he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. Experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country turned around and ran desperately. It was too bad that Huang Xiaolong reacted before the members of the heavenly terror country could leave. With a twist of his body, he killed them all. Every single expert from the heavenly terror country who had entered the space outside the 33 heavens died. From that moment on, the heavenly terror country ceased to exist in the heavens path. As for the 33 heavens race and the giant Kuan heavenly country, Huang Xiaolong didn't hunt them down. After all, the earlier battle had worn him out. Killing 70 high-level sovereigns was no easy feat. His sovereign's will was nearly fully consumed in the battle. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong was fully exhausted and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Huang Xiaolong was ready to collect his harvest as he turned his gaze to the lightning origin divine tree. Nothing could compare to the importance of the lightning origin divine tree. Of course, Huang Xiaolong shot a glare towards the massacring god heavenly country's ruler after seeing that he was still present. A bitter smile formed on the ruler's face as fear gripped his heart. Bowing towards Huang Xiaolong, a look of reverence appeared on his face. The only thing he hadn't done was kneel. The smiles on the faces of the experts of the massacring god heavenly country looked uglier than their crying faces. After staring at the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country for some time, Huang Xiaolong finally shifted his gaze away. He looked at Jian Qintian and the other leaders of the ancient races before muttering, "I'm going to take all 3 lightning origin divine fruits and the lightning origin divine tree. Are you guys going to object to it?" Everyone felt their faces dropping and some of them were tempted to speak. However, they swallowed their words in the end. Everyone could see that Huang Xiaolong was exhausted after the battle with the giant Kuan heavenly ruler and Yang Tianqin. However, none of them dared to utter a single peep. The scene where the blood from the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country, 33 heavens race, and the heavenly terror country had filled the skies was imprinted deep into their minds. Of course, none of them left even though no one wanted to voice out their objections. After seeing that everyone was still reluctant to leave, Huang Xiaolong sneered. A divine pill emitting blinding radiance appeared in his hand. It seemed as though the pill contained endless life force within it. Origin Boundary Pill. Jian Qintian and the rest couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw the pill Huang Xiaolong revealed. It was the pill Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain after killing the Heavenly Master. Huang Xiaolong had managed to retrieve 2 origin boundary pills from his corpse. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong popped the pill into his mouth. Rays of light swirled around his body, and the sovereign's will that he had exhausted started to recover at a terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, he was back to his peak state. Jian Qintian and the rest stared at each other and saw the look of fear in the other party's eyes. "I'll count to 3. Anyone who doesn't disappear from my sight by then will no longer leave," Huang Xiaolong growled at everyone who was still present. The Heavenly Saint Ruler and the Mighty God Ruler led their men and appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. 1. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother waiting for them to react as he started the countdown. Jian Qintian and the others felt their hearts pounding the instant the word left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Before he could continue, the world started to tremble. A weird whistling sound filled the space outside the 33 heavens. Everyone started looking around them in shock and saw that terrifying clouds of lightning were gathering. Lightning chi shot into the skies and a massive dragon formed by bolts of lightning charged towards the various experts present. It was as though a boundless sea of lightning was crashing down on them as they failed to see the edges of the lightning sea no matter how hard they tried. Wherever the lightning went, nothing survived. The lightning chi swallowed everything in its path and turned them into nothingness. "It's the lightning barrage," Jian Qintian and the other elders revealed an expression of shock. There were avalanches on mountains where snow swallowed everything in its path. The lightning barrage was similar, just that they had to deal with lightning instead of snow. The lightning barrage in the space outside the 33 heavens had the power to obliterate everything in its path. If late 10th Order sovereigns were swallowed by the lightning barrage, they wouldn't be able to escape. "Hurry up and run. The restrictions around the gates of the 33 heavens have strengthened," Jian Qintian screamed as he grabbed Jian Xiaofu. They shot into the skies and fled. There was only a single explanation as to why there would be a lightning barrage. The restrictions around the gates of the 33 heavens were regaining their strength. The experts of the various factions fled in different directions. There was no need for Huang Xiaolong to scare them away with his strength as they were running with all they had. The lightning origin divine tree was the least of their worries. "Lord," the Heavenly Saint Ruler and the Mighty God Ruler turned to Huang Xiaolong as fear crept up their hearts. After looking at the incoming lightning barrage, Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at the lightning origin divine tree. There is no need to rush. Even though he hadn't completed the fusion between the 9 great lightning pools, a mere lightning barrage shouldn't be able to affect him now that the fusion process had already started, right? When Jian Qintian and the others were finally gone, the unstoppable lightning barrage descended on Huang Xiaolong and his party. A flash of lightning appeared from the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows as a majestic lightning pool emerged. The lightning pool was currently in the process of fusion as all 9 great lightning pools combined to form a single entity. The massive lightning spirit stood tall in the space above the lightning pool as blinding rays of light surrounded its body. The lightning barrage that was raging across the lands finally arrived and swallowed Huang Xiaolong and the others. Unable to contain the sense of fright in their hearts, everyone closed their eyes. Even the ever-confident Huang Xiaolong felt his scalp tingle as his heart started to pound. Before long, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning spirit summoned a colossal world of lightning that protected them from the frightening bolts of lightning. No matter how strong and destructive the lightning barrage was, it failed to enter the world of lightning. The Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler slowly opened their eyes. When they saw that they were protected from the raging bolts of lightning, they couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat that was about to drip off their foreheads. According to them, they had barely escaped the jaws of death. The lightning barrage didn't stop after sweeping past Huang Xiaolong and the others. It filled the space outside the 33 heavens, and Jian Qintian and the others had nowhere to go other than back to the 33 heavens. Even though the lightning barrage failed to destroy the world of lightning protecting Huang Xiaolong and the rest, they were able to clearly see the situation around them. Bolts of lightning danced in the space around them, and everyone felt immense pressure crushing down on them. It was a weird but miraculous sight, burning itself into their minds for eternity. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong realized that the lightning spirit was sucking in shocking amounts of lightning spiritual qi from the lightning barrage as it refined it without end. With the never-ending stream of lightning spiritual qi, the lightning spirit's transformation started to speed up. Even though Huang Xiaolong had no idea how quickly it was transforming, he knew that it was definitely going faster than before. A trace of surprise flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had estimated that it would take an extremely long time for the fusion process to complete. But now that it was absorbing the lightning spiritual qi from the space outside the 33 heavens, the transformation would complete in less than 30 years. It was definitely an unexpected surprise for him. Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze to the lightning origin divine tree. As it emitted burst upon burst of lightning qi, it defended itself against the lightning barrage. Like the lightning spirit, it was also sucking in the lightning spiritual qi contained in the lightning barrage. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head silently. It definitely deserved its name as the number one divine tree in the myriad of worlds. It was able to withstand the destructive might of the lightning barrage. Moreover, it could absorb the lightning qi to strengthen itself. Heaving a sigh of relief, Huang Xiaolong made his way to the lightning origin divine tree. It was time for him to harvest both the tree and its fruits. When Huang Xiaolong moved towards the tree, Jian Qintian and the others had finally escaped 1,000,000,000,000 miles away from the storm. It seems like Huang Xiaolong and the others failed to escape, one of the elders of the sword race said. He should still be trying to obtain the lightning origin divine tree. If he stayed, he should have been swallowed by the lightning barrage. A smile broke out on Jian Xiaofu's face when she heard the news. Is it true? He should be swallowed up by the lightning barrage. Another elder continued. They were definitely swallowed by the lightning barrage. The smile on Jian Xiaofu's face started to spread as she broke out into laughter. The lightning barrage isn't formed by ordinary divine lightning. Even late 10th Order sovereigns wouldn't be able to escape from it. Someone like the leader of the 33 Heavens race might not be able to survive if he was trapped in it. It seems like Huang Xiaolong and the others are really dead. It's great that that hateful bastard is dead. A trace of delight rose in her heart. She really hated Huang Xiaolong. In fact, she was happy that he was dead. Jian Qintian felt a weight lifted off his chest. He knew the horrors of the lightning barrage. The chances of Huang Xiaolong living through it was definitely zero. Never in his life had he heard of anyone surviving the lightning barrage. What a shame! Jian Qintian hesitated before continuing. What a shame we failed to obtain the lightning origin divine fruits. The battle between the giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqin was so intense. If not for that bastard's appearance, they would have fought each other with everything they had. At the right time, all we would have needed to do was to swoop in and grab the fruits. That fucking bastard. He wasted all our efforts. The giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqin quickly received the news of Huang Xiaolong's death. According to the reports, Huang Xiaolong was unwilling to leave the lightning origin divine tree and was swallowed by the lightning barrage. As soon as they listened to the reports, brilliant smiles appeared on their faces. Great! It's good that he's dead, the giant Kuan ruler roared with laughter. Initially, he was sure that he wouldn't be able to return to his heavenly country even if he left the space outside the 33 heavens. He was planning to look for a nice location to hide in case Huang Xiaolong sought him out. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong would die in the space outside the 33 heavens? Even though that bastard, Huang Xiaolong, is dead, we can't let him off so easily. A sinister smile appeared on giant Kuan heavenly ruler's face. When I get back, the guards and soldiers of the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country will have to die. Capture Huang Xiaolong's master, the king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, and the others. We'll torture them with all the methods available to us. Yang Tianqin grinned. Of course, Huang Xiaolong killed too many experts of my 33 heavens race. Exterminating the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country won't be enough to lessen my hatred for him. The two of them stared at the lightning barrage raging behind them, and they quickly fled from the space outside the 33 heavens. They only relaxed after returning to the heavens path. Half a month later, Yang Tianqin and the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country glared at the heavenly saint country before them. In just half a month, the news of Huang Xiaolong's achievements and battle prowess spread through the heavens path. The battle where the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country, 33 heavens race, and heavenly terror country had surrounded Huang Xiaolong was raging across the heavens path. The stories became more and more exaggerated, and the reputations of the three factions were dragged through the mud. There were even some people saying stuff like this. The ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country and Yang Tianqin screamed like a pig in a slaughterhouse when fighting against Huang Xiaolong. They were bullied to the point they were crying for their parents. The giant Kuan heavenly country, the 33 heavens race, and the heavenly terror country sent out more than 100 experts, but not a single one of them managed to escape. They were more useless than the trash along the streets. Number 1 superpower in the heavens path. More like number 1 trash. These sorts of discussions could be heard all around the heavens path. The reputation of giant Kuan heavenly ruler reached rock bottom. The prestige of the 33 heavens race also took a huge hit. Listening to all the discussions going around, giant Kuan heavenly ruler placed all the blame onto Huang Xiaolong's head. Kill them all! A roar resounded through the heavens as the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country lost the last of his patience. In a flash, the experts of the 33 heavens race and the giant Kuan heavenly country entered the heavenly saint country. It was too bad they failed to locate anyone. The expression on giant Kuan heavenly ruler's face sank. The king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, the king of darkness, and various experts and generals of the heavenly saint country had already fled. Staring at the heavenly saint's celestial palace, the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country smashed it with a single punch before raging, "Pass down my order. Find them even if you have to flip the heavens path over." "Yes, your majesty." The generals of the giant Kuan heavenly country received the order. "Father, you can rest assured," the giant Kuan prince said. "There are so many people from the heavenly saint country. Even if they plan to hide, they won't be able to hide perfectly. We'll be able to locate them soon." Pausing for a second, he seemed to have thought of something, and he continued, "Huang Xiaolong seems to be an outsider. Wouldn't that mean that his family is located in the myriad of worlds?" The ruler's eyes lit up. "That's true. Why didn't I think of that?" Turning to a general beside him, he ordered him, "Go to the myriad of worlds. Regardless of what methods you use, you have to locate Huang Xiaolong's family. Capture them and bring them back to the giant Kuan heavenly country." The general giant Kuan ruler called out was named Li Tian, and he was an early 7th Order sovereign. Even though he had barely entered the high-level sovereign realm, he was more than enough to take care of matters outside the heavens path. After all, there was no longer a high-level sovereign left out there. "Yes, your majesty. It's a pity that bastard, Huang Xiaolong, died," the prince muttered in a cold voice. "He should get to witness the sorry end of the Huang family he so painstakingly protected." "Brother giant Kuan, I shall take my leave," Yang Tianqin said suddenly. "I received an order to return by the leader of the 33 heavens race. Contact me when you capture the members of the Huang family. I would like to be present when you conduct the ceremony." There was no doubt that a ceremony would be held when giant Kuan ruler executed the members of the Huang family. Giant Kuan ruler chuckled as he nodded his head. "Of course!" Ever since they joined hands during the battle against Huang Xiaolong, the two of them had formed an unshakable bond. After chatting for a little more, Yang Tianqin finally led the members of the 33 heavens race back. In one of the desolate mountains along the heavens path, the king of Grand Mist, Little Cow, Song Mutian, the Shumi old man, and the others gathered around with a troubled expression on their faces. None of them spoke a single word as they stared at each other. The atmosphere was depressing all around, but the king of darkness finally broke the silence. "Did Xiaolong really?" The little cow shook her head. "That's the rumor going about the heavens path. But I refuse to believe that the kid will die so easily." He gathered 8 great lightning pools, and with the lightning bead, He wouldn't die so easily. The Shumi old man hesitated for a moment before continuing. None of you have any idea how terrifying the lightning barrage is. Even the leader of the 33 Heavens race wouldn't be able to survive the lightning barrage with a semi-damaged saint artifact. The lightning bead might be a saint artifact, but it's damaged. It's comparable to a half-completed saint artifact at best. As for the 8 great lightning pools, they won't be enough. Without fusing all 9 great lightning pools, he wouldn't be able to withstand the lightning barrage from the divine lightning outside the 33 heavens. The only way he would live is if he managed to locate the spatial domain lightning pool. Everyone stared at each other in shock when they heard what the old man said. Xiaolong might really have located the spatial domain lightning pool. The king of Grand Mist spoke up all of a sudden as he revealed the trace of hope in him. A brilliant light flashed through the little cow's eyes as she piped up, "That's right. With Xiaolong's personality, he wouldn't take the risk if he hadn't located the spatial domain lightning pool. He wouldn't stand against the lightning barrage without being 100% confident. According to the experts of the sword race, he definitely had time if he wanted to leave." The Shumi old man shook his head. Even if he really found the spatial domain lightning pool, it's useless. Without fusing all the lightning pools, there will be no way for stopping the lightning barrage. The fusion process takes several years, and there would be no way for Huang Xiaolong to instantly complete the fusion. Everyone sank into silence once again. "I've heard that giant Kuan ruler passed down the order to look for us no matter the cost," Song Mutian muttered in a low voice. "Even though this is a secluded place, they will find us soon. Now we can only play it by ear." In the space outside the 33 heavens, the lightning barrage didn't slow down as it continued to rage through the space. Even though half a month had already passed, the restrictions around the gates of the 33 heavens didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, it started to increase in strength and the lightning barrage constantly grew in power. The space outside the 33 heavens seemed to be completely engulfed in lightning. Shockingly powerful bolts of divine lightning flashed across the land as they painted a terrifying scene. Even experts who had run back into the 33 heavens could hear the rumbles. They had already run billions of miles away, but the crackles of lightning would enter their ears from time to time, causing the blood to drain from their faces. "How long will the lightning barrage last?" one of the experts from the Black Dragon Heavenly Country asked. "Looking at it now, it will only stop after several tens of years," Battle Emperor Hong Ming deduced. Several tens of years. Huang Xiaolong should be fried to nothingness by now. What a shame. If he had given up on the fruits and tree, he would have been the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the heavens path. The giant Kuan ruler wouldn't be able to keep his spot. What a shame he died in there. Black Dragon ruler shook his head and sighed. "Your Majesty, will the giant Kuan heavenly country move against us after considering the fact that we sold the pill to Huang Xiaolong in the past?" One of the generals couldn't help but ask. "So what if he does? My Black Dragon heavenly country isn't a pushover." With less than half of the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country still alive, they won't be able to do anything without several billion years of accumulation. Soon, the members of the Black Dragon heavenly country left. As they left, a different scene was playing out at the Lightning Origin Divine Tree. Huang Xiaolong sat beside it as flashes of lightning surrounded him. 13 days ago, he had managed to shatter the lightning chi barrier protecting the tree. He had long since obtained all 3 Lightning Origin Divine Fruits, and he had already ingested the first fruit. The Lightning Origin Divine Fruit deserved its reputation as the #1 fruit under the heavens. As soon as he had swallowed it, boundless lightning essence energy had poured into his body. Even after pushing his 3 complete Tao Saint Godhead to their limits, lightning essence still poured out from his body. The experts he brought along with him didn't remain idle as well. They swallowed the heaven longevity lightning spiritual fruits they had obtained previously as they started to cultivate. Time quickly passed by and 5 years shuddered past in the blink of an eye. In the world of lightning formed by the lightning spirit, a mountain peak started to shake as lightning bolts crashed and raged around Huang Xiaolong's body. The lightning essence around him started to shrink before disappearing. It returned to Huang Xiaolong's body as he slowly opened his eyes. After 5 years, Huang Xiaolong had completed his refinement of all 3 lightning origin divine fruits. Feeling the changes within his body, a smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. This time, he had broken into the peak of the late 7th Order sovereign realm. His saint physique, saint bloodlines, and complete Dao saint godheads had experienced an upgrade. Even though it was only a tiny increase in strength, Huang Xiaolong was overjoyed. One had to know that it was nearly impossible to increase the level of any of them. When Huang Xiaolong had entered the sovereign realm, he had managed to transform his physique, bloodlines, and godheads to the venerable level. They were at the bottom of all saint physiques, bloodlines, and godheads. Now, after devouring Heavenly Terror Ruler and refining the Lightning Origin Divine Fruits, they were no longer the weakest saint-level attributes. I wonder what's going on out there? Huang Xiaolong got to his feet. As he thought about it, it was time for him to leave. It wouldn't be too late for him to return for the purple Grand Mist Aura in the future. Other people might not be able to enter the space outside the 33 heavens due to the presence of the lightning barrage. But he had the 9 great lightning pools, and he could enter whenever he wished. Lord! The heavenly Saint Ruler and mighty God Saint Ruler saw that Huang Xiaolong had awakened, and they hastily ran up to him. We shall return to the heavenly saint country. When he was cultivating in seclusion, Huang Xiaolong had a nagging worry that his master, the King of Grand Mist, and the others would be affected by the grudges held by Giant Kuan Ruler and the rest. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong wanted to return to the heavenly saint country, joy filled the heart of the heavenly saint ruler as he agreed respectfully. Staring at the lightning origin divine tree, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to punch at the ground below it. Upon shattering the earth, Huang Xiaolong uprooted the entire tree and stored it into the lightning bead. After keeping the lightning origin divine tree, Huang Xiaolong brought everyone towards the heavens path. Even though the lightning origin divine tree needed several tens of billions of years to bear a single fruit, Huang Xiaolong had the 9 great chaos lightning pools. As soon as it completed its transformation, he would be able to transplant the lightning origin divine tree into it. It wouldn't take long for it to bear more lightning origin divine fruits. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and the rest finally emerged from the space outside the 33 heavens. It was as though they had entered a completely different world, as there were no longer traces of lightning around them. Let's go! Unable to contain the anxiety in his heart, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother staying around as they charged towards the heavenly saint country. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle. He summoned the golden pig treasure to retrieve the all-extinguishing lightning whip. He wiped out the soul mark on it in an instant. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to erase the soul mark of the 33 Heavens race's leader when he was at the early 7th Order Sovereign Realm, he would need to waste a lot of resources and use a whole lot of effort. However, he was at the peak of the late 7th Order Sovereign Realm now, and wiping away the soul mark was much easier. In just a day's time, the soul mark on the all-extinguishing lighting whip no longer existed. As for Dongcheng's weapons, Huang Xiaolong gathered all 6 Ice-Earth divine artifacts. Along with Dongcheng's death, the soul marks on them had disappeared. Hence, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to waste his time on them. The all-extinguishing lighting whip and the Ice-Earth 6 divine artifacts, along with all the supreme spiritual treasures he had obtained after killing the heavenly master Wanshi, Tianchen, and the rest, would be given to the Huang family and his master. He felt that the lightning bead, golden pig treasure, and the 4 divine fires were enough for himself. After all, he no longer had any need for treasures. The only exception would be if he managed to obtain a saint artifact. As soon as Huang Xiaolong wiped away the 33 Heavens Race Patriarch's soul mark from the whip, the golden pig treasure opened its mouth. Huang Xiaolong chuckled and tossed a top-grade Chaos Spirit stone into its mouth. Damn piggy! You ate so many top-grade Chaos Spirit stones along the way. The golden pig treasure swallowed the spirit stone in a single gulp as it emitted rays of golden light. It opened its mouth again, and it was clear that a single top-grade Chaos Spirit stone wouldn't be enough. With a helpless expression, Huang Xiaolong tossed several pieces of top-grade Chaos Spirit stones into its mouth. The members of my massacring god, Heavenly Country, located the remnants of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God, Heavenly Country. They are located in one of the abandoned countries, and we should hurry there now. Those bastards hid themselves really well. We couldn't locate them for so long. A voice rang through the air in front of Huang Xiaolong and the rest. The giant Kuan ruler passed down the order. Anyone who locates the King of Grand Mist and the others will be able to obtain 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones as long as a report is made. Informants can also get 10 giant Kuan Divine Pills. If anyone manages to capture the King of Grand Mist and bring him to the giant Kuan Heavenly Country, they will be rewarded 30,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones and 30 giant Kuan Divine Pills. 30,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones and 30 giant Kuan Divine Pills. That's insane. In fact, the connection with the giant Kuan ruler is more important than the rewards. Everyone in Huang Xiaolong's party stared at the group of soldiers wearing the robes of the massacring god Heavenly Country in shock. A frosty glint flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Massacring god Heavenly Country. It seemed as though it was a mistake for him to allow them to escape. Right now, they were planning to capture his master, the King of Grand Mist, for the giant Kuan Heavenly Country. 30,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones and 30 giant Kuan Divine Pills. It seemed as though the giant Kuan Heavenly Country was going all out for this. The troops from the massacring god Heavenly Country saw a golden glow of light. Before they could react, a giant pig appeared before them. Jaws dropped in shock, but before they could rage, they saw the rulers of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country. The color drained from their faces as they screamed, "Heavenly Saint Ruler! Mighty God Ruler!" One of the soldiers couldn't control his shock and spoke his doubt out loud. "Weren't you killed in the lightning barrage?" "Killed?" A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. Glancing at the two rulers, Huang Xiaolong's meaning was clear. One of them reached out to grab the captain of the troops before them and conducted a soul search. "Your Majesty, we found it. They're right in front of us. If we rush over, it will take us less than half an hour." Heavenly Saint Ruler turned to make his report. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and he swept his gaze across the rest of the soldiers. "Kill them all." The generals of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country made their move instantly, reducing the small army of soldiers to dust. Huang Xiaolong rode on the golden pig treasure and charged towards his master's hiding spot. At that moment, Massacring God Ruler and several other experts had already surrounded the mountain peak the King of Grand Mist and the others were hiding in. Even with the restrictions set down by the Shumi Old Man, King of Grand Mist, and the experts of the Heavenly Saint Country, the attacks from the Massacring God Heavenly Country caused the ground to shake. "Your Majesty, we should be able to destroy the protection barrier in another 10 moves. One of the generals chuckled. Massacring God Ruler nodded his head in satisfaction. He was clearly in a good mood as he laughed. "After we break the formation, they will probably fight with everything they got. Tell everyone to be careful." In the past, Huang Xiaolong had only brought 20+ men from both heavenly countries to the space outside the 33 heavens. Many generals had remained in both heavenly countries. The general from the massacring god Heavenly Country continued to joke. "With your Majesty and Lord Marshal, none of them will be able to escape." Even though it sounded like it, the general wasn't kissing up to the ruler. It was true. With the ruler's strength at the late 8th Order Sovereign Realm, it was impossible for anyone to escape. Tell the others to be careful when they make their move. The giant Kuan Heavenly Ruler wants living captives. We can't kill them yet. Yes, Your Majesty. The experts of the massacring god Heavenly Country continued to attack and the barrier around the mountain peak shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. The instant the barrier broke, countless weapons pierced towards the experts of the massacring god Heavenly Country. The ruler's cold voice resounded through the air. "Their resistance is futile." He chopped down with the edge of his hand and shattered every single weapon sent out by the members hiding inside the barrier. The members of the massacring god Heavenly Country were already prepared, and they made their move. They blocked the desperate attacks of the King of Grand Mist and more in an instant. As they realized that there was no other choice, the king of Grand Mist, the Shumi old man, and the experts of the two heavenly countries shot into the skies. Take the king of Grand Mist and the others. Kill the rest. The ruler of the massacring god heavenly country ordered. His figure blurred as soon as the words left his lips, and he chopped a fleeing general from the heavenly saint country into two. Blood rained down on the lands as the battle began. Shrieks filled the air as experts fell one after another. After killing several generals from the two heavenly countries, massacring god ruler appeared before the king of Grand Mist. After all, the old man was the most important target. Old man, resistance is futile. A cold glare bore into the king of Grand Mist's eyes as massacring god ruler continued. Give yourself up, or I will show you the price you have to pay for resisting. Even though he couldn't kill the king of Grand Mist, there were still a ton of ways he could torture the other party before handing him over to the giant Kuan heavenly country. The king of Grand Mist roared with laughter. If my disciple returns, everyone in your heavenly country will pay the price. As soon as Huang Xiaolong was brought up, massacring god ruler lost his cool. Humiliation and fear filled his heart, but it was soon replaced by hatred. Old bastard, you're looking to die. Since you're not willing to surrender, I'll torture you all I want before handing you over to the giant Kuan heavenly country. That little dog of a disciple won't be here to save you. Is that so? A chilly voice broke the tense situation before massacring god ruler could make his move. The ruler's body froze when the voice entered his ears. Why does that sound so familiar? A look of surprise appeared on the king of Grand Mist's face. Xiaolong. In contrast, a dumbfounded expression found its way onto the massacring god ruler's face when he heard what the king of Grand Mist said. However, a mocking smile soon formed on his face. Your acting skills are pretty good. You almost fooled me. According to him, there was no way Huang Xiaolong could still be alive. No one could survive once they were swallowed by the lightning barrage. Even the leader of the 33 Heavens race wouldn't be able to withstand it, using his half-completed saint artifact. It was even less possible for Huang Xiaolong to escape with his life. It was too bad a frosty growl proved him wrong. Kill them. Kill. The rulers of the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country made their moves as they killed their way into the battlefield. They appeared among the experts of the massacring god heavenly country and started their killing spree. Like a wolf among a flock of sheep, no one managed to stop them. Cultivators started falling once again. As soon as massacring god ruler saw the newcomers, waves of shock battered against his heart. The blood drained from his face and his body froze. Turning around with a stiff body, he stared at Huang Xiaolong, who was less than a meter away from him. He nearly died from fright when he stared at the monster standing behind him. He jumped backwards and only stopped when he was several tens of thousands of miles away from his original position. His heart was pounding and he felt that it could stop at any moment. Huang, Huang, Huang. He failed to complete Huang Xiaolong's name no matter how hard he tried. Staring at the terrified ruler, a smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. We meet again. If my memory serves me right, this should be our third meeting. The first was when they were fighting over the Heaven Longevity Lightning spiritual fruit. They had met again during the epic showdown between Huang Xiaolong, Yang Tianqian, and the giant Kuan ruler. This was their third meeting. The massacring god ruler shook his hands in a hurry as he yelled, Lord Huang Xiaolong, this isn't my doing. Are you sure you had nothing to do with this? I swear that I had nothing to do with this. Massacring god ruler choked and he didn't know how to respond. Getting to his knees in a hurry, he tried to explain everything to Huang Xiaolong. Lord Huang, this is an order by the giant Kuan heavenly country. I didn't make this decision. When everyone saw massacring god ruler kneeling to Huang Xiaolong, they felt as though a bomb was going off in their heads. Thinking about things thoroughly, they couldn't really blame massacring god ruler for his actions. The battle between Huang Xiaolong, Yang Tianqian, and the giant Kuan ruler was still fresh in their minds. Even though a long time had already passed, the battle was too impactful for any one of them to forget. 3 hegemons of the heavens path had surrounded Huang Xiaolong in the space outside the 33 heavens. Instead of killing Huang Xiaolong, they had experienced a miserable defeat. Nearly all of their troops had died, and a super expert like the giant Kun ruler was battered to a sorry state by Huang Xiaolong. The fear he had for Huang Xiaolong was deeply rooted in his heart, and there was no way in hell he would choose to battle against Huang Xiaolong ever again. If someone like that was afraid of Huang Xiaolong, there was no need to mention anything about the massacring god ruler. He was a mere eighth-order sovereign, and he was a far cry from the top expert in the heavens path. As he stared at the massacring god ruler kneeling in front of him, Huang Xiaolong chuckled in a low voice. "If you say that you have nothing to do with this, why are the members of your massacring god heavenly country surrounding my master? Do you think that I'm retarded? Weren't you planning to hand my master over to the giant Kun heavenly country for the reward?" The ruler's body couldn't help but tremble when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Turning into a streak of light to escape, the massacring god ruler ran hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. It was clear that he had planned his escape the moment he had seen Huang Xiaolong. Watching the massacring god ruler's frantic escape, Huang Xiaolong causally stretched his hand out. A palm strike broke through the void and landed on his back. A wretched scream filled the skies as the divine armor around him shattered. He was slammed into the ground, and a human-shaped indentation appeared in the earth. "Your Majesty, hurry up and leave." The generals of the massacring god heavenly country rushed towards Huang Xiaolong as they tried to buy time for their ruler to run. "You guys are seeking death." A chilly light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he no longer held back. The lightning bead appeared and shot towards them, lightning chi filling the space around it. As soon as they came into contact with the lightning chi, their bodies turned to ash. In the space outside the 33 heavens, the lightning bead had consumed an ungodly amount of lightning spiritual chi, and its power had increased by leaps and bounds. How could anyone from the massacring god heavenly country withstand the lightning chi it emitted? After killing dozens of generals, he waved his hand to grab all the living generals. Although they were living, it was more appropriate to say that they were on their last breaths. After looking at massacring god ruler, who was close to breaking down, Huang Xiaolong said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." Massacring god ruler stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock as a trace of hope appeared in his eyes. "Send a report to giant Kun ruler right now. Tell him that you have my master and the others and are bringing them over now." At that moment, massacring god ruler realized the reason behind Huang Xiaolong's mercy. "Lord Huang, after I send the report, will you spare my life? I can swear to the heavens that I will only follow your orders from now on." After a moment of hesitation, massacring god ruler begged. He was only met with a frosty glare by Huang Xiaolong. With a trembling heart, the massacring god ruler could only retrieve his transmission symbol to contact the giant Kun ruler. When the giant Kun ruler received the message, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. "Father, this..." Giant Kun heavenly prince spoke up all of a sudden when he saw his father's unusual reaction. Hearty laughter left the lips of the giant Kun ruler, and he explained, "The massacring god ruler sent news that he has managed to capture the old man. They are currently on the way here with the captives." Giant Kun ruler didn't doubt the report from massacring god ruler at all. After all, he felt that as gutsy as massacring god ruler was, he wouldn't lie about something like this. Unless he was tired of living, no one would dare to lie to giant Kun ruler. Giant Kun prince chuckled all of a sudden. "I guess good news comes in pairs." Li Tian reported about matters in the myriad of worlds, and it seems like he has captured the members of the Huang family. He should be returning very soon. Now that massacring god ruler has managed to take down the old man Grand Mist and the others, everything is falling into place. Giant Kun ruler laughed. "Good things have been happening to us recently. Since we have already captured all of them, shouldn't we notify Yang Tianqian?" Giant Kun ruler sank into silence for a moment before nodding his head. "Contact Yang Tianqian now. After all, telling him about our achievements won't trouble us at all. We can even get them to owe us a favor." "Yes, father. I will contact Yang Tianqian right now," the giant Kun prince said. After the words left his lips, A transmission symbol appeared in his hand as he sent a message to Yang Tianqian. Very quickly, he received a reply. What did Yang Tianqian say? Giant Kuan ruler asked. He's extremely happy, and he's rushing over right now. A chuckle left the ruler's lips. That's good. When Yang Tianqian arrives, we can begin the execution. When the giant Kuan country was reveling in their victory, massacring god ruler stared at Huang Xiaolong. His heart was pounding as he was about to beg for mercy once again. Before he could speak, Huang Xiaolong muttered, I already showed you mercy in the space outside the 33 heavens. I let you off twice. When they had fought over the heavenly longevity lightning spiritual fruits, Huang Xiaolong hadn't chased him down. When giant Kuan ruler Dongchang and Yang Tianqian had joined forces to take care of him, it was as clear as day that massacring god ruler had wanted to join in the battle, but Huang Xiaolong had allowed him to leave after the battle had ended. Huang Xiaolong couldn't allow him to live now that it was their third meeting. As the ruler of the massacring god heavenly country stared at Huang Xiaolong fearfully, Huang Xiaolong summoned the azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger divine fires. 4 colored flames combined into one and vaporized massacring god ruler. He couldn't even scream before he was turned into a pile of dust. Staring at their leader's sorry end, the experts of the massacring god heavenly country broke out into chaos as they ran for their lives. Kill them! Huang Xiaolong's order boomed across the sky as he sent a punch towards one of the fleeing generals. The experts on Huang Xiaolong's side didn't hesitate as they leaped towards the running enemies. Miserable wails filled the skies once again. With Huang Xiaolong and the others going all out, the shrieks stopped very quickly. Other than those who surrendered, every single cultivator from the massacring god heavenly country was slain. As for those who wanted to surrender, Huang Xiaolong made them swear an oath before handing them over to the experts of the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country. God damn! I knew that you won't die. The little cow was the first to rejoice as they all gathered around Huang Xiaolong. There were so many rumors that you died in the lightning barrage outside the 33 heavens. Huang Xiaolong patted her head and laughed. How can I die before an old cow like yourself? The king of Grand Mist, Zhang Mutian, and the others quickly gathered around Huang Xiaolong. Joyous expressions filled their faces as they started to banter around. In the past 5 years, they had been living in constant fear that someone would discover their hiding spot. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was back, everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. God damn! If giant Kuan ruler lands in my hands, I'll smash his nuts. The little cow no longer bothered thinking about the words she spoke. If he ever appears in front of you, you'll die from fright before you can do anything to him. The king of Grand Mist laughed. Laughter filled the air as the mood instantly lightened. After a bout of laughter, Huang Xiaolong brought everyone with him and left the mountain peak. Xiaolong, are we going back to the heavenly saint country? The little cow asked. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Staring in the direction of the giant Kuan heavenly country, Huang Xiaolong growled, We're going to the giant Kuan heavenly country. Giant Kuan heavenly country. He wasn't messing about. This time, Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to let the giant Kuan ruler escape. He had wanted massacring god ruler to tell the giant Kuan ruler that they were bringing the king of Grand Mist over because he wanted to lower their guard. If the giant Kuan ruler really decided to run, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to hunt him down in time. After all, the heavens path was boundless and looking for a 10th order sovereign was too difficult. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong wanted to head over to the giant Kuan heavenly country, the little cow became extremely excited. Her legs swung about in mid-air as she chuckled. That's great. When you capture the giant Kuan ruler, don't kill him. Let me stomp on him several times. We'll see how many stomps his nuts can take. Black lines formed on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. What a violent cow. Little Qingqing, why do you have such weird hobbies? The king of Grand Mist couldn't understand her suspicious behavior, and he couldn't help but ask. What's your problem? I like it. The little cow roared and the expression on her face didn't change. There was no shame as she continued. Why don't you let me stomp on yours several times to prepare myself? Everyone felt a cold breeze blow past their nether regions, and they quickly clamped their legs together. Amidst their laughter and banter, they traveled towards the giant Kuan heavenly country. 1 month passed just like that. The giant Kuan heavenly country appeared in their sights. A frosty light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he stared at the giant Kuan heavenly country. In the divine palace, the prince had long since received the report that the members of the massacring god heavenly country were escorting the king of Grand Mist to their gates. "Father, I'll head out to greet the massacring god ruler now," giant Kuan prince celebrated. "All right." After all, the massacring god ruler was the ruler of a heavenly country. They couldn't slight him easily. As soon as the prince left, the giant Kuan ruler turned to Yang Tianqin, and he raised his cup in celebration. "Brother Yang, let's toast." Several days ago, Yang Tianqin and several experts of the 33 Heavens race had arrived in the giant Kuan heavenly country. Raising his cup in response, a smile broke out on Yang Tianqin's face. "Please." The two of them downed the contents in their cups with a single gulp. "Brother Giant Kuan, I've heard that Huang Xiaolong's wife is quite the beauty, and his younger sister isn't bad either." Yang Tianqin revealed a sinister smile when he thought about the possibilities. Hearing what Yang Tianqin said, the giant Kuan ruler understood his intentions. "Brother Yang, you can rest assured. When they arrive, I will send them both to your palace." Yang Tianqin roared with laughter, and he poured another cup for himself. "Brother Giant Kuan, I'll have to thank you for your generosity. Let's cheers to that." When the giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqin were discussing about important matters, giant Kuan prince and the various experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country opened the protective formation around the city and appeared outside the heavenly country. When they saw the king of Grand Mist slowly flying towards them, a brilliant smile appeared on their faces. The giant Kuan prince looked at the general from the massacring god heavenly country beside the king of Grand Mist, and he asked, "Where's your ruler? Why isn't the massacring god ruler here?" Even though he failed to see the massacring god ruler, he didn't feel anything off. As soon as the words left his lips, a blurry figure shot towards him and grabbed him by the neck. No one managed to react in time, and the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country experienced the shock of their lives. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, the person grabbing the giant Kuan prince by the neck raised his head. As though he had seen a ghost, the giant Kuan prince stuttered when he saw Huang Xiaolong's appearance. "You, Huang Xiaolong?" It was indeed Huang Xiaolong. Didn't he die in the lightning barrage in the space outside the 33 heavens? The experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country were shocked as well when they discovered that Huang Xiaolong was still alive. It was too bad they were still stuck in a state of shock when the rulers of the heavenly saint country, mighty god heavenly country, and the various experts of both heavenly countries started their massacre. The marshal of the heavenly saint country, Lan Shifan, and the others started their killing spree without the slightest warning. Huang Xiaolong also summoned the tiny chaos axe with his sovereign's will. Before anyone could react, a majority of the experts from the giant Kuan heavenly country died. When they finally snapped awake, they couldn't think of anything else but to escape. Of course, it was clear that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't allow anyone to return. As soon as they started to retreat, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, and a massive lightning net appeared to trap the experts of the giant Kuan heavenly country. The lightning net was precisely the one Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain from the massacring god ruler when they had fought over the heavenly longevity lightning spiritual fruits in the past. The lightning that formed the net was no ordinary lightning. It was crafted with several peerless lightning attributed treasures obtained from the space outside the 33 heavens. It was even sturdier than ordinary supreme spiritual treasures. The moment anyone was caught in the net, they couldn't think of escaping. With a single lightning net, Huang Xiaolong trapped all the members of the giant Kuan heavenly country. Not wasting any more time, Huang Xiaolong threw out the lightning bead, and it emitted boundless waves of lightning qi that swallowed everyone trapped in the lightning net. Miserable screams filled the skies as the rulers of the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country assisted Huang Xiaolong from the side. In the blink of an eye, the experts who had followed the prince outside were killed. When Giant Kuan Prince saw that all his followers were slain, he felt his body turn cold. It was especially so when he saw the sorry end of the various generals. Huang Xiaolong finally turned to look at Giant Kuan Prince when he was done dealing with the followers. Staring at the terrified expression on his face, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The memory of how the Giant Kuan Prince had challenged him when he had obtained the pill from the Black Dragon ruler flashed past his eyes. In the past, the Giant Kuan Prince had even said that Huang Xiaolong was a nobody. Giant Kuan Prince. Huang Xiaolong finally spoke. With a trembling body, Giant Kuan Prince turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Just as he thought that Huang Xiaolong would put an end to his life, Huang Xiaolong proved him wrong. Chuckling in a soft voice, he asked, "Do you think that your father will escape or choose to save you when he sees me later?" The prince of the Giant Kuan heavenly country stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence as his expression fell. In the next second, a cold smile formed on the prince's lips. "Huang Xiaolong, I refuse to believe that you have the guts to enter my Giant Kuan heavenly country. My father has the assistance of the heavenly country, and there is no way for you to defeat him. Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong's face returned to its usual expressionless state and he coughed dryly. "There is no need for you to use reverse psychology to goad me into entering your Giant Kuan heavenly country. I'm definitely killing my way in one way or another." If Huang Xiaolong had barely entered the mid-7th order sovereign realm, he might not have 100% confidence in killing the Giant Kuan ruler in his heavenly country. However, he was at the peak of the late 7th order sovereign realm now. Dragging the prince by the neck, Huang Xiaolong sped towards the Giant Kuan heavenly country. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was already on the move, the rulers of the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country hastily followed behind him. As they flew towards the main palace, the Giant Kuan ruler was still joking with Yang Tianqian. However, a frown soon formed on the ruler's face. Placing down his cup, he felt that something was wrong. His son had gone out for quite some time but hadn't returned. With a weird feeling in his heart, he turned to General Wang Tianyang and he commanded, "Go out and see if the young lord is back." "Yes, your majesty." Wang Tianyang bowed and left the hall. But the instant he flew out of the entrance, a miserable cry rang through the skies. A figure shot into the main hall at an astounding speed and slammed into the ground. His splattered everywhere and blood dyed the hall red. Everyone stared at the mess in shock. The person who had flown back into the hall was Wang Tianyang. The Giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqian felt their minds going black for a moment. "Who dares?" Killing intent erupted from the ruler's eyes in the next second. "Who dares to barge into my Giant Kuan heavenly county? Are you tired of living?" Giant Kuan Prince stepped into the hall slowly. However, he wasn't alone. There was a hand on his neck as his captor dragged him into the hall like a defeated dog. Huang Xiaolong. When everyone saw that the newcomer was Huang Xiaolong, looks of fear filled the faces of everyone present. Giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqian were no exceptions. Their limbs started to tremble and the sound of cups shattering filled the hall. Huang Xiaolong walked slowly towards the main seat in the hall where the ruler was seated. When he saw the delicacies and good wine sitting on the table, a smirk appeared on his face. He turned and stared at Yang Tianqian and his smile became even brighter. "It's great that you're here too." Yang Tianqian's face sank immediately. According to Huang Xiaolong, he was like a sheep ready to be slaughtered. Giant Kuan ruler sucked in a long breath and he spoke to Yang Tianqian. "Brother Yang, there is no need to fret. We are currently in the Giant Kuan heavenly country, and I can call upon the origin power of my heavenly country." In the outside world, they were beaten to a pulp by Huang Xiaolong. However, that might not be the case now that the battlefield had changed. The more Giant Kuan ruler thought about it, the better he felt. Murderous intent filled his eyes as the aura around him started to expand. He was in his strongest state when he had the assistance of the unlimited energy the Giant Kuan heavenly country had to offer. In the Giant Kuan heavenly country, he was as strong as a peak late 10th order sovereign. Yang Tianqian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized that that was indeed the case. It was true that Giant Kuan ruler was terrifyingly strong when he had the assistance of the source energy of the heavenly world. Getting to his feet, Giant Kuan ruler walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Facing the greatest enemy he had, the ruler crossed his arms and said, "Huang Xiaolong, I have the assistance of the Giant Kuan heavenly country. There is no way for you to beat me here. Even if I can't kill you, you won't be able to do a thing to me. Release my son and we can have a chat about the terms later. Now you want me to sit down to have a proper discussion with you?" Huang Xiaolong stared at Giant Kuan ruler and sneered, "Old fogey, do you really think that you have the authority to command me to have a proper discussion with you because of the origin energy you can draw from your heavenly world? Didn't you pass down the order to hunt down my master? I've even heard that you plan to torture them before publicly executing everyone related to me." Cold killing intent burst out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Giant Kuan ruler chuckled. "That's what I plan to do. So what about it? Are you going to make a move?" He swept his gaze over and looked at the King of Grand Mist and the others standing behind Huang Xiaolong. "In the Giant Kuan heavenly country, no one can beat me. I might not be able to kill you, but killing everyone you brought here is a piece of cake. Have you thought it through?" It was clear that the Giant Kuan ruler was threatening Huang Xiaolong. "Undefeatable? Have I thought it through?" Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh when he heard the threats. He clenched his fist and crushed the prince's neck. A wretched cry rang through the hall. "You!" The expression on the face of Giant Kuan ruler changed. In the next instant, for divine fires appeared and swallowed Giant Kuan prince. Before they could blink, he turned into a pile of ashes. "Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you." When Giant Kuan ruler saw Huang Xiaolong kill his son before his eyes, rage filled his heart. The aura around his body expanded as origin energy from the Giant Kuan heavenly country poured into his body from the void. His body started to grow larger, and he turned into a massive giant. A phantom of a Giant Kuan appeared behind him, and it was even more corporeal than the one he had summoned in the space outside the 33 heavens. The air of majesty it emitted was stronger than before. The origin energy of the Giant Kuan heavenly world was deep blue in color, and a single strand was thicker than someone's thigh. It was several times thicker than the strands of origin energy from the other heavenly countries. Normally, the origin energy would only be the size of one's fingers. Very quickly, the Giant Kuan ruler emitted the aura of a peak late 10th Order sovereign. That was the peak of the late 10th Order sovereign realm. He was standing at the limit of the world. As his aura swept through the lands, it shook the very fabric of space. "Die!" Two fish hook-like divine artifacts appeared in the ruler's hands as he stabbed towards Huang Xiaolong. The fish hook divine artifacts was the Giant Kuan ruler's natal weapon. He nurtured it, and it grew along with him. As soon as the origin energy from the Giant Kuan heavenly country poured into it, it emitted a terrifying glow. Even if Huang Xiaolong were to use a high-grade supreme spiritual treasure to defend against it, the hooks would cut through his defenses like it was nothing. Upon piercing through the void, the hooks emitted rays of resplendent light. When the rulers of the heavenly saint country and mighty god heavenly country saw the fish hooks coming closer and closer, they couldn't help but panic. "Die!" Yang Tianqian wasn't going to leave it up to chance as he launched his attack on Huang Xiaolong. The dark lightning blade chopped towards Huang Xiaolong as blade light filled the space around them. Everyone felt as though there were countless blades slashing at their bodies when the blade light landed on them. The experts of the 33 Heavens race and the Giant Kuan heavenly country weren't waiting around either. They pounced on Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he raised his fists to send out a punch, seeing as the fish hooks were about to stab into him. When Giant Kuan ruler saw that Huang Xiaolong had yet to transform to the primordial blue divine dragon, a sneer formed on his face. According to him, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to block his attack in the human form. After all, a human's defense was much weaker than the scales of the primordial blue divine dragon. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong could withstand his attack after he absorbed the source energy of the Giant Kuan heavenly world. Clang! Clang! Two ringing sounds filled the air when the fish hooks contacted Huang Xiaolong. Brilliant rays of light shot out into the surroundings and giant Kuan ruler felt his hands going numb. It was as though he had struck a wall made of grand mist essence. How can this happen? Huang Xiaolong's defense was comparable to his dragon form. As disbelief flashed through the eyes of the giant Kuan ruler, Huang Xiaolong's punch arrived. His fists slammed into the chest of the giant Kuan ruler, and he was sent flying, slamming into the walls of the hall, leaving a massive hole. The experts of the 33 Heavens race and the giant Kuan heavenly country froze when they realized what had happened. The divine armor around their ruler's chest was smashed into smithereens and blood flowed out from his wound. In the previous battle, Huang Xiaolong's claw had pierced a hole through the ruler's chest, and he had managed to recover only after using a ton of precious treasures. After 5 years, he had managed to recover fully, but Huang Xiaolong's punch rendered all his recovery moot. Once again, fresh blood poured out from the giant Kuan ruler's chest. One move. All it took was one move from Huang Xiaolong to defeat the ruler of the giant Kuan heavenly country. Even with the assistance of the heavenly country's source energy, giant Kuan ruler, who had battle prowess comparable to a peak late 10th order sovereign, was trashed by Huang Xiaolong. Yang Tianqin nearly dropped the dark lightning blade in his hand when his attack was barely halfway to Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong's body snapped around to face Yang Tianqin, he felt as though his soul had detached from his body, as terror gripped his heart. Huang Xiaolong ignored the dark lightning blade as his palm blasted through the blade chi around him to grab at the actual blade Yang Tianqin wielded. In a state of panic, Yang Tianqin tried his best to shake Huang Xiaolong off. It was too bad he was no match for the man himself as Huang Xiaolong forced the blade around to pierce towards Yang Tianqin's chest. Rip! A bloody light shot through the skies. The divine armor protecting Yang Tianqin was comparable to soft cotton that was torn apart the moment the blade arrived. Drawing a beautiful arc through the skies, a deep wound could be seen across his chest. It was so deep that his bones were visible. If Huang Xiaolong had used a little more strength, Yang Tianqin would have been sliced into two. In a single breath of time, the two strongest experts, Yang Tianqin and giant Kuan ruler, were seriously injured. The giant Kuan ruler crawled to his feet, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a terrified expression plastered to his face. "You? How did you?" The sudden spike in Huang Xiaolong's strength shocked him. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't allow him to complete his sentence. Another punch flew towards the giant Kuan ruler. Boom! This time, Huang Xiaolong's fist smashed through the giant Kuan ruler's chest and popped his heart. As his fist emerged from the ruler's back, he punched through the wall of the giant Kuan divine palace. Looking at the holes in the sturdy structure, everyone felt a chill running through their hearts. A desperate roar left the lips of the giant Kuan ruler as the fist hooks went straight for Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Before he could land his attack, Huang Xiaolong's figure turned blurry as he dodged. The lightning bead emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body and met the giant Kuan ruler's strike. With speed barely visible to those present, the lightning bead avoided the hooks as they entered the space between the giant Kuan ruler's eyebrows. The instant it pierced through between the giant Kuan ruler's brows, Yang Tianqin, who had suffered a miserable defeat, pushed himself to the limit as he charged out of the hall. It was clear that he was no longer willing to tangle with Huang Xiaolong. Despite his desperate attempt, Huang Xiaolong had long since prepared for it as he threw the god-burying coffin out of the hall. A human-shaped hole formed in the ground outside the hall as it smashed into Yang Tianqin's back. When Huang Xiaolong took care of both Yang Tianqin and the giant Kuan ruler, the battlefield was filled with chaos as the experts of both sides clashed with each other. Seeing the sorry ends of their leaders, the members of the giant Kuan heavenly country and 33 Heavens race lost all morale to fight. They started to fall one after another. Several tens of minutes later, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Yang Tianqin with his left hand, and he raised the giant Kuan ruler with the other. With a swing of his arms, he threw them into the skies above the main hall of the giant Kuan divine palace. They were nothing more than two lumps of meat, and no one could recognize them anymore. Both of them were beaten up by Huang Xiaolong so badly that they didn't even resemble a ghost. It wasn't even a battle. A one-sided beatdown was a better description as Huang Xiaolong was the only one attacking. No one knew how many times they were slapped or punched by Huang Xiaolong in the tens of minutes that passed. By the time Huang Xiaolong threw them into the air, he had already sealed their strength with multiple layers of restrictions. Neither of them could circulate energy in their bodies. The giant Kuan heavenly country's experts no longer resisted as they stared at Huang Xiaolong with terror-filled eyes. As for the members of the 33 Heavens race, Huang Xiaolong joined hands with the rulers of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country to kill them down to the last man. Not a single member of the 33 Heavens race who came remained. Sitting on the throne of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country, Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms as he pulled the giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianxin before him. Huang Xiaolong, as long as you release me, I promise you that my 33 Heavens race will never trouble you again. Yang Tianxin gasped for breath as he begged for mercy. Even though his voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, everyone in the hall heard him clearly. Release you, and the 33 Heavens race will let me off? Huang Xiaolong laughed. There's no need for you to worry about me. After killing you, I'll take a trip down to your 33 Heavens race's territory. Huang Xiaolong's intentions were as clear as day. No longer wasting his breath to talk to Yang Tianxin, Huang Xiaolong pointed at the space between his eyebrows. A trace of purple light entered between Yang Tianxin's brows to search his soul. Several breaths later, the soul search was complete. For divine fires emerged to turn Yang Tianxin into a pile of ashes. When the giant Kuan ruler stared at the pile of dust beside him, he turned a shade paler. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to face death without a shred of fear. Of course, he also knew that there was no way for Huang Xiaolong to release him. Regardless of how much he begged, he was destined to die. With bloodshot eyes, the giant Kuan ruler raged. Huang Xiaolong, the only thing I regret is that I didn't head over to the Heavenly Saint Country in the past with Dongcheng to kill you. Initially, Dongcheng and the Heavenly Master had joined hands to attack the Heavenly Saint Country. As long as he had given them his assistance, there was no doubt he would have killed Huang Xiaolong. Everything was too late now. Admittedly, he would have given up everything to kill Huang Xiaolong if he had known what kind of monster he was facing. No one could have expected Huang Xiaolong to enter the peak of the late 7th Order Sovereign in such a short amount of time. Other than the giant Kuan ruler, it seemed as though there was someone else who was regretting his actions. Or rather, inaction. The leader of the 33 Heavens race would be the next in line to regret his actions. The giant Kuan ruler snickered in his heart. That was the last thought that flashed through his mind. Hatred and regret filled his mind as he passed through the final moment of his life. Huang Xiaolong searched through his memories like he had done to Yang Tianxin. After looking through the entire life of the giant Kuan ruler, Huang Xiaolong summoned the 4 divine fires and reduced him to ashes. Next, he turned to look at the generals and sovereign-level experts who were from the giant Kuan Heavenly Country. With no exceptions, every single one of them got to their knees. When everything went down, General Li Tian, who was sent to the Myriad of Worlds, was currently bringing Huang Peng, Shi Xiaofei, and the other members of the Huang family to the giant Kuan Heavenly Country. Only half an hour before I return. A sigh of relief left his lips when he finally saw the appearance of the giant Kuan Heavenly Country. He knew that as soon as he returned, the ruler would reward him heavily. Staring at Huang Peng, Shi Xiaofei, and the others behind him, a sneer formed on his face. He had tortured them a whole bunch during the return journey, and if not for the ruler's order to bring back living captives, he would have tortured them to death. Hurry up! Swinging the whip in his hand, he lashed out at Huang Peng, who was moving a little slowly than the others. In an instant, Huang Peng was sent reeling. Everyone stared at him in rage. What are you looking at? Believe me that I'll dig out your eyes if you keep looking. In that very instant, all of the Huang family members turned to look at the figure who appeared behind Li Tian. After seeing the familiar figure again, everyone felt a trace of joy running through their hearts. A joyous expression appeared on their faces, and it was especially so for Shi Xiaofei. Blood rushed towards her face and she blushed. Xiaolong is still alive. Ha! I knew Big Brother won't die. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, and the others cheered as tears of joy streamed down their faces. When Li Tian had located them, he had told them that Huang Xiaolong had died in a place outside the 33 heavens when he was swallowed by some sort of lightning barrage. Along the way, they had also heard a lot of discussions about Huang Xiaolong's death. They had fallen into a state of despair, and not the slightest trace of hope had remained in their hearts when they realized that the news was most probably true. However, Li Tian couldn't help but stare at them in shock for a moment. However, he burst out laughing the next moment. "You guys are delusional. You're on the brink of death and you're losing your mind. Didn't I tell you that Huang Xiaolong died when he was swallowed by the lightning barrage in the space outside the 33 heavens? Stop imagining things." When people got to a certain point of desperation, it was true that they would experience hallucinations. Everyone couldn't help but stare at him in stunned silence. Imagining things? How were they imagining things? He was right there. How are they delusional? A cold voice rang from behind Li Tian. Even though he wasn't shouting, Huang Xiaolong's voice contained an unconcealable trace of killing intent. Could it be? Li Tian twisted his body and stared at the unusually handsome face he could never forget as long as he lived. Albeit it was for a different reason. Huang. Li Tian's expression changed. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong reached out to grab his throat before he could continue. Raising him into the air, Huang Xiaolong started to clench his fist. Sounds of cracking bones could be heard. Huang Xiaolong crushed Li Tian's windpipe before sealing his strength. After tossing him to the side, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he rushed towards the members of the Huang family. When Huang Peng and the others stared at Li Tian, who was rolling on the ground, whimpering in pain, they knew that it wasn't an illusion. Huang Xiaolong hadn't died. They didn't hesitate as they swarmed towards him. "Xiaolong, big brother." They quickly surrounded him as they celebrated his return. "Dad, Mom." Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of warmth blooming in his heart. He turned to Shi Xiaofei and he hugged her without saying a second word. Even after their many years of relationship, Shi Xiaofei felt her face turning red when Huang Xiaolong hugged her tightly. "Xiaolong, there are so many people here." Shi Xiaofei lowered her head and pouted. In the blink of an eye, everyone turned away and they chuckled. "We didn't see anything." Laughter filled the skies and Huang Xiaolong quickly retrieved several divine pills for them to treat their injuries. As for Li Tian, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring him back to the giant Kuan heavenly country. While Huang Xiaolong made his way back to the giant Kuan heavenly country, the news of him killing the giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqian had already started to spread through the lands. There wasn't a single power who could sit still when they received the news. Huang Xiaolong isn't dead. He managed to survive the lightning barrage. I've heard that he managed to gather all 9 great chaos lightning pools. After obtaining the spatial domain lightning pool in the space outside the 33 heavens, he fused them together and managed to escape certain death. He also refined 3 lightning origin divine fruits while he was away. Even if giant Kuan ruler managed to borrow the origin energy of the heavenly country, he was no match for Huang Xiaolong. Not only that, the giant Kuan ruler couldn't even take a single hit from Huang Xiaolong. If that really is the case, how will the leader of the 33 heavens race suppress Huang Xiaolong? Wouldn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong is the strongest individual in the heavens path? The heavens path shook when the news got to them. Everyone found it unbelievable as their shock was mixed in with fear and unease. When Huang Xiaolong brought the members of the Huang family back to the giant Kuan heavenly country, he ordered for the heavenly saint ruler and the others to rebuild the giant Kuan divine palace. Since the members of the Huang family were already there, Huang Xiaolong planned to settle them down in the giant Kuan heavenly country. In the future, they could just cultivate peacefully in the heavens path. As the giant Kuan ruler had used billions of years to refine the giant Kuan divine palace, the spiritual qi concentration was off the charts, and cultivating in the divine palace was countless times better than cultivating anywhere else. After adding the spiritual herbs and pills in the giant Kuan heavenly country's treasury, Huang Xiaolong knew that the members of the Huang family would definitely be able to cultivate in the best environment possible. Their cultivation would soar. Although Huang Xiaolong's battle had caused a certain level of destruction to the palace, The combined effort of the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler, in addition to Huang Xiaolong's radiance energy, allowed them to fix the palace in less than 10 days. The reconstructed giant Kuan Divine Palace was bursting with spiritual energy, as spiritual creatures could be seen roaming around the area. The beauty of the Divine Palace was beyond compare. Huang Xiaolong brought the members of the Huang family to roam around the giant Kuan heavenly country in the day, and he activated the Grand Formation to transform the heavenly country's origin energy into something the Huang family members could use to cultivate in the night. With Huang Xiaolong's help, their cultivation shot up like they were sitting on a rocket ship. As for the matter with the 33 Heavens race, Huang Xiaolong felt that it wasn't a pressing matter. There was no rush for him to head over to their territory. When Huang Xiaolong was accompanying his family, several rulers who used to be under the giant Kuan heavenly country and heavenly terror country showed up with their generals in tow to swear their allegiance to Huang Xiaolong. As the #1 heavenly country in the heavens path, tons of powers had submitted to the giant Kuan ruler in the past. Even though the heavenly terror country wasn't as strong as the giant Kuan heavenly country, the number of powers under them wasn't small. Once a month, several hundred rulers came to the giant Kuan heavenly country to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Seeing as they were planning to follow under his banner, Huang Xiaolong didn't chase them away. He accepted every one of them and branded each ruler with a soul mark. After he was done, he took out some treasures and spiritual pills he had obtained from killing the heavenly master Wan Shi, Dong Chong, and the others to reward the new recruits. He even gave them some top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones as a reward. When they saw the top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, they fell to their knees and thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. 3 months passed just like that. One day, Huang Xiaolong turned to the Heavenly Saint Ruler, and he asked, "Are there any movements from the 33 Heavens race?" Even though Huang Xiaolong had stayed in the giant Kuan heavenly country to accompany his family members, he wasn't deaf and blind to the world. He had already sent the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Mighty God Ruler to keep a lookout on the 33 Heavens race. Both of them shook their heads. It was as though the death of their deputy leader hadn't affected them at all. Could it be that the leader of the 33 Heavens race wasn't concerned about the death of his second-in-command? A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. How was it possible for them to remain silent? It had already been a fairly long time since the incident, and the leader of the 33 Heavens race should have already received news about Yang Tianxin's death. They should have left the heavens path in anticipation of Huang Xiaolong's retaliation. However, nothing of the sort happened. Instead, they were remaining silent. Was the leader of the 33 Heavens race confident in dealing with Huang Xiaolong if he showed up? From what he had learned from Yang Tianxin's memory, the leader of the 33 Heavens race was an extremely secretive person. The only thing Yang Tianxin knew was that the leader was at the peak of the late 10th Order sovereign realm. He knew nothing about the secret arts the patriarch cultivated. All right, you can dismiss yourself. Continue to keep a lookout on the 33 Heavens race. Huang Xiaolong dismissed them after giving them a short reminder. As soon as the two of them left, Huang Xiaolong stared in the direction of the 33 Heavens country. He soon made up his mind to take a trip there soon. With the strength of the 33 Heavens race, Huang Xiaolong had to take care of them. There was no way for him to leave another ticking time bomb around him. The moment he dealt with the 33 Heavens race, there would be no one left to threaten the members of the Huang family. In the few months that he was residing in the giant Kuan heavenly country, Huang Xiaolong had reorganized the strength of the giant Kuan heavenly country, the heavenly terror country, and the massacring god heavenly country. The strength Huang Xiaolong gathered had long surpassed the previous giant Kuan heavenly country. As long as the 33 Heavens race was taken out of the equation, there was no other power left to challenge the might of the giant Kuan heavenly country. After ascending to the holy world, Huang Xiaolong could rest assured that his family would be safe. Finally, after deciding to head over to the 33 Heavens race, Huang Xiaolong started his preparations. With the help of the Heavenly Saint Ruler and the Mighty God Ruler, along with several experts under them, Huang Xiaolong reinforced the great formation of the giant Kuan heavenly country. The strength of the formation increased by more than 1-fold compared to before. After they were done, Huang Xiaolong passed down a series of orders to expand the giant Kuan heavenly country's influence. He planned to conquer all the surrounding heavenly countries before heading out. In a mere month, every single power around the giant Kuan heavenly country was taken down, and Huang Xiaolong built several spatial tunnels connecting them. When he connected the entire area with spatial tunnels, the defense of the giant Kuan heavenly country increased yet again. When he was finally done, Huang Xiaolong bade farewell to the members of his family. Under the reluctant gaze of his parents and Shi Xiaofei, Huang Xiaolong left the giant Kuan heavenly country and headed straight for the 33 Heavens race. This time, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother bringing anyone with him. After settling the matter with the 33 Heavens race, he planned to head to the space outside the 33 Heavens to locate the purple Grand Mist aura. Riding on the golden pig treasure, Huang Xiaolong tore through the void and charged towards the territory of the 33 Heavens race. According to what he had learned from Yang Tianxin's memory, their territory was located in a space above a lightning sea on the heavens path. The lightning sea wasn't far from the space outside the 33 Heavens, and with their speed, Huang Xiaolong would arrive in around 20 days. Despite the fact that he was traveling alone, he had the golden pig treasure to keep him company. Along the way, he teased the pig and messed about with it to kill his boredom. Of course, the number of top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones he fed the golden treasure's pig wasn't less. 20 days later, a sea of lightning appeared before them, and Huang Xiaolong finally stopped. Staring at the boundless sea, Huang Xiaolong saw countless bolts of lightning churning and rolling, forming a terrifying scene. The destructive power contained in the sea was shocking. Lightning chi tossed and turned in the space above the sea. Lightning spiritual beasts were born from the lightning chi, and they quickly formed their own consciousness. The territory of the 33 Heavens race was located in the middle of the lightning sea. Any trespassers would need to face the assault of the countless lightning spiritual beasts born, and the massive battle that would ensue would alarm the members of the 33 Heavens race. As such, an infiltration was almost impossible. Keeping the golden pig treasure away, Huang Xiaolong flew towards the central region of the lightning sea alone. He summoned the 9 great lightning pools, and the lightning beast born from the fusion of the pools appeared. Along with the appearance of the majestic beast, the lightning spiritual beasts in the lightning sea parted to make a path for Huang Xiaolong. Although infiltration was nearly impossible, that only applied to other people. Huang Xiaolong didn't meet the slightest resistance as he made his way towards the central region of the lightning sea. Half a day later, he broke through the defensive barrier and entered the 33 Heavens country. As he entered the 33 Heavens country, Huang Xiaolong was met with a shocking sight. The entire sky was filled with bolts of lightning and nothing else. The only difference was that they weren't as messy and tyrannical as the lightning bolts in the lightning sea outside the central region. The lightning bolts in the 33 Heavens country were distributed evenly in every corner of the 33 Heavens country. From afar, they were like docile lightning dragons that hovered about in the air. A ray of light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes. It was clear to him that the bolts of lightning were drawn over by a supreme technique. They formed a special type of lightning formation that covered the entire world. The lightning formation contained terrifying power, and the only person who had the ability to do so was the patriarch of the 33 Heavens race. After Huang Xiaolong identified the correct direction, he flew towards one of the distant mountain ranges. From Yang Tianxin's memory, Huang Xiaolong had learned that the mountain range before him was called the Lightning Sun Mountain Range. It was one of the most important mountain ranges controlled by the 33 Heavens race. There were 33 cities in the 33 Heavens country, and there were 5 located along the Lightning Sun Mountain Range. The 33 Heavens race's patriarch Feng Tianyu was known for his irregular movements, and one of his cultivation spots was located in the Lightning Sun Mountain Range. When Huang Xiaolong arrived along the Lightning Sun Mountain Range, he decided to head over to the Lightning Bull City. Out of the 5 cities around the Lightning Sun Mountain Range, the Lightning Bull City was the largest and most well-developed. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong was walking through the gates of the Lightning Bull City. When he looked around him, Huang Xiaolong realized that the Lightning Bull City was bustling with activity, even more so than some of the cities in the Heavens Path. The disciples of the 33 Heavens race filled the streets as they roamed around the city. Despite the hustle and bustle in the city, Huang Xiaolong could feel a tense atmosphere filling the air. There was a faint feeling of oppression among the general population. It seemed as though his act of killing Yang Tianqin had already alerted the members of the 33 Heavens race. It was no longer as peaceful as it once was. Spreading out his divine sense, Huang Xiaolong covered the entire Lightning Sun Mountain range in search of Feng Tianyu. Images about various incidents that went on around the mountain range appeared in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened when he realized that there were 8 high-level sovereigns cultivating in their respective palaces. It seemed as though the strength of the 33 Heavens race was stronger than he had imagined. In the space outside the 33 Heavens, Huang Xiaolong had killed Hao Wei, Li Haifeng, and several other experts from the 33 Heavens race. Adding Yang Tianqin, Huang Xiaolong had killed more than 20 high-level sovereigns from the 33 Heavens race. Logically speaking, there should be only a few high-level sovereign realm cultivators left in the 33 Heavens race, but Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover 8 experts in a single mountain range. Yang Tianqin might have been the deputy patriarch of the 33 Heavens race, but he had no idea how many high-level sovereigns they had under their command. That was because Feng Tianyu was cultivating batches of sovereign in secret. Among them, there were some who had reached the high-level sovereign realm and their identities were kept a secret. Even Yang Tianqin had no idea who they were. Regardless, the strongest expert located in the Lightning Sun Mountain range was a mid-8th order sovereign. No matter how hard he tried, Huang Xiaolong failed to detect any traces of Feng Tianyu. After a short moment of contemplation, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he shot towards the mid-8th order sovereign. When Huang Xiaolong made his way over, the mid-8th order sovereign, Pan Luo, was gathering reports from his disciples about the current situation of the 33 Heavens race. Master, we heard that Deputy Patriarch Yang Tianqin, Grand Elder Hao Wei, Elder Li Haifeng, and several other elders were killed in the outside world by someone called Huang Xiaolong. Is that true? The oldest disciple of Pan Luo, Li Changwei, asked cautiously. Sweeping his gaze across his various disciples, Pan Luo nodded his head slowly. It's true. This matter concerns the entire race. The Patriarch has sealed the news in order to prevent mass panic. After all, there were more than 100 experts who had gone to the outside world. More than 20 of them were high-level sovereigns, and the others couldn't be considered weak by any means. If the news of their death were to spread, no one knew how the 33 Heavens race would react. Of course, paper could never contain fire. There were several high-ranking personnel in the 33 Heavens race who had learned of the news, and their disciples had learned about it too. When the disciples received the confirmation from their master, Pan Luo, a terrified expression formed on their faces. That was something that had never happened before to the members of the 33 Heavens race. Their race was an absolute existence in the Heavens path, and no one had ever dared to challenge their prestige. Let alone their elder, even ordinary disciples from the 33 Heavens race wouldn't be attacked by members of other factions. Now, there wasn't even a need to speak of an elder. Even their deputy patriarch was killed by someone in the outside world. Yang Tianqin was a peak mid-10th order sovereign, and he was the publicly acknowledged second strongest existence in the 33 Heavens race. Even someone like him was killed. Wouldn't that mean that their opponent was? Master, who is Huang Xiaolong? Wasn't the giant Kuan ruler the strongest expert in the Heavens path? Could it be that Huang Xiaolong is at the same level as our patriarch? Could he be a half-step venerable realm cultivator? Li Changwei couldn't help but ask. Everyone turned to look at him. However, Pan Luo shook his head. Huang Xiaolong isn't a half-step venerable. I've heard that he has barely entered the high-level sovereign realm, and he is the king of hell in the myriad of worlds. What? Someone who just entered the high-level sovereign realm killed the peak mid-10th order sovereign realm deputy patriarch. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Looks of disbelief were plastered on their faces, and it was as though they had just heard something out of the legends. How was it possible that their deputy patriarch was killed by someone who had barely entered the high-level sovereign realm? About the giant Kuan ruler, he was also killed by Huang Xiaolong. He joined hands with our deputy patriarch to kill Huang Xiaolong. But Pan Luo couldn't help but stop. The words were stuck in his throat and he shook his head slowly. Li Chongwei and the others felt that their eyes were about to pop out of their socket when they realized that even the giant Kuan ruler was dead. He had died even after joining hands with their deputy patriarch Yang. A loud shriek broke the silence as several disciples in charge of protecting the main hall flew through the air. A black-haired young man who had a handsome-looking face strolled into the hall, and everyone stared at him in shock. What audacity! Li Chongwei was the first to react. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Lightning Bull City? It went without saying that the person who had entered the hall was Huang Xiaolong. Pointing a single finger at Li Chongwei, Huang Xiaolong sent the kid flying. Everyone stared at him in astonishment for a second before bursting into rage. Where's Feng Tianyu? Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on Pan Luo, and he asked. He didn't bother about the disciples who were jumping in rage. As long as he dealt with Feng Tianyu, the problem with the 33 Heavens race would be settled. Feng Tianyu? Not a single person in the hall connected the name with their patriarch, and they were about to scream at Huang Xiaolong in rage when Pan Luo interrupted them. Of course, Pan Luo couldn't connect the face to the person he was speaking about earlier, and his expression sank. Who the hell are you? How dare you call out the name of our patriarch? Who is your master? Didn't he teach you manners? The instant he completed his sentence, Huang Xiaolong flicked a finger at him. An unstoppable force slammed into Pan Luo, and he couldn't move a single muscle in the face of such a terrifying power. Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand, and Pan Luo was dragged before him. As Huang Xiaolong was in no mood to ask again, he searched Pan Luo's soul without another word. Who the hell are you? How dare you make a move on master? The other disciples in the hall raged when they saw that Huang Xiaolong had made a move on their master. Too lazy to talk to them, Huang Xiaolong pressed forward with a single palm and sent everyone flying. As he searched through Pan Luo's memory, a frown slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Pan Luo had no idea where Feng Tianyu was. From what he knew, none of the other elders knew where their patriarch had gone. The only person who knew of Feng Tianyu's location was his son, Feng Yao. In Pan Luo's memory, Feng Yao had already left the 33 Heavens country several tens of thousands of years ago to a place called the Desert of Extremities to cultivate. No one had any idea when he would return. After digging through his memories, Huang Xiaolong did not make things difficult for the other party and released Pan Luo. Who are you? Pan Luo stared at Huang Xiaolong as anger and shock filled his mind. I'm Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong said indifferently. What? You're Huang Xiaolong. Pan Luo and the rest of the disciples retreated hastily when they heard his identity. They were discussing how Huang Xiaolong had killed the giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianxin. Never in their wildest imagination would they have expected Huang Xiaolong to appear before them. That's right. I'm Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at their reactions in the slightest. Huang Xiaolong, what are you doing in our 33 Heavens country? What do you want from us? Pan Luo boldly asked in a quavering voice. Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at Pan Luo before shaking his head. He disappeared without replying. Pan Luo and the rest of the disciples stared at the blank space before them and realized that Huang Xiaolong was gone. They stood rooted to their spot for a long time as confusion filled their minds. Did Huang Xiaolong just let them go? After he left, Huang Xiaolong flushed towards the next mountain range. Wherever he went, he expanded his divine sense in order to locate Feng Tianyu. Not long after he left, the news of Huang Xiaolong's appearance in the 33 Heavens country started to spread among the higher-ups of the 33 Heavens race. Even though they didn't react strongly on the surface, waves of unease battered their hearts. Everyone was confused as Huang Xiaolong hadn't killed a single expert ever since entering the 33 Heavens country. For days later, Huang Xiaolong landed on a mountain peak in the north of the 33 Heavens country. He had been searching every corner of 33 Heavens country for the past 4 days and found no traces of Feng Tianyu. Seems like Feng Tianyu isn't here, Huang Xiaolong frowned. It seemed as though the only way he could locate Feng Tianyu was to head over to the Desert of Extremities to find his son, Feng Yao. The Desert of Extremities was a dangerous place in the depths of the Heavens Path located far away from the 33 Heavens country. The roads were so heavily blocked that it took Huang Xiaolong more than 10 days to arrive even when he traveled at his maximum speed. As he looked at the rolling black sandstorm in the desert of extremities, Huang Xiaolong considered riding the golden pig treasure. However, he stopped when he noticed the flash of a shadow rushing inside the black sandstorm. The black figure slowly emerged from the boundless desert. A lightning dragon curled around himself, and he seemed to be the central figure in the giant sandstorm. He was like an ancient lightning god who had emerged from the desert of extremities. Huang Xiaolong stared at the man with his eyebrows raised. What a formidable aura! Feng Yao, Huang Xiaolong asked slowly. The aura the other party emitted was strong, and it was clear that his strength was on par with Hao Wei, if not higher. With the way the lightning dragon swirled around him, it went without saying that his control of lightning was much stronger than the super experts of the 33 Heavens race. In Yang Tianqian's memory, the 33 Heavenly Race's young patriarch, Feng Yao, was the third strongest individual in the race. That's right, I'm Feng Yao. I greet Master Huang Xiaolong. The figure who had emerged from the sandstorm greeted Huang Xiaolong politely. It seemed as though he had already predicted that Huang Xiaolong would come to the desert of extremities, and he was waiting for him. Since you know I'm looking for you, then you should know why I'm here. Huang Xiaolong stared at Feng Yao. Feng Yao raised his jaded green brows and nodded. I know that Master Huang is looking for my father. In fact, he was the one who told me to wait for you. Oh! Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of shock running through his heart. My father is waiting for you at the heavenly gates of the 33 heavens. Feng Yao went on. Huang Xiaolong stared at Feng Yao in shock. Feng Tianyu was already waiting for him at the gates of the 33 heavens, namely the 33 heavenly gates. Why was there a need to wait for him? Master Huang Xiaolong, please come with me, Feng Yao said as he entered the desert of extremities once again. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before riding on the golden pig treasures. He followed behind Feng Yao, and despite the other party's strength, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid that Feng Yao would play any tricks. Huang Xiaolong used his aura to lock on to the other party. If Feng Yao tried anything funny, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't hesitate to kill him. As they went deeper and deeper into the desert, the sandstorm grew stronger and stronger. The black sand blocked out the surroundings, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't see anything past the curtain of black sand. The lightning around the two of them grew stronger and stronger to the point where ordinary 10th Order sovereigns would be injured by it. The golden pig treasure under Huang Xiaolong released a resplendent golden glow and blocked out both the sand and lightning. The only surprise Huang Xiaolong had was that the lightning swirling around Feng Yao was strong enough to stop the violent streaks of lightning in the surroundings. Don't mind my little skills, Master Huang. Feng Yao turned to Huang Xiaolong and said. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Your art of lightning control is comparable to Yang Tianqian. It's not weaker than mine. Huang Xiaolong was not trying to be modest. No matter how strong his battle prowess was, his art of lightning control couldn't be compared to Feng Yao. As the two of them made some small talk along the way, they learned a little bit about each other. Huang Xiaolong realized that even though Feng Yao was the young patriarch of the 33 Heavens race and had impressive strength, he was a modest, polite, and calm individual. He was indeed a person worth befriending. 2 days later, the two of them crossed the desert of extremities and continued on their journey. Master Huang, there are 2 paths to the 33 heavenly gates. You can head over there from the space outside the 33 heavens, or you can cross the desert of extremities. It's much safer to cross the desert compared to the space outside the 33 heavens, Feng Yao said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He had long since learned about this from the giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqian when he had searched their memories. Even though the route from the desert of extremities to the 33 heavenly gates was much safer, it was much longer than if he were to head over there from the space outside the 33 heavens. If he had to choose, there was no way he would cross the desert again. Now that he had gathered all 9 great lightning pools, he had no fear of lightning, and he could easily destroy the restrictions in the space outside the 33 heavens. Half a month passed, and both of them finally arrived at the 33 heavenly gates. The heavens path was covered in lightning, and at the edge of the heavens path stood an indescribably tall gate that was pearl white in color. A massive lightning storm was raging above the gates, and the power contained behind a single lightning bolt was so strong that it could blast an ordinary 10th Order sovereign to dust. 10 meters below the lightning storm sat a figure who had his legs crossed. His looks were ordinary and he looked harmless. However, the lightning bolts falling from the lightning storm failed to strike him. Feng Tianyu. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Even though the giant Kuan ruler was titled as the #1 expert in the Heavens Path, the true experts knew that Feng Tianyu, the leader of the 33 Heavens race, was the strongest person in the Heavens Path. There were a lot of speculations made about Feng Tianyu's powers and cultivation realm, but Huang Xiaolong knew that he had long since exceeded the peak of the late 10th Order sovereign realm. He was a half-step venerable realm cultivator. Brother Huang, I've been waiting for you. The cross-legged Feng Tianyu opened his eyes. Would you like to take a seat up here with me? Feng Tianyu continued. Sure. Huang Xiaolong agreed to his invitation. Retrieving the golden pig treasure, he flew up into the air and sat down before Feng Tianyu. To be honest, he had no feuds with the 33 Heavens race, and if Feng Tianyu was willing to bury the hatchet, Huang Xiaolong didn't mind putting down all the grudges they held for each other. As for Feng Yao, he stood at the bottom of the gate and looked at the two strongest individuals in the Heavens Path. Even though he wasn't weak, he didn't dare to approach the 33 heavenly gates. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's silent agreement to lay down the grudge, Feng Tianyu laughed heartily. It's no wonder you've managed to gain the identity as the strongest cultivator since ancient times. He took out 2 wine jugs made out of jade, and he threw one to Huang Xiaolong. Please. Huang Xiaolong popped the cap without hesitating, and an intoxicating fragrance entered his nose. This is the 33 heavenly fruit wine that I made myself using 100 natural spiritual fruits found in the Heavens Path. I have only managed to brew 2 jugs in the past 10 billion years, and this is my first time taking it out. Feng Tianyu laughed. If Brother Huang doesn't mind, let's drink till we're drunk. A smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he raised his jug in a toast to Feng Tianyu. A refreshing feeling washed over his body, and Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of warmth down to his bones. Good wine. Huang Xiaolong laughed. The two of them clinked their jugs against each other and only stopped after 10 full minutes of drinking. Truth be told, I've been waiting for Brother Huang at the 33 heavenly gates all this time. I plan to head over to the holy world alongside Brother Huang. Feng Tianyu wiped his lips and said, You plan to go to the holy world with me? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Feng Tianyu nodded. I've been waiting to go over to the holy world for 10 billion years. However, one needs to gather all 9 great chaos lightning pools in order to do so. In this case, why didn't Feng Tianyu gather all 9 great chaos lightning pools himself? Brother Huang, you have no idea how hard it is to gather them all. Not a single person since the beginning of time managed to do so. I've tried searching for them in the past, but I failed to gather all 9. Feng Tianyu added when he noticed the look on Huang Xiaolong's face. So that was the case. But weren't you the one who sent Xianxia and others to search for the spatial domain lightning pool in the space outside the 33 heavens? Huang Xiaolong asked. Feng Tianyu shook his head. I only asked Xianxia to look out for the lightning origin divine fruit. Looking for the spatial domain lightning pool was his idea. So that was the case. Even though Brother Huang has gathered the 9 great chaos lightning pools, it's not easy for us to ascend to the holy world. From what I've read in an ancient book, we need to pass through the 33 heavenly space passage after opening the 33 heavenly gates before we can arrive at the holy world. Feng Tianyu exclaimed. The 33 heavenly space passage is filled with spatial lightning storms, and a single moment of carelessness will cause us to die. Even after gathering all 9 chaos lightning pools, there's no guarantee that we will be able to pass through the space passage. If we work together to watch each other's back, the chances of us passing through will be might higher. Spatial lightning storms? Huang Xiaolong frowned. If what he said was true, working together was Huang Xiaolong's best choice. After all, Feng Tianyu was at the half-step venerable realm. With the lightning attributed treasures in the 33 heavens race, Huang Xiaolong would be much more confident that they could arrive at the holy world in one piece. Sure. Huang Xiaolong thought for a while before nodding in agreement. After all, joining forces with Feng Tianyu to enter the Holy World was advantageous for Huang Xiaolong. It's better to make a friend than a foe. Even so, with Huang Xiaolong's current ability, he wasn't confident that he could subdue a half-step venerable like Feng Tianyu. He had no idea how long Feng Tianyu had been around for and how many cards the other party had up his sleeves. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's agreement, Feng Tianyu laughed and the estrangement between the two disappeared. The two of them swore an oath to the heavens to form an eternal alliance between the Huang family and the 33 Heavens race. I need to make some more preparations to enter the Holy World. You'll have to wait for another 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong said. Feng Tianyu laughed. It's fine. I've already waited for tens of billions of years. What are another 1,000 more? As long as Brother Huang informs me of the time, we shall head to the Holy World together. Great! Huang Xiaolong nodded. Huang Xiaolong planned to make use of the next 1,000 years to increase his strength. He planned to head to the space outside the 33 heavens to allow the 9 chaos lightning pools to absorb the lightning spiritual chi for its transformation. As soon as it completed its fusion, Huang Xiaolong planned to revive his senior brother Jiang Hong. He also planned to look for the purple Grand Mist aura in order to push his Grand Mist parasitic medium to the next level. Of course, in the next 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong also planned to accompany his family members and wives. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong left after saying goodbye to Feng Tianyu. After Huang Xiaolong left, Feng Yao asked, "Father, are you not confident that you can take him on? After all, he's only a peak late 7th Order sovereign." Feng Tianyu shook his head. "You can't judge Huang Xiaolong by his cultivation realm. The giant Kuan ruler and Yang Tianqin wouldn't have died at his hands otherwise. My cultivation at the half-step venerable realm would only put me on par with him. If he breaks through to the 8th Order sovereign realm, even I wouldn't be able to beat him. With Huang Xiaolong's talent, he would definitely turn into a dragon in the Holy World. It was definitely worth it to forge ties with him beforehand. When Huang Xiaolong and I head to the Holy World, you will be in charge of the 33 Heavens race. No matter what happens, make the Huang family your ally." "Yes, father." After Huang Xiaolong returned to the giant Kuan heavenly country, he announced the alliance he had made with the 33 Heavens race before renaming the giant Kuan heavenly country. In the Heavens Path, the giant Kuan heavenly country would cease to exist and the Blue Dragon heavenly country would take its place. Not long after, Feng Tianyu also announced his alliance with the Huang family. Several heavenly countries were disappointed at the news as they were looking forward to Huang Xiaolong's showdown with the 33 Heavens race. After all, fishing in muddy waters was a very profitable move. Huang Xiaolong remained in the Blue Dragon heavenly country for several days before heading to the space outside the 33 Heavens to locate the purple Grand Mist aura. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, decades passed. The 9 Chaos Lightning Pools had completed their fusion and the Grand Mist Lightning Pool was formed. Jiang Hong came back to life and Huang Xiaolong quickly collected the materials to upgrade the ancient heavenly court to a supreme spiritual treasure. Handing it over to Jiang Hong, Huang Xiaolong gave his senior brother the means to regain control of the divine world. With the help of the Grand Mist Lightning Pool, Huang Xiaolong swept through the space outside the 33 Heavens and obtained an uncountable number of treasures. Not only did he manage to find a number of supreme spiritual treasures, but he also found dozens sources of purple Grand Mist aura. After refining them all, Huang Xiaolong not only broke into the early 8th Order sovereign realm, but his Grand Mist parasitic medium also reached the 7th level. Soon, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Blue Dragon heavenly country. He spent time traveling the world with his family as he quietly improved his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. It was finally time for Huang Xiaolong to meet Feng Tianyu of the 33 Heavens race. As it was time for Huang Xiaolong to depart, the atmosphere in the Blue Dragon Divine Palace became depressing. Huang Xiaolong hugged Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao as he bade them farewell. "Xiaolong, once you reach the Holy World, you have to be careful. Remember to take care of yourself since we won't be there with you." Shi Xiaofei started to tear up. Initially, all of them wanted to accompany Huang Xiaolong to the Holy World. However, the spatial lightning storm was truly a little too powerful, and he wasn't confident that he could protect them all. Eventually, everyone concluded that the ladies could only stay behind. Huang Xiaolong wiped the tears from the corner of Shi Xiaofei's eyes and nodded. I will. You need to take care of yourselves too. Huang Xiaolong put his arms around them, and he wiped the tears off their faces. No one knew how long Huang Xiaolong would be away. After all, it wasn't easy for anyone to descend to a lower world. If he were to return, he had to be in the true saint realm. Moreover, from Wan Zhuiyuan's memory, he knew that even true saint experts would find it difficult to descend back to the lower worlds. After the girls, it was the turn of the Huang family members. Su Yan hugged Huang Xiaolong tightly and refused to let go. After an hour, Huang Xiaolong flew into the skies and left under the reluctant gazes of everyone present. The members of the Huang family soared into the air after him, but none of them could catch up with him. Soon, his tiny figure disappeared past the horizon. Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about the safety of his family. In the past 1,000 years, he had made a ton of arrangements. As long as the 33 Heavens race, the Heavenly Saint Country, the Mighty God Heavenly Country, and the Heavens Path were around, there was no chance of them facing any true danger. Moreover, he had spared no effort in raising the overall strength of his family members. He had left behind a huge number of resources for them, including high-grade spiritual pills, divine pills, top-grade chaos spirit stones, origin treasures, etc. The Huang family didn't lack anything. With the resources Huang Xiaolong had left for them, he was confident that they would break through to the Emperor realm. There was even a chance for them to enter the sovereign realm. When the Blue Dragon Heavenly Country could no longer be seen, Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He headed straight for the space outside the 33 heavens. Whatever the case, he had agreed to meet Feng Tianyu at the 33 heavenly gates. When Huang Xiaolong entered the space outside the 33 heavens, he didn't summon the Grand Mist Lightning Pool. Instead, he rode on the Golden Pig Treasure, and he cleaved a path through the chaotic bolts of lightning. In the past 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong had searched the entire heavens path for purple Grand Mist aura in order to further his progress in the Grand Mist parasitic medium. With his efforts, he had managed to reach the 10th layer of the Grand Mist parasitic medium while pushing his cultivation all the way to the early 9th order sovereign realm. He wouldn't be afraid of the lightning spiritual chi with his current strength even without the Grand Mist lightning pool. It didn't take long for him to cross the space. Soon, the 33 heavens disappeared from his sight. Feng Tianyu and Feng Yao were standing before the 33 heavenly gates as they waited patiently for Huang Xiaolong's arrival. When they felt the overwhelming aura behind them, they turned to face Huang Xiaolong. Greetings, Master Huang Xiaolong. Feng Yao turned around quickly and greeted. Brother Huang. Feng Tianyu smiled. Huang Xiaolong smiled and bowed towards the two of them. It looks like Brother Huang's current strength is far beyond my reach. Feng Tianyu laughed. Even if we join hands, we won't be able to challenge Brother Huang. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed. Brother Tianyu, you don't have to be modest. You've already reached the half-step venerable realm. When we arrive in the holy world, it won't take long for you to break through to the venerable realm. Feng Tianyu was already a half-step venerable. Due to the restrictions in the lower world, he wasn't able to enter the venerable realm for real. His deep accumulations throughout the billions of years were enough for him to enter the venerable realm the moment he entered the holy world. Feng Tianyu laughed. Even after entering the venerable realm, I won't be Brother Huang's match. In the past 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong and Feng Tianyu had exchanged pointers frequently. Their battles could last up to several days, and the two of them were extremely familiar with each other's strength. Of course, Feng Tianyu wasn't being modest. Even if he were to enter the venerable realm, he wouldn't be Huang Xiaolong's match. Despite the fact that Huang Xiaolong was only at the early 9th order sovereign realm, he had 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads and 3 Saint bloodlines. With his saint physique, it was more than enough to suppress a first-order venerable. They laughed and bantered for quite some time before turning to look at the 33 heavenly gates. Turning to look at each other, they realized that they were thinking of the same thing. In unison, they took a step towards the gate. The two of them stood still in front of the 33 heavenly gates. Yower. The 33 heavens race will depend on you in the future. Feng Tianyu turned around and continued. You and the Huang family must support each other. Don't worry, father. Feng Yao's eyes reddened as he kowtowed. Who knew how long it would be before he could see his father again? Following which, lightning flashed above Huang Xiaolong's head and the Grand Mist lightning pool appeared. As Huang Xiaolong commanded the pool to crash against the gate, resplendent rays of light emerged and blinded Feng Yao. The lightning spiritual qi from the 33 heavenly gates grew more and more intense and lasted for several minutes. However, a gap slowly appeared in the middle of the gate, and not too long after, the gates started to creak open. When the gates finally opened, a spatial vortex appeared as it spat out berserk lightning qi. Despite their strength, Huang Xiaolong and Feng Tianyu felt their scalps going numb when they felt the destructive might of the lightning bolts coming from behind the gate. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and then summoned the lightning bead he had obtained in the barbarian space in the divine world. Feng Tianyu summoned an enormous lightning flower that was covered in layers of pulsating lightning bolts. Let's go! Huang Xiaolong and Feng Tianyu leaped into the spatial vortex at the same time. The moment they entered, terrifyingly strong bolts of lightning shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Wave after wave slammed into him, and Huang Xiaolong felt as though he had fallen into an endless sea of lightning. Inside the endless sea of lightning, Huang Xiaolong reacted quickly as he tried to activate the Grand Mist lightning pool. To his horror, he failed to detect the presence of the Grand Mist lightning pool. In fact, he couldn't even sense the general location of the Grand Mist lightning pool, and it was as though it had assimilated itself into the sea of lightning. Fortunately, he was still protected by the lightning bead, and he was able to resist the waves of lightning bolts rushing towards him. Unable to rely on the Grand Mist lightning pool, Huang Xiaolong summoned the next best thing, and the 4 great divine fires appeared beside him. Brother Tianyu, Huang Xiaolong yelled as he headed deeper and deeper into the sea of lightning. I'm here. Feng Tianyu's voice echoed out intermittently from afar. Due to the deafening roar of thunder, they knew that they wouldn't be able to hear each other clearly even if they were to shout till their throats ran dry. Huang Xiaolong decided to move in the direction of Feng Tianyu's voice the moment he heard it. Before long, Huang Xiaolong located Feng Tianyu. At the same time, Feng Tianyu was flying towards Huang Xiaolong with a relieved expression on his face. Just as the two of them were about to meet, a massive bolt of lightning slammed into the space between them and separated the two of them. Under the shocking impact of the lightning bolt, Huang Xiaolong was sent flying thousands of miles away, even with the protection of the lightning bead and the 4 divine fires. By the time he stabilized himself, Feng Tianyu was nowhere to be seen. Regardless of how loudly he screamed, there was no reply. No matter how hard Huang Xiaolong tried to search for Feng Tianyu, he failed. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong tried his hardest to move forward in the sea of lightning. He used the lightning bead and 4 great divine fires to surround himself as he forced his way forward. Despite that, the strength of the lightning bolts in the spatial vortex overwhelmed him. Even the weakest bolt had the ability to kill a peak-late 10th-order sovereign. The strongest attack was comparable to an all-out attack from a first-order venerable. The deeper Huang Xiaolong went, the stronger the lightning bolts. Even with the lightning bead and 4 great divine fires, Huang Xiaolong felt as though he was about to be blown apart. The glow around the lightning beads started to fade, and the 4 great divine fires began to dim. No matter how strong the offensive capabilities of the 4 great divine fires, they weren't good at defending. As for the lightning bead, Huang Xiaolong had failed to restore it even after 1,000 years of effort. At his current level, a saint artifact wasn't something Huang Xiaolong could fix even if he wanted to. After several more days of protection, the lightning bead and divine fires exhausted themselves. With no choice left, Huang Xiaolong recalled them and activated his saint bloodlines to resist the impact of the lightning. Initially, Huang Xiaolong succeeded in withstanding the lightning storm. However, the lightning slowly started to increase in strength, and Huang Xiaolong felt as though his body was about to explode. The terrifying lightning tore apart his defenses and struck at his body directly. His veins and meridians tore in the face of the frightening bolts of lightning. His body was like a piece of shattered glass as streaks of blood streamed down his skin. When things seemed bleak, Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to transform into the primordial blue divine dragon in order to defend himself. It was too bad it wasn't enough as the horrifying bolts of lightning tore apart everything in their path. The scales on Huang Xiaolong's body shattered one by one, and a burnt smell filled the space around him. Even if he wanted to use all his strength to activate his 10th layer Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand the lightning storm. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't a weakling either. No matter how the lightning tried to attack and overwhelm him, his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads remained bright as his soul burned with everlasting brightness. Not stopping for a second, Huang Xiaolong forced his way through the spatial vortex. He knew that there was no way for him to return now, and advancing was the only thing he could do. He could only live was if he passed through the lightning storm to arrive in the holy world. If he stopped for even a second, there was no doubt he would die. Throughout the journey, he had already lost count of how many spiritual pills he had consumed. Eventually, he lost track of time. 20 days passed without him knowing it, and a trace of golden light finally appeared in front of him. Huang Xiaolong was startled at first, but his surprise soon transformed into joy as he moved towards his new target, the golden light, with all his might. Just as he was about to arrive at the golden light, a blast of lightning slammed into him with unimaginable force. The last thing Huang Xiaolong felt was a jolt running through his mind before his vision went dark. The moment he lost consciousness, Huang Xiaolong felt his body become lighter as if he was free-falling. Crashing into the ground, Huang Xiaolong remained motionless as he fell into a deep slumber. A few days later, a group of convoys appeared from afar. There were approximately 300 to 400 people in the group, and each carriage carried the insignia of a fire lion's head. The guards were riding on the same type of divine beast, and it was clear that they weren't a force to be trifled with. Be it the decorations on the carriage, or the dragon horse divine beasts the guards were riding, it was clear they belonged to a proper force. However, they stopped all of a sudden when they arrived at the spot where Huang Xiaolong lay. "What's the matter?" In the main carriage, a beautiful and charming voice rang through the air. "Princess, an unconscious man is lying on the ground. He seems to have sustained serious injuries." A maid who held a sword in her hand arrived beside the main carriage and reported respectfully. "What do you mean?" The curtains were pulled open and the appearance of a gorgeous lady was shown to the world. She quickly emerged from the carriage with the help of the maid. "Princess, you must be careful," one of the guards who was standing at the side yelled when he noticed the princess' actions. However, she waved her hand and brushed him off. "There's no need to worry." With light footsteps, she made her way towards the unconscious man at the side of the road. Since the person was lying flat on his stomach, the guards at the side quickly approached to flip him over. They were shocked when they realized the extent of his injuries. He was covered in blood, and he looked like a horrifying beast who had emerged from hell. After the chief guard confirmed that Huang Xiaolong was unconscious, he stepped forward and started examining his injuries. The more he checked, the greater the shock he received. He quickly completed his diagnosis, and he reported, "Princess, the injuries on his body are extremely serious. His meridians are destroyed, and his internal organs are ruptured. Even his spirit sea has been shattered. Even with his serious injuries, he's alive." Everyone stared at the captain in shock. How could someone with a shattered spirit sea, ruptured organs, and destroyed meridians be alive? The princess took several steps forward to look at Huang Xiaolong's blood-stained face before taking out a spiritual pill. "Princess, are you planning on using the resurrection pill to save this person? Even if it works, he will be crippled," the guard captain Bai Yan advised. The resurrection pill was a supremely precious pill. According to him, there was absolutely no point in wasting it on the person blocking their way. "That's right. Princess, we have no idea who this person is and where he comes from. For all we know, he might be trying to cheat you. Looking at the way he's dressed, He's probably not from our country. There's no point saving someone like that. Some of the guards voiced their objections successively. However, the princess remained unmoved and ordered them to open Huang Xiaolong's mouth. Pushing the pill through his lips, he swallowed it. Once the resurrection pill was swallowed by Huang Xiaolong, the princess commanded, "Bring him along with us." When they heard that the princess was planning to bring the cripple of a man along with them, the soldiers could no longer restrain themselves. They stated their rapid persuasion in hopes that their princess would listen to reason and leave the man to die. However, they failed to change her mind and could only reluctantly bring the man along with them. After quite some time, Huang Xiaolong finally woke up. When Huang Xiaolong woke up, he discovered that he was lying inside a somewhat old and antique room. The room wasn't big, and there were several wood carvings and jade artifacts scattered all around it. The wood carvings were made from agarwood trees that were thousands of years in age, and the jade artifacts were also rather valuable. However, in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, these agarwood and jade artifacts were no different from the trash. It seems like someone saved me, Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. When he tried to sit up, Huang Xiaolong experienced the worst pain he had felt in a long time. A sharp pain shot through his body, and he slumped back into bed. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Before he could use his soul to check on the condition of his body, he felt a burst of pain shooting up his spine. After a long period of rest, Huang Xiaolong forced himself to examine the condition of his body. He was met with a sorry sight as all the meridians in his body were ruptured. His internal organs weren't doing better, and it seemed as though his spirit sea was broken. Even his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads were dim as they barely emitted any luster. Luckily for him, even though his complete Tao Saint Godheads were filled with minute cracks, they were still in one piece. If they were actually broken, Huang Xiaolong would have to wait for thousands of years before he recovered. Repairing a broken Godhead would be a complete headache. Thankfully, with his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would be able to recover 70 to 80% of his previous strength in a few short years. With his previous abilities, Huang Xiaolong was confident of sweeping the floor with anyone under the Venerable Realm as long as he recovered 80% of his strength. Sitting down cross-legged on the bed, Huang Xiaolong circulated his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads. When he just started, he felt an immense force resisting him, but after 10 or so tries, he finally managed to activate the Holy Dragon Saint Godhead. As it spun round and round, traces of spiritual qi entered his body from the void above. Even though these strands of spiritual qi were extremely weak, the Holy Dragon Saint Godhead started to heal itself. The dull glow around it eventually started to brighten up. Feeling the weird energy contained in the spiritual qi of the world, Huang Xiaolong felt both shocked and delighted. It seems like Wan Zhuiyuan was right. This should be the so-called holy spiritual qi from the holy world. Only those who possessed a complete Tao Saint Godhead could absorb holy spiritual qi in the holy world. Anyone with ordinary Godheads could only absorb other types of spiritual qi. Since the quality of holy spiritual qi was several times higher than that of other spiritual qi, absorbing it was much more beneficial for cultivators. The more Huang Xiaolong absorbed, the brighter his Holy Dragon Saint Godhead became. After several more rounds, the cracks on the Holy Dragon Saint Godhead started to heal. After a full hour, the Archdevil Saint Godhead started to suck in the holy spiritual qi, and an additional strand of spiritual qi emerged from the void above him. Even though there were 2 strands of holy spiritual qi, there were several differences in the source energy absorbed by the Archdevil Saint Godhead and the Holy Dragon Saint Godhead. Dragon Qi streamed into the Holy Dragon Saint Godhead and Devil Qi entered the Archdevil Saint Godhead. After another hour passed, the innumerable Buddha Saint Godhead started to shake. When the 3 Godheads rotated a full circle, 3 strands of holy spiritual qi would enter Huang Xiaolong's body. The more holy spiritual qi they absorbed, the smaller the cracks became. Half a day later, a small portion of the cracks along the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads disappeared. Despite his willingness to continue his recovery, Huang Xiaolong was forced to stop when he heard footsteps coming from outside his door. Huang Xiaolong shook his head slowly and thought to himself, "At this rate, I will only need 3 more days to repair the cracks on the exterior of the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads. I should be able to restore my soul and meridians after that. With his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, he could absorb the holy spiritual qi in the holy world with ease. Within a few years, he would be able to regain more than 80% of his strength. After planning out his road to recovery, Huang Xiaolong sat up in his bed. Earlier, he had difficulty sitting upright, but now he could already move about to some degree. Of course, walking normally was another question altogether. He would need several more days before he would be able to stroll around as he pleased. The footsteps stopped outside his door, and a middle-aged man who looked a lot like a housekeeper entered the room. Several guards and maids followed behind him. The middle-aged housekeeper's strength wasn't too bad as he was a god king. However, to Huang Xiaolong that was as good as nothing. As for the guards and maids behind him, they were in the ancestor god realm. When the housekeeper, Wang Junhai, saw that Huang Xiaolong was sitting on the bed, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. However, he nodded his head indifferently. Who would have thought that an ugly bastard like you would be awake? You can even move. Whatever. It seems like our princess spiritual pill wasn't wasted. For someone with Huang Xiaolong's experience, it was clear that the housekeeper was implying that everything was because of the help he had received from the princess. Regardless, it was true that Huang Xiaolong had consumed quite a number of spiritual medicine in the past month. When Huang Xiaolong heard the other party calling him an ugly bastard with such indifference, a frown formed on his face. Wang Junhai stared at Huang Xiaolong's face, and he sneered, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with the way I addressed you?" He turned to look at a maid beside him and ordered, "You go and bring us a mirror. Show him how ugly he looks." I wonder what the princess was thinking when she wasted so many resources on such ugly and dirty trash. The number of spiritual medicine and pills that were fed to you is more than enough to hire a high-level God King expert. Upon hearing the housekeeper's order, the maid retrieved a mirror at the side and brought it to Huang Xiaolong. Looking at the bloodied face in the mirror, Huang Xiaolong saw the ugly scars that filled his face. It was indeed a terrifying sight. It was no wonder the other party was calling him an ugly bastard. It was probably due to the traces of fire qi contained in the lightning storm that had caused his body to look like a roasted duck. His skin was black as could be, and there were cracks on his skin. Huang Xiaolong looked completely unrecognizable. However, he didn't care in the slightest. After a few more days of rest and recovery, all the cracks on the surface of his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads would close up. When that happened, he would be able to absorb holy spiritual qi and nourish his body. His wounds and scars would disappear without a trace. In less than half a month, he would regain his original appearance. Wang Junhai sneered, "Ugly bastard. Haven't you seen how you look in the mirror? I feel like puking every time I look at you. If not for the princess orders for me to come over to feed you a resurrection pill every day, I wouldn't spare a second glance at a piece of shit like you. To tell you the truth, the physicians in the mansion had already told us that your wounds are permanent, and you will never be able to recover. No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to get rid of the scars on your face. Not to mention that your meridians and spirit sea will never be repaired. In the future, you will be the trashiest of all trash." Even though the resurrection pill was worth next to nothing to Huang Xiaolong, for a god king like Wang Junhai, it was an extremely precious pill. Even as a housekeeper in the manor, it was extremely rare for Wang Junhai to be rewarded with a resurrection pill. Even so, the princess had ordered him to bring one over to Huang Xiaolong every single day. How could someone like Wang Junhai endure the anger in his heart? He couldn't be more annoyed. After working like an ox for the manor and giving them my all, they feed this brat resurrection pills instead of giving them to me. When Huang Xiaolong heard how the other party was insulting him and calling him names, his face turned cold. If this was him at his prime, Wang Junhai wouldn't even possess the qualifications to wipe his shoes. "Don't be rude." Suddenly, a sweet voice rang through the air, and a remarkably beautiful and noble woman walked in escorted by a group of guards. The moment she appeared, Wang Junhai and everyone else in the room bowed. "Greetings, princess." "Princess, Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on the woman who had entered the room. From the looks of things, she should be the princess who saved me. She should be the one who ordered them to feed me resurrection pill every day. As the direct descendant of the family, her cultivation was much higher than Wang Junhai. She was at the peak late 10th order God King realm, and she was merely a step away from entering the heavenly monarch realm. When Huang Xiaolong stared at her, she was doing the same. A look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. When the princess of the manor, Zhang Wenyue, had saved him in the past, there were several physicians who had examined his condition. Even their personal physician had said that he would need another 3 to 4 months before he could wake up, even if he was fed a resurrection pill every day. As for being able to move again, Huang Xiaolong was definitely expected to take more than half a year. After looking at his condition now, Huang Xiaolong was awake in less than a month. He was even able to move. Did the physician make a mistake? In actuality, she had no idea why she had made the decision to save him. After all, he was an ugly and dirty homeless cripple on the side of the road. It was probably because of the sense of familiarity she had felt when she saw Huang Xiaolong. Since she possessed a lightning-attributed godhead and had cultivated a lightning-based secret art, it was understandable for her to feel a sense of comfort around him. After all, he had already absorbed tons of lightning-based origin treasures such as the lightning origin divine fruits. He had even tempered his body with the grand mist lightning pool. It also went without saying that Huang Xiaolong had the lightning bead residing in his body that helped with the feeling. It's a surprise that young master is awake. When my subordinate reported it to me, I felt that they were mistaken. Zhang Wenyue smiled lightly as she walked towards Huang Xiaolong's side. She was extremely pretty and her dimples were revealed when she smiled. Thanks for saving me. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Even though this was the first time they met, he had a good opinion of Zhang Wenyue. Of course, her actions of saving him had little to do with it. Wait for me to recover from my injuries, and I will repay you in full for the matter, Huang Xiaolong added. Since Huang Xiaolong didn't make promises lightly, a word from him was something even gold couldn't buy. When Wang Junhai heard what he said, he couldn't help but sneer. Why are you still dreaming of recovering from your injuries? Didn't you hear what I just said? Your meridians are torn and your spirit sea is shattered. Even the best physician in the dynasty won't be able to save you. What's more, our kingdom's physicians can't compare to those from the dynasty. Zhang Wenyue's eyebrow furrowed slightly. Wang Junhai is getting bolder and bolder. Just because he has some relationship with second mother, he dares to interrupt me when I'm speaking. Zhang Wenyue thought for a second and added, Young master, you might not know about this, but I've invited the best physician in our manor to take a look at your injuries. According to him, your injuries were caused by some sort of divine lightning. He hasn't seen anything like it in his life and has no way to cure you. Moreover, your meridians and spirit sea are no longer intact. A full recovery would be extremely difficult. After some consideration, she decided to tell Huang Xiaolong the truth. Despite that, she didn't tell him that it was impossible for him to recover. After all, she didn't want to stamp out the last ember of hope in his heart. In her heart, she knew that the possibility of Huang Xiaolong experiencing a full recovery was zero. Everyone with the slightest bit of common sense knew that once the spirit sea was shattered, it was impossible to restore it. Huang Xiaolong smiled indifferently. Okay, I get it. With his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, Huang Xiaolong didn't care in the slightest that his spirit sea was broken. Even if his meridians were burned off completely by the lightning storm, he was completely confident of reconstructing them from scratch. Of course, the only thing he needed was time. As for his spirit sea, he was sure he could restore it soon. Zhang Wenyue felt a little startled when she saw his indifferent expression. She shook her head silently. In her opinion, she felt that Huang Xiaolong had already accepted the fact that he was beyond saving. She stayed for a little while and comforted him before leaving another resurrection pill. When she left, Wang Junhai glared at him as though Huang Xiaolong owed him several billion spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about Wang Junhai as he returned the stare with a cold glance of his own. When everyone was gone, Huang Xiaolong looked at the resurrection pill in his hand and shook his head. A smile slowly formed on his face. Who would have thought that a ninth-order sovereign like me would need such trash pills to recover? It was too bad all the spiritual pills he had on him were destroyed in the lightning storm. No matter how useless the resurrection pill was, it was better than nothing. Huang Xiaolong swallowed it in a single gulp and sat down on his bed. He activated all 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads again to absorb the holy spiritual qi in the air. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Huang Xiaolong had remained in his room, and he had spent all his time cultivating. The most important thing was to regain his strength. 3 days later, the cracks on Huang Xiaolong's complete Tao Saint Godheads were completely gone and rays of light filled the space above his spirit sea. Even though they weren't exceptionally dazzling, it was completely different from the Huang Xiaolong of 3 days ago. It was like comparing a sickly old man to a young teenager. His 3 Godheads were brimming with vitality at the moment. Moreover, after absorbing the holy spiritual qi over the past 3 days, the bloody scars on his face and body had faded quite a bit. Even though they weren't gone, his hideous appearance was no more. Zhang Wanyue had visited him once while he was recovering, but she had left in a hurry. It was as though something important was happening in the manor. Huang Xiaolong touched the bloody scars on his face and nodded in satisfaction. He estimated that he would need 3 more days to revert to his original appearance. In a martial arts training grounds not too far from Huang Xiaolong's yard, a young man in a purple dragon robe trained with all his might. He was dignified and his moves were vigorous. His facial features resembled Zhang Wanyue, and there were a ton of guards standing around the training grounds, including Wang Junhai. Get someone to clean the elegant courtyard. When my friend arrives tomorrow, bring him there, the young man who was training said to Wang Junhai. The elegant courtyard was exactly where Huang Xiaolong was resting in to treat his injuries. Wang Junhai hesitated for a moment, and he replied, "Young master, the princess saved someone from the streets a few days ago. He is currently resting in the elegant courtyard." The young man was precisely Zhang Wanyue's younger brother, Zhang Haochen. Of course, in large households such as their family, the family dynamics were a little special. He was her brother from another mother. Zhang Haochen frowned when he heard what Wang Junhai said. "I've heard about him. Isn't he a cripple with shattered meridians and a broken spirit sea? What's my sister thinking? Why did she rescue such a useless bastard? Isn't the elegant courtyard reserved for important guests of our Prince Chen mansion? Why did she arrange for him to stay there? Go. Get some men to chase that kid out from the elegant courtyard. When my friend arrives, arrange for him to stay in the elegant courtyard." Wang Junhai was overjoyed when he heard the young master's order. He had long since wanted to get rid of that ugly bastard. With the little prince's order, he could finally vent his frustration. If that piece of shit dared to resist, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. "Yes, young master." Wang Junhai smiled respectfully. However, he paused for a second and asked, "But young master, do we chase that kid out of the manor?" Zhang Haochen thought for a while and shook his head. "Even though he's a useless cripple, my sister saved him and brought him back. Arrange a room in the Cool Breeze courtyard after chasing him out of the elegant courtyard." The Cool Breeze courtyard was the living quarters of the servants of the manor. There was no lack of rooms. It went without saying that the living conditions in the Cool Breeze courtyard and the elegant courtyard were as different as heaven and earth. Spiritual wood jade artifacts were scattered all around the elegant courtyard. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation, and there were numerous spiritual flowers and divine trees planted in the courtyard for one to maintain a peaceful mind. In the Cool Breeze courtyard, there was no need to mention spiritual wood jade artifacts. Even the building was constructed from ordinary materials. "Young master, don't worry. I'll get rid of the kid immediately," Wang Junhai replied respectfully. Zhang Haochen nodded his head before sending Wang Junhai off with a wave of his hand. Bowing respectfully, Wang Junhai took his leave. He hastily gathered several guards and marched his way to the elegant courtyard. When Wang Junhai was making his way over, Huang Xiaolong was cultivating his palm techniques peacefully in his courtyard. After 3 days of recovery, he could already walk around. As the weather was clear and sunny, Huang Xiaolong felt that it was time for him to enjoy the outdoors as he cultivated his 8 desolate holy palm and final boundless sword art. He had obtained both skills from Wan Zhuiyuan's memory, and they were both classified as holy martial arts. In the past 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong hadn't slacked off in his cultivation, and his understanding of both arts was at a pretty decent level. When Wang Junhai and his men arrived, Huang Xiaolong was currently practicing the 8 desolate holy palm. After seeing how Huang Xiaolong was moving about and practicing some sort of unknown martial art, a trace of shock flashed through Wang Junhai's eyes. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that Huang Xiaolong would be able to move. Didn't the physician mention that it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to take less than a year to start moving around? Despite his shock, he didn't place Huang Xiaolong's martial arts in his eyes. A sneer appeared on his face and he mocked. Who would have thought that a useless cripple like you would be able to practice palm arts? It's a pity your moves are soft and weak. With your current strength, you won't be able to kill a rabbit if it was placed in front of you. Since Huang Xiaolong wasn't circulating the energy in his body, the 8 desolate holy palm looked like a common martial art practiced by commoners. Due to Wang Junhai's low realm, he failed to discover the intricacies in Huang Xiaolong's moves. In fact, even if an Emperor Realm expert was present, he wouldn't be able to discover the mystery and power behind the 8 desolate holy palm. That was only something sovereigns could comprehend. Upon hearing the tone of mockery in Wang Junhai's voice, Huang Xiaolong continued his practice and ignored the man. The 8 desolate holy palm had a total of 10 forms and he planned to complete it. The 8 desolate holy palm wasn't just a set of palm techniques. Constant practice could strengthen one's body. Wang Junhai was furious when he saw how Huang Xiaolong ignored him. Brat, I came here on orders of my young master to chase you out of the elegant courtyard. The elegant courtyard is an important yard in our manor, and only esteemed guests have the qualifications to live here. As for trash like you are only worthy to live with the servants. Get lost and head over to the cool breeze courtyard now. Ignoring the clown jumping in front of him, Huang Xiaolong continued to practice the 8 desolate holy palm. Wang Junhai felt the rage bubbling in his heart as he yelled, "Keep acting!" He turned to a guard behind him and screamed, "Throw this brat out!" The guard nodded respectfully, and he started to walk towards Huang Xiaolong with a cold smile on his face. In fact, all of the guards were unhappy that Huang Xiaolong lived in the elegant courtyard. Now that one of them was about to teach him a lesson, everyone watched the upcoming beatdown with great gusto. The guard quickly arrived before Huang Xiaolong and reached out to grab his shoulder. Before he could throw Huang Xiaolong out of the yard, he realized that the youngster before him wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pulled. It was as though he was tugging on the shoulders of an ancient beast. The guard was taken aback. He was a high-level ancestor god. His strength placed him in the middle tiers of the guards in the manor. Even if there was a pile of chaos stones in front of him, he would be able to lift them up with no problems. However, he couldn't move the youngster before him no matter how hard he tried. With a look of disbelief, he activated his godhead and god force streamed out from his body. He grabbed at Huang Xiaolong once again but obtained the same result. Wang Junhai felt that something strange was going on, and a sense of unease filled his heart. Too bad he realized it too late. Huang Xiaolong turned around and shrugged. A single movement caused the guard to fly across the courtyard and slam into the sturdy wall. Wang Junhai and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. What's going on? Weren't his meridians and spirit sea shattered? What in the world is happening? Wang Junhai scanned the surroundings and found that there was nothing strange. Finally, his gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong and he growled, "I don't believe that I won't be able to take care of a useless fool like you." He started walking towards Huang Xiaolong as he planned to personally deal with the ugly youngster in front of him. Coiling dragon! Wang Junhai yelled and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. 2 long chains of qi emerged and transformed into 2 cyclones that intertwined with each other as they charged towards Huang Xiaolong. The move he unleashed was his ultimate move, and the moment it coiled itself around its prey, even an ancient beast would be unable to shake it off. In a flash, Huang Xiaolong was bound by Wang Juanhai's ultimate move. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was no longer able to escape, Wang Junhai and the rest of the guards heaved a sigh of relief. Just as the few guards were about to flatter Wang Junhai for his skills, Huang Xiaolong shrugged once again and executed the 8 desolate holy palm. In the blink of an eye, the energy cyclones were swept away as though they never existed. Everyone in the courtyard stared at Huang Xiaolong as their jaws dropped to the ground. It was perfect timing as Huang Xiaolong completed the last move of the 8 desolate holy palm. Huang Xiaolong tilted his head and walked towards the housekeeper. Under Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze, Wang Junhai and the rest of the guards felt a sense of fear creeping up their hearts. "It won't be too late if you guys scram now," Huang Xiaolong said with indifference. Wang Junhai was startled for a second before he snapped in rage. "How dare a piece of trash like you tell me what to do? Do you believe?" Before the words could leave his lips, his eyes were bedazzled. In the next second, a strong force sent him flying. He landed on the ground outside the courtyard. A loud thud echoed through the air. Wang Junhai slumped on the ground, and no one knew if he was still alive. The guards who had come along with him stared at the scene before them in fright. Their bodies froze, and none of them dared to make a single move. Of course, Wang Junhai wasn't the only housekeeper in the manor. Even though he wasn't the strongest amongst them, he was still an expert in the God King realm. Moreover, he was a late Third Order God King. Did the cripple just get lost? Huang Xiaolong yelled. The guards felt their bodies trembling and they ran out of the courtyard in fright. Grabbing Wang Junhai, they disappeared from Huang Xiaolong's sight. When they were gone, Huang Xiaolong started to practice the final boundless sword art. Even though he no longer had a sword, it was nothing for him to form a sword using the natural spiritual qi in the air. With a single thought, sword light flashed in the courtyard continuously. The sword qi around his body was like a tide as it flooded the entire courtyard. His control over the sword qi was perfect as not a single bit spilled out of the yard. As he practiced the final boundless sword art, Zhang Wenyue was training her sword art in her personal courtyard. Whenever she waved her sword, a dragon would emerge and soar across her courtyard. The sword art she practiced was one of the highest grade divine arts the manor possessed. It was called the Coiling Dragon Sword Art, and at the highest level one would be able to summon 10,000 dragons. After several moves, Zhang Wenyue paused as a frown appeared on her face. No matter how hard she practiced, the number of dragons she could produce was capped at 900. She failed to break through the limit of 1,000 regardless of the method she used. When the 900th dragon was condensed, something would go wrong and obstruct the rest of the sword qi she controlled. There are only several more days until the Big Dipper Sword Sect starts their recruitment, Zhang Wenyue muttered to herself. No matter what, she had to break through the 1,000 dragons mark before the recruitment exercise. The Big Dipper Sword Sect was one of the 3 supreme sects in the Falling Jade Dynasty. The Falling Jade Dynasty possessed countless kingdoms, and there were an uncountable number of races under their umbrella. There were tons of geniuses fighting for a slot in any of the 3 supreme sects. After obtaining a place in the Big Dipper Sword Sect, her father's status in the kingdom would rise to insurmountable heights. The Prince Chen Manor would undoubtedly become one of the powerhouses. Even the king himself wouldn't be able to do a thing to them. Despite staying at home for a period of time, she had heard from outside sources that Prince Long of the Long Prince Manor was trying to instigate the king to take action against them. According to the rumors, the Long Prince was moving against them under the guise that Prince Chen was of another race. According to Prince Long, the Prince Chen Manor was colluding with the Black Devil sect to expand their forces. Due to Prince Long's instigation, the king was losing his trust for the Prince Chen Manor. The moment the king turned his spearhead towards her father, Prince Chen, it would spell their demise. The only way for her to prevent anything of the sort from happening was for her to enter the Big Dipper Sword Sect. It was even better if she could catch the eye of an elder in the Emperor realm. If she became a personal disciple of such an expert, all their problems would be solved. There was one problem though. Entering the Big Dipper Sword Sect was harder than ascending to the heavens. The Big Dipper sword sect only accepted 100 disciples every time they opened their doors. Every time a selection took place, the number of disciples who signed up would number in the millions. Every genius in the falling Jade dynasty would sign up in hopes of joining one of the 3 supreme sects. When the Big Dipper sword sect recruited disciples, one of the most important tests was to assess the disciples' swordsmanship. No matter what, she had to reach the next level in coiling dragon sword art in order to be considered. Just as Zhang Wenyue was deep in her thoughts, a maid walked in with an anxious expression plastered on her face. "What's the matter?" Zhang Wenyue asked. "Princess, housekeeper Wang brought several guards over to the elegant courtyard to chase young Master Huang out," the maid reported. In the past few days, Zhang Wenyue had sent the maids to snoop around, and she had managed to learn of Huang Xiaolong's true name. Zhang Wenyue's expression turned chilly. "How dare Wang Junhai chase my guest out of the elegant courtyard?" According to sources from young Master Zhang's courtyard, young General Chen is coming over tomorrow, and he wanted to empty the elegant courtyard to host the general. Zhang Wenyue was startled for a second. However, she quickly asked with concern, "How is young Master Huang's injuries? Did anything happen to him?" Sheathing her sword, she prepared to charge over to the elegant courtyard. "Young Master Huang is fine." The maid stared at Zhang Wenyue with a weird expression on her face. Housekeeper Wang was sent flying out of elegant courtyard. Zhang Wenyue stopped and stared at the maid in disbelief. Were her ears playing tricks on her? Housekeeper Wang was sent flying? "Are you sure young Master Huang wasn't the one who was hurt?" The maid hesitated for a second and she stuttered, "I'm not too sure about the specifics. I heard from the others that housekeeper Wang was sent flying by young Master Huang with a single strike." The maid was unsure of what she had heard, as it seemed completely impossible for the cripple to send a god king flying. Zhang Wenyue no longer bothered with the maid as she quickly made her way to the elegant courtyard. By the time she arrived in the elegant courtyard, Wang Junhai had already arrived in the physician's courtyard. "Physician Lin, how is housekeeper Wang's condition?" The little prince, Zhang Haochen, asked the manor's physician. Physician Lin shook his head. "His opponent's technique is rather unique. Wang Junhai won't be able to regain consciousness without a month of rest. It seems like his opponent showed mercy. When he wakes up, he shouldn't suffer from any long-term injuries." "Young master, who exactly did housekeeper Wang offend?" Physician Lin asked. Zhang Haochen thought for a second, and he growled, "Several days ago, my sister saved an ugly bastard whose meridians and spirit sea were shattered. Housekeeper Wang was done in by that asshole." Physician Lin couldn't hide his shock as he yelled, "What? How is that possible? That kid is on the verge of death and I personally diagnosed him. He's no different from a cripple, and he shouldn't be able to circulate qi in his body." Zhang Haochen thought about it for a second and asked, "Is it possible for that brat to fake his injuries?" "Impossible." Physician Lin shook his head. "It's absolutely impossible to fake an injury of that degree. How else can he harm housekeeper Wang?" Zhang Haochen continued, "The guards around are sure that the kid was the one who made the move. It's impossible to be staged." Physician Lin groaned as he had no idea how to explain the situation to the young master. A light flickered in Zhang Haochen's eyes. He shouldn't be that weak if he dealt with housekeeper Wang with a single move. He might even be a high-level God King realm cultivator. "Young master, should we hire Master Yin to take action?" One of the guards stepped forward and suggested. There were a few esteemed masters in the Prince Chen manor. Every one of them was a heavenly monarch, and the Master Yin they spoke of was an early Fourth Order heavenly monarch realm expert. "There's no need." Zhang Haochen contemplated for a second and shook his head. After all, it wasn't easy for them to request the assistance of an esteemed master to make a move. Moreover, his hatred for Huang Xiaolong was not to an extreme degree. After all, the cripple was someone his sister had saved. While things were going down in the physician's courtyard, Zhang Wenyue had already arrived in the elegant courtyard. When she arrived, Huang Xiaolong was practicing his final boundless sword art. She stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock when she felt the dense sword qi that filled the courtyard. This? As a swordswoman, she could tell with a glance that his swordplay was extraordinary. Of course, she was a mere god king, and she couldn't tell the intricacies behind it. Despite that, she stood rooted to the ground as she stared at Huang Xiaolong moving across the yard with his elegant movements. She immersed herself in the storm of sword qi that blended itself with the world all the way till Huang Xiaolong stopped. With Huang Xiaolong's senses, he could naturally feel that she was headed over to his courtyard. As a way to repay her kindness, Huang Xiaolong allowed her to experience the sword qi from a holy martial art. However, how much she could understand depended on her talent. Zhang Wenyue stood rooted to the spot as strands of sword qi swirled around her body. As sword qi gathered in her spirit sea, a sword rune was formed, and it branded itself into her consciousness. The confusion she had towards the coiling dragon sword art was cleared up in an instant. A look of shock appeared on Zhang Wenyue's face when she finally came back to reality. Looking up, she saw that Huang Xiaolong was standing in the middle of the courtyard, as he looked at her with a gentle smile on his face. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed red in an instant. She quickly walked forward to ask, "Young Master Huang, I've heard that Wang Junhai came over to chase you out. Did he do anything to you?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Wang Junhai was a god king, and honestly, god kings were unable to harm him in the slightest. Even with broken meridians and a shattered spirit sea, the external recovery of his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads allowed him to deal with ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators. Young Master Huang, the bloody scars on your face." A maid behind Zhang Wenyue spoke up suddenly when she realized that the scars on Huang Xiaolong's face were gone. At that instant, Zhang Wenyue seemed to have noticed it as well. It seemed as though Huang Xiaolong's appearance wasn't as terrifying as she had thought. Didn't Physician Lin say that the scars on young Master Huang's body would never recover? What was going on? Looking at their shocked expressions, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "I have a unique physique and it allows me to recover from most injuries. What about your other injuries?" Zhang Wenyue stared at Huang Xiaolong, and she yelled in surprise. "Did you experience a full recovery?" She knew that Huang Xiaolong's meridians and spirit sea were broken. It wasn't possible to recover from that, right? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "Yup, they are nearly back to normal." Zhang Wenyue felt a bomb going off in her head, and she had no idea what to say to him. How could he recover from such serious injuries? Not to mention that he took less than a month to do so. Even the maid standing at her side looked at him in disbelief. "Young Lady Zhang, is there a library in your manor? I wish to expand my horizons by reading more books," Huang Xiaolong asked. Since he had just arrived in the Holy World, he had no idea where he was. The most important thing he had to do was to gather information about this unknown world. Huang Xiaolong planned to leave after the scars on his body disappeared completely. He couldn't possibly stay there forever. Most of his ordinary treasures were destroyed, and the truly precious ones were kept in the space inside the lightning bead. With his current strength, he couldn't possibly activate the bead, and all the spirit stones he had were out of his reach. Without them, Huang Xiaolong could be said to be as poor as a beggar right now. Other than the clothes he had on him, Huang Xiaolong didn't have a single spirit stone to his name. He had to find some ways to earn money. Otherwise, he would really become a beggar on the streets. There is indeed a library with thousands of books in our manor. It's not far from here. If young Master Huang plans to head there, use my token. You will be able to read any books you want," Zhang Wenyue said before passing a token over to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't refuse the offer. After handing the token over, Zhang Wenyue stayed behind to ask Huang Xiaolong some questions regarding her sword art. Deciding not to hide anything from her, Huang Xiaolong explained everything she wanted to know. 2 hours later, Zhang Wenyue finally left the elegant courtyard after the maid reminded her that she had to attend a banquet later in the afternoon. Before she left, she became a notch more respectful to Huang Xiaolong. "Young Master Huang, you can rest in the elegant courtyard in peace." She then reassured him that her brother and housekeeper Wang wouldn't appear to disturb his rest. After she left, Huang Xiaolong didn't continue to cultivate. Instead, he headed straight to the library. He urgently needed to find out his location in the Holy World. Only higher-ups and the direct disciples of the Prince Chen Manor could access the collections inside the library in the manor. Of course, none of the guards dared to stop Huang Xiaolong when he brought out Zhang Wenyue's token. As soon as he entered the library, he saw shelves stacked full of books. Ignoring all the rare martial arts manuals, Huang Xiaolong headed directly to the books related to geography and history. Since the topics were not the most important field of study, Huang Xiaolong only managed to locate several thousand books. With his nearly fully recovered soul, he scanned through them in a flash. When he was done, a better understanding of his situation appeared in his mind. The Prince Chen Manor was one of the forces located in the Jinyuan Kingdom. Prince Chen's status wasn't low, and he could be considered an influential individual in the Jinyuan Kingdom. Huang Xiaolong also learned that the Jinyuan Kingdom belonged to the Falling Jade Dynasty. The Falling Jade Dynasty controlled thousands of kingdoms, and Jinyuan Kingdom was only a middle-level kingdom amongst thousands. Furthermore, the Falling Jade Dynasty was just one of the first-rate forces on the forceful Heavenly Bull continent in the Zhuiyuan Holy Lands. The Zhuiyuan Holy Lands had over 10 continents, each of which was vast and boundless. It could be said that each continent was more than 10 times the size of the divine world in the lower realm. Also, there were tens of dynasties located on the forceful Heavenly Bull continent. The Falling Jade Dynasty was one of them. Other than the dynasties, there were countless supreme sections. In the Falling Jade Dynasty alone, there were 3 supreme sects: the Big Dipper Sword Sect, the Incineration Valley, and the Nine Heavens Gate. The sect masters of the respective supreme sects were all venerable realm experts. Of course, every single supreme sect was the overlord of their region. Despite the size of the Zhuiyuan Holy Lads, there was only a single supreme level force. It was the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, and they were the ones who called the shots. Not a single faction could disobey their orders. Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes and cleared his mind. He knew about the Zhuiyuan Holy Lands from Wan Zhuiyuan's memory, because the man himself was once the master of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. Wan Zhuiyuan had created the Zhuiyuan Holy Lands with his supreme holy force in the past. Huang Xiaolong wondered if the position of the patriarch of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate was still vacant, as Wan Zhuiyuan had undergone reincarnation. However, the collections of books in the manor only had limited information about the Falling Jade Dynasty and the forceful Heavenly Bull continent. The information about other continents was limited, and there wasn't a need to talk about the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. What he did learn from Wan Zhuiyuan's memory was that the Holy World was boundless. Even a super expert like Wan Zhuiyuan had no idea how big the Holy World was. The Zhuiyuan Holy Lands was but one of the many holy lands located in the Holy World. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong left the library and returned to the elegant courtyard. He sat on the bed and started to plan out his next moves. From the books inside the library, he learned that every 10 of thousands of years, the 3 supreme sects, the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Incineration Valley, and the Nine Heavens Gate, would open up their doors to recruit new disciples. Based on his calculations, the Big Dipper Sword Sect would start recruiting disciples in half a year. Even though they only accepted 100 disciples each time, Huang Xiaolong was confident that no matter how strict their criteria were, there was no problem in him passing their test. However, Huang Xiaolong's ambition didn't stop there. Even though the Big Dipper Sword Sect was a supreme sect that held unparalleled authority in the Falling Jade Dynasty, it was nothing more than a speck of dust in the forceful Heavenly Bull continent. There were countless sects with more power than the Big Dipper Sword Sect in the vast lands. It went without saying that Huang Xiaolong's goal was to enter the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. As long as he entered the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, he would be hailed as their young master. With his identity, it would be much easier for him to move about in the Zhuiyuan Holy Lands. Even though the requirements of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate were stricter than the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Huang Xiaolong believed that with 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, 3 Saint Bloodlines, and his Saint Physique, he would be more than qualified to enter the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. With the resources of the faction, Huang Xiaolong knew that it wouldn't take long for him to enter the Venerable Realm. When all was said and done, Huang Xiaolong couldn't wait to enter the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate with the memories of the ex-patriarch of the faction. He knew quite a lot of their secrets. He had also learned that Wang Zhuiyuan had left a ton of treasures and priceless spiritual pills in the treasury. With the help of all the treasures Wang Zhuiyuan had left behind, there was no doubt Huang Xiaolong's cultivation would soar. Before he could even think of entering the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, Huang Xiaolong had to work hard to raise his strength to the best of his abilities. Jinyuan Kingdom was nowhere near the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, and if Huang Xiaolong wanted to head there, he would need to cross more than half of the Holy Lands. Along the way, he would meet with a ton of dangers. Without recovering a certain amount of strength, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to dream of entering the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. With the plan formed, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered about anything else as he started to circulate his Grand Mist parasitic medium. 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads started to spin as strands of holy spiritual qi descended from the void and streamed into Huang Xiaolong's body. Grand Mist qi started to leak out from his body as tiny purple Grand Mist dragons started to revolve around his body. After looking at the Grand Mist dragons around him, Huang Xiaolong realized that they were extremely thin. They were as thin as a newborn's thumb. As strands of holy spiritual qi charged into Huang Xiaolong's body, his internal organs started to heal. The meridians that were torn to shreds started to reattach themselves. The bloody scars on his face started to disappear. Huang Xiaolong cultivated through the night, and he only stopped when he felt the first rays of sunlight falling on his body. He recovered quite a bit after a single night of cultivation. Huang Xiaolong touched his face and noticed the traces of a few small scars that were still present. He wasn't worried in the slightest as he knew that they would disappear in a day or two. When Huang Xiaolong paused his cultivation session, Zhang Haochen was welcoming his friend, young General Chen Wei, at the entrance of the manor. He quickly led Chen Wei over to the Wind Mist Courtyard. Upon seeing that he was brought to the Wind Mist Courtyard rather than the elegant courtyard, Chen Wei felt that things were a little strange. "Brother Haochen, do you have a guest in the elegant courtyard right now?" Zhang Haochen hesitated for a moment before he explained everything he knew about Huang Xiaolong. "Oh, his identity is unknown, and when you guys saved him, his meridians and spirit sea was damaged? He managed to injure a late third-order God King several days later. That's strange," Chen Wei muttered to himself. Zhang Haochen nodded. "It's strange indeed. I tried to investigate his identity during the past few days, but to no avail." Chen Wei's expression changed. It seemed as though he had figured something out as he exclaimed in surprise, "Could he be from the Black Devil sect?" "What? Black Devil sect?" Zhang Haochen's expression changed drastically. The Black Devil sect was one of the biggest evil forces in the Jinyuan Kingdom. It was also the #1 target of the kingdom. As the largest demonic force, it had roots and branches everywhere, making it almost impossible for anyone to eliminate them. Not a single person could remain calm when the Black Devil sect was mentioned. Chen Wei nodded his head. "It's not impossible. For the past few years, experts in the Black Devil sect had pretended to be severely injured before infiltrating the various races and noble households in the Jinyuan Kingdom. If he really is from the Black Devil sect, Brother Haochen has to be very careful. The Prince Qian Manor might even be dragged into the storm. I have heard that Prince Long has been instigating His Majesty recently. He told His Majesty that your Prince Qian Manor is colluding with the Black Devil sect and has an intention to rebel. His Majesty's trust is swaying." Zhang Haochen's expression sank. "Brother Chen Wei, are you saying?" Chen Wei muttered. "I think it's best for you to send some people to capture him. Torture him until he admits that he's from the Black Devil sect. If he really isn't from the Black Devil sect, there is nothing to worry about. If he is, you can capture him and bring him to His Majesty to show off your loyalty to the kingdom." Zhang Haochen's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. Brother Chen Wei is right. This matter is of utmost priority. He came from a questionable origin and we can't allow him to stay here any longer. From the strength he displayed, he should be in the heavenly monarch realm. It won't be easy for us to capture him successfully. Just report this matter to your father. He can easily invite several distinguished masters to capture that kid. A brilliant light flashed through Zhang Haochen's eyes. It was true that the esteemed masters would have to respect his father's orders. But what about my sister? Zhang Haochen realized that there was another factor, and he hesitated for a moment. If your father personally gives the order, your sister won't be able to stop him. It's even possible that your sister has fallen into the hands of the other party. I've heard that the Black Devil sect has managed to develop a sinister technique that allows them to control someone in the dark. The victim won't show any signs of being controlled on the outside. Chen Wei continued. If your sister has really fallen to his spell, you will save the entire Prince Chen manor by exposing him. Zhang Haochen leaped to his feet. Brother Chen Wei, take a break here while I look for my father. Okay. Zhang Haochen didn't waste a single second, and he ran all the way over to report the matter to his father. Prince Chen nodded his head and praised his son. You did a good job noticing this issue. It is indeed true that something is off about this person. He managed to injure housekeeper Wang even with shattered meridians and a broken spirit sea. This matter is too suspicious. Pass down my order. Summon several esteemed masters and call for all the guards to head over to the elegant courtyard. Yes, father. Zhang Haochen yelled in excitement, and he quickly passed down his father's order to gather all the esteemed guest masters and guards in the manor. It didn't take long for him to gather all of them. After the young prince explained the situation with Huang Xiaolong, a solemn expression appeared on his face. It's very likely that this person is a person from the Black Devil sect. We have to capture him in case he makes his escape. A middle-aged man clad in yellow robes replied with arrogance. Prince Chen can rest assured, even if he really is an early Fourth Order heavenly monarch, I'll be able to take him down in an instant. This middle-aged man was precisely Master Yin, and he was also one of the strongest guest masters staying in the manor. Even though he was only an early Fourth Order heavenly monarch himself, he had cultivated some sort of secret art passed down by a sovereign. No one in the same realm was his opponent. A smile appeared on Prince Chen's face. I will have to trouble Master Yin to take care of this. Of course, I won't be stingy with the rewards when the matter is concluded. You're too polite. Contributing to the safety of the manor is our duty. Master Yin laughed. In an instant, laughter filled the courtyard. As soon as the laughter died down, the Prince Chen led the various experts towards the elegant courtyard. At the exact same moment, Zhang Wanyue also received a report from her maid, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She summoned several maids and ran over to the elegant courtyard as quickly as she could. Upon feeling the murderous intent in the manor, Huang Xiaolong slowly left his room and walked out into the middle of the courtyard. The moment he arrived in the center of his courtyard, Huang Xiaolong saw Prince Chen leading all the experts in the manor towards him. Guards had already surrounded his courtyard, and there was nowhere he could go. The bows and arrows held by the guards weren't ordinary ones, and every single one of them were engraved with ancient runes that allowed the arrows to pierce through the defenses of an early-level heavenly monarch expert. An indifferent expression remained on Huang Xiaolong's face when he noticed the number of experts rushing towards him. The Prince Chen frowned when he saw the nonchalant expression on Huang Xiaolong's face. Is he the one? Prince Chen asked Zhang Haochen. That's him. However, he had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was until this very moment. After all, he had never seen Huang Xiaolong before. Prince Chen saw the faint bloody scars on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he said coldly, Are you the person my daughter saved? Speak. What is your intention of pretending to be injured? Are you trying to sneak into my manor? Intention. Huang Xiaolong smiled with indifference and glanced around. To me, there's no difference between your shabby manor and the slums out there. In fact, there's nothing here that can catch my eye. Even though the elegant courtyard was the best courtyard in the manor, the spirit jade and spirit wood decorations were nothing better than trash to him. Compared to his palace in the Blue Dragon heavenly country, this manor was nothing more than a dilapidated shack in the countryside. Of course, the Prince Chen and the others were not amused by his reply. Don't spout nonsense. A chilly light emerged from Zhang Haochen's eyes. Do you think that we're stupid? Why is someone from the Black Devil sect here? Are you the incense master or someone else? Did you sneak into our manor to steal the coiling dragon sword? The coiling dragon sword was the most important inherited treasure of the Prince Chen manor. It was bestowed upon them by the previous king. Even though it wasn't a Grand Mist artifact, it was still a high-grade chaos artifact. Coiling Dragon Sword? Huang Xiaolong shook his head involuntarily and smiled. After reading through the books in the library, he knew that the Coiling Dragon Sword in the manor was indeed a high-grade chaos artifact. However, Huang Xiaolong's heart wouldn't even tremble if a supreme spiritual artifact was placed before him, much less a mere chaos artifact. In his eyes, chaos artifacts were no different from scrap metal. Zhang Haochen felt rage bubbling in his heart when he saw Huang Xiaolong's attitude. He raised the sword in his hand, and he prepared to charge at Huang Xiaolong. Even though his strength was beneath Zhang Wenyue, he was still a mid-10th order God King realm expert. Little Prince, is there a need for you to take action personally? I will be more than enough to deal with these spies from the Black Devil sect. Master Yin yelled all of a sudden and stepped forward. Only then did Zhang Haochen stop himself. Master Yin and the other esteemed guest masters looked at the Qian prince and awaited his instructions. A nod of the head was all they were waiting for. As soon as the Qian prince instructed to attack, Master Yin and the rest surrounded Huang Xiaolong. Just as they were about to attack, Zhang Wenyue made her appearance. Stop! Everyone couldn't help but stare at the princess. Father, young Master Huang is my guest. Zhang Wenyue arrived beside Prince Qian and said urgently. Prince Qian frowned. Yue, we have no idea who this person is. He pretended to be seriously injured in order to sneak into our manor, and he even crippled housekeeper Wang. He is definitely someone from the Black Devil sect. I have to deal with him in order to protect everyone in my manor. Of course, he had to take a step back now that his daughter was sticking up for the unknown man in the manor. His tone eased up and he reassured her, Don't worry. If this person is not from the Black Devil sect, I will let him go after our investigations. Zhang Yu shook her head and stared at her father with unwavering eyes. There's no way young Master Huang is from the Black Devil sect. I believe him. Prince Qian's face turned cold, and he snorted. You're unable to distinguish right from wrong. It looks like this kid has indeed bewitched you. He turned to Master Yin and commanded, Take him down. Everyone nodded and made their moves. As panic took over Zhang Wenyue's heart, she was prepared to stop Master Yin and the rest. However, Prince Qian blocked her way, and as a prince of the Jinyuan kingdom, he was a heavenly monarch realm expert, and he was more than enough to stop Zhang Wenyue. Roar! As several swords came piercing towards him, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother dodging. Clang! A look of joy appeared on Zhang Haochen's face when he heard the impact. In stark contrast, Zhang Wenyue's face turned pale. In the next instant, the smile was wiped from their faces when they saw that the swords in the hands of the esteemed guest masters had shattered into countless pieces. Master Yin and the others were sent flying backwards by the rebound, and they crashed into the walls of the manor. This? Prince Qian and everyone else sucked in a cold breath in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong brushed the dust off his chest, and he slowly walked towards Prince Qian with a frosty expression on his face. Shoot! Prince Qian screamed when he realized that things were going south. The archers surrounding the courtyard released their bowstrings and arrows rained down on Huang Xiaolong. With a slight flick of his wrist, the arrows that were about to land on him exploded into tiny pieces. Huang Xiaolong arrived before Prince Qian and Zhang Haochen under the shocked gazes of everyone present. A horrified expression appeared on Prince Qian's face as Huang Xiaolong walked closer and closer. With a flick of his wrist, the coiling dragon sword appeared and pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. As the strength of a mid-4th order heavenly monarch came crashing down on Huang Xiaolong, a gigantic dragon pounced at him. Even 5th order heavenly monarchs would be hard-pressed to dodge his attack. Of course, Huang Xiaolong was no heavenly monarch. He flicked and dispersed the humongous dragon formed from Prince Qian's sword chi with a single finger. The coiling dragon's sword flew out of the prince's hands and lodged itself deep into a stone pillar at the side. As for Prince Qian himself, he lost his footing, and he retreated hastily. When he slammed into the pillar behind him which dislodged the coiling dragon's sword, and it came chopping down at him. The blood drained from his face when he realized that he couldn't feel his arms. There was no way for him to avoid the sword. Clang! The coiling dragon sword had landed right between his legs, just shy of his manhood. Prince Qian felt his scalp turning numb as several strands of hair were scrapped off his head. Even though he was a prince in the Jinyuan kingdom, and he was a mid-level heavenly monarch realm expert, beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. In order to punish Zhang Haochen, Huang Xiaolong casually pointed at him and sent him flying out of the courtyard. The guards who were about to rush him were also sent flying with no exceptions. Zhang Wanyue and the maids behind her stared at Huang Xiaolong with a dumbfounded expression. He then walked towards Prince Qian, who was sitting on the floor. "Young Master Huang, don't do it." Zhang Wanyue snapped back to reality as she stretched her hands out to protect her father. As he looked at Zhang Wanyue, who was standing in his way, the look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes softened. "Relax. I won't kill your father." Zhang Wanyue was startled, but she nodded her head slowly. Huang Xiaolong arrived beside Prince Qian and said indifferently, "I won't kill you because of young Lady Zhang. If you try anything like this again, I'll cripple you." Prince Qian's heart trembled when he saw the killing intent smoldering in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Huang Xiaolong then turned to look at Zhang Wanyue. "Young Master Huang, Zhang Wanyue stared at him with a guilty look in her eyes. She had no idea what to say to him, as she had assured him that no one would be able to cause trouble for him the day before. Despite her reassurance, trouble had befallen him the very next day. She had no idea how to face Huang Xiaolong after this incident. After looking at the complicated expression on Zhang Wenyue's face, Huang Xiaolong smiled and brushed the matter off. "You had nothing to do with this. I won't blame you for this matter." He retrieved a transmission symbol and passed it over to her. Under Zhang Wenyue's suspicious gaze, Huang Xiaolong explained, "If you meet with any trouble in the future, contact me with this." When he was done, he walked out of Prince Qian Manor without turning back. Zhang Wenyue stood there dumbfounded as she watched Huang Xiaolong's figure disappearing into the distance. "Princess!" One of the maids cried out when she saw the foolish look on Zhang Wenyue's face. Upon hearing the maid's cry, Zhang Wenyue finally snapped back to attention. For some unknown reason, Zhang Wenyue felt a sense of emptiness when she looked at the empty, elegant courtyard. Ahem! Prince Qian stood up with difficulty as he used the pillar beside him for support. "Father, are you okay?" Zhang Wenyue hastily ran over to help her father. He shook his head and said dejectedly, "Yue, I have wronged you indeed." It was clear that Huang Xiaolong wasn't from the Black Devil sect. If Huang Xiaolong was from the Black Devil sect and had ill intentions, he would have killed all of them before fleeing with the coiling dragon sword. When he realized that an expert at Huang Xiaolong's level was gone, a sense of regret filled his heart. The strength that Huang Xiaolong had shown earlier was definitely in the high-level heavenly monarch realm. He could even be a 10th-order heavenly monarch. If they had managed to form proper ties with him, they would have been able to pull in a high-level heavenly monarch over to their side. If that had happened, then someone at his level, having ill intentions towards their manor, would have needed to think twice before doing anything. "Father, it's okay." Zhang Wenyue shook her head to reassure her father. However, the words got stuck in her throat for some reason. After leaving the manor, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered to remain in the city. In the library, Huang Xiaolong had learned of the existence of an enormous forest named the Devouring Icy Forest at the edge of the Jinyuan Kingdom. Not only did the Devouring Icy Forest house countless spiritual herbs, but there were also numerous ice-attributed vicious beasts living in it. He quickly decided on his destination and headed straight for the Devouring Icy Forest. With the uncountable number of spiritual herbs, Huang Xiaolong planned to refine several recovery pills. He could also kill several beasts to sell their corpses for money. After all, he wasn't strong enough to open up the space in the lightning bead to retrieve the copious amounts of wealth he had. Due to the distance between the kingdom and forest, along with his injured body, Huang Xiaolong knew that it would take him half a month to arrive there. As he wasn't fully recovered, he was unable to summon the golden pig treasure and could only travel by foot. "It looks like I should subdue some beasts and use them as mounts after I reach the Devouring Icy Forest," Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. There's still Feng Tianyu. I wonder if he's all right. Did he pass through the lightning storm to arrive in the holy world? Even though Feng Tianyu was a half-step venerable, no one knew if he had the strength to arrive in the holy world. The only way Huang Xiaolong would be able to learn anything about Feng Tianyu was if he managed to make his name known. He was currently broke as heck, and he wasn't even able to hire a bodyguard. Unable to rush his recovery process, Huang Xiaolong decided to take it one step at a time. By avoiding the main roads and taking shortcuts through the mountain roads or barren lands, he knew that he would be able to save a whole lot of time. The sky slowly darkened, and dark clouds filled the sky. When Huang Xiaolong raised his head and noticed the clouds gathering in the sky, he hesitated for a moment before entering a dilapidated temple at the side of the road. Upon entering the main hall, Huang Xiaolong saw a broken statue and ceilings full of spiderwebs. Huang Xiaolong swept the cobwebs away with a wave of his hand. Walking towards the center of the hall, he lit a small bonfire that increased with intensity as he poured his qi into it. When the entire hall was warm, he took a seat. The four of you have followed me for so long. Isn't it about time for you to come out? Huang Xiaolong spoke after crossing his legs. Silence filled the hall, but four cultivators finally entered the temple after several seconds of waiting. They were clad in black robes, and the only thing that was visible was their green eyes. The killing intent that leaked from their bodies were so strong that ordinary people would tremble in fear the moment they met. Too bad that they ran into Huang Xiaolong. With his awareness, he had discovered their presence the moment he had left the city. The moment they revealed themselves, Huang Xiaolong smirked and waited for them to break the silence. "Are you Huang Xiaolong?" A hoarse voice emerged from one of the four men, and they gave off a weird feeling. "That's right." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head indifferently. "We come with no ill intentions. We're here to invite you to join our holy sect." Another person answered, and his voice sounded exactly the same as the previous guy. "Holy sect." Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Aren't you guys from the Black Devil sect? Since when did the Black Devil sect evolve to become a holy sect?" The four of them were precisely experts from the Black Devil sect. Moreover, none of them were low-level disciples. Every single one of them was an incense master. Inside the Black Devil sect there were ordinary disciples, and above them were the head disciples. Then came the incense masters, hall masters, elders, and finally there was the sect master. The look in their eyes turned cold when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. "I'm not interested in the Black Devil sect. Please leave." Huang Xiaolong continued. Despite hearing his answer, they didn't leave. One of them laughed mischievously in a high-pitched voice that made him seem more like an owl than a man. "Not interested? Unfortunately, this is not up to you. Our Black Devil sect holds the final say in the Jinyuan Kingdom, and the moment we lay our eyes on someone, there are only two outcomes: submit or die." There was a reason they wanted to invite him to the sect. One of the elders in the Black Devil sect had heard that Zhang Wenyue had saved a man whose meridians, organs, and spirit sea were shattered. However, that man had managed to heavily injure housekeeper Wang after a few days of recovery. This incident had caught the attention of an elder in the Black Devil sect. Hence, he had sent the four of them to capture Huang Xiaolong. As for wanting Huang Xiaolong to join the Black Devil sect, it was a lie cooked up by the four of them. After hearing their boastful claim, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Brat! What are you laughing about?" Their expressions sank when they realized that Huang Xiaolong wasn't taking them seriously. "Have you thought about a third outcome?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The four of them stared at him like they were looking at a retard. One of them sneered, "Are you talking about escaping? You better get rid of that stupid idea right now. Our Black Devil sect's influence isn't limited to the Jinyuan Kingdom. We control several neighboring kingdoms, and there is no way for you to escape. Not to mention the fact that it's impossible to escape from us." Another one of them smirked. "I heard that you managed to defeat Prince Qian with a single move. However, his strength is nothing compared to us. Furthermore, the number of experts in our Black Devil sect are like the clouds in the sky. Our sect master is a 10th Order Emperor Realm expert. If you plan to go against us, you're seeking death. In a flash, the four of them sealed off his escape routes. When Huang Xiaolong heard them bragging about the strength of their sect master, he couldn't help but scoff. The four of them felt rage bubbling in their heart when they noticed his nonchalant expression. "Brat, we'll see if you can remain this arrogant after we're done with you." One of them glared at him and stretched out an arm to grab Huang Xiaolong. An enormous devil claw appeared, but Huang Xiaolong didn't bother moving. Instead, he blew softly to disperse the devil qi in the air. "What?" The four of them stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Huang Xiaolong raised his head and dragged the unfortunate man, who had attacked him, towards him. The three others no longer hesitated when they saw that one of them was already down. They attacked Huang Xiaolong with everything they had. Devil artifacts were summoned one after another, but with a flick of his wrist, Huang Xiaolong shattered all of them. They slammed into the entrance and rolled out of the temple. Huang Xiaolong clutched one of them by the neck and said with indifference, "I wasn't planning to run away. I'm afraid you misunderstood me." The expert from the Black Devil sect was both furious and frightened. All of them were 10th order heavenly monarchs, and they felt that it was a piece of cake for them to capture Huang Xiaolong. Never would they have thought, "Brat, don't say I didn't warn you. You better release us right now." As incense masters of the Black Devil sect, even an Emperor Realm expert will die if you make a move on us. In the past tens of thousands of years, more than 100 emperors have died after offending us. One of the black-robed men snorted fearlessly. "Don't think that I'm just saying this to scare you." However, his voice stopped abruptly and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he dropped to the ground in the next instant. He was as dead as he could be. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned cold as he searched through the man's spatial divine artifact. Finding nothing of his interest, he tossed the corpse aside. "Incense Master Tuo." Everyone leaped to their feet when they saw what happened to their comrade. Before they could regain their composure, Huang Xiaolong had dragged all of them over to him. With a single fist, Huang Xiaolong ended the lives of two of them before turning to look at the last man. "You!" The face of the remaining expert from the Black Devil sect turned pale. "You should be glad I didn't kill you immediately." Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. "You will regret this. The experts of our Black Devil sect will chase you to the ends of the earth." The last expert hissed as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Are you planning to hunt me down?" Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Don't worry. I will soon remove the head of your sect master and kick it around like a ball. Too bad you won't live to see that day." He placed his finger on the head of the last member of the Black Devil sect and searched through his memories. Before long, Huang Xiaolong learned what he needed to. Of course, he didn't plan to let the other party live. After he was done killing the man, Huang Xiaolong reviewed everything he had learned during the soul search. The person who had ordered for them to capture him was none other than an elder of the Black Devil sect, Qin Yuan. He wasn't too weak, and his strength was at the middle stages of the Emperor realm. Qin Yuan. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. He also learned that Qin Yuan was waiting for the four of them in Gujiao City in order to bring him back to the sect. That being the case, he didn't mind making a trip to Gujiao City in the next few days. It was along the way to the devouring icy forest anyway. In the end, he decided to leave the corpses in the main hall of the temple instead of disposing of them. He retrieved their spatial artifacts and he started to look through them. 8 Desolate Supernatural Pill. Fiery Bear Pill. Prison Sea Divine Pill. As incense masters of the Black Devil sect, the four of them naturally had quite a large amount of treasures in their spatial artifacts. Even though the 8 Desolate Supernatural Pill and Fiery Bear Pills were garbage in his eyes, they were still better than those from Zhang Wenyue. Whatever the case, they were better than nothing. After looking at the divine pills, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled. This was like asking a person who was used to eating luxury food to start eating steamed buns. Only able to make do for now, Huang Xiaolong continued to look through their belongings. He found several divine arts, books, spirit stones, and several banknotes made from the materials in the Holy World. Of everything in the spatial artifacts, Huang Xiaolong was only interested in the bills. These bills were the currency they used in the Holy World. The currency used in the holy world was holy bills, and all of them were made from the supreme holy force of true Saint Realm experts. In addition to their supreme holy force, the experts who made the bills laid down supreme arrays on them to prevent venerable realm experts from making fake bills. With so many precautions in place, there was practically no way to forge them. Of course, the holy bills were valuable in their own right. The supreme array was formed with the spiritual chi contained in the world, and they held the heavenly laws the true Saint Realm experts comprehended. The value of the holy bill was equivalent to the strength of the world's spiritual chi and heavenly law. Therefore, the value of the holy bill increased with the strength of the world's spiritual chi and heavenly law. If the array was formed with a single strand of spiritual chi and one strand of heavenly law, it would be a bill with a single denomination. Bills with 10 strands of spiritual chi and heavenly laws would be in the denominations of the tens. The highest denomination of a single bill was 10,000. Due to the properties of the holy bills, cultivators could only use them to purchase items. The spiritual chi and heavenly laws contained in the bills could be refined, but that would render the bill worthless. Since the bills were extremely hard to come by, smaller kingdoms like the Jinyuan kingdom were reluctant to use holy bills as tools for cultivation. After all, it could only increase their cultivation level to a certain extent. Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain several bills from the spatial artifacts of the incense masters of the Black Devil sect. Huang Xiaolong tossed all of them into one of the spatial artifacts and threw rest of the spatial artifacts away. As for the 8 desolate supernatural pill, fiery bear pill, and prison sea divine pill, he separated them from the rest and tossed everything into his mouth. He swallowed a total of 300 pills with different attributes in an instant. Even though there were pills with different attributes that would cause an Emperor Realm expert to exercise caution when ingesting them, he refined them all at once. Streams of medicinal chi rushed towards every part of his body in an instant. Sitting down on the ground, Huang Xiaolong hastily circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium and activated the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads to absorb the streams of medicinal chi. When the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads were done with the refinement process, the medicinal chi turned into pure sovereign energy that nourished his meridians and organs. The surface of his body glowed brightly as the scars on his face started to fade even further. Soon, the faint scars around his body disappeared completely. His skin that had been burnt beyond recognition started to peel, and the appearance everyone was familiar with was finally restored. His new-formed skin was white and pinkish in color. It was soft and tender, like that of a newborn baby. There was also a soft glow surrounding his body, forming some sort of holy luster around him. Strands of green, black, and red gases streamed out from the pores of his body as he cleansed himself. Every single strand of gas that he expelled was made of impurities contained in the pills he had swallowed. No matter how impure they were, nothing could get past the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads. As the last strand of chi was expelled from his body, the night passed and the rain stopped. Rays of sunlight fell on the temple and the glow around Huang Xiaolong's body disappeared. In the span of a night, Huang Xiaolong refined all the pills he had obtained from the members of the Black Devil sect. If the 4 incense masters had survived to learn that Huang Xiaolong had refined all the pills they had hoarded in the span of a single night, they would have ended up dying from shock. Huang Xiaolong got up and loosened his muscles. A comfortable feeling spread through his body, and this was the first time he felt anything close to relaxation since arriving in the holy world. He checked his body with his divine sense and noticed that his organs were finally recovered. The scars around his body were also gone, restoring his originally handsome face. "I'm no longer an ugly bastard," Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief. Since the time he had left the manor, he had received disgusted looks no matter where he went. Of course, there was still the matter with his meridians. Without them, he wouldn't be able to activate his saint bloodlines, and that was a problem. After shooting a final glance at the 4 corpses, Huang Xiaolong stepped out of the temple before soaring into the sky. Gujiao City. That was where he would settle down for the next couple of days. That would also be where an elder of the Black Devil sect would be buried forever. Inside a certain luxurious residence in Gujiao City, a tall Qin Yuan was sitting in the main hall of his residence. as he savored the delicacies that the servants were serving up, since he wasn't able to publicize his status as an elder of the Black Devil sect. He was disguised as a president of a middle-level chamber of commerce in the Jinyuan kingdom. No one other than the internal members of the sect knew of his secret identity. Based on my calculations, Incense Master Tuo and the others should be back by noon the day after tomorrow. Qin Yuan thought to himself as he leaned on his chair. How can he injure a God-King realm expert with shattered meridians and a destroyed spirit sea? Qin Yuan's eyes flickered. He dealt with Prince Qian with a single blow the day before. It seems like he's hiding something impressive. The only other reason will be some unknown divine spiritual medicine he has on him. How can someone recover so quickly without external help? If I am able to obtain the divine spiritual pills he used, I'll be able to increase my strength by a single realm. I might even be able to reach the high-level Emperor realm with it. Once that happens, I'll be promoted, and my position in the sect as an enforcer will bring me tons of benefits. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong stood before the gates of Gujiao City and prepared to enter the city. After devouring holy spiritual qi for the past 2 days, his injuries had recovered by quite a bit. A light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he looked at the city before him. After his soul search on the incense master, Huang Xiaolong had learned that not only was Qin Yuan an elder in the Black Devil sect, but he was also the president of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. Radiance Chamber of Commerce? What a joke for a member of the Black Devil sect. Of course, the only thing Huang Xiaolong cared about was the amount of resources he could obtain after killing Qin Yuan. As the president of a chamber of commerce, he should have stashed away quite a fortune, right? Huang Xiaolong followed the crowd into the city. As Gujiao City was one of the major cities in the Jinyuan kingdom, the streets were extremely lively. Even though it was only a city in a small kingdom, it was comparable to some of the heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path back in the lower realm. Moreover, there were many experts of different races strolling along the streets, and there were even some with 6 horns growing on their heads. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong had no plans to stay in Gujiao City for long. After learning about the location of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, he headed there directly. On the road towards the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, a loud scream came from behind him, and Huang Xiaolong turned around in shock. Miserable shrieks soon echoed through the air. Chaos ensued. Huang Xiaolong turned around and saw a man riding on a nameless divine beast, charging towards him. Guards followed behind him as they rode on iron rhinoceros beasts. As they thundered down the streets, they ran over pedestrians who reacted a little too slowly. When everyone around Huang Xiaolong was busy dodging the beasts, he wasn't flustered in the slightest. As the beasts brushed past him, his robes fluttered in the wind. Just a fraction of a foot closer and they would have run Huang Xiaolong over. A frown quickly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Who is that youngster? Is he crazy? How can he speed down the street on his divine beast? Isn't he afraid of angering the Gujiao City's enforcement team? Someone along the street roared, complaining. Don't you know who he is? Let me tell you. He's the Radiance Chamber of Commerce's young master, a dragon amongst men. Not only is his father Qin Yuan, the president of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, but he is also the sworn brother of custodian Wuxia of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Who would dare to apprehend him? Someone else shook his head and explained. What? That's Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong of the 3 geniuses in our Jinyuan kingdom. That's right. Alongside Princess Zhang Wenyue from the Prince Chen Manor, and young Prince Dong Ziyu from the Prince Long Manor, Qin Xiaolong is the 3rd genius. He is said to be more talented than the other 2, and he has the highest chance of entering the Big Dipper Sword sect. With his relationship with custodian Wuxia from the Big Dipper Sword sect and his natural talent, there is no way for him to be rejected. The moment he enters the sect, Wuxia would accept him as a personal disciple. It can be said that he'll reach the heavens with a single step. Discussions broke out immediately on the streets. Huang Xiaolong was startled. Radiance Chamber of Commerce's young master, Qin Xiaolong? Qin Yuan's son? A cold smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face as he walked towards the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. When Qin Xiaolong arrived at the headquarters of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, his father, Qin Yuan, was accompanying a silver-haired old man in the inner hall. The old man carried a sword on his back, and his blade seemed to be shrouded in starlight. The silver-haired old man was precisely custodian Wang Siki from the Big Dipper sword sect. Qin Yuan and Wang Siki were engaged in happy conversation when Qin Xiaolong returned. Brother Siki, after Xiaolong enters the Big Dipper sword sect, we will have to trouble you. Qin Yuan smiled when the words left his mouth. Wang Siki waved his hand in response. Brother Qin Yuan, you're too modest. With Xiaolong's talent, it won't be difficult for him to enter the Big Dipper sword sect. The moment I accept him as my personal disciple, his status in the sect will rise higher than ordinary disciples. Many thanks to Brother Siki. He then took out a jade box and continued. I know that Brother Siki is cultivating the 7 sword art and is in need of sword spirits. I managed to obtain this sword spirit for you. Wang Siki quickly accepted the box, and the moment he opened it, brilliant sword light blinded those present in the hall. A wave of threatening sword chi emerged. There was a tiny sword lying in the jade box, and its body was infused with starlight. Innate celestial body sword spirit? Wang Siki's eyes brightened. Qin Yuan nodded his head and smiled. That's right. This innate celestial body sword spirit is more than 1 billion years old, and the sword chi it contains is extremely fierce. As long as Brother Siki refines it, your strength will skyrocket. Wang Siki smiled. Since Brother Qin Yuan is so considerate, I will accept this innate celestial body sword spirit. He no longer stood on ceremony as he kept the jade box in his spatial divine artifact. When he kept the box away, Qin Xiaolong entered the hall. Greetings, Uncle Wang. Qin Xiaolong greeted when he saw his father's sworn brother present in the hall. Wang Siki nodded his head in approval as he looked at Qin Xiaolong. Nephew Xiaolong is indeed worthy of being the top genius in the Jinyuan kingdom. I haven't seen you in several decades, and you managed to enter the heavenly monarch realm. Xiaolong's bone age should only be around 12,000 years, right? Wang Siki turned around and asked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled. Yes, to be precise, it's 12,120 years old. One could easily hear the excitement in his voice. After all, it was extremely rare for anyone to enter the heavenly monarch realm in a mere 12,000 years. He then said to Qin Xiaolong, Longer, after you enter the Big Dipper sword sect, you must address Uncle Wang as your master. Qin Xiaolong nodded his head, stepped forward, and said respectfully, Xiaolong pays respect to master. Wang Siki laughed loudly and helped him up. According to them, Qin Xiaolong couldn't fail Big Dipper sword sect's disciple selection. As Wang Siki was about to help Qin Xiaolong up from the ground, the disciples who were guarding the entrance flew into the inner hall, kicking up a huge commotion. The 3 of them couldn't help but stare at each other with quizzical looks on their faces. Under their shocked gazes, Huang Xiaolong sauntered into the hall. Qin Xiaolong looked at the disciples, who were rolling about in pain on the ground, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong. You're pretty courageous to barge into the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. How dare you make a move on our disciples? An indifferent chuckle filled the hall. You're right. Courage is indeed something I do not lack. However, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to kill. They couldn't help but stare at him in shock. Earlier on the main streets, you almost knocked into me, Huang Xiaolong said to Qin Xiaolong. Qin Yuan waved his hands to the guards and ordered, Give him 100 holy bills and throw him out. In the past, Qin Xiaolong was no stranger to knocking into people on the streets. There were some experts who would attempt to reason with them, and Qin Yuan would send them away after throwing some holy bills at them. The situation that was playing out wasn't uncommon at all. Father, this person injured the disciples of our Chamber of Commerce. How can we let him go so easily? Qin Yuan ignored his son as he barked at the guards behind him. Give it to him. He could easily see that Huang Xiaolong was no simple character. Instead of creating more trouble, the best way was to send him away with some money. After all, those who dared to cause trouble in the Radiance Chamber of Commerce definitely had some sort of backing. Following his command, a guard retrieved a holy bill representing 100 holy bills and tossed it towards Huang Xiaolong's feet. "Pick it up and scram." A devilish smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face when he saw the bill at his feet. "I'm afraid 100 holy bills aren't enough." Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Wuxia, who had kept quiet the whole time, finally opened his mouth to advise Huang Xiaolong. "Young man, you must know when to advance and when to retreat. Otherwise, you won't be able to live to regret it." A soft chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips. "How about this? I won't ask for too much. Just give me the keys to the treasury of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, and I'll leave." Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Qin Xiaolong was the first to regain his wits as he roared with laughter. "Brat, are you sure that your brain isn't filled with water? Did you turn into an idiot after I bumped into you on the streets?" The guard who had thrown the holy bill at Huang Xiaolong shook his head in ridicule as he laughed hysterically. This was the first time he had met someone stupid enough to say something like that. Qin Yuan and Wuxia looked at each other and sneered. To them, Huang Xiaolong was playing a prank on them. However, it was indeed pretty hilarious. "I don't care if you're really crazy or just acting foolish. You have to be mentally handicapped to make a scene in my territory." Qin Xiaolong chuckled. In the next moment, he introduced Wuxia proudly. "Meet my master from the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Custodian Wuxia." It was indeed a glorious and honorable achievement to become a disciple of a custodian in the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Master? Big Dipper Sword Sect. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the least bit affected. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. "From what I know, isn't the Big Dipper Sword Sect recruiting disciples only after 6 months? Oh, are you going to rely on your connections to enter the sect in advance?" Hearing Huang Xiaolong's sarcastic tone, Qin Xiaolong was infuriated as his face turned red. The guard snickered coldly. "Brat, what do you know? Our young master's talent is unparalleled in the kingdom, and it's only a matter of time before he enters the Big Dipper Sword Sect." Huang Xiaolong glanced at Qin Xiaolong and continued. "Divine Earth Physique. Rock Dragon Divine Veins. Flame Emperor Godhead. Do you really consider yourself to be an unparalleled genius with such garbage talent?" In reality, either one of those was enough to squeeze Qin Xiaolong into the top 100 geniuses in the younger generation of the falling Jade Dynasty. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't wrong when he called it garbage talent. After all, everything was close to trash when compared to Huang Xiaolong's 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads, 3 Saint Bloodlines, and Saint Physique. "You're looking for death." Qin Xiaolong felt rage bubbling in his heart when he heard Huang Xiaolong's insult. "Wait!" Just when Qin Xiaolong was about to attack, Qin Yuan stopped him. "Father, this brat." He was so angry that no words could describe his feelings at that instant. Qin Yuan quickly dismissed his son. "All right, I know what to do." He then turned to Huang Xiaolong and asked, "May I know who this young master is?" It should be obvious that no ordinary person knew Qin Xiaolong's natural gifts. Now that Huang Xiaolong had mentioned all of them with a single glance, Qin Yuan knew that the other party wasn't someone he could simply mess with. "My identity isn't important." Huang Xiaolong continued. "I've changed my mind. Not only do I want your treasury, I'll take all the spatial artifacts on you." "What?" Chen Xiaolong hollered. Even Qin Yuan and Wuxia couldn't help but feel a sense of rage building up in their hearts. "President, who cares about his background? I'll break his limbs right this instant and we can interrogate him after." Qin Yuan's personal guard bellowed. Qin Yuan nodded and agreed coldly. "That works too. Even if the other party came from a strong faction, could it be stronger than the Big Dipper Sword Sect?" With Wuxia around, Qin Yuan wasn't afraid of anything. After getting Qin Yuan's approval, the personal guard approached Huang Xiaolong and glared at him. He wanted to teach Huang Xiaolong a lesson since the moment he had walked in. "Brat, I'm going to split open your brain now and see if you're really stupid or just acting crazy." The personal guard laughed callously as he raised his long sword. A red sword light enveloped his blade and he swung it down at Huang Xiaolong's head. When facing an attack of this caliber, Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother dodging. He merely raised his palm. The impressive sword light that was slashing down towards Huang Xiaolong dissipated in an instant. Despite the guard's shock, he managed to react in time and he raised his sword to slash at Huang Xiaolong again. However, he was smashed deep into the ground before he could see the other party's move. The hall rumbled as cracks started to form in the ground. As the guard was smashed deep into the ground, his organs exploded and he turned into a pool of blood. His long sword was turned into shards of scrap metal as it flew around the hall. Qin Yuan and Wang Siki leaped to their feet as their expressions changed. Even Qin Xiaolong couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the hole in the ground. Qin Yuan's personal guard was a first-order emperor, and he was one of the relatively stronger individuals present in the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. However, he was killed by Huang Xiaolong with a single blow. Struck with disbelief, Qin Xiaolong felt his back drenched in a cold sweat. He was glad he wasn't the one who had attacked. Otherwise, he would be that pool of blood in the ground. Who are you? Qin Yuan shrieked as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. One had to be in the fourth-order emperor realm to be able to kill his personal guard with a single strike. Someone who's going to kill you, Huang Xiaolong snorted. Qin Yuan's face sank and his eyes flickered as he looked towards Wang Siki. Wang Siki finally took a step forward and the long sword on his back started to vibrate. It gleamed with a cold light and he growled. Very bold of you to say that. I'll discipline you in place of your elders and give you a taste of your own medicine. The long sword on his back flew out of its sheath before anyone could react. 7 sword art. The long sword shook and transformed into 7 swords. Each of them emanated the brilliance of sun, moon, fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, respectively. Rays of blinding light filled the room. Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Siki was making a move. After all, a 7th-order emperor like Wang Siki would be able to suppress the other party easily. Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed all 7 swords in the air. Without exerting much strength at all, he closed his palm and ground the swords into dust. When he opened his palm, metal dust filled the air. What? Wang Siki and Qin Yuan were appalled as the blood drained from their faces. Qin Xiaolong trembled in fear as he watched the scene before him. Wang Siki had spent a long time collecting the materials, and more than 1,000,000 years to craft the 7 swords. They were his most treasured possessions and they were mid-grade Grand Mist artifacts. Moreover, he hadn't stopped the refinement of his swords. After endless years of hard work, the 7 swords he possessed were stronger than most of the mid-grade Grand Mist artifacts out there. Despite that, they were crushed by Huang Xiaolong in an instant. What kind of concept was it to reduce a mid-grade Grand Mist artifact into dust? None of them thought that it was even possible for anyone to do that. Worthless scraps. Huang Xiaolong stared nonchalantly at the pile of iron powder lying on the ground. Worthless scraps. Wang Siki and Qin Yuan felt their world spinning when they heard what he said. Huang Xiaolong walked towards Qin Yuan. What do you want from me? I can give you half of the treasury. Qin Yuan retreated in horror and blurted out in fear. 80%. Everything. I'll even give you everything in my spatial artifact. Qin Yuan added hastily. Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed, and Qin Yuan flew out as he saw Huang Xiaolong's fist striking his chest. Aren't you the one who sent the incense masters from the Black Devil sect? Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently. Blood spewed from his wounds and Qin Yuan finally realized who he was dealing with. Initially, he had his doubts as no one this strong would bother messing with his small chamber of commerce. However, the gaps were filled in when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. 10 minutes later, Huang Xiaolong strolled out of the headquarters of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. Before long, the bodies of Qin Yuan, Qin Xiaolong, and Wang Siki were discovered by the guards. It took them a little while to respond to the situation as they were unable to get over their shock. When they finally did, they screamed in horror. Very soon, news of the trio's death in the inner hall of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce began to spread around the Jinyuan Kingdom, causing an uproar. It was nothing noteworthy if Qin Yuan and Qin Xiaolong were the only ones who had died. However, an elder of the Big Dipper sword sect, Wuxia, was dragged into the matter. When the king heard of the matter, he leaped up from his throne in fright. It was earth-shaking news if a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect had died in the Jinyuan kingdom. Right now, an elder had died in his territory. Wuxia wasn't any ordinary custodian. His master was Elder Sutsong, a law enforcement elder of the Big Dipper sword sect. Soon, everyone in Prince Qian Manor learned of the massacre. Prince Qian, Zhang Wenyue, and Zhang Haochen were flabbergasted when they heard the news. I wonder who had the guts to do something like that. Someone actually killed custodian Wuxia. I heard that after the king got news of this, he was so afraid that he immediately passed down an imperial decree to order the various departments to apprehend the killer. Zhang Haochen exclaimed. Prince Qian retorted, Custodian Wuxia was a 7th Order Emperor realm expert. If the killer could kill him without alarming the other experts in the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, then he's probably a 10th Order Emperor realm expert. How can anyone hope to capture him? Zhang Wenyue chimed in as well. The various experts from the Radiance Chamber of Commerce couldn't find any evidence of the murder. How are we supposed to apprehend the killer when we don't even know what he looks like? Half a day after Huang Xiaolong left Gujiao City, he stopped at a deserted mine and chose a secluded cave hidden deep in the ground to take refuge. Placing several restrictions at the entrance, he sat in the middle of the cave and reviewed his gains. Even though the cave was relatively small, it emitted a special type of warmth that made it the perfect place to stay in. Huang Xiaolong quickly retrieved the spatial artifacts and treasures he had plundered. Before killing Qin Yuan and Wuxia, he had searched through their memories and found out the existence and whereabouts of the treasury of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. He hadn't bothered looking through the treasury as he had chucked the entire thing into his spatial artifact. As he was in a rush to flee the scene, he didn't have time to look through everything. Qin Yuan's spatial artifact was the first thing he opened. Gold light and spiritual qi gushed out from inside the spatial artifact. Fortunately, he was smart enough to place restrictions at the entrance of the cave to prevent any traces of spiritual qi from escaping. Peering into Qin Yuan's spatial artifact, Huang Xiaolong saw that it was stuffed with countless spiritual medicine and spirit stones. There were even several stalks of origin treasures, but it was too bad they were only level 1 treasures. Other than the spiritual medicine and spirit stones, there were also countless jade bottles filled with divine pills. When he opened one of them, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the cave. Divine Fiery Wind Pill. Looking at it, Huang Xiaolong could see many small phoenixes swimming around in the bottle as concentrated medicinal qi gathered to form them. The Divine Fiery Wind Pill was a fire-attributed divine pill, and it was several grades higher than the 8 desolate supernatural pill that Huang Xiaolong had obtained from the incense masters from the Black Devil sect. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with joy as the pills were exactly what he needed. Who would have thought that he would be able to find some level 1 origin spiritual pills from Qin Yuan's personal stash? With the help of these pills, he would be able to aid the restoration of his meridians quite a bit. There was also a pile of holy bills lying around in a corner of the spatial artifact. However, it was a shame that most of them were in denominations of 500 to 1,000. Whatever the case, there were close to $60,000 to $70,000 in the pile. Obtaining such a hefty amount in an instant, Huang Xiaolong felt like he had struck it big. From what he had learned from Qin Yuan and Wuxia's memories, the amount he had could buy him a decent residence in the capital city of the falling Jade dynasty. Soon after, he opened all the remaining spatial divine artifacts one by one. Even though there were also quite a number of spiritual medicines and divine pills belonging to Qin Xiaolong and the guards, nothing could compare to Qin Yuan's spatial divine artifact. Of course, none of them had origin treasures. Finally, Huang Xiaolong got to Wuxia's collection. As a custodian in the Big Dipper sword sect, he had a lot more valuables stashed away. Not only did he possess high-level divine pills, but he also had a lot more money. As for the treasury of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce, there was no need to mention how it was brimming with treasures. Even though the Radiance Chamber of Commerce was only a middle-level chamber of commerce, their treasury was not something first-rate families could compare to. Huang Xiaolong obtained around $5 million, and when he added everything from the spatial divine artifacts, he counted $6 million in total. With 6 million holy bills, he could even purchase a large manor in the falling Jade Dynasty's capital city. After tossing all the holy bills into the treasury, Huang Xiaolong swallowed all the level 1 origin spiritual pills in one go. He circulated the grand mist parasitic medium as his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads started spinning. Instantaneously, a stream of origin spiritual qi rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. The 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads shone brightly as his meridians slowly started to recover. Just as he was converting the origin spiritual pills into origin spiritual qi, a group of armed warriors arrived in the mountain range around him. Search the area thoroughly. The king has given the order to apprehend the killer within 3 days. Otherwise, you know what will happen to us. A general hollered. The soldiers dispersed and began their search. Before long, a group of soldiers discovered the entrance of the mine where Huang Xiaolong was hiding. Despite looking straight at the entrance of the mine, they failed to discover any abnormality. After an hour of intense searching, the soldiers moved on to the neighboring mine. This time, Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion for an entire month. During the month, he not only refined all the pills Qin Yuan and Wang Siki had collected, but he also used up everything he could get his hands on in the treasury of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to that, he managed to recover 10% of his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, and the injuries plaguing his body decreased by quite a bit. Huang Xiaolong rejoiced inwardly. His trip to Gujiao City wasn't wasted. If he were to recover by absorbing the holy spiritual qi in the air, it would have taken him more than a year to restore his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads by 10%. Of course, at his current strength, he would be able to kill ordinary first or second order sovereigns even without activating his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads. If only I knew the Black Devil sect headquarters location. Huang Xiaolong paused for a second and thought about it. Originally, he had planned to dig out the location from Qin Yuan's memory, but after trying, he had realized that even someone like Qin Yuan had no idea where the actual hideout was. The Black Devil sect had hidden themselves really well. Only several enforcers and vice sect leaders knew the location of the headquarters. Since Qin Yuan was nowhere near that level, Huang Xiaolong could only try again elsewhere. Standing outside the entrance of his cave, Huang Xiaolong extended his divine sense and covered the area around him. He scanned the direction towards the devouring icy forest and noticed several groups of soldiers. Even after an entire month, the Jinyuan kingdom was still adamant about looking for the murderer as tons of soldiers roamed down the streets. Seeing the groups of soldiers standing in his path, Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of disdain rising in his heart. Even in his injured state, a mere kingdom wouldn't possess the strength to take him down. There was only one thing he was concerned about, and that was the Big Dipper Sword sect. Noticing disciples of the sect filling the streets, Huang Xiaolong knew that he was the reason they were present. It was a rare sight to see a disciple of one of the 3 supreme sects in a small kingdom like the Jinyuan kingdom, but there were several groups of disciples roaming around right now. Even if he used his backside to think, Huang Xiaolong knew that they were there to avenge Wang Siki. As one of the 3 supreme sects in the falling Jade Dynasty, Huang Xiaolong knew that their sect master was no ordinary venerable realm expert. Moreover, there had to be more than one venerable holding the fort. Nevertheless, he was certain that the Big Dipper Sword sect would not send out venerable realm experts for a mere emperor realm custodian. When Huang Xiaolong passed the capital city of the Jinyuan kingdom, he even noticed a few sovereign realm cultivators from the Big Dipper Sword sect. After entering the capital city, Huang Xiaolong spent all 6 million holy bills he had obtained on spiritual medicines and divine pills. Even though he became a poor man in a day, Huang Xiaolong didn't regret it at all. The only thing he needed to focus on was to recover from his injuries. He could easily get more holy bills in the future, as long as he returned to his peak state. After buying what he could, he continued his journey and devoured spiritual medicines and pills at a frightening speed. The journey was smooth sailing, and Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the devouring icy forest after 10 days of traveling. Huang Xiaolong stood at the border of the forest. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. In 10 short days, he had swallowed all the spiritual medicines and divine pills he had bought in the capital city. No matter how he looked at it, it was a rather extravagant way of spending money. It seemed like he needed to work harder in order to obtain more money. After arriving in the Holy World, he had discovered that he was unable to convert the spiritual qi from the Holy World into spirit stones. The once flamboyant Huang Xiaolong could no longer treat money as garbage like he had done in the lower worlds. Moreover, the value of a spirit stone was incomparable to a holy bill. Staring towards the devouring icy forest, white flooded his vision. All the beasts living in the forest were of the ice attribute, and so were the trees. The divine ice trees stood upright, with never-before-seen white leaves blooming on their crowns. There was even snow falling from the top of the leaves as they filled the already snow-laden lands with even more frosty goodness. Huang Xiaolong stopped for a second before charging into the ice forest. Luckily for him, he was able to adapt to the snow and the temperature quickly. A cooling sensation assaulted his body as snowflakes landed on his body. He didn't plan to stay in the outer rings of the forest. Instead, he flew straight towards the depths of the snow-filled land. Even though spiritual medicines grew in the outer rings of the forest, they were too low-leveled to be of any use to him. The forest was so vast that even with his maximum speed, he only neared the depths of the devouring icy forest after 1 month of travel. In Huang Xiaolong's mind, he knew that he needed several more days before he actually entered the inner ring of the forest. Despite that, he could already see grand mist spiritual herbs strewn everywhere, and he even managed to locate a level 1 origin treasure. Even though the origin treasure was only level 1, he was overjoyed. Nonetheless, Huang Xiaolong didn't refine the level 1 origin treasure immediately. He threw it into the Radiance Chamber of Commerce's treasury, and he planned to look for a few more before refining them all in one go. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong landed on the peak of a snowy mountain and stumbled upon a small herb on the other side of a cliff. This herb was jade white and was glowing in the snow as lightning bolts flashed on its surface. Thunder Snow Herb. That was a high-grade, level 1 origin treasure. Just as Huang Xiaolong reached for the Thunder Snow Herb, a giant vicious beast swooped down from the skies as it swiped its sharp claws towards him. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and shoved the vicious beast out of his way. With a phoenix head and a pair of eagle wings, Huang Xiaolong quickly identified the beast. Phoenix Eagle. Huang Xiaolong stared at it with a dumbfounded expression. The Phoenix Eagle was a grand mist spiritual beast, and the one in front of him was of the ice attribute. Even though it wasn't a top-grade grand mist spiritual beast, its speed was comparable to one. I'll choose you, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Along the way, the thought of finding a mount had always filled his mind. Even though the Phoenix Eagle was only a late 4th-order sovereign, its speed was comparable to most 6th-order sovereign realm divine beasts. As the Phoenix Eagle landed on the ground with a thud, it didn't bother retreating as it pounced towards Huang Xiaolong. Chuckling softly, he dodged the claws before jumping towards its head. A heavy punch landed on the Phoenix Eagle's crown. Dang! The Phoenix Eagle hit the snowy ground with a deafening thud, and the impact was so great that stars filled its vision. It shook its head vigorously to regain its senses, and a deafening roar shook the skies as it lashed out with its massive tail. A wave of icicles shot towards Huang Xiaolong, but it was nothing in his eyes. He clenched his fist and punched towards the giant tail swinging towards him as the beast fell backwards. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong managed to successfully subdue the Phoenix Eagle and collected the Thundersnow Herb. Sitting on its back, Huang Xiaolong continued to fly towards the depths of the devouring icy forest. With the Phoenix Eagle as Huang Xiaolong's mount, it became more convenient and less time-consuming for him to travel around. Besides being familiar with the layout of the devouring icy forest, it also knew the locations of several origin treasures, saving him a ton of time. Of course, it wasn't easy for Huang Xiaolong to obtain the origin treasures as they were usually guarded by sovereign realm beasts. Even though ordinary people would find it hard to harvest these origin treasures, it was a piece of cake for Huang Xiaolong. Despite vicious beasts in the sovereign realm protecting these origin treasures, Huang Xiaolong didn't feel troubled in the slightest. Instead, a spark of joy flashed through his heart. He could obtain the origin treasures and subdue all the sovereign realm vicious beasts while he was at it. It was basically like a buy one get one free offer. 10 days later, the treasury of the Radiance Chamber of Commerce added 8 origin treasures to their collection, and there were 5 divine beasts beside Huang Xiaolong. The 5 divine beasts Huang Xiaolong obtained were like the phoenix eagle Huang Xiaolong had subdued previously. They all possessed the ice attribute. After adding them all up, there were 6 divine beasts by Huang Xiaolong's side. Moreover, not a single one of them were low-level sovereigns. The weakest was at the 4th Order Sovereign Realm, and the strongest was the 6-eyed Ice Lion at the peak of the late 6th Order Sovereign Realm. Even though it was only at the peak of the late 6th Order Sovereign Realm, its battle prowess was comparable to an early 7th Order Sovereign. It was the beast that was protecting the mid-grade, level 2 origin treasure that Huang Xiaolong had set his eyes on. This origin treasure was called the Dark Yin Flower. In order to subdue the 6-eyed Ice Lion, Huang Xiaolong nearly exhausted himself. Not only did he employ all 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads' power, but he even activated all 3 Saint bloodlines. Huang Xiaolong finally managed to suppress the 6-eyed Ice Lion by calling for the help of all the other divine beasts. As soon as Huang Xiaolong succeeded in his attempt to tame the lion, he realized that the deeper he went, the stronger the beasts he would face. Giving up on his search for more origin treasures, Huang Xiaolong decided to return to the Radiance Chamber of Commerce to refine the treasures stored in the treasury before doing anything else. After his adventures, the number of origin treasures stored in the treasury rose to 10. Huang Xiaolong knew that he would regain a huge part of his strength after he refined all of them. Running into a peak late 6th Order Sovereign Realm beast would no longer be as dangerous as it once was. As he stepped closer and closer to his peak form, he would be able to deal with existences like the 6-eyed Ice Lion easily. Entering a mountain cave deep within the peak of a snowy mountain, Huang Xiaolong sat down and sent all 6 divine beasts out to guard his surroundings. He quickly laid down several restrictions at the cave entrance before retrieving all 10 origin treasures. As per usual, Huang Xiaolong decided to refine all of them at the same time. Even though he wasn't at his peak, he knew that refining all 10 of them wouldn't be a problem. Huang Xiaolong swallowed the lightning snowgrass, dark yin flower, and several other origin treasures one by one. They quickly turned into streaks of origin energy that flowed through his body. Circulating the grand mist parasitic medium, the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads appeared and started to refine the strands of origin energy flowing through his body. With the appearance of the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, strands of holy spiritual qi poured down from the void as they entered Huang Xiaolong's body. A resplendent glow soon enveloped Huang Xiaolong. As light covered his body, traces of black qi poured out from the pores of his body. The black qi that emerged wasn't darkness energy that Huang Xiaolong could use, and neither was it something he could absorb to aid in his cultivation. Instead, the black qi that was forced out from Huang Xiaolong's body seemed extremely foul. When Huang Xiaolong had forced his way through the lightning storm, he had suffered from serious injuries from the destructive lightning qi. The lightning flame that was part of the lightning bolts that struck Huang Xiaolong had hidden itself in his body. The black qi that was forced out was precisely that. Huang Xiaolong was never able to force them out with his weakened cultivation, and now that he could, he knew that his cultivation would soon return to its peak state. Time slowly passed and the skies slowly darkened. Stars twinkled in the night sky, and as moonlight fell on the land, the icy forest was painted with a light silvery glow. The silver light accentuated the pure white snow, and it seemed to emit a soft radiance. An uneventful night passed, and by the time the sun rose again, black qi was pouring out from Huang Xiaolong's body non-stop. Warm rays of light from the sun illuminated the lands, and as snowflakes fluttered about in the wind, the brilliant rays of light reflected off them. It seemed as though they were tiny blue stars flickering in space as they fell slowly to the ground. The 6-eyed Ice Lion surveyed the surroundings around the mountain peak, watching out for any abnormalities. Suddenly, it leaped to its feet as an icy light shot out from its eyes. The 5 other divine beasts jumped in unison as they turned their gaze to look at the horizon. A group of experts, who was wearing scarlet battle robes, speedily charged through the space to surround the mountain peak. Each and every one of them wore a scarlet battle robe with the words, "Ancient Incineration," embroidered on their chests. The words emitted a tyrannical vibe and battle intent rolled off their bodies. "Look, it's a six-eyed ice lion," one of them yelled out in surprise. Who would have thought that a six-eyed ice lion would hide itself? The reason for their appearance in the icy forest was to kill a six-eyed ice lion. They wanted to use the 6 eyes of the lion to refine a certain innate spiritual pill. Hey, other than the 6-eyed ice lion, there's a phoenix eagle, giant horned ice locust, the yin and yang serpent, black earth bear, and a 9-headed snow toad. When they discovered the other divine beasts, the experts were shocked. Divine beasts at their level wouldn't choose to gather together. Of course, none of them placed the other 5 beasts in their eyes. Even if the 5 beasts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to match up to the 6-eyed ice lion. They had brought more than 20 members along, and they were confident of killing the 6-eyed ice lion. Even if they added the 5 divine beasts into the mix, it was but a little more effort. They were extremely confident in taking all 6 beasts down, and they didn't hesitate to start their attack. Wait, there's someone here. One of them managed to notice the fluctuations in origin energy in the mountain peak behind the 6-eyed ice lion. It seems like he has managed to subdue all 6 beasts. Is he a beast master or is he an expert from the Beast Emperor sect? The Beast Emperor sect was one of the superpowers in the falling Jade dynasty. Even though they weren't comparable to the Big Dipper Sword sect or the other supreme sects, they were still a monstrous existence. When all was said and done, they had a half-step venerable as their patriarch. Humph! So what if he's someone from the Beast Emperor sect? We came under the orders of the Grand Hall Master. We have to obtain the eyes of the 6-eyed ice lion no matter the cost. Without them, we won't be able to refine the 6 Flames Ice Reversal Divine Pill. If the Grand Hall Master rages, everyone will suffer. We have to kill the 6-eyed ice lion no matter what. Who cares about the Beast Emperor sect? Just kill it. If the other 5 beasts dare to obstruct us, we'll kill them too. I haven't eaten the meat of a black earth bear in a long time. You guys know how delicious the meat of a black earth bear is, right? Form up. Everyone, move out. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed through the air as the mountain range started to shake. A flurry of ice and snow filled the air as destructive might swept through the lands. Luckily for Huang Xiaolong, he had remembered to set up restrictions around the entrance of the cave. No matter how strong the shockwaves of the battle were, they were stopped before they could affect him. Of course, the restrictions wouldn't be able to hold forever. As the battle raged on outside, the shockwaves battered against his restrictions and they started to dim. In less than an hour, they would be completely destroyed. Half an hour passed just like that. The air around Huang Xiaolong started to tremble as the light around his body burst out in all directions. An enormous aura expanded to fill the space around the mountain range, as he turned into a streak of light that emerged from the cave. Without a care in the world, Huang Xiaolong sent out a punch into the space in front of him. A loud cry rang through the air when Huang Xiaolong's fist arrived in front of one of the other party's members. The other party felt his inner organs churning as he was forced to retreat. He couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Huang Xiaolong stopped in midair and turned to look at his divine beasts. He could see that they were exhausted as the 6-eyed ice lion and phoenix eagle had suffered from the most serious injuries. Half of the lion's body was charred and 2 of the phoenix eagle's wings were broken. There was another long scar stretched up the back of the phoenix eagle. Any deeper and the phoenix eagle would have been split into 2. After looking at the injuries on his mount, Huang Xiaolong felt his temper rising. His phoenix eagle would no longer be as fast as it once was with 2 wings missing. How was he supposed to continue riding on it? Are you from the Beast Emperor sect? An astonished cry entered Huang Xiaolong's ears as everyone turned to look at him. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong's punch had given them the shock of their lives. Huang Xiaolong refused to reply and flicked his finger and sent divine pills into the mouths of his 6 beasts. Even though the pills weren't origin spiritual pills, they were extremely useful in curing injuries. The moment the divine beasts ate them, vitality filled their body, and they became a whole lot more energetic. When the other party saw that Huang Xiaolong had ignored them to feed his beasts the recovery pills, they couldn't help but feel a sense of irritation. Grand Elder Chan Yu is asking you a question. One of the experts couldn't help but snap at Huang Xiaolong. As soon as the words left his lips, Huang Xiaolong showed no mercy. He slapped the person who spoke and sent him flying into one of the mountain peaks nearby. When everyone finally reacted, their comrade was stuck in the middle of several frozen tree branches. Everyone turned to glare at Huang Xiaolong in rage. Some even pointed their swords at him. Chun Yi quickly raised his hand to stop the members of his faction. He wouldn't recklessly make a move before knowing Huang Xiaolong's true identity. However, there was a trace of rage in his voice as he growled at Huang Xiaolong. "What do you mean by this?" A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. "Are you stupid? Do you really not understand my meaning after you messed with my mount?" They couldn't help but stare at him in shock. Chun Yi frowned. "We are members of the Incineration Valley. Right now, we are here on the orders of our Grand Hallmaster to kill a six-eyed ice lion. If you hand it over to us, we will leave this instant." "What the fuck does the orders of your Grand Hallmaster have to do with me?" Huang Xiaolong snorted. "Are your brains working fine? Why would I hand over my six-eyed ice lion to you after you injured my mounts?" He had long since realized that they were from the Incineration Valley. From the way they dressed, Huang Xiaolong could obviously tell that they were elders from the Incineration Valley. As for Chun Yi, he was the strongest expert they had amongst them. He was a peak late Sixth Order sovereign. Chun Ye's expression sank when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. "Did the kid in front of me just ask if my brains are working fine?" Not a single person from the Incineration Valley could smile when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Their expressions were ugly as they stared at the man himself. "You only need to leave the six-eyed ice lion behind. We can give you 1,000,000 holy bills as compensation." Chun Yi quickly suppressed the fury in his heart as he said. The number of people they had brought with them were too little, and the Hallmaster and the Grand Hallmaster were not present. They were indeed a little afraid of the strength Huang Xiaolong had shown previously. A chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips when he heard their offer. The reputation of the Incineration Valley in addition to 1,000,000 holy bills were tempting to others, but not for Huang Xiaolong. "Leave all the spatial divine artifacts behind, and I can consider letting you leave." Huang Xiaolong indifferently made a counter-offer. "What?" Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous expression. "We need to leave our spatial divine artifacts behind to leave." What the foo? As elders and grand elders of the Incineration Valley, this was the first time they were treated with such disrespect. "Are you sure about this?" Chun Yi could no longer suppress the fury in his heart, and he snapped, "Are you sure you want to offend my Incineration Valley? Are you not afraid of dragging your family and sect into this?" Huang Xiaolong stared at him like he was staring at a retard. Another grand elder stepped up all of a sudden and raged. "Brother Chun Yi, we shouldn't bother with him. Let's join hands and get rid of him right now." "That's right. Let's set up the Incineration Divine Formation right now," another grand elder chirped in. "Deploy the formation. Kill him." A vicious light flashed through Chun Ye's eyes, and he raged. He was unable to accept Huang Xiaolong's conditions. After all, he had obtained a whole lot of treasures in his many years of existence, and they were all kept in his spatial divine artifact. The members of the Incineration Valley moved in unison as they surrounded Huang Xiaolong. Divine flames filled the skies as the robes on their bodies swelled. "Die!" Flames covered the swords in their hands as they charged towards Huang Xiaolong in unison. Before the six divine beasts could assist him, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to stop them. Huang Xiaolong ignored their attacks as he punched out with a single fist. His arm emerged from the back of an elder of the Incineration Valley as he shattered the other party's internal organs and meridians. Clang! When Huang Xiaolong killed the man from the Incineration Valley, the attack from the others landed on his body. Sparks flew everywhere as their weapons scraped off his body. Huang Xiaolong was completely fine, but the same couldn't be said for the swords they wielded. Cracks started to appear on their weapons as all of them were sent flying from the backlash. What? Everyone felt flabbergasted when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. They were using high-grade Grand Mist artifacts. Even if the divine armor on Huang Xiaolong's body was a top-grade Grand Mist artifact, their weapons wouldn't crack. Not to mention that they didn't even see Huang Xiaolong wearing any sort of armor. He took on their attacks with his bare body. Wouldn't that mean? When Chen Yi and the others were at a loss of what to do, Huang Xiaolong made his move. Resplendent rays of light surrounded him as sword qi emerged from his body. The sword qi that covered the skies made it seem as though the world was ending as they fell with unstoppable might. Chen Yi and the others sank into despair when they felt Huang Xiaolong strike. The sword qi seemed to blend into the heavens and earth, and nothing could stop it. Without the luxury of time to think of their next move, Huang Xiaolong's sword qi arrived. Countless strands of sword qi pierced towards them. The incredible amount of sword qi blocked out the sky, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Waving the swords in their arms, all of them tried to defend themselves from Huang Xiaolong's sword qi. It was too bad none of them were strong enough to do so. Their bodies were riddled with holes as the sword qi fell onto them. Even the snowy peak behind them was sliced to pieces in the face of Huang Xiaolong's sword qi. When Chen Yi and the others fell onto the bed of snow beneath their feet, their blood dyed the ground red. Huang Xiaolong stood in midair as he stared at them. Did you use the final boundless sword art? Are you from the Holy Gate? A look of terror was plastered on Chen Yi's face as he stammered. Final boundless sword art. It was one of the holy martial arts originating from the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. Chen Yi had managed to observe the demonstration of the final boundless sword art by an expert from the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate several 100,000 years ago. As for those who could cultivate the final boundless sword art, they were either from the upper echelon of the Holy Gate or the young master of the faction. When the elders and grand elders of the Incineration Valley heard what Chen Yi said, fear gripped their hearts. It was too bad the only thing that answered Chen Yi's question was the tip of Huang Xiaolong's sword. He didn't leave a single living being as he killed everyone from the Incineration Valley. Before ending Chen Yi's life, he did a soul search. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't pass up the treasures they had on them, as he sent the six-eyed ice lion and the rest over to sweep the bodies clean. When he took everything valuable off them, Huang Xiaolong left with the 6 divine beasts. Instead of leaving the forest, Huang Xiaolong decided to head deeper into it. He wanted to head over to the heart of the icy forest.